Over the past decade, China has gone from a Silicon Valley copycat to a top contender in technology on the world stage.
Its ascent is peaking at a time when geopolitical tensions with the US and Europe are intensifying, and the rise of artificial intelligence has sparked a new arms race.
The US is rushing to curb China's influence in AI while balancing the need to regulate the powerful technology within its own borders.
How America manages these competing priorities will have implications for where the balance of power in tech will shift to next.
On this episode of AI IRL, we'll explore how China's playbook went from imitation to innovation and discuss what's at stake in the competition between these two superpowers.
Mustafa Suleiman, thanks so much for coming in. Now, you are the co-founder and CEO of Inflection AI and a venture partner at Greylock. Some people will know you as one of the co-founders of DeepMind, now owned by Google. Tell us, what made you want to start fresh with Inflection?
Well, now is really the moment. I mean, it was very clear to me during 2020, 2021 at Google when I was working on Lambda, the conversational AI that now powers Bard, that these large language models were truly going to be the future. And I wanted to start a company to build personal AIs, an intelligence that is completely aligned to your interests on your team and really functions as a personal assistant or a chief of staff, one that knows you intimately and over time can actually help you with practical tasks like scheduling, prioritizing, planning, and those kinds of things.
And that's what you're working with Pi.
Exactly, yeah. Pi stands for personal intelligence, and we see it as your personal assistant, essentially.
How do you feel about the concentration of power in technology right now among the big companies coming out with their own AI models? Microsoft, Google, Meta.
Well, I mean, I think you're right to point out that the big companies have the resources and the people and the compute infrastructure to be able to adapt and compete faster than ever, right? And that is a very impressive, reality of how technology works these days. It requires a huge amount of compute. And at my own company, Inflection, we've managed to raise a lot of money and build one of the largest supercomputers in the world. But on the flip side, the other trend that's taking place is that the open source movement is now almost at cutting edge. I mean, it's probably about 12 months behind the very largest models built at the big tech companies. And so that's kind of a contradictory trend. Like the big companies are getting bigger and better faster, but also everybody is now going to be able to get access to these same capabilities in open source.
Let's fast forward a little bit into the present day where the world order has changed since you first entered the tech industry. How did China go from being a copycat culture to a contender when it comes to digital innovation and specifically AI?
Yeah, I mean, China is more than a contender. I think in many respects, it's one of the leading players now. I mean, they've always been incredibly creative. And I think that we may have, sort of overstated the extent to which they were simply copying, what we were doing. And I think it's important to remain humble about the fact that, these ideas are going to be widely available to millions and millions of people. And, in many respects, all of our cultures are equally creative, and they've been able to take, tools and ideas that are available both in open source and the academic literature and move them forward, innovate at the cutting edge. They've produced a lot of very good papers, contributions to the academic conferences that have been peer reviewed. So, I just think overall it's better to take an approach of humility, acknowledging that, they're also going to be a really significant player in this field over the next few decades.
How would you rank the United States in terms of technological prowess in that world order?
Well, I mean, there's no question that we, in the US and in the West more generally, are currently in the lead. I mean, we have the very best, most innovative technology companies and technology hubs. There's, without doubt, Silicon Valley is leading the pack. And I think we'll continue to. I think we worry too much that we're going to sort of be dislodged from our podium position.
For how long do you think?
Well, I think the question is, what does it look like to be dislodged? And is that really the right framing in the first place? Like, what is the difference between first and third? And, people talk about there being a race for AI, and it's very unclear what that looks like to come second or third in that race. I think it's sort of the wrong metaphor.
Now, we're talking about superpowers, Clash of the Titans sort of stuff. It reminds me of back when the previous US administration banned companies from doing a lot of business with Huawei, and Huawei ended up basically having to get a lot better very quickly at making its own chip designs and all that kind of stuff. And it feels like it backfired a little bit.
Yeah, you've also advocated for the US restricting sales of some NVIDIA chips, which are crucial in training AI systems, to buyers who don't agree or who refuse to use them ethically and safely. So what do you think is the best way the US can actually flex its power? Is it through the technological innovation, or by stifling effectively some of its adversaries through regulation?
The first thing I should say about that is I don't think now is the time to do that. I mean, I think in theory, when the time comes, if the time comes for us to adopt a kind of global anti-proliferation strategy, we're worried about technologies being so powerful that we have to stop their spread. If that moment arises, and I think we're quite a long way from experiencing that, then technically that would be an appropriate containment strategy. Because much as this technology is manifested in software, it lives on the internet, it still sits on chips, whether you're training a model or serving a model. So in order to ask a model a query, you have to have access to one of those NVIDIA GPUs. And, for what it's worth, there are really only like one major company in the world that produces those high-end GPUs, NVIDIA, and they manufacture the vast majority of their chips at TSMC in Taiwan that use one single company, ASML, a Dutch company that manufactures the core chip that produces the chips, and they sit in the Netherlands. So it's actually a very narrow supply chain. And so I think the point I was sort of trying to make is that if you wanted to adopt a containment strategy, there is a supply chain where you can impose chokeholds on it.
And in 10 years from now, which country do you think will be leading the world in AI? Is it going to be the US? Will it be China? Will it be Europe?
It's going to be the US, I'm pretty sure of that. I mean, the fundamentals in the US innovation ecosystem are unquestionably the best in the world. I mean,
what could flip that balance of power?
Well, I mean, I think it's hard to say. I mean, I really do think that the US is in the strongest possible position. At the end of the day, it's talent that drives, this innovation. And talent still concentrates around a small number of physical places. Despite everything that we've experienced in the pandemic and people wanting to work remotely, it's still really important to be physically proximate to other people who, are working with you in the office. I mean, I think that trend isn't going to change. I do think China is going to catch up. I think they're going to develop their own AI chips, their own fabrication facilities. But that is going to take 5 years or so. The export controls that the US has implemented, are real, and they really will prevent China from getting access to the next frontier of models, so the GPT-5 onwards. Right now, I don't really see how China could train those kinds of models.
Is there any downside, any unintended consequences that could come from this containment strategy the US is employing?
Yes, I think it is a very aggressive strategy. The counterattacks have already started, right? The China restricted gallium, which is a raw material used in chip manufacturing. And I expect them to have their own reactions in time. We're very dependent on their supply chain. And so the idea that we could completely decouple, I think, is misguided.
I'm going to just put you on the spot really briefly and wonder, can you tell, because we're all friends here.
Sure, go for it.
Like, do you have a major regret about your work in AI? And do you also have a major single goal?
Yeah, my major single goal is to show that it is possible to create safe and ethical artificial intelligences which are accountable to humans. There is a possible trajectory where some groups may recklessly experiment with algorithms that can self-improve. And if in 10 to 15 or 20 years' time, those kinds of AIs are set loose on the open web in, a reckless way, then
Good evening. Before we begin, I'm proud to report that our country is safer, stronger, and far wealthier than it has ever been before. We are doing great. Less than 2 years ago, we inherited an economic and social disaster. After the worst inflation in 48 years, the wide open borders with millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, including criminals of all types, and 11,888 murderers, many of whom killed more than one person. We had transgender for everybody, men and women sports, crime ravaging our cities, and the whole world was laughing at us as a nation, but not anymore. 2 years ago, our country was dead. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. America is respected like we have never been respected before. We have more money being invested in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. More Americans are working today than ever before. This week it was announced that inflation saw the largest monthly decline in more than 6 years. Just happened. It was just given out. The media reported it, and we accept it. The best in 6 years. The tax cuts in our great, big, beautiful bill are saving hardworking families thousands and thousands of dollars, like with the provisions, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, along with the interest deduction on a loan used to purchase a car, but only if that car is made in America, and a 100% expensing for our job-creating businesses. Our stock markets are at their highest point in many years, but we can actually say of all time. And your 401ks, pensions, and retirement accounts are setting records every single day, the highest in history. For years, we paid the highest price for prescription drugs anywhere in the world. Now we pay the lowest price under my most favored nation's policy, because I was able to get the rest of the world and the pharmaceutical companies to act responsibly. Drug prices are coming down by 70, 80, and 90%. TrumpRx.gov, this will ultimately reduce the cost of health care. You have to go to TrumpRx.gov and take advantage of it. But the cost of health care is coming way down because of what we've done with prescription drugs. And with Trump accounts, every child in America now has access to a tax-free investment account to save for their future. Billions and billions of dollars are being invested, put in by companies and individuals to take care of our children so that at age 18, they will have potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in their account, and they'll get off to a great start in life. So for that, go to trumpaccounts.gov and sign up your child or any child who'd like to sign up. Our previously wide open borders have been transformed into the most secure borders in the history of our country, with 0 illegal aliens being admitted to the United States in the past 14 months. That is 0. Nobody thought it was possible. We had the worst border in the history of our country, and now we have the best. Crime is plummeting nationwide, with the murder rate at its lowest level since 1900, or more than 125 years ago. We're making a record investment in our armed forces, and we have the strongest and most powerful military by far anywhere in the world. I built it during my first term, and unfortunately, we're forced to use it now. We won in Venezuela, which is now working with us to produce millions and millions of barrels of oil. We are likewise winning big in Iran, and you will see the fruits of that labor very, very shortly. America is back and doing really well, but we still have a major challenge that must be urgently addressed, because no country can be great without fair and honest elections. You have to trust your country, because if there can be no trust, there can be no greatness. And that's very simple. No trust, no greatness. For many years, I've called for bold, swift, and decisive action to protect the integrity of America's elections. Every American deserves to know that when they cast their vote, that vote will be counted accurately in a system, and that is to make that system secure, one where cheating and interference are not just difficult, but virtually impossible. Unfortunately, the system we have today falls catastrophically short of that standard. Tonight, I'm announcing the immediate declassification and release of critical intelligence revealing shocking vulnerabilities in our election infrastructure. This evidence shows that the election system we have dangerously exposes and really exposes like levels never thought possible to hacking, exploitation, and foreign interference. Just as disturbingly, this vital information has for many years been covered up and hidden from you, the American people, our beautiful, our great American people. But that all changes right now. The documents we will release starting tonight have been gathered by the White House Government Transparency Task Force, a great group of people, along with the staff of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board, supported by our top intelligence agency chiefs, who have all personally reviewed the findings. We are presenting this evening and fully confirmed their authenticity. You can see these documents for yourself at whitehouse.gov. That's whitehouse.gov. Go check it out. Our purpose in disclosing this information is not to weaken confidence in election, but to earn that confidence by confronting vulnerabilities and correcting them very, very quickly. And that's what we're doing. The documents cover 5 major areas of concern. First, they show that over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files. That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party preferences, and other sensitive data that would be needed to register to vote and engage in other nefarious activities, which is exactly what was happening. This data loss presents an unprecedented election security nightmare. The intelligence even shows that China has signed a data exploitation unit specifically to this new project. Compounding the travesty, the second set of documents we are releasing reveals that members of the deep state, very, very famous group of people, in many cases, in our intelligence agency work to actively suppress and downplay information about the extent of China's sinister election meddling, covering it up from both the president and the American people like nobody thought was possible. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden. They did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country, a standard, very pat line that was divvied out to say. The cover-up of this colossal security breach is even more disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration and our 2020 campaign. They did not want, and they just didn't want it. They fought like hell not to have it, Donald Trump, to win, and for good reason. As the documents we are releasing show, CIA reporting explicitly stated, and I quote, in mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. Isn't that nice? Also, in mid-2018, China was working to influence the results of the U.S. midterm elections and later the results of the 2020 presidential election itself. Separately, in mid-2019, the Chinese government's strategy against the United States was focused on undermining domestic confidence in the U.S. president. They wanted to just make you sound like your president wasn't so hot, when actually your president has done a great job, and they did everything possible to do exactly that. Going on, this document says, and this is by the CIA, the strategy included efforts to use Chinese contacts with big U.S. companies to influence U.S. business leaders to turn against the President of the United States of America. The Chinese government sought to identify U.S. journalists who had reported negatively on the U.S. president and pay them large sums of money to write more negative articles about him, as many as they could, and they didn't care what they said. The Chinese government wanted U.S. president to lose the next election, and the reason they wanted me to lose is because they knew I was wise to them, charged them billions and billions of dollars worth of tariffs, and built the strongest military anywhere in the world. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world. These are exact quotes from the CIA reporting. The name of the person doing the quote is now under review, but it gets even worse. Raw intelligence obtained by the FBI in 2020, yet buried by rogue bureaucrats, stated that China's activities even included an attempt to manufacture illegal ballots for Joe Biden. Documents show that during this period, dozens of significant CIA and NSA reports about China's election targeting were kept out of the presidential briefing. These were briefings I would get almost every day. Everything was kept out that was of importance. One email among intelligence analysts admitted that they had, quote, deliberately massaged the presidential daily briefing to withhold information regarding Chinese activities related to the election. Another official inside the FBI wrote that she was running, quote, a shadow government, unquote, to keep intelligence about China's election meddling from becoming known and to keep it away from the honorable press. Other officials who witnessed such efforts perceived the motivations to be blatantly political. Recently, we found significant numbers of burn bags in formation, and this is a group of bags that were used to destroy information given by President Barack Hussein Obama to be burned. It was supposed to be burned. These bags were supposed to be at a different level by different people, incinerated and checked, but it never happened. Maybe we got lucky. We believe this was not done on purpose, but rather through gross incompetence of the people that were supposed to burn the bags. But the findings are stunning. Today, I'm asking the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the CIA to investigate how and why such crucial information was hidden, to fire those involved in the cover-up, and to file criminal charges, if appropriate, against these people. Yet concealing China's meddling was only the beginning. The third set of documents we are releasing proves that for many years, Americans were blatantly lied to about the security of our election infrastructure, including electronic voting machines and ballot counting systems. Dishonest, almost all. They're vulnerable and they're easily compromised, and people within our government knew that. Tonight, we're publishing a series of previously classified U.S. intelligence community assessments and other reports proving that our government has long known these machines are extremely exposed to attack. As one assessment states, we judge that the United States adversaries, including at a minimum Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, as well as non-state groups, have the capability to compromise U.S. election infrastructure. That's unquote, but that's some statement, isn't it? Made by supposedly great patriots of our country. The document goes on to further state that, quote, we assess that centralized election-related data repositories, such as voter registration databases, poll books, and other official election websites, are most vulnerable to exploitation, and adversaries could use this access to these systems to disrupt election processes within the United States of America. Tonight, we're releasing all of those findings, and spanning from January 2020 to June 2026. This is a cyber threat aimed at the very heart of our democracy. Many people have questioned whether it could actually be possible to electronically manipulate vote totals or change election results on these terrible machines. Today, we are releasing documents that show the CIA obtained reporting of a specific plot to do a big number in favor of the corrupt Maduro regime in Venezuela. And that's exactly what happened, conspiring to digitally rig their own country's elections in 2020, and that's what they did. This reporting included precise details about methods to regime develop to digitally alter vote totals in ways that could not be detected even with an audit, no matter how deep they went. This intelligence underscores why we must take urgent action to ensure that our own system can never, ever be hacked or compromised like it was in the past. The fourth set of documents reveals that even when significant evidence of fraud has been detected, it has been buried and covered up. Among the disclosures tonight are FBI files detailing evidence of alleged fraud by a large-scale voter registration operation in Michigan. In 2020, Michigan State Police raided a Democrat Get Out the Vote organization, corrupt group in Muskegon. And we're so concerned by what they found. They were just so concerned, they couldn't believe it, actually, that they contacted the FBI in Detroit. The documents state that some canvassers admitted to FBI agents that they signed voter registration forms in other people's names, submitted fraudulent registration for people who did not exist, and received gift cards tied to their number of applications that they produced. In other words, it was pay, play, and cheat. The FBI agents working on the case believe that crimes were committed, yet the Biden Department of Justice slow-walked the investigation and killed it. Tonight, I'm asking the FBI director to ensure that the matter is fully investigated and to work with the Department of Justice to prosecute those responsible for any crimes. Finally, to reveal just how vulnerable our elections continue to be, we are releasing the results of a stunning investigation by the Department of Homeland Security. According to the DHS review, state voter rolls and public records, they identified approximately 278,000 non-citizens who are registered to vote in federal elections. Since Democrat states refuse to share their voter files, the real number is actually much higher than that. Yet, even this limited analysis found more than 250,000 foreigners illegally registered to vote. Put together, these disclosures reveal an election system so broken and so vulnerable that no one can possibly defend it. It is not defensible. Hundreds of millions of U.S. voter files are in the hands of foreign governments. Our machines and ballot counting systems are exposed to hacking and manipulation and corruption. China and other countries have been trying to meddle in our elections. Evidence of fraud has been buried. Hundreds of thousands of non-citizens and dead people are listed and active on the voter rolls. And yet we still have elections with no voter ID, no proof of citizenship, and tens of millions of ballots floating aimlessly through the mail. As one example of the insanity, California's recent election for mayor of LA and governor was held on June 2nd, a long time ago, but it was just completed a few days ago on July 10th. Think of that, much more than 1 month. Took a month to count the votes. I wonder what they were doing. This is worse than any third world country. There's no third world country that has elections like we have. In a rare move, NBC and ABC Fake News have both said that they would not cover this speech. They knew what it was about because of the fact that they don't like the topic, because they know how corrupt our system is and they don't want to reveal it. They and others in the media are part of a plot. They want to continue this fraud for whatever reason. They want to keep it going. They want to protect the radical left. They can't have a great country, and that's true. You can't have a great country without free and fair elections. Fraud like this should mean a revocation of their licenses. They use our public multi-billion-dollar in value airways for absolutely no money. They pay nothing. All we want is honesty in our elections and honesty in reporting. They pay nothing for multi-billion-dollar assets. Great damage has been done to our country. Our elections were left vulnerable to being rigged and stolen, and the trust of the American people was lost. This cannot be allowed to continue. Every American, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, or otherwise, should be able to agree that we deserve the most secure, honest, and fair election system anywhere in the world. Secure elections should be a partisan, really, we should be together, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, everybody, and it should not be a partisan issue. It should cause to unite us, not to divide us. This should be a cause. We should be united, not divided. In light of the brand new and irrefutable information I have revealed tonight, my administration is in the process of notifying the states whose election data was compromised by the People's Republic of China and many others. We will be working closely to mitigate any harm, and we're taking swift action to ensure that sensitive voter data is better protected so we can never be bought, we can never be hacked, and we can never watch a stolen election again. Tomorrow, the Secretary of Homeland Security will hold a briefing to outline his department's recent work confirming cyber vulnerabilities in our electronic voting systems. They are bad. We're in the process of informing governors, senators, and members of Congress of potential issues in their states. If you look at voting today, it's in such bad shape in so many states, and we are committing to fix it. And we're also committing to be working with those states and local jurisdictions to help them fix and patch known technical vulnerabilities before the midterm elections. We have very important elections coming up. We want those elections to be honest. I've also ordered DHS to notify every state about non-citizens on their voter rolls and direct them to remove all ineligible voters from the lists immediately. But most importantly, addressing this crisis of election security demands that Congress must pass the Save America Act. How easy is that to do unless you want to cheat? The only reason you wouldn't do it is you want to cheat because your policies are so bad and your candidates are so pathetic that you can't get away or can't get elected any other way. This landmark bill requires that all voters must show photo voter ID. How simple is that? Could I have your photo, please? Photo voter ID. All voters must provide proof of citizenship. Are you a citizen of our country, please? And hopefully there will be no corrupt mail-in ballots, which if you watched California and so many other places, mail-in ballots are inherently corrupt. So you would have no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel if you're going away on business or vacation. These reforms are urgently needed to stop the vulnerabilities that I've mentioned. To all Americans, I ask you to pick up your phone tomorrow, call your representatives in the House and Senate, and demand that they pass the Save America Act without delay. Together we will restore faith and confidence in our country, and we will be bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our great military, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
Job growth is slowing, real wages are falling, prices vary.
Bloomberg managing editor for the Middle East and North Africa. Onar, thanks so much for joining us. So we're seeing the latest series of strikes by the U.S. and Iran. They've been going now for just about a week. What exactly has changed from your viewpoint?
Well, Jennifer, as you pointed out, Thursday night attacks marked the sixth consecutive day that the U.S. attacked Iran, resulting in retaliation from the Islamic Republic. What is changing, what has been changing over the past 6-7 days is that the American bombardment is getting more intense and the Iranian retaliation is expanding its scope. We are seeing now attacks on Kuwait, Bahrain, as well as Qatar in the Persian Gulf and on Jordan further west. But the real changing pattern I think that we need to keep an eye on is the fact that the escalation in the intensity of American attacks on Iran, which have so far primarily targeted Iranian capabilities to track and target maritime shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, although President Trump has been saying that there could be further and more a diverse set of targets in Iran as time passes, possibly next week, including infrastructure in Iran. And on the side of the Islamic Republic, we are seeing the scope of attacks, Iranian retaliation, is expanding day by day.
So how do you read into, Onar, the potential off-ramp options here or return to diplomacy?
Well, there are hardly any indications that there is an off-ramp that's being actively chased or pursued by the participants. The White House and President Trump himself have repeatedly said that Iran is seeking a deal and they want to talk. On the other hand, that is inconsistent with the narrative coming out of Tehran. We have seen Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, the lead negotiator from Iran, has been saying that Tehran doesn't see any reason to remain committed to the interim agreement that was signed just over a month ago between the two countries. Now, to be sure, Iran has not said that it no longer sees itself obliged to abide by that interim agreement, but that's clearly the direction of the narrative, and we are seeing baby steps by both countries, including Iran, in that direction.
So more to watch there. Onar Ant, Bloomberg Middle East and North Africa managing editor. Onar, thanks so much for starting us off. Now, Japanese and Taiwanese stocks end the week in a bleak mood, as you can see there, as both markets slide from the pullback in the AI and chip rally. Bloomberg MLive's Mark Cranfield says the speed and depth of declines across Asia's main stock indexes is starting to look like panic selling. Let's get more from Bloomberg executive editor for Asia markets. That's Paul Dobson. Paul, where is some of this downward pressure coming from? This is quite widespread in global equities right now.
It is widespread, and I think that as much as anything else, the selling is begetting more selling, as you said in that panic comment kind of analogy. It's people are being forced out of the stocks because they're seeing the losses and they want to get ahead of them. So it's a lot of fast money that's behind the selling first and foremost. But it's really interesting, you know, because the technology companies continue to report extremely strong results. The market reaction every time pretty much has been fairly unimpressed. So we've got that with TSMC this time. And what I think the concerns are is that a lot of those results are also talking about big spending plans and suggesting a little bit that the costs before all of that spending may be going up. And so that's got people worried about who's actually going to pay for it. Once they've built all of this infrastructure, is there actually going to be demand for it at the end of the day, or will they get undercut by something cheaper in the meantime? And so that has knocked the stuffing out of the technology sector just now, and people are putting in this rotation trade. They're looking for other parts of the market where they can see a little bit more value as well, having enjoyed the big run up in those technology and particularly the chip shares over the last several months.
And Paul, Bloomberg has reported quite extensively about the leverage ETFs in Korea. How much do you see that potentially having an impact on stabilizing some of the volatility at this point?
Yeah, so Korea's on holiday today, so we don't get any immediate read across from that. I actually think short term it may have been adding to the volatility rather than taking it away. Yesterday there was a lot of anticipation about what the government might or might not say. What it wants to do is prevent any more of those leveraged ETFs springing up, but it's not taking away the ones that we've already got. And it is ensuring that people have a higher starting amount when they're entering into those trades or using those ETFs, but it's not saying no to them. And so the idea that they were whipping up a lot of the volatility isn't going to go away immediately. I think what it expects is that over time people will get more used to those products. People will have more appreciation of the risks as well as the opportunities when using them, and therefore we will get calmer and calmer markets over time as that falls into place. TBC. Let's keep on watching. But what we can say with a lot of certainty is that there's been extraordinary amounts of volatility in Korean individual stocks and in the Korean index overall that has just been getting worse and worse through this year. And I think that extremes of that volatility is also another thing that has been sending maybe some longer term money to the hills as well.
Yeah, you can just see that indicated in the Kospi year-to-date, as we were just showing. Bloomberg's Paul Dobson. Paul, thanks so much for your insights and for joining us this morning. Coming up, Asian stocks are in the red as the chip sell-off deepens. We'll discuss more of the market outlook with Janet Mui of RBC Brewin Dolphin. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
When news breaks,
a redhead across the Bloomberg terminal.
Bloomberg has you covered.
Trump's global tariffs are struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court.
For all the context and clarity you need.
There's going to be now tons of tariff headlines until midterm elections.
Hear it first on Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. markets close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Joanna Bersetchi in El Ola, Saudi Arabia, and this is Bloomberg.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in Johannesburg. Asian stocks are falling as a sell-off in chip makers deepens. Investors are now questioning whether the tech rally earlier this year went too far, too fast. Joining us is Janet Mui, market analysis head at RBC Bruin Dolphin. Janet, thanks so much for joining us. So you still believe in staying overweight global equities despite some of the volatility and the risks that we see here. What underpins that conviction that you have?
Hi, good morning, Jennifer. Thanks for having us. The positive view is because the global economy is still expanding, particularly in the US, is still growing very nicely. The data coming in has been on the positive and constructive side. And that leads to still very robust corporate earnings. And of course, that structural AI theme is still pretty much intact despite the volatility we have seen. So obviously, there are risks out there. So what we have is a modest overweight only, balancing other risks such as valuation and sentiment that has been overstretched.
What about the AI theme, though, gives you confidence that it is, in fact, just structural and not maybe a bit stretched?
Yes. So first of all, I mean, very recently we had the earnings results from ASML and TSMC, who are the bellwethers of AI demand, and they're still very solid, actually, still posting very strong profits and order book guidance. So it gives us confidence that actually demand across the whole AI ecosystem remains intact. And you also hear many other executives saying that the supply bottlenecks of key AI demand is still pretty much extending until year 2028 to 29. And also, I think companies are seeing increasing benefits of AI. We saw that the company corporate results remain very strong, whereas on the other hand, they have been actually utilizing fewer workers at the same time. And you look at the US data, the productivity growth has been pretty positive. And so I do think that this theme is pretty much intact, despite the fact that it has been very volatile, given the fact that the rally has been probably too fast and too strong.
And we heard our Paul Dobson saying potentially there is some selling begetting more selling. Janet, can you just speak to what the risks are potentially with that outlook? We, of course, are talking as we still see the Middle East conflict intensifying. And there is still quite a bit of concern around inflation in the U.S. We're hearing that from some of the Federal Reserve governors. What's the risk that you see potentially derailing that?
Yeah, I think to a certain extent, the market volatility could be contributed by the fact that oil prices have rebounded, given that there is a renewed hostility in the Middle East. And there is still one risk factor that we have to keep in mind, because we believe that, for example, the traffic via the Strait of Hormuz will probably never really return to the pre-war level in the foreseeable future. So supply could be constantly being disrupted. So I think markets will have to monitor that volatility in oil prices. And you mentioned U.S. inflation. The latest figures have been a bit more encouraging, but the fact is inflation has been over the Fed's target for many, many years. And I think the key risk is that the Fed will hike interest rates sometime later this year. We think it will be probably a very modest rate hike, but I think that change in direction of interest rate can potentially spook market.
Can we speak potentially to what we're seeing in fixed income, Janet? Because you and the firm still prefer gilts over what we are seeing with treasuries in the U.S. Considering sort of the backdrop of the U.K. economy, what about it is appealing to you?
Yes, so UK gilts have underperformed other major peers because of the sensitivity to energy prices. Now that oil prices have retreated from this peak, we do think that the UK gilt have potential to head lower relative to other economies. And the thing is, the UK economic data continues to be very weak, especially compared to the US. So there's just more scope potentially for the Bank of England to eventually consider easing policy relative to the other key economies. So that's why we believe that there is scope for gilt yields to actually move lower. But of course, we have to watch the political situation. We have to watch the fiscal guidance of the new government and new chancellor, potentially, that they all have the potential to actually push gilt yields higher. But we think that the new government, ultimately, they would have to be very cautious in managing their fiscal outlook.
How is it positioned, though, in your portfolio, Janet, when you think about government bonds over corporate credit?
Yeah, sure. Our view is that corporate credit is likely to underperform. We actually have an underweight position in corporate credit, primarily because the spreads have been really, really tight. That may not actually reflect enough of the risk that you're taking. And government bonds such as gilt, they yield pretty nicely, actually. We prefer that. And also, I think the relative preference of government bond over credit is that we actually have an overweight in equities, as we have mentioned. So in case things go wrong, then your overweight in government bond relative to credit would be acting as a hedge if that's the case.
We'll leave it there with you. Thanks so much, Janet Mui, market analysis head at RBC Brewin Dolphin. Thanks so much for joining us from London there. Now, coming up, U.S. President Donald Trump addresses the nation, accusing China of electoral interference. That story and more next. This is Bloomberg.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg. The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
At 9:30 a.m., the market tells you what it's really thinking.
We beat the drum to the opening bell.
With deep analysis of the forces driving the price action.
Focusing investors on what really matters.
Where the money flows, which markets are changing.
Conversations with players shaping the narrative.
Innovative growth companies gravitate to NASDAQ.
It's not just like, let's buy the Mag 7 or AI.
That's a really compelling story.
This is where your trading day begins.
And this is Open Interest.
Only on Bloomberg.
Trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your opening trade.
Only on Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Jennifer Zabasadja in Johannesburg. Despite the energy crunch triggered by the U.S. and Israeli war on Iran, fears that we would see new record high oil prices have not been realized. Bloomberg Originals has been looking at the reasons why. Here's a preview.
Sometimes it's best to expect the unexpected.
When the Straits of Hormuz first closed, everyone was in a panic, and it was the biggest crisis that many of us have seen in this generation.
There are thousands of vessels that are stuck.
Ships are still getting attacked.
They said they control the strait. They do not.
We heard from the International Energy Agency that this is the biggest oil supply crisis ever seen.
It is in the world's largest oil-producing region.
The Strait of Hormuz is responsible for 20 to 25% of the world's oil as well as gas, seaborne trade.
So we're talking about 20 million barrels per day.
It also meant that a lot of food supplies, fertilizers, and other essential commodities were stuck.
Ever since the Iranian Revolution in the 70s, The idea that Hormuz has been important has been known.
Through the Strait of Hormuz.
But it's always been a back burner issue.
Oil prices and shortages were expected to soar.
There is worry in the market that there is no end in sight.
That knock-on effect really is being felt.
People were really wondering how the world would cope with such a disruption.
Many of the banks were talking $150 a barrel, $200 a barrel.
But then, it didn't happen.
Markets barely blinked at some of the challenging headlines coming from the Middle East.
The market has been pretty resilient.
Although we did see prices top $126 a barrel, many of those worst fears were never materialized.
We saw the market adjust to the crisis in somewhat surprising ways. Price response actually shows how resilient markets can be.
So how was the biggest energy crisis in a generation so easily swallowed? And does this ability to cope mean the world has reached peak Hormuz?
And subscribers can watch that documentary in full right now on the terminal and at Bloomberg.com. And it will also be up on the Bloomberg Originals YouTube channel in just a few hours. Now, a few other news we're following. SpaceX shares fell in late trade as it aborted the latest test launch of its Starship rocket. CEO Elon Musk says some of the rocket's Raptor engines didn't fire, triggering an automatic shutdown. He says the next attempt will probably happen early next week, with 2 of the engines to be replaced. Starship is central to Musk's ambition to put data centers in space, expand the Starlink network, and send humans to the moon and Mars. Also, Bloomberg understands that Alphabet has delayed the launch of its latest AI model, Gemini 3.5 Pro, as it works to improve its capabilities, especially in coding. The delay has raised internal concerns that the company risks falling behind rivals Anthropic and OpenAI, whose models outpace Gemini's for writing code. And U.S. regulators traced a parasite outbreak that sickened thousands in Michigan and nearby states to shredded iceberg lettuce served at Taco Bell restaurants, identifying a single supplier from Mexico as the apparent source. Taco Bell says it's removing the supplier's lettuce indefinitely from its U.S. supply chain as a precaution. Now we have plenty more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders.
What's the skill set that you would advise every aspiring CFO to develop?
Psychology.
I think analytical skills are important. Obviously, you need to like the numbers. If you don't like numbers, then don't go into finance. It's sort of like a recipe for disaster if you don't like numbers.
Not only for the CFO, but also the company's management. That's a communication and the collaboration.
I spend a lot of time figuring out how to take the complex and make it simple, and then finding a way to be able to communicate that both internally and externally.
I think it's relationships, whether it's working with investors, bankers, with the senior management team, with the board. Having your head down is one thing as a finance person, but keeping your ears open is super important as well. And I think that all of that is what kind of builds out being a successful CFO.
Watch Chief Future Officer only on Bloomberg.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Murray.
I'm Lisa Mateo. And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington. Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Geneva, Switzerland, and this is Bloomberg.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives, and that revolution is playing out in real time. From finance to defense tech, AI to entertainment, from the road to the stars. Bloomberg is bringing you the stories of companies and people that are pushing tech to new frontiers and the politics reshaping global tech markets. I'm Ed Ludlow, live in San Francisco, and this is Bloomberg Tech.
Every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
This is Horizons Middle East and Africa. Our top stories this morning. Strikes intensify. The U.S. launches fresh attacks on Iran as Hormuz traffic slumps. Tehran retaliates while oil climbs on mounting supply concerns. The chip rout deepens. Asian equities fall as semiconductor stocks remain under pressure. The AI rally faces renewed scrutiny ahead of earnings season. And a fresh geopolitical shock hit sentiment with President Trump unveiling declassified intelligence alleging Chinese interference in the 2020 U.S. elections. It's just gone past 8:30 a.m. across the Emirates, 6:30 a.m. here in South Africa. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in Johannesburg, and it is a Friday. Happy Friday to you. It's been a bit of a volatile week for global equities, and we're continuing to see that pressure still hitting on various parts of the world, markets around the world. U.S. equity futures, as you can see there, NASDAQ 100 futures down more than 1.4%, continuing some of the downside that we did see on Thursday. And again, underpinning much of the equity price action, as we just said there in the intro, is some of the concern around the spending for AI and the cloud, and whether or not potentially some of the spending has gone too far, too fast, as we were speaking earlier with our Paul Dobson. On Thursday, we did see a number of former AI winners really dragging down the broader global indices, especially the NASDAQ, closing down in the red for a second straight day. The MSCI Asia Pacific Index, some of the negative sentiment also continuing in Asia. We'll have Winnie Xu walk us through that in just a bit. But we should note South Korea is on a holiday today, but still MSCI Asia Pacific Index down more than 2.8%. The U.S. 10-year yield, we of course have that on the board. Not doing too much, though we are seeing the moves off the back of some of the equity sell-off that we're seeing there. The U.S. 10-year yield at 4.55% just about. And finally, we have Brent Crude on the board. We'll speak in just a bit about the intensifying escalation that we are seeing in the Middle East as the conflict, the escalating conflict now enters a sixth day of attacks. Brent Crude is now up just over 1% and is going to end the week higher as well. Brent Crude trading at just about $85.14 a barrel there. Let's, though, check in on how markets in Asia are faring. Winnie Xu, as I mentioned, is in Hong Kong for us. Winnie, walk us through what you're watching.
Yeah, good morning, Jen. In just the past 30 minutes, we are seeing Asian stocks further extending losses to now nearly down about 3%, still headed for its lowest in about 2 months. Now, it is, as you mentioned, these concerns around AI spending, especially after TSMC's CAPEX spending plans raised some of the concerns from investors that if there's going to be enough ample demand that would be able to meet these spending. Now, that's why we are seeing Taiwanese stocks here down 5.7%, just less than 1% away from entering that technical correction, which means it's going to be down about 10% from its June peak. And doing slightly better, we are seeing onshore CSI 300 shares here down about 2.5%. All eyes are on that World AI conference that is happening in Shanghai. We just kicked off the first day with President Xi having an opening speech, also talking about the AI progress in China. So we will be keeping an eye on the progress in the next couple days. Now, flip the board, we take a look at Japanese assets because, as we just mentioned, Taiwanese stocks near a technical correction, but we do have Nikkei 225 here down almost 6%, headed for a correction as well. Now, it is, in fact, also headed for its worst one-day loss in about a year. So loss is really deepening in the tech space with Kioxia here, Japan's memory chip maker, down 16%. 30%, seeing its market cap halved in the past month after becoming Japan's most valuable company, topping Toyota in just the past few weeks. Back to you, Jen.
Pretty sizable moves there. Winnie Xu in Hong Kong. Winnie, thanks so much for walking us through that. Now, despite President Trump's warnings of escalated military strikes against its critical infrastructure, Tehran refuses to back down or reopen the blockaded Strait of Hormuz. The escalating defiance has turned the vital shipping waterway into the volatile focal point of the widening conflict. Joining us now is Mehran Kamrava, professor of government at Georgetown University in Qatar. Thanks so much for joining us, Mehran. Let's just start here because we have seen renewed tensions now escalating for a sixth straight day, despite some of those warnings that we were just mentioning. What do these new round of attacks signal to you?
Well, they're an ominous sign of more to come, worse to come, in fact. What we're seeing are very strategic attacks on Iranian roads, railroads, paved roads leading to major cities in the south, like Bandar Abbas. And despite the fact that Vice President Vance has said there is no plans for ground invasion of Iran, I think the Iranians are gearing up for at least one or two of their islands in the Persian Gulf being occupied. And that is an ominous sign, because what we've seen historically is that Iran does not necessarily yield in these instances and lashes back. And so places like Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Doha might, in fact, be additional targets in addition to places that are already on Iran's target list, like Manama, Kuwait City, and elsewhere.
You're in Doha. You were just mentioning, we were just mentioning that, of course, Qatar has been intercepting missiles. How much is it a concern that Qatar, which had been a mediator throughout this process, is now potentially being targeted?
Well, this is certainly an escalation. This past week, what we had here, a state funeral for the former emir, Sheikh Hamad, who passed away. And so there were no attacks. But what we're seeing is a resumption of these attacks. One of America's biggest military bases is here, in fact, about 30 kilometers south of where I'm located right now, Al Udeid base. And so what we're seeing is Iranian attacks at American targets, both in Qatar, which is a mediator, and more importantly, in Oman, which has historically had very close relations with with Iran, rather.
If we are potentially going to see the worst to come, as you were just pointing out there, what does that mean for a diplomatic off-ramp?
It makes the task all the more difficult. I think both sides are eager for some sort of diplomatic resolution. Neither side wants to see this escalation as it is happening, but both have become dependent in a path of an escalatory cycle from which they cannot back out. And so this is becoming, this tit for tat is now assuming very dangerous proportions in the sense of attacks and counterattacks on critical infrastructure in Iran and elsewhere.
So then how do we read into what will be the determining factor of what happens next, Mehran? I mean, is there somebody who could step in, or a state that can step in at this point? Or is it really just the two leaders of the U.S. and Iran?
We desperately need, Jennifer, mediators. We need adults in the room. Countries like Pakistan, Oman, Qatar, and even Egypt and Turkey need to step up and put pressure on the White House to stop its escalatory cycle. This latest round has been an escalation on the part of the United States. And as I mentioned, these attacks that are very strategic on critical infrastructure in southern Iran are occurring with increasing frequency and deadliness. So we really desperately need diplomacy here. And I think a country like Qatar and Oman are even more reluctant now to join in because their efforts in the past haven't borne fruit.
Well, and earlier in the week, Mehran, we had thought potentially there was a bit of conflicting messages about what was happening with the Strait of Hormuz. How much does that play a factor into pushing diplomatic resolution forward?
That is the primary issue right now on which the Iranians and the Americans are fighting. The Iranians are determined to hold on to the Strait of Hormuz as a source of leverage and a form of deterrence, administratively at least, and the Americans are determined to ensure that that does not happen, although it's somehow vaguely mentioned in the MOU. And so I think if the Iranians, the Omanis, the GCC countries can come to some sort of understanding regarding the Strait of Hormuz, at least this current round of tensions could be resolved.
What would that look like, though? What would be an ideal agreement then for the Strait, in your opinion?
Well, I think there's definitely room for win-win scenarios. I think the problem is currently everybody's looking for zero-sum scenarios. The Iranians want it all and the Americans want it all. And I think there could come to some sort of solution whereby everybody gets a little and no one is isolated or thoroughly marginalized. And I think, there's always room for diplomacy. Diplomacy is the art of the possible. And the problem is that in the current radicalized moment, there are very few reasonable, kind of rational people who could sit and come up with win-win solutions for everyone.
Well, we'll wait to see how that develops. Mehran Kamrava, professor of government at Georgetown University in Qatar. We really appreciate you joining us and bringing your analysis. Thanks so much. Now, for a look at some of the other stories we're following today, Chevron expects to sign preliminary agreements with Iraq to invest in large oil fields and a pipeline to bypass the Strait of Hormuz. The agreements are expected to be non-binding, but will show Chevron's commitment to eventually signing commercial deals for the West Qurna 2 and the Nasiriyah fields. The U.S. oil giant has been in talks to invest in Iraq for more than a year as it seeks to expand its footprint in the Middle East. Chinese President Xi Jinping has made his first appearance at the World AI Conference in Shanghai, where he urged international cooperation on AI governance. It signals the growing importance that Beijing attaches to the technology amid its rising rivalry with the U.S.
We should strengthen risk awareness and ensure that AI is secure and controllable. AI should be a trusted tool for humanity.
And coming up, President Trump uses a White House address to accuse China of meddling in the U.S. elections. We'll have the latest next. This is Bloomberg.
weekday, Bloomberg puts the spotlight on a different aspect of global finance. Flows, funds, and the forces shaping markets on ETF IQ. The future of money with Bloomberg Crypto. The players behind major transactions on Bloomberg Deals. Rates, risk, and the cost of capital on Bloomberg Real Yield. And personal finance, retirement, and wealth management on Bloomberg Money. A different topic every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in the Lesotho Highlands, and this is Bloomberg. Welcome back to Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in Johannesburg. President Trump has accused China of interfering with the U.S. elections in 2020, threatening to upend ties with Beijing as he focuses on securing a victory in the midterms in November.
Over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files. That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party preferences, and other sensitive data that would be needed to register to vote.
For more, we're now joined by Bloomberg's Jill Desis. So, Jill, we just heard a bit there of what President Trump said. What else stuck out to you from his address, specifically on election security?
Yeah, Jen, I think that it's really important to put some of these Trump comments into this broader context. This was a really remarkable speech, remarkable use of a primetime address by a sitting United States president, where you saw him kind of run the gamut of all types of claims about sort of election fraud or election security here. Obviously, those China comments are getting quite a lot of attention. I do want to point out that some of the documents that he's claiming were released that sort of predicated this speech involving some of that China information were redacted. He was also repeating several claims about the 2020 election, which have been really kind of a drumbeat ever since he lost that election to Joe Biden. So you do have various other elements, some of which were previously known, some of which have been refuted by various intelligence agencies. But again, kind of all wrapping up this idea of sowing a lot of doubt, first of all, ahead of this really critical midterm election in the United States coming up in November. But I think the China claims in particular, which I do want to point out, China has refuted. They say that they do not interfere in U.S. elections, but it's really coming ahead of an expected summit between Xi Jinping and Donald Trump later this year. So I do think that kind of raises the questions as to whether or not that's kind of set to raise tensions as we get closer to that anticipated meeting.
Yeah, and Jill, we also heard a bit from the president about the economy. Specifically, he was touting in the inflation decline, though we know that, of course, we have been watching inflation quite closely here, and it still remains elevated. Some critics accusing the president of distracting from what is happening with the economy and the Iran war. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of those critics, which I will point out, come largely from Democrats in the opposing party in the United States, are saying, that this, is an inappropriate use of a primetime address like this. Again, I do want to point out that it is quite unusual. You would expect a primetime address coming from, the United States president to involve some kind of, significant military action or policy announcement or something like that. So the fact that he's using it to sort of address, again, claims that he's largely made in the past here in terms of concerns around election security and fraud and everything like that, I think does sort of raise that specter of what's he trying to turn the conversation, the narrative to. I mean, we do know that going into the midterm elections in the United States later this year, massive domestic issues involving price increases, inflation, fuel prices, all of these are really on the minds of American voters. And you have to think that when you're looking at some of the fallout from the war in Iran started earlier this year, here, a lot of the pressure on energy prices that kind of weighs into the equation here. I mean, the war itself, which continues to drag on despite those efforts to sort of negotiate a peace deal, is becoming more and more unpopular with the American public. And if you're Donald Trump, you're looking to shore up support for the Republican Party and for Republican Party candidates going into the midterms. I think all of this is certainly something that is in the mind of the United States president. And I think we're kind of looking at how that dynamic is going to unfold as we get closer to those November elections.
Certainly. Always great to have you. Jill Desis, thanks so much, Jill, for your reporting, for joining us. Now, for a look at some of the other stories we are following from the region here. South Africa is targeting $46 billion in new investments by April into specialized industrial hubs to revive its manufacturing sector. The initiative is key to the nation's growth strategy as manufacturing share of economic output has plunged to 11% from 24% in 1994. The steep decline has been caused by chronic power shortages and transport bottlenecks. Mozambique's president, Daniel Chapo, says the country is making progress towards a debt restructuring deal with China. China is Mozambique's largest bilateral creditor with about $1.45 billion in outstanding loans. Mozambique is seeking to shore up its finances after the IMF warned earlier this year that the country's public debt is in distress. And coming up, we turn to the UK. Andy Burnham prepares to unveil new policies ahead of taking office as the next UK Prime Minister. We'll discuss what to expect next. This is Bloomberg.
The global economic playbook is being rewritten and the levers of power are moving in real time.
To see where the world is headed, you have to look where the action is.
I'm Haslinda Amin in Singapore.
I'm Menika Doshi in Mumbai.
Welcome to Emerging the New Economy podcast.
Each month, we dive deep into how the world's most exciting rising economies are shaping the global future.
Join the conversation. Subscribe to Emerging on your favorite podcast platform today.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. markets close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in Johannesburg. Bloomberg understands incoming UK Prime Minister Andy Burnham is preparing to announce new drilling for oil and gas in the North Sea within days of taking office. His plans also include taking public control of Thames Water, England's largest water supplier. Burnham is set to give a speech today, his first since being confirmed as the next UK Labour leader. To discuss, let's bring in Bloomberg Markets Today editor Morwenna Koniem, who joins us now. Morwenna, thanks so much for being with us. So, how will these drilling plans go down in the Labour Party? How do you expect it to be reacted to?
Well, they are a bit controversial because it's something which others have been, lobbying for more renewable energy development. So I think any sort of license for more drilling is something that has been talked about for a long time, and I think in the most recent sort of decade, it hasn't been something that's had very much traction. Of course, the country is looking for greater energy security, particularly amid the situation in the Middle East at the moment, and following the war between Russia and Ukraine. So but it's certainly not going to go down well on all camps.
And that might just be one part of what we hear later today. If we do, in fact, hear it from his speech, what else are you expecting to hear?
So I think we'll be quite interested to hear anything that relates to economics. I mean, certainly the markets team that I work on, that's really what we're focused on. We haven't had a huge amount of details so far. What we are seeing is quite a few warnings. The IMF has been sort of warning him against announcing a higher rate of sort of income tax on the top rate, pointing out that measures like that in a country which is already very highly taxed actually risk sort of stifling labour productivity and growth more than they actually gain. And we're in a situation now where wealth taxes are actually quite hard to gather. And so whether it actually risks causing more harm than good, I think, is something that's going to be in focus. We are also expecting an announcement of plans to take Thames Water into national ownership, public ownership. And that is something which I think the public may welcome. Thames Water is sort of notoriously indebted and been looking at a rescue plan, which has been going on for quite some time now. There's been numerous problems with wastewater management and leaks, and that's actually impacting people's bills. So that is likely to be a broadly welcomed measure, and that's what polling shows among the public. I think otherwise, how many actual sort of policy details we get, and remembering that he's taking over a party, without a new mandate. This is based on a general election campaign for the 2024 election. I think it will be quite interesting to see how much he does try and announce.
Bloomberg's Morwenna Coniam, plenty to watch out for there, Morwenna. Thanks so much for your time. And before we let you go, major cities across North America are experiencing dangerous levels of smoke as hundreds of Canadian wildfires send plumes across the continent. Take a look at those pictures there. Air quality alerts have been issued for New York City and in Chicago. The quality is severe enough to be considered hazardous to health. That is it for Horizons Middle East and Africa. Of course, you should stay with us for Daybreak Europe. That's coming up next with Oliver Crook. This is Bloomberg.
As an exchange, what can you do to make it more attractive to be a publicly traded company?
Talk to our customers. We spend a lot of time with our listed companies, listening to their concerns, particularly the offices of the CFO, head of IR, listening to their pain points, general counsels as well, and then act as an advocacy group for those companies to really focus on structured reform to allow a company to tell their story in the most efficient way possible and reward them for the good disclosures that they are making in the market.
Is there any sort of financial innovation that you could drive to get more companies to list? Tokenization has come up.
Well, we did announce our tokenization initiative earlier this year. We already built the technology, we've already done a variety of proof of concepts. It allows for instantaneous settlement, 24/7 trading. It importantly allows for the rights associated with a share to move into that electronic form, but is going to be a platform that runs in parallel to our more traditional exchanges.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
It's Bloomberg Money.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week.
Welcome to Balance of Power.
You're watching Bloomberg Deals. Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute space news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Ed Ludlow at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and this is Bloomberg.
Live from Brussels, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Oliver Crook with your top stories. The tech sell-off deepens. The Nikkei gets crushed as chip makers lead declines across Asia. Failure to launch. SpaceX scrubs its first Starship launch as a public company as traders learn new lessons in pricing. And Bloomberg learns that Andy Burnham is preparing for announcements on new oil drilling and public control of utilities as he heads for number 10. Well, happy Friday morning. Let's get straight into the markets this morning. Equity trading across Asia in full focus. You can see it there on the screen. The Nikkei down more than 5% this morning, being led by a sell-off in semiconductors and chips being across the board, but really the pain being felt this morning in Japan. One of the biggest days of losses for the Nikkei this year, the biggest move to the downside since the month of March. Eurostoxx 50 also a negative picture this morning, down by 1%. And of course, that is trickling through to U.S. futures in the NASDAQ 100. The tech-heavy NASDAQ down by 1.5% going into futures trading and into the cash trading a little bit later today. Taking the board cross-asset, we're looking at where we end the week on Brent crude, up just by about 1%, basically dead, $85 a barrel, up 83 cents this morning. You know, we began the week in a much more different position there for Brent crude. We've gained and we've held at $85 a barrel. The Bloomberg Dollar Index relatively flat this morning. And of course, another big repricing apart from Brent crude has been on the U.S. Treasury curve, and specifically on the front end of that curve with a 2-year yield now yielding 4.13%. Let's get to your risk events that we're watching throughout the morning. At 10 a.m., we're getting the final readings of the euro area pricing. CPI data, we'll be watching very closely for any revisions there. We will get U.S. industrial production a little bit later in the afternoon. And of course, that all-important University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Survey out a little bit later this afternoon. Well, it has been a roller coaster week for the trade across markets in Asia for the last couple of days, particularly focused on that tech trend. Stocks in Asia are lower as the tech sell-off deepens today. Let's get the update. Let's get all the details with Winnie Su in Hong Kong. Good afternoon, Winnie.
Good morning, Audie. Well, we really see that, the sell-off deepening in Asia. You would have thought that today could have been a quieter day when South Korea is on holiday. However, we are seeing that pain really being felt by other regions in Asia, with the tech-heavy gauges in Taiwan and Japan, both leading declines, both down more than 5%. Now, it is coming as concerns around AI spending, especially after those earnings from TSMC showing the capex spending might not be able to match the demand that might be coming. Now, that is showing up in the Nikkei 225 as we see the index, in fact, headed for a technical correction and also its biggest intraday loss in about a year. Now, when it comes to the overall MSCI Asia, we are seeing declines extending to about 3%, also headed for its lowest level in about 2 months. Now, Hong Kong shares doing slightly better. We are keeping a close eye on the World AI Conference in Shanghai as President Xi made its opening speech earlier today about the progress in China's AI development. Now, flip aboard, we take a closer look at the technology shares because when it comes to TSMC, we are seeing shares down about 5%. Now, the earnings are really good, in fact, but because of the capex spending and some concerns about how the gross profit is in fact missing the street's highest estimate, we are seeing sentiment a bit lower on that front. And Japan's Kioxia stocks falling 16% and seeing its market cap halved in just the past month after it becoming the most valuable company in Japan just last month. Back to you, Ollie.
Yeah, and as you're speaking there, Winnie, we're watching the news wires there and seeing that the Taiwan index there is dropping 10% from its high early in the year, so they're in correction territory. That's Winnie Su over in Hong Kong. Thank you very much. So that's the what's going on in the markets. Let's get a little bit as to the why it's actually happening. We're joined now by Ven Ram, their cross-asset strategist over at Bloomberg MLive. Ven, listen, this was a week that was really populated by actually quite a bit of positive news on the semiconductor, on the AI trade. We got good numbers out of TSMC. We had blowout numbers out of ASML. What's going on today?
Morning, Ollie. That is exactly the problem. An asset that isn't able to rally on good news is always a big warning sign in and of itself, and that's what we've got this week. As you mentioned, TSMC unveiled blowout numbers, better than expectations on both sales, net income, and they also guided the market higher. And they said that, look, capital expansion, a very crucial variable for the markets at this point, because they want to know whether there's that continued demand that they want to see. And there are signs that TSMC increased its capex guidance, and even then it has slumped 10%, as you just noted. And what happened with ASML? ASML guided the market higher. Its margins actually expanded even more, 55% thereabouts. It's fantastic. But again, the market is not, ASML wasn't able to really make much headway. If you see the winners, there are winners here, Ollie, and there are two markets that stand out. One of them is India. It's up actually 1% today. You wouldn't think that is a natural happening after, the Nikkei's 5% drop. If you look at the FTSE actually this week, it's done pretty well as well. So these are natural diversifiers. No one gets excited on the FTSE or on India's markets because they don't have any significant AI names. But when something like this happens, they form natural shelters. And that's what investors should be aware of. These markets for sure have their shortcomings. The UK is very construction and energy driven and commodities driven, and it's old and boring straight stocks. India has got an issue with its currency valuations. So there are mindfalls everywhere, but there are places to hide, and alpha is going to show up in the coming months, really.
Well, Ven Ram, thank you so much, our cross-asset strategist there from Bloomberg MLive, giving us sort of the top view on what we're seeing in tech shares. Let's get into some of the idiosyncratic specific tech stories, because SpaceX shares are lower in post-market trade after a planned launch of its 13th major Starship mission was scrubbed. At the planned liftoff time, smoke erupted from the launch tower while the rocket remained in place. For more, let's bring in Bloomberg intelligence analyst Matt Bloxham. Matt, I think this is a super interesting story at this moment. We've always watched these launches pretty carefully, but now an entire public market is watching these launches, and they're trying to figure out how to price these things. I mean, we'll talk about Netflix in a minute, but does this become kind of like the subscriber numbers of Netflix? How is the market going to price, and how does the market know how to price these events?
Yeah, so the Starship rocket, the next generation fleet for SpaceX, is a critical piece of the jigsaw to the SpaceX investment case. Their ability to build this huge network of data centers in space relies on their ability to get the Starship program up into a fully reusable system. And without the data centers in space, there isn't really the big ramp of revenue opportunity for them in the AI arena. And then beyond that, obviously, the manned missions to the moon and potentially to Mars eventually rest on Starship 2. So it's taken on huge significance. What we saw yesterday was a small technical glitch. Some of the rockets didn't launch. We've seen lots of kind of glitches like this before. Even though humanity's been doing rocket launches for decades now, it's still an incredibly sensitive and technically difficult challenge. So, yeah, really significant. I think this is a small delay, but every delay just kind of pushes out the ability of SpaceX to ramp into that AI opportunity.
Yeah, and Matt, I'd like to get your perspective also on the numbers that we got out of Netflix after the close yesterday. We also saw a fairly big move to the downside when those numbers dropped about 8%, recovered some of that a little bit later. What were your takeaways from Netflix?
Yes, obviously Netflix, once the great disruptor of the TV market, now to some degree being disrupted. And we've seen this for a little while now, and people are really focused on engagement, how many people are using the platform and how much they're using that platform. And they're getting competition for kind of viewership from a whole range of sources, not just traditional TV, but particularly the likes of YouTube and TikTok. And we're seeing kind of attention shift away to those platforms. So they've been doing lots of things to try to kind of pull more people in and get them really engaged in the platform. It's working to agree. I mean, these aren't bad numbers. They're still growing, kind of in the kind of low to mid-teens % at the revenue level, but it's not as strong as people want, and the momentum is fading. And they've decided to kind of pull back even further on the disclosure about viewership engagement. I think when companies pull back on disclosure, people worry that there's something going on underneath the hood that might be an issue, and so that kind of creates uncertainty. Uncertainty squeezes valuations, and that's what we're seeing here. So I think, overall, there's a lot of investment going on here. They're diversifying. I think investors are asking, is it right to diversify? Should they focus a lot more on their core business of making great shows and films and really kind of driving the engagement that way?
Well, Matt Bloxham from Bloomberg Intelligence, thanks so much for your analysis this morning, those two important tech stories. The other sort of market driver throughout the week, of course, has been the war in Iran, and the United States has carried out fresh attacks in Iran as hostilities across the Middle East continue to escalate, and shipping traffic slumped in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran responded by attacking U.S. bases in Kuwait, Jordan, and Bahrain, with the Kuwait Armed Forces intercepting 32 Iranian drones. Let's get more from Stuart Livingston Wallace. He's Bloomberg's head of Middle East and North Africa coverage. It feels a little bit like we are having the sort of same conversations almost sort of every day this week. We've now had 6 consecutive nights of strikes. Can we say that this is the week that the war restarted?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, look, there's been sporadic hostility, should we say, throughout the period. But it must be said that what we're witnessing right now is a much more contained war than what we were seeing in March and April. So here it's primarily attacks from the US side on coastal areas and supply chains into those coastal areas, as well as the so-called speedboats that you're getting on the water that are attacking the ships. And from the Iranian side, they're mostly going after US bases, it would seem, and that seems largely targeted at Kuwait, Bahrain, Jordan. There was a slightly unusual one this morning, and there were a couple of alerts that went up in Qatar. That has not been the case previously, mostly. So it's a slightly different sort of war, but I mean, I think it's hard to say that the ceasefire is in place. Not that it ever necessarily was, but I mean, I think it's really, dead in the water, as it were.
Yeah, and Stuart, looking at the kind of days to come, obviously, whenever you go into a weekend and you don't have some of these sort of assets pricing around the world, sometimes that opens a window for more radical action, particularly by the United States. What levers are there for de-escalations and, of course, the levers for escalation going into next week?
I mean, I think there are certainly, elements within both sides that would like to de-escalate. I think largely they've come to the conclusion that there's probably not much to be gained by continuing the pattern that we've seen over the last week. I know you had the US Vice President certainly talking about continuing to negotiate. I think, again, on the Iranian side, there are different camps. And there are certainly, there is an element within the Iranian leadership that realizes that at the moment they have perhaps the advantage over Hormuz, but that won't last forever. And ultimately, if you have months and months of hostility, eventually that shipping won't return and that leverage disappears with it. And remember, all the Gulf states are talking quite publicly about huge infrastructure projects to bypass Hormuz. And if that continues and the incentive is there to push it through at speed, ultimately Hormuz becomes a little bit of a sideshow.
Well, Bloomberg's Stuart Livingston-Wallace, thank you so much for your time and again bringing us up to speed on that important story out of the Middle East and the Strait of Hormuz. I'd like to break some numbers now coming across the wires from Volvo Cars. We're also expecting Volvo Trucks a little bit later on. Looking at their revenue figure, it came in at 77 billion Swedish kroner. That is slightly below the estimate of 82 billion. We're looking at their margins coming in at 1.1%. Again, fairly low, but again, coming also low, been below the estimate of 1.4%. Though a couple of things to look forward into the future, saying that they're revealing 2 new models after this summer. And again, when we're looking at the guidance from this company, the car maker out of Sweden, of course, owned by China, they see significantly stronger sales in the second half of the year versus the first half. And that is a conversation we'll be having with one of the executives who's been in the auto industry in Europe for the longest. That is the CEO of Volvo Cars. We'll be speaking with him at 6:40 a.m. UK time. So don't miss that conversation for obviously the future of Volvo, but an important moment for the European automotive industry. Well, coming up, we'll have much more on the policies of Andy Burnham as he's set to unveil, officially take over the UK's ruling Labour Party. That's later today, and of course heading to number 10 on Monday. That's next, and this is Bloomberg.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg. When news breaks,
a redhead across the Bloomberg terminal.
Bloomberg has you covered.
Trump's global tariffs are struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court.
For all the context and clarity you need.
There's going to be now tons of tariff headlines until midterm elections.
Hear it first on Bloomberg.
At 9:30 a.m., the market tells you what it's really thinking.
We beat the drum to the opening bell.
With deep analysis of the forces driving the price action.
Focusing investors on what really matters.
Where the money flows, which markets are changing.
Conversations with players shaping the narrative.
Innovative growth companies gravitate to NASDAQ.
It's not just like, let's buy the Mag 7 or AI.
That's a really compelling story.
This is where your trading day begins.
And this is Open Interest.
Only on Bloomberg.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Bloomberg understands that incoming UK Prime Minister Andy Burnham is preparing to announce new North Sea oil and gas drilling within days of taking office. He's also preparing to bring Thames Water into public control. Burnham is set to give a speech today, his first since being confirmed as the new Labour Party leader. Let's get a little bit more with Anna Andrade, economist over at Bloomberg Economics. So listen, we've got these stories out. We've got this sort of news that we've scooped out, that we've put out here at Bloomberg about these policies, specifically, for example, on North Sea drilling. But some of the CEOs I've spoken to in the energy industry say that these are very, very mature sort of basins. This is not necessarily a sort of economic sort of boon necessarily. Is this more of a political signal than an economic message?
Hi, good morning. Yeah, I would say probably we still don't know the extent to which this new drilling will happen. And I would say more importantly, it still doesn't fully answer how he's going to deliver on his ambition to deliver growth in every postcode. So his agenda is clearly to revive growth in a way that's felt by voters, and that policy enough is unlikely to do it. Now, what we've heard from him before was that part of his answer, or the core of his plan, would be to devolve more power from the central government to the local government so that they can replicate the success that he had as a mayor of Manchester. But again, we lack very little detail on exactly how that's going to play out. We don't know which kind of devolution is he aiming for, if he's thinking about administrative devolution, which is just giving more power to the local government to provide services, or if we're also talking about funding and tax autonomy. These are important details that we need to know. And to be honest, it's also not very clear that there's a clear and exact formula that explains the success of Manchester and that can be replicated nationwide. So overall, I would say we're still pretty much in the dark about how he's going to deliver on this big ambition. I mean, Starmer announced a battery of plans. He also had this growth-driven mission, and he's leaving office having witnessed living standards growing by only 1% over the past 2 years. So that really speaks on how hard it is to deliver on this big goal.
Yeah, and I think that's a question for many people. You know, if Keir Starmer couldn't do it, I mean, is it just a situation where there's such a difficult moment for the UK economy? I mean, for Andy Burnham, does he have additional levers available to him? Does he have the ability to sort of bring into effect certain things that Keir Starmer just couldn't get over the line?
I don't see it. I mean, just for one, the economic backdrop is still challenging. So in the UK, we have headline inflation currently at 3%. We project it to stay there over the rest of the year. We also have geopolitical tensions rising. So that means that the economic fallout could be bigger. We don't see the Bank of England easing anytime soon, so there won't be that relief to the economy. So a good performance of the economy might help Andy Burnham, but we're not really expecting that to happen. And then fiscally, of course, we know what the inheritance looks like. We have high levels of debt, very little space to do something new. But I would say that actually his biggest constraints, which were also the biggest constraints for Starmer, are political. First, I mean, Burnham, in contrast to Starmer, doesn't have a full parliament to deliver on his ambition. Starmer had a little bit more horizon, but also they've pledged in the manifesto not to raise a lot of the taxes, a big stream of taxes that could help fix public finances. And there's also things that they could explore, like reform of the tax system that will also be growth friendly for the economy. But again, there's likely to be political resistance there. So with limited time and with big political constraints, what we're likely to see is a bit more of the same, which is providing a little bit more of near-term fiscal loosening, maybe in the form of cost of living support, delaying fiscal decision, delaying consolidation and difficult choices down the road. But that won't really be transformative for the economy in the long term.
Well, Ana Andrade, thank you so much from Bloomberg Economics for the perspective ahead of that taking over of 10 Downing Street expected on Monday by Andy Burnham. Thank you very much. And coming up, the trade truce between the United States and China is under strain as the President of the United States makes new accusations, this time on election interference by China. That's next. And this is Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gura.
I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
Trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your opening trade.
Only on Bloomberg.
The cover-up of this colossal security breach is even more disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration and our 2020 campaign. They did not want, and they just didn't want it. They fought like hell not to have it, Donald Trump, to win.
So President Trump there accusing China of interfering with the 2020 U.S. elections in a primetime address where he repeated unsubstantiated claims that the election was stolen and raised doubts about the security of this year's midterm elections. For a little bit of more context around this and the geopolitics, of course, that this touches on, let's bring in Bloomberg's Rosalind Matheson. So Roz, I mean, we're talking now about a new escalation with China here. This is actually not a claim that we've heard the President of the United States put forward that violently and that consistently. Is this a new sort of chapter, and how is this going to affect the relationship with China?
Well, it comes at an awkward time. Of course, he's preparing to host the Chinese President Xi Jinping in the US in September. He went to China earlier this year. That visit went very well. The whole point of this was to try and reset the relationship, to put a bit of a floor under it and to avoid a resumption of very broad trade tensions between the countries. And China has responded immediately to say, hang on, we don't interfere in other countries' affairs, is their take on it. And there was actually an intelligence report from the US intelligence community in 2021 saying there was no evidence that foreign actors tried to sway the election in a technical way that Donald Trump is saying. But the question is, how is China going to view this, given it comes also, we got news about potentially another crackdown on journalists, foreign journalists, and the length of their visas in the US, particularly Chinese journalists operating there. Another move to make it harder on the student visa front, to put a time limit on that, again, possibly targeting Chinese students who want to go to the US. So in the totality of that, how does China view all of these moves ahead of Xi Jinping's visit? I mean, they've heard some of these claims around the election before. They're making their rhetorical replies about it, but do they look through it in a way, simply saying, well, this is just Donald Trump trying to talk to a domestic audience? He's trying to redirect very much around the narrative into the midterm elections in the US, or is this something more profound for them? But so far, the reaction has been relatively muted. We need to see if it stays that way.
Well, we also heard from the President Xi Jinping at the World AI Conference overnight. He's been warning against digital divides. He's been talking about sort of some of the threats and the risks of AI. I'd like to just get your perspective on what we heard from President Xi Jinping. And of course, this is another sort of battleground between the United States and China, and that is the question of AI, Roz.
Well, that's right. There's sort of two races here between China and the US. There's the rhetorical race around it, and then there's the race around technology. And the US remains the AI global power, but China is working hard to try and catch up. And anecdotal evidence, some reports saying now that the US firms' usage of Chinese models is up to about 60%, which would be a record, and obviously open source, much cheaper models for US companies to use. So there is that kind of technical side of it where China is pushing to get much more ground in the US. But you've also got the battle for the idea of who's setting the rules around this globally. What are the geostrategic implications of AI? And there you've got Xi Jinping making his debut appearance at this event, saying that China's going to be, the responsible global power in all of this, casting again the US, China as the reliable actor globally on it. And that's a real contrast to the US.
Yeah. Well, Bloomberg's Roz Matheson, thank you so much for your perspective. Much more on the UK. That'll be coming up next. And this is Bloomberg.
bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Joanna Bersetchi in El Ola, Saudi Arabia, and this is Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives, and that revolution is playing out in real time. From finance to defense tech, AI to entertainment, from the road to the stars. Bloomberg is bringing you the stories of companies and people that are pushing tech to new frontiers and the politics reshaping global tech markets. I'm Ed Ludlow, live in San Francisco, and this is Bloomberg Tech.
Every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Live from Brussels, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Oliver Crook with your top stories. The tech sell-off deepens. The Nikkei gets crushed as chip makers lead declines across Asia. Failure to launch. SpaceX scrubs its first Starship launch as a public company as traders learn new lessons in pricing. And Bloomberg learns that Andy Burnham is preparing for announcements on new oil drilling and public control of utilities as he heads for number 10. Good Friday morning. Let's get a check across equity markets this morning. The star, unfortunately, to the downside is the Nikkei 225 this morning from the trade in Asia coming over to Europe, down more than 5%. That is some aggressive selling that is led principally by the semiconductor trade over in Asia. You see it also trickling through to the Euro Stoxx 50 there, down by 1% this morning, sort of holding those losses that we've had since a little bit earlier in the morning. And of course, that trading further into the U.S. trade. NASDAQ 100 futures down by 1.5%. So capping what was actually a pretty good week for semiconductors earnings with a downside story this morning. Looking at the Brent trade this morning, up by 65 cents. We're just below that $85 a barrel critical level that really we basically held throughout the entire week with the restart of hostilities between the United States and Iran. The U.S. dollar index basically dead flat today. And the U.S. 2-year yield, something we've been watching closely really all week. You know, we got quite a bit higher earlier in the week with some expectations that the Fed might be moving a little bit more aggressively on rates to the upside. That has been tamped down, and now today at the U.S. 2-year yield brings you 4.13%. That'll be your markets this morning. Let's get now to your front pages across the world what that we're watching, starting with the Financial Times, which says investors are expecting the Bank of England to slow or even stop its sales of long-end gilts because of the concerns they're putting pressure on the fragile gilt market. Going on to the Wall Street Journal, which also has the story, the inside story of IBM's shock profit warning, which led to shares suffering their worst day since the 1960s. The paper says the board debated whether to forewarn investors or to wait until earnings next week. And in the United Kingdom, the Times says incoming Prime Minister Andy Burnham faces a left-wing revolt if Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood is made Chancellor. So you can get a roundup of all the stories you need to know to get your day started in today's edition of Daybreak Europe. Terminal subscribers go to DAYB Go. Well, the International Monetary Fund has warned that incoming UK Prime Minister Andy Burnham against raising the top rate of income tax. The IMF cautions that targeting the rich would hurt the economy by discouraging work and instead suggesting to raise taxes elsewhere. So joining us now to discuss the United Kingdom, its outlook, is Jackie Bowie, Senior Managing Director at Chatham Financial. Jackie, thanks so much for joining us today. You know, we're about 72 hours until Andy Burnham will take over as Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Are these the last 72 hours that Andy Burnham will be popular?
Well, it's certainly difficult for a new incoming Prime Minister facing the position that they have. And, you know, he is inheriting a very challenging fiscal situation, and the the backbenchers and his Labour MPs will not take any political change to the welfare spending, and that's really the big focus. Hence why he's starting to, drop these hints that people might need to pay just a little bit more. What a little bit more really means in terms of taxation is, we don't know yet. And of course, the rumours of who he's likely to appoint as his chancellor will be the directional factor in where we land on that.
And thinking about this sort of economic Manchester dream, that the sort of success that there was there under Andy Burnham as mayor, how scalable do we think that is in the United Kingdom? Is that something that is actually a realistic ambition for the broader country?
Yeah, I mean, the whole devolution agenda across the UK has a very mixed success story. If you look at the countries that have devolved powers, it is pretty limited. But he's not just talking about, trying to rejuvenate the northern cities in England. He's talking about a transfer of power, this phrase that number 10 in the north, where some of the, the decision making and the power that sits at Westminster will be transferred to the north. And then the assumption is alongside that, the economic growth will follow. It just doesn't, there's no kind of substance as to what will actually happen. I think there is a call in the UK for some of that power and decision making to be devolved out into the cities, but the success of it economically is very questionable.
But a question of sort of devolution, that sounds like a very large political project, and one that is very sort of long term. The sort of needs of the UK economy are much more immediate. What are the immediate actions that Andy Burnham can take to try to turn this economy around?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point. I mean, he's obviously taking over as Prime Minister. We're already like 2 years into the parliamentary, the term. So he probably has 2 to 3 years to implement his policies and for them to take effect. And given most of the policies they'll be looking at are supply side of the economy, they just don't have an impact in that shorter period of time. So your opening question was about his popularity and whether he could maintain that. I think when people start to see that there's not kind of real outcomes of those decisions, where he's focusing on some of the industrialisation policies, it's a very, very short period of time. Even if you had to take the whole term of, a Prime Minister of 5 years, that's still not very long for supply side policies to take effect in the economy. You need much longer than that.
Yeah, and obviously the markets have been a fairly large protagonist in UK politics, obviously dating back a very long time, but probably most dramatically under Liz Truss. Obviously, they're now still a protagonist for Andy Burnham, and also, I think, largely, potentially, the sort of reason why he chose, it seems, the next chancellor, which is going to cause some problems politically. But for that chancellor, I mean, how constrained is the space fiscally, and how much discipline is the bond market going to impose on this government?
Yeah, well, obviously he made a very early comment before he was officially Prime Minister that he wouldn't be in hock to the bond markets, and he had to very quickly retract that or dilute that statement because, ultimately the bond market decides the price of government debt and decides whether they're going to buy it. And if the perception is that the risk of the UK economy is too high or the credit risk has deteriorated, then it's going to be a huge cost to the government. So he's reined that in a little. And of course, all the rumours up until really yesterday was that Ed Miliband was most likely to be Chancellor. And when you start to see some of the kind of tax and spend comments coming from his side of the house, you could see that the markets were very concerned. When it came out yesterday that in fact it wasn't going to be Ed Miliband, you start to see a little bit of relief. The pound strengthened and kind of good moves in the bond market. So I think there's certainly some relief that it's not going to be a chancellor that's going to be as tax and spend as Ed Miliband. But yeah, we have to wait and see. We won't get a budget in the UK till October, so a few months to wait.
Yeah, but you illustrated there a 2 to 3 year timeline for Burnham to get some of these economic policies in place and moving. But of course, in politics, particularly within the United Kingdom, it was divisions within the Labour Party that brought down Keir Starmer. Something obviously could happen in a shorter period of time. Let's talk about the state of the Labour Party and the political risk internally that exists for Andy Burnham.
Yeah, I mean, you're right in that there is a huge faction of the party that is very left, which means that they want to increase spending. It's generally focused on welfare spending, and you mentioned that Keir Starmer's kind of demise was partly related to, he was trying to maybe cut welfare spending. If you remember when he first came in, he tried to cut like the winter fuel allowance, and that very quickly had to be reversed. And that was pressure from the Labour backbenchers who just won't accept it. Now, there is this comment that, the people with the broadest shoulders should bear the highest burden of tax. But there's a kind of a side comment to that, which is the people with the broadest shoulders also have the longest legs. And there is a real concern about, an exodus of the UK from those higher taxpayers because, we're in this like highest tax regime ever. You cannot keep increasing taxes. You need to focus on cutting spending. But the Labour backbenchers won't accept that.
Well, Jackie Bowie, thank you so much for your insight this morning as Andy Burnham heads for Number 10. That is the Senior Managing Director at Chatham Financial. Now let's get some corporate news that we're watching this morning. The French President and German Chancellor are continuing a two-day summit in Germany with Emmanuel Macron set to join Friedrich Merz for a joint cabinet meeting in Cologne. The two leaders have been focusing on strengthening Europe's military and will also hold defense talks at an airbase. Now, Banca Monte dei Paschi has raised concerns over Intesa Sanpaolo's takeover bid, saying the price appears low and the plan relies on optimistic assumptions. The board says a rival proposal from Banco BPM deserves to be looked at because it would preserve Monte dei Paschi as an integrated banking group. Last month, Intesa offered more than 30 billion euros for Monte dei Paschi just hours after Banco BPM proposed a merger of equals. Well, coming up, we'll take the focus from banking to the automotive sector. Volvo Cars reporting second quarter earnings. We will be speaking to the CEO. That is next, and this is Bloomberg.
Wanted to say, Primer is back. We've been scouring the frontiers of science and technology to help explain the difference between the next gold rush and whatever this thing is. And in season 2, we're upping the stakes. More danger.
Now that is some high-grade uranium mineralization.
We used to have a stable climate on this Earth. Right now, we do not.
More science.
We're pushing the envelope of technology in multiple directions. Software, hardware, chemistry, physics.
The cable is like very cold.
And more CEOs that can nail the photo shoot.
Hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars are at stake. While the problems are economic, the solutions are too.
And yes, we will be talking about AI.
There is a lot of humanoid hype out there.
But our future doesn't run on hype. It runs on innovation. Watch season 2 on all these lovely channels.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Geneva, Switzerland, and this is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Volvo Cars has reported second quarter earnings that missed estimates in the latest sign of weakness for the European car makers. We had margins come in at 1.1%. That was below the estimate of 1.4%. We're very pleased now to be joined by Håkan Samuelsson. He is the Chief Executive Officer over at Volvo Cars. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. I'd love to just get your perspective looking back first before we go into the outlook and what we saw in the second quarter.
First of all, I mean, it was a tough quarter, headwinds on the market, especially then China volumes coming in lower than we expected. And that's, of course, influenced also the financial outcome with a very modest 1% margin, as you said. But we also had then in this situation, we've been concentrating on really what we can influence. And we are working a lot on the cost side, which is absolutely necessary for our industry right now. And we target a 5 billion reduction in the first, during the year. And we achieved already in the first 6 months, 8 billion. So I'm really very satisfied with that good development. And so I think we have a good foundation looking forward, especially as we also now have launched our new car, and they are really ready now to be delivered to customers in Europe. And we are ramping up the production now as we speak.
Yeah, and I want to get a little bit more into the outlook, but I actually just want to spend just a moment with you here on the last 12 months, which have been a crazy 12 months, obviously for the automotive sector more broadly, but specifically for Volvo, where you had one day where the stock rose 40%, down another day during that year by 25%. You're down 40% from the high, but you're up 10% on the year, which is beating everybody else in Europe. Are we going to see a more stable environment in order for you to be able to do your job? And when you achieve that stability, what can that do for you going forward?
Of course, the fluctuation of the stock price is very high for us, and we have a rather low free float, which I think is a reason for that. But I'm not too concerned about that. I try to concentrate on the more operational side of the business. So I think looking forward, we are still quite optimistic. I think we have some unique strengths that could make this company much stronger. And one, of course, is a unique connection we have to the Chinese car industry through our Geely ownership. So I think we have a possibility to develop a much more adapted Chinese program, for example, which is absolutely necessary. The time when you could sell global cars in China is over. But also, of course, we see huge cost saving that we can achieve through synergies with Geely also in Europe and US.
And thinking about the market in China, how are you seeing that market in terms of A, stabilizing? We had a GDP figure this week that came out lower than anticipated for China, but also the competition you're facing there.
Exactly, as you say, there are two things going on. One is, of course, a more macroeconomical situation. Consumer confidence in China is definitely not positive, so that's going down. At the same time, you have a real shift from the conventional car industry, where the European importers were very strong, especially in the premium segment. Now we are seeing an electrification, but also entrance of new Chinese premium players into the premium segment. And this combination is really behind why the traditional car makers are now seeing decline in the magnitude of 30% in the second quarter. And that will continue. And the only way forward is to have really a much more Chinese adapted regional car program with new energy vehicles, hybrids and all electric cars. And that is what we are developing for the future and can do that together with Geely. And that, I think, is a unique opportunity and a strength for our company.
And so that's one of the unique opportunities that you have as being a Chinese-owned company. One of the unique risks you have as being a Chinese-owned company comes from the Trump administration. They, though, have granted Volvo the ability to continue to sell connected cars in the United States. How is that going to bear on your plans in the United States? Are you going to increase potentially your production footprint? How does that bear on your plans in the U.S.?
We see a very divided world, really. So, I mean, the Chinese regional program is, of course, Chinese software and so on. But in Europe and US, we will have a very different approach, and it will be 100% Volvo European software. And, of course, all other measures we need to make to be able to secure the data security that the American authorities is asking for. And I mean, we got this approval, I think is an answer to that. We have done that in the right way. But we also need to utilize our factory more in Charleston. So I think we will see the same trend here as in China. US also need a much more regional product program than we have had traditionally. It will not electrify quite as fast as Europe. So we need to be more flexible, offering customers really opportunities to choose more conventional cars or hybrids or full electric cars.
And the other region that we haven't yet spoken extensively about is Europe. And I just want to bring you, obviously, it's been a very difficult couple of years for the European auto sector. The SXAP, the Stock 600 auto sector, is the worst performing over the last 12 months, down about 15%. Stellantis is down 34%, BMW down 31%, Volkswagen down 18% over the last 12 months. You have been in this industry for a very long time. I would like to get your perspective on whether we have reached now the bottom for the European auto sector, and is there going to be a conversation eventually, if we haven't, a more serious one about consolidation?
It will probably come naturally when times gets tougher, but what we see in Europe is now the electrification is picking up, and I'm quite glad that we never had doubts about that strategy, because we believe we will grow as a company with the transformation into electric cars. It's not the risk for us. And that trend is now very clear increase in electric cars. And now over 50% of all our cars are now chargeable, all electric or plug-in hybrids. So if you can transform into electrification, I think you have a future in Europe. If you are trying to stay in the old world, then you will not succeed, and then you need to think about other options and going together with other players and so on. Yeah. But I think we are not looking into that opportunity. We're quite happy with the connection we have with Geely. They can help us on the cost side, but the cars we need to develop in Europe for Europe.
Håkan Samuelsson, thank you so much for your time this morning. That the CEO of Volvo Cars. Now going on to the World Cup on Sunday, the final pitting Spain against Argentina. But on the sidelines, a different kind of battle has been raging. The world's biggest sports brands have spent the tournament fighting for sales and for buzz. We're very pleased to be joined now by the one and only Tim Lowe, Bloomberg's consumer reporter. So we're heading to the final now. You've been covering Nike, you've been covering Adidas. Who has positioned themselves better for this final, and how can they kind of take it to the max here?
Sure, Oliver. Yeah, leading up to the World Cup, I think it was been pretty clear that Adidas had sort of positioned itself in a stronger spot, and there's reasons for that. I mean, they're coming off of a multi-year Samba boom for the Samba trainer, whereas Nike's been going through a kind of a corporate reset. Adidas has been sponsoring the World Cup with FIFA for half a century, so they kind of view this as their, core to their DNA. They rolled out their jerseys for their dozen or so teams months ahead of Nike, and what to me was quite fun was a month before the World Cup, they came out with their really buzzy Hollywood-style brand campaign, which they called Backyard Legends, featuring Timothée Chalamet, Lamine Yamal from Spain, Messi, Bad Bunny. It was very fun. And Nike was really kind of, on the back foot. They came out a month later, right before the World Cup, with their own campaign called Rip the Script. Maybe fitting for a company that's really trying to turn around their whole strategy. And that also had, LeBron James, Ted Lasso, Kim Kardashian to go along with Mbappe and Erling Haaland and all the football stars. So anyway, Adidas kind of came in from a position of strength. That's not to say Nike hasn't held its own during the tournament. Obviously, in the semifinals, there were 2 Adidas teams and 2 Nike teams. And even going into the finals itself, Nike has, plenty of players on the pitch on both squads. In Spain, they have Gavi. And then for Argentina, They have Enzo Fernandez, who scored that very memorable goal to tie it up against England the other night. That was with a Nike boot. So Nike they've been holding its own, but going into the finals, you got to give it to Adidas.
Well, Tim, heading into that final, will you be watching on Sunday, and who will you be supporting?
Oh, as a neutral reporter based in Germany, I do not have a squad I'm going for. However, I am very excited about the match. It's going to be a real classic one, I think. And if you're Adidas, based here in Bavaria, I feel like they can't lose. What are the two options?
Yeah.
Argentina wins, and Messi becomes essentially a football god. And if Spain wins, they have 19-year-old Lamine Yamal, who this is a perfect opportunity for Adidas to sort of brand him and position him in front of the world as the next sensation.
Yeah. Well, Tim Lowe, thank you so much for your insights there on Adidas and Nike, and of course your forecast for the match, being withholding and being very responsible. That will be next. We'll talk a little bit about what we're watching into next week, and this is Bloomberg.
Up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in the Lesotho Highlands, and this is Bloomberg.
The Middle East and Africa, vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Every weekday, Bloomberg puts a spotlight on a different aspect of global finance. Flows, funds, and the forces shaping markets on ETF IQ. The future of money with Bloomberg Crypto. The players behind major transactions on Bloomberg Deals. Rates, risk, and the cost of capital on Bloomberg Real Yield. And personal finance, retirement, and wealth management on Bloomberg Money. A different topic every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
It's Bloomberg Money.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
You're watching Bloomberg Deals. Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. As we enter earnings season here, looking forward to a very important conversation coming up with the CEO of SEBI, joining Bloomberg Brief a little bit later. That'll be at 10 a.m. UK time. That will be later, and this is Bloomberg.
Do you mind being called an ideological lunatic or a bunch of left-wing nut jobs?
I've been called worse things than that.
You'd think she owned the place.
23andMe, I think, is so
incredibly valuable. We're coming back.
It had that kind of detective story feel to it. You know, when you're hot on the trail of something, you know that it's very exciting.
What magazines were you reading as a kid?
I don't think I was reading magazines until I was in them.
You are on the cover of all of these.
Oh, and there's many, many more, but we just don't have time.
Why should people trust you?
I don't think anybody should trust any company or entity completely with any of this.
It's very uncomfortable. Artificial intelligence is this force that is far bigger than we are.
I want to build better businesses around these brands.
The shock will never wear off.
So you're a brother and sister running one of the most powerful companies in the world. When you argue, who wins?
No one. The way I could see AI being banned or blocked is if something really went wrong. And if something really went wrong, then maybe it deserves to be.
So is it paradise ahead or Gattaca?
Maybe somewhere in the middle.
When news breaks,
a redhead across the Bloomberg terminal.
Bloomberg has you covered.
Trump's global tariffs are struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court.
For all the context and clarity you need.
There's going to be now tons of tariff headlines until midterm elections.
Hear it first on Bloomberg. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Good morning, everybody. It is Friday. It's July the 17th. Here's what's on the agenda. Stocks drop as the chip sell-off continues. Brent near $85 is on track for a 12% gain this week. And sources tell Bloomberg incoming UK PM Andy Burnham will signal support for North Sea drilling and nationalised water within days of taking office.
Two major catalysts for the downside when it comes to these markets. Risk off across equities then, Anna, today. Reflected in the Nikkei this morning with the Kospi closed over in Korea for a holiday. The Nikkei down 4.7%. Are we starting to see a bit of panic selling in Asia? Is this looking a little disorderly? The two key catalysts are concerns about semiconductors. You saw that overnight on Wall Street. And, of course, as you said, Anna, what's happening in terms of the Middle East and high oil prices. Currently, Brent at around $84 a barrel, but in double digits for the week in terms of the gains. Of course, Euro Stocks 50 futures then on the back of these catalysts, negative catalysts, pointing low by 0.8%. The countdown to the opening trade starts right now.
Welcome, everybody, to the opening trade. 7:01 then here in London. And, Tom, let's start with the selling that we've seen on the technology theme once again. It might be Friday, but there's not much of a Friday feeling when it comes to tech stocks. And we don't seem to need the Kospi. We don't need the South Koreans to be trading, to be at their desks, to have a lot of negativity around tech stocks and a lot of volatility around tech stocks. So we haven't got the Kospi, but we've got the TAIEX and the Nikkei firmly in negative territory. Also, the Chinese tech themes playing out this morning. And it's difficult to pin this on any one thing, isn't it? It's difficult to work out where this all started. I mean, just in the last couple of days, of course, we got those numbers out of TMC, SMC, which I know you talked about yesterday. Maybe the CapEx theme has had some time to marinate through markets, and I'm not really sure what we're looking for there, because there does seem to be a Goldilocks story around CapEx. If it's too hot or it's too cold, then the market seems to be spooked. We add into that Oracle, what we've heard from S&P on the credit rating at Oracle, the Google story from our colleagues at Bloomberg that they're months behind on Gemini, and it all adds up to something a little bit risk-off when it comes to tech.
It suggests and it underscores that there is nervousness amongst investors that have exposure to the semiconductor story, given what we've seen in terms of the drop for the semiconductor index in the US. The Philadelphia Semiconductor Index is down pretty significantly. You have individual names in Japan, like Kioxia, which is down, significantly. It's down about 50% from last month's peak. Taiwan and the Taiwanese index is being hammered today. The Nikkei is being hammered. There is this. It feels a little different today, even as we can't necessarily point to one particular catalyst. It feels like a confluence of events that investors exposed to tech, AI themes and semiconductors are thinking about, and it's looking a little bit more disorderly, and that maybe is a concern leading into the weekend.
And disorderly without the single stock ETFs that are in that we talk about in the Korean context. Of course, they are listed in Hong Kong as well, and that adds up to more negativity and more disorderliness, perhaps, because we've got futures in the US down by 1.6% on the Nasdaq, so that's worth noting. But in terms of next week's Kospi, we're closed today. We are looking at Hong Kong listed single stock ETFs around SK Hynix, and they're down more than 10% in today's session, despite record outflows on Thursday. So there's a lot of negativity there that seems to be storing itself up for the Kospi on Monday. So it doesn't even seem as if this disorderly picture for tech is entirely Kospi-driven or entirely over.
You mentioned CapEx concerns from TSMC. Another couple of factors that fed through in terms of the news flow yesterday, just briefly, in terms of Alphabet. This is reporting from Bloomberg that they will be delaying the release of their most up-to-date model, Google Gemini 3.5 Pro, by at least a couple of months. So you saw Alphabet shares dropping. And then you had the release as well of a Chinese open source model by Kimi, which is on some metrics reportedly at levels similar to those being released by Anthropic. So that was another factor that maybe someone are looking to as well. But we also have to think about what's happening in the Middle East, because it is these two factors that markets are focused on right now. It's the chip story and it's what's happening in the Middle East. Continuing conflict there between the US and Iran, not at the same level at the start, of course, of the war between the US and Iran, but the attacks continue, and the flows through the Strait, at least the flows that we can monitor, again, shrinking essentially to nil, and no evidence that the two sides are getting any closer to an off-ramp. And as we lead up to the weekend, with oil prices up about 12% through this week, that is clearly another risk factor.
It's interesting what impact this has on investor sentiment around equities, around inflation, around everything, because if you're pretty risk on, you look at oil at $83, and actually it's tracked downwards just in the last hour or so. But if you look at that and you think, well, this is, 73% of its peak price, so we're well off the peaks, and you say, well, that's what really matters. But then if you roll in crack spreads, and Garfield on the Markets Live blog has been doing this, Garfield Reynolds, and he rolls in crack spreads on top, and he adds that on top of WTI in his case, and then you come up against a figure that's, you're something like 90% off the peak price. So you're actually much closer to the peak if you include the cost of refining. And that's what takes us out of the Middle East and adds in what's been going on in Russia as well. And all of that adds up to a global nervousness about a lack of refining capacity, which means maybe this week's CPI print, which was, of course, weaker than expected, was that giving us too much comfort around CPI? And actually, with crack spreads doing what they're doing and having the impact that they might have on the energy space in the US, maybe we'll be back to talking about inflation again.
That's the real-world impact. The refined products, that is the real-world impact. That's the political risk for President Trump as well. And that is potentially putting already that inflation data in the US in the rearview mirror. Is that as good as it gets if this attrition continues and we continue to see those higher prices in terms of refined products? We're also thinking about UK politics as well.
Yeah, absolutely, because Andy Burnham is going to become the leader of the Labour Party today. That seems to be the run of things. So we're expecting that, and he's then going to, in the future, become the Prime Minister. Of course, we know that too. What is he going to do in week one? And there was a lot of criticism, given the amount of time that the Labour Party had whilst the Conservatives were in power to prepare for office. There was a lot of criticism that they didn't maybe hit the ground running. And so is this going to be a Prime Minister who wants to hit the ground running? Well, certainly our reporting overnight suggests he has high ambition in that regard, preparing to announce North Sea drilling, a backing at least symbolically or otherwise for North Sea drilling and public control of Thames Water. Now, how does that fit against the public consultations that are going on around North Sea drilling? How does that fit against arguments about whether water companies should be temporarily or permanently made and nationalised? Who knows? But it's at least at the signalling level, this would seem to be important because, as I say, this has been the criticism that's been levelled at the Labour Party government.
The IMF as well coming out with a suggestion that he avoids, Andy Burnham and the new team, avoids putting up rates on higher income earners in the UK from 45 to 50%. Now, Burnham has said he's going to stick to the manifesto, which includes commitments around not increasing income taxes. But he has in the past suggested that 50% on top earners would be something that he would consider. The IMF weighing in on that. We still don't have any cabinet positions filled. There's a lot of speculation, of course, and we had reporting on this yesterday that Shabana Mahmood will be the new Chancellor. That hasn't yet been confirmed. No cabinet positions yet, and so it's going to be a very busy weekend for the incoming Prime Minister. Again, as he's expected to take that leadership role at some point.
Yes, I know we've got some breaking news, which you're going to get to next, Tom. But just to close out this part of the conversation, looking at that IMF report, there didn't seem to be much in there that the Burnham team would like very much, because they were suggesting that you should actually increase the rate of tax on lower paid in the UK instead of the top earners, and I'm just not.
Which arguably politically is more challenging for a Labour Prime Minister than raising taxes on high income earners. Talking of high income earners, we're getting lines crossing right now from the luxury company here in the UK, Burberry. First quarter retail composite sales coming in at an increase of 5%. That is below the estimates. So it's a miss in terms of comp sales, at least in the first quarter for Burberry. We know they have faced challenges, this company, a turnaround plan. And right now we're seeing first quarter retail comp sales coming in below the estimates. Not significantly below, but it is a miss on that level, at least. In terms of what we're seeing out of China, a crucial market, of course, for the broader luxury space and for Burberry. First quarter Greater China sales increasing 9%. That is below the estimates of almost 10%. In terms of EMEA, contracting 3%. And Burberry saying they are mindful of uncertain geopolitical and macro environment, which ties us back to what we've been talking about in terms of the geopolitics.
Asia-Pacific broadly, but not China, seems to be the area of weakness against the estimates. We'll get back to the luxury goods story later in the programme. Let's tell you what is coming up on today's show in terms of the guest conversations we're going to be having. Sonali Punani will join us, Bank of America Global Research Chief UK Economist. So the perfect day to speak to her about the UK, given the political changes. Beata Manthi, Citi European Equity Strategy Head. Also interesting things to say about UK equities, but also the broader European landscape. We'll also speak to Mal Crease, the Kraken Technology Group CEO. So this is a defence conversation, very timely, given pressure on budgets there across Europe. And Claire Barkley, Microsoft's EMEA President and President of Enterprise and Industry, and crucially Chair of the UK Government's Industrial and Strategy Advisory Council. Again, an important voice to weigh in today as we look at a change of leadership in the UK.
Let's get a gauge in terms of what else we are thinking about and looking at throughout today then. The World AI Conference is currently underway in Shanghai. President Xi Jinping has been speaking there for the first time, interestingly. The UK Labour Leadership Special Conference takes place. Of course, Andy Burnham will officially be confirmed as head of the Labour Party later today. French President Emmanuel Macron and German Chancellor Friedrich Merz are continuing a two-day summit in Germany. 3 p.m. UK time, University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Survey will cross, and later Fed Vice Chair Philip Jefferson will be speaking. There's been a bit of Fed speak overnight as well, so more commentary on where the Fed should land as inflation, at least on the most recent data, looks a little bit benign, with all the caveats, of course, of higher energy prices in the immediacy.
Coming up, SpaceX shares fall after it scrubs the latest launch attempt of its Starship rocket. We will discuss what it means for Elon Musk's company. Plus, we will take a look at the stocks to watch at the open, including Volvo Cars, the Swedish company reporting second quarter revenue below estimates, but forecasting a stronger second half of the year. So that stock and many others in focus this morning. Up next, we'll be speaking to Michael Metcalf, head of macro strategy at State Street Global Markets. How stretched do positions around equities look right now? If you have any questions, if you want to get involved in any of these conversations, I believe IB plus BBTV Go is the function on the Bloomberg terminal. Yes, it is still.
The global economic playbook is being rewritten and the levers of power are moving in real time.
To see where the world is headed, you have to look where the action is.
I'm Haslinda Amin in Singapore.
I'm Menika Doshi in Mumbai.
Welcome to Emerging the New Economy podcast.
Each month, we dive deep into how the world's most exciting rising economies are shaping the global future.
Join the conversation. Subscribe to Emerging on your favorite podcast platform today.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute space news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Ed Ludlow at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and this is Bloomberg.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. markets close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
At 9:30 a.m., the market tells you what it's really thinking.
We beat the drum to the opening bell.
With deep analysis of the forces driving the price action.
Focusing investors on what really matters.
Where the money flows, which markets are changing.
Conversations with players shaping the narrative.
Innovative growth companies gravitate to NASDAQ.
It's not just like, let's buy the Mag 7 or AI.
That's a really compelling story.
This is where your trading day begins.
And this is Open Interest.
Only on Bloomberg.
Welcome back. We are about 45 minutes away from the open this Friday. It's risk off across your equity markets. European futures pointing low by 0.9% after modest gains yesterday for European stocks, up 0.2%. US futures also in negative territory and a rough session over in Asia with the MSCI Asia Pacific Index down 2.8%. Heavy losses over in Japan and Taiwan as well. So US futures, Nasdaq 100 futures pointing low by 1.6%, and European futures now pointing to losses of close to 9%.
Advanced since April. Let's bring in Ona Ant, Bloomberg Managing Editor for Middle East and North Africa. Ona, bring us up to speed on what's the latest here, because on the week oil prices are higher, even if they're a little bit weaker this morning. We've had 6 consecutive nights of these strikes.
That's right. Thursday marked the 6th consecutive day of U.S. strikes and Iranian retaliation, which is now expanding in size and scope. Just a couple of minutes ago on the terminal, we were looking at headlines coming out of Oman, where Iran seems to have targeted various sites. That's in addition to earlier strikes on Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, and Jordan further to the west. So, and there are hardly any signs of negotiations taking place at this stage. It was the White House and President Trump that's been saying over the last few days that Iranians want to reach out and are in search of a deal to bring the fighting to an end. But that narrative is inconsistent with what's coming out of Tehran, where the lead negotiator, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, has said that although he did defend in general negotiations with the U.S., he said the Islamic Republic doesn't see itself in a position to really commit to the interim agreement that was signed last month. Now, having said all that, I think in previous rounds of escalation, we have seen that these breakthroughs, when they happen, if they happen, they almost always come out of a blue when President Trump announces them on his social feed. So that is the wild card here as we look at what is next in this latest and very serious escalation fighting between the U.S. and Iran. Anna.
OK, Bloomberg's Ona Ant in Dubai with that update. Ona, thank you. Let's bring in Michael Metcalf right now, Head of Macro Strategy at State Street. Good morning. Happy Friday, Michael. What's the bigger risk for these markets right now? Is it the energy shock out of the Middle East, if we call it that, at $85 a barrel, a little below that today in the session, or is it the sell-off that we're seeing in the semiconductor space?
Well, look, it's both. And it's connected, obviously, by the inflationary impact on rates and how that deteriorates the macro environment and getting us back to talking about stagflation again. And look, I think on the tech side, obviously, it's going to be earnings news and how markets react to them.
Is stagflation a real risk at this point? I mean, you touched on it. Is that how seriously are you taking that as a risk for markets?
Well, look, so obviously we talked a lot about stagflation in March. The shock actually proved to be transitory, and now we're a little unsure of just how transitory it is. I mean, look, we've already seen, certainly outside the United States, we've seen big downgrades to growth expectations already. And look, it may well be now that, and as your reporter said, this is now a new wild card as to will inflation come back down or will it now go back up? I think stagflation could easily come back into the narrative a little bit.
And you've got you look at trends through, is it price stats, Michael, that helps you understand what's happening with pricing at the Fed and the ECB? I was talking earlier on in the programme about if you get something slightly different, looking at crack spreads versus just crude prices, and I wonder what all of that means for your inflation expectations.
So what we're able to do is we capture prices online. So we already have inflation for the first 15 days of July. And the thing that we're really focused on, obviously, is how do retail fuel prices respond to higher oil prices? And here's the thing. So the way the inflation data is calculated is it is a monthly print. And so right now, for July at least, energy prices are still lower than they were on average in June. And so, I think you get a pass for a month for oil prices not to impact. And then beyond that, and so, you're now thinking about the August inflation print. That's when we might see higher oil prices today pass through into printed CPI, which is what the Fed will worry about.
OK, that gives us a sense of how long it takes for these things to filter through.
Yeah.
And thinking about the other dominant theme in markets, and we've touched on it, around the AI trade and everything tech. I mean, how stretched, how extended is the sort of optimism around AI stocks right now? Or do you think actually it isn't? Because we've seen such a pareback in the Kospi, in the Philadelphia, semis index. Some of these are down substantially now.
Yeah, I mean, look, because it was so stretched at the start, it's going to take a little bit of an unwind to get us back to levels that you wouldn't consider stretched. And so, look, just top down, equities relative to bonds, investors' holdings of equities are 30% above bonds. Obviously, a 60-40 portfolio, the average would be 20%. And so, the overweight in equities and optimism in equities is still very substantial. The one thing I would say about tech, though, which I think is interesting, is that while we're seeing an unwind in semis, actually we're currently capturing a rotation back into tech hardware and software, and so that seems to be for the moment a healthy rebalancing rather than a let's leave the sector.
Okay, so maybe that's a comforting thought, because I wonder what it is we're looking for as the next kind of signal on tech, and capex gets mentioned a lot. So, but do we get a sense that maybe we're looking for something quite Goldilocks on capex? It's got to be not too weak that we worry about whether the capex cycle is going to be sustained, but also not too hot that we worry that people are spending too much too quickly. Is there anything we can look for really around the capex trend that'll help us understand what's optimal?
Yeah, I think it's really hard, and the reality is trying to sort of put a number on what optimal is, I think, will be very difficult. The key, I think, for us is to look at how investors react to the earnings announcements.
Yeah.
And also, if you get what looks like good news and the stocks don't react positively, then that's just a sign that investors are full and overextended.
And a couple of those this week.
And we've had the odd little flag in that sign, but it would be seeing something like that more broadly. And then from behaviour, it would be that investors aren't just reducing their exposure to semis, they would do it across the entire sector. And so that's a bit we're not quite seeing yet. But I think that's a good way to frame the capex question.
What's your level? So two examples at ASML and TSMC both coming through with headline numbers very strong, and then ultimately investors selling off at the end of the session. And today TSMC is down heavily. What is your expectation that we start to see a kind of rotation out of? You've talked about the rotation out of chips into software. Do we start to see a more healthy broadening out as we rotate maybe out of those sectors and into other parts of the equity space? Is there and how much conviction would you have that could continue and that would be a healthy dynamic?
So this is where your first question, I think, comes back in and is creates a bit of a near-term challenge. So, I think in sort of January and February, we definitely had that kind of trend of moving a little bit away from tech and into more cyclical sectors, for instance. I think the challenge now, if we're uncertain about this wild card of the oil price, that's going to short-circuit that a little bit. And I think there'll be a slight concern that in that environment, if that continued, that investors will rotate out of tech into cash.
What do you do with UK assets at this point?
Well, interestingly, UK assets, I think, have performed pretty well given the political changes that we're currently going through. I think there's an assumption that this won't be a market issue, but obviously we're going to learn quite a lot in the next couple of weeks to see whether that assumption is right.
We certainly will. Michael, thank you very much. Thanks for joining us. Michael Metcalf, State Street Macro Strategy Head. Tom.
Here's what else you need to know this morning, then. President Trump has accused China of interfering with the 2020 US elections in a primetime address where he repeated unsubstantiated claims that the election was stolen. A 2021 report by the US intelligence community concluded that there were no indications that, quote, any foreign actor attempted to alter any technical aspect of the voting process in the 2020 US elections. Trump made the allegations months ahead of a planned visit by Chinese President Xi Jinping. Netflix shares fell in extended trading after it forecast a second straight quarter of slower revenue growth. Sales are expected to reach $12.9 billion, slightly below Wall Street estimates. As investors question the platform's growth trajectory. The streaming giant is betting on new offerings like live sports and video podcasts. It's also touting its use of generative AI to cut costs and speed up content production. SpaceX shares fell in late trade as it scrubbed the latest test launch of its Starship rocket. CEO Elon Musk says some of the rocket's Raptor engines didn't fire, triggering an automatic shutdown. He says the next attempt will probably happen early next week, with 2 of the engines to be replaced. This was the first attempted launch of this particular rocket since the IPO, and the stock is now trading below the IPO price, which, of course, was $135 a share.
Yes, so this has become a market-relevant event now, watching these launches, which is a break from the past and really interesting for us. And it's interesting that we have, with SpaceX stock suggesting it'll open lower, and we have US futures pointing lower. There are other reasons for that as well, and the tech sell-off that we've talked about already is part of that. So this mission aborted. It's a key part of getting data centres into space, that they are able to make Starship viable, isn't it? It's also part of their going to Mars strategy, of course, as we've talked about. But they also have NASA contracts to send astronauts to the moon using Starship. So there are sort of lots of reasons why this matters to the SpaceX business case. I mean, maybe the data centres in space part is the biggest thing, and we'll ask Matt Bloxham about that a little bit later on.
And I think for the IPO story, with reports that Anthropic is starting to lay the groundwork potentially for an October listing. We know they filed confidentially, of course. This raises a question. If you're back below the IPO price at SpaceX, is this still a conducive environment in which to list for Anthropic and for OpenAI? And again, the reporting suggests that OpenAI has now pushed their planned IPO back to 2027. Yeah. But how much does that weigh on the minds of executives at Anthropic? How much of a read across is there if you're back below the IPO price?
Yes, I'm sure. Yes, it's interesting though, on the glass half full side, I was thinking this is a business that needs to prove that these rockets are reusable, isn't it? And this one didn't explode. There was a fault and there's a delay, but it didn't explode. And so maybe if you're looking for silver linings, maybe that's one. 7:26 in London. We'll come back to UK politics. Incoming UK Prime Minister Andy Burnham is set to outline his plan for the nation to some degree in a speech later on today. He's going to become leader of the Labour Party today. We'll discuss the economic impacts of that with the Bank of America chief UK economist. This is Greenback.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gura.
I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Christina Raffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this yield forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors.
We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
Western countries, all of them are cutting funding to Africa. And some of these programs were supported by funding coming from Western countries, like for human resources, for testing, for transportation of samples. And suddenly, African countries have to think how to fund money and to cover this gap. But it takes some time. And I think the combination of all of these factors are fueling this mistrust that we see at community level. We value the support we got and we are still getting from the US. And we think that if we continue to work together, and there is no reason for the US not to work with Africa CDC, Africa CDC is the leader in terms of public health in Africa.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives, and that revolution is playing out in real time. From finance to defense tech, AI to entertainment, from the road to the stars. Bloomberg is bringing you the stories of companies and people that are pushing tech to new frontiers, and the politics reshaping global tech markets. I'm Ed Ludlow, live in San Francisco, and this is Bloomberg Tech.
Every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
30 minutes from the start of the opening trade this Friday. European futures are pointing lower by 0.6%. It is risk off across 8%. So that is the picture. It is negative. Two key catalysts. It's the sell-off in semiconductors and concern about high oil prices and continuing conflict in the Middle East.
Yeah, so it does look as if we'll see some weakness then in Europe. I wonder how the luxury numbers are going to go down as well, seeing what we're seeing there on the CAC 40. Let's talk about the bond market story. And there's not a huge amount of movement today, as you can see. You've got to go out 3 decimal places to find some basis points movement on European bonds this morning. But maybe useful then to think about the direction of travel in the week. And during the week, we have seen, certainly the beginning of the week, we saw yields going higher in Europe and just recently coming down a little bit, but not back to where we started the week. So the direction of travel for the week has been, with oil prices, higher yields, and that seems worth remembering. Now, the IMF has warned incoming UK Prime Minister Andy Burnham that raising the top rate of income tax would hurt the economy, instead recommending higher rates on the lower paid instead. The statement comes as Burnham prepares to deliver a speech today outlining some key policies, his first since becoming leader of the UK's Labour Party. He's set to be given that title today. We're joined now by Sonali Punani, who's a UK economist at Bank of America. Sonali, nice to speak to you. Thank you for coming to talk to us. So I wonder whether the incoming administration will take anything from this IMF report. I mean, as an economist, do you think about maximum taxation levels? Is that a concept that rings bells with you? Are you looking? Is that part of your framework when you look at what the UK can do fiscally?
Yeah, I mean, I think the key question for the administration is that how much money does that tax actually raise, and can that be done with a little political cost, right? I think the problem is that if you take out the 3 main, taxes out of, and say you're not going to raise any of them, the amount of money that you can raise in these small taxes is very, very small. And then I think markets also worry about the fact that whether they are credible, whether they raise the amount of money that these taxes are going to be raised, or is it going to lead to behavioral changes that might actually be worse for growth. So I think the administration has to really look very carefully at the taxes that they want to raise and see how much money they can raise from them and what the behavioral consequences of that is going to be.
Yes, I think the IMF has a line on taxing wealth, because that's something that Andy Burnham has talked about in the past, and does suggest that is quite difficult, or it's quite difficult to guarantee that you will get the money that you estimate from wealth taxes. So in terms of fiscal rules, where does this leave the UK? Because you say, Sonali, in your notes something intriguing, that yes, in the short term they they will be met, because we've heard those assurances from the team. But this may get complicated in the medium term. What does that mean?
I mean, I think it means that, I think what we are hearing from the administration is that they're going to meet the fiscal rules, but then we are also hearing all these demands or all these things or ambitions that the government has, which is a social, council housing program, a lot of spending on infrastructure. And if you look at how much headroom exists within the current fiscal room, it is quite small, and quite a lot is going to be eaten up by the fact that we obviously have the conflict and we need to give some support for the energy crisis, that the households need to be given support. Obviously, the bond markets have moved, yields have moved against the headroom. So there's very little space fiscally for the government to do the big ambitious programs that they want to do. I mean, it's just that, it's not a prediction, obviously. Obviously, the bond markets would really prefer if fiscal rules are met, or if any flexibility is used within the fiscal rules, they are used fairly limited, right? So they can borrow a bit more, but maybe not a lot more in order to spook the market. But it's just something that I think the fiscal risk premium is going to stay unless, the government is very, very credible and is very, doubles down on those fiscal rules.
Well, the current Chancellor obviously tweaked her own fiscal rules. You touched on this. Yeah. Is there scope for the incoming Prime Minister and this new cabinet to adjust the fiscal rules around things like defence in a way that would be acceptable for the markets?
Look, I think taking out defence at this point from the fiscal rules would probably be a bit difficult, just because I think the UK's fiscal position is really, really being analysed quite a lot by the markets. I think what the fiscal rule does allow you is, because the debt measure is a net financial liabilities, PSNFL, it does allow you to net out some financial assets. So maybe they can take some debt and then net out some of the financial assets so that the overall debt numbers don't get affected by it. But what the markets would care about is how much gilt issuance there is. So even if you kind of try to tweak the fiscal rules, it's going to mean more gilt issuance. Yeah. And I think that they can maybe accept a small amount of more gilt issuance. But if it's a very large program, then I think that's something that might lead to a market reaction.
Well, the BOE could help by not selling long-dated bonds. What are they doing? Yeah. Why are they quantitative tightening in this environment? It's not helping the government. What does the BOE gain by selling long-dated bonds into this market?
Yeah, look, I think the Bank of England has a framework where they do want to get down their balance sheet as soon as possible. We can argue whether that's the right framework or not, but that is what the Bank of England is wanting to do. I think their motivation is that they don't want to have the interest rate risk on their balance sheet, right? So they basically are selling these bonds in order to be able to reduce that and then maybe able to use the balance sheet again in a crisis, because right now the balance sheet size is quite big. So supposing we need to do QE again, it'll be quite hard to do it with this size of the balance sheet. So they do want to reduce it. I think the pace at which they are doing QT is, has been slowing down. They did slow it down from 100 to 70. Let's see the decision in a few months' time about what they do for this round. But I think their analysis is that it doesn't really lead to much. Their QT program has not been the reason for why gilt yields are higher than others, and that's their analysis. And I think they're going to probably stick by it, rightly or wrongly.
What's the market expecting from the Bank of England now, Sonali? Because I know that you don't see any hikes from the Bank of England, despite the fact oil prices have gone higher this week. Maybe just good to get an update on that. And is that because of a limited pass-through to domestic inflation? What is it you're watching for?
Yeah, I think the key thing right now is, of course, the oil prices matter, but I think what the key thing that the Bank of England is looking at is how much is this oil price rise feeding into domestic inflation. And, we get inflation numbers next week, so they will be quite interesting to see. Our sense is that the Bank of England, we did have hikes before because we thought that, like the ECB, the Bank of England is going to be fairly proactive and kind of do like a bit of a precautionary hike. But it does seem like because bank rates are restrictive, they think that they're at 375. They would have cut otherwise had this crisis not happened. So that gives them some room to wait and watch and to assess the impact. So for me, the risks of a near-term hike are higher than the risks of a near-term cut, even if oil prices go down where we were a few days ago. Even then, I would think that the risks of a hike are higher than a risk of a cut. And now I think that even more. But I do think to push them in that direction, they would need to see proper evidence of second-round effects, whether that's in wage expectations, whether that's in core inflation. I think they need to see that pass-through happen before they react and raise rates.
Wages have been cooling, haven't they? to your point around second order effects.
Yeah, they have been, but we did actually do a piece in the on the labour market looking at what was the sectors driving most of the wage slowdown, and there are very, very few sectors driving it. So, and actually about 60% of employment of sectors still have wage growth above 3.5%.
Okay,
so we're not out of the woods yet on that one.
Sonali, thank you very much indeed. Sonali Panani, Chief UK Economist at Bank of America. Now, Wall Street bank bosses are weighing in on the costs of implementing AI across their firms. Take a listen.
Like with your firm, we pay you a subscription, and inside you have the Bloomberg, Ask Bloomberg, or whatever the AI capability. With other firms, we did the same thing. And so, will that hold forever? I don't know. But for right now, we're not seeing a big cost increase. And so we expect to spend more on it. But
more on that next. This is Bloomberg.
Everybody has a moment where they put into action all they've practiced, where they step up to a challenge and either succeed or fail. But what are those moments for some of the world's most influential leaders?
It was a rough and tumble world, and I thought, okay, I can rise up, I can play this game, and I did play the game.
It was great, and it was depressing, and it was disappointing.
My chair at the time sat down with me and said, "Succession starts now."
I'm Francine Lacroix, an award-winning journalist. For the last 25 years, I've interviewed world leaders, bank bosses, even fashion icons. I'm often asking about the news of the moment. But I've always been curious, who are these people as leaders? Join me for the podcast version of Leaders with Francine Lacroix. I'll start your week with conversations that explore what drives the world's most influential people, how today's leaders got to where they are, where they're going next, and how they've transformed their organization in the process.
Make decisions. A poor decision is always better than no decision.
You have to have truth tellers around you, and you have to be willing to listen.
You don't want to be setting strategy in the middle of a transaction, that's for sure.
Do it for the right reasons. Don't do it because of FOMO.
We'll also learn lessons which we can apply to our work and daily lives. Tune into the podcast version of Leaders with Francine Lacroix. Listen and watch on Bloomberg Television or wherever you get your podcasts.
Trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your opening trade.
Only on Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
The market's really trying to discern is whether or not it's priced to perfection. And so I think that there's been an exceptional amount of earnings strength.
Admittedly, a lot of good news is already in the price, so that's why we are seeing some pullbacks, particularly in Asia, where a lot of leverage players are involved. But if you can sit through it, we think that for the next 12 months, this earnings momentum is right.
Earnings will probably be pretty good this year. And you might be surprised at that because an energy crisis is not normally conducive to European growth, given Europe doesn't have energy independence. We import so much. But on the other hand, we've got a lot of commodity stocks in the index.
The macroeconomic drivers of the CapEx cycle, the risk-on mentality, capital investment, pretty strong to be able to get in the way of right now.
This earnings season will be positive until or unless an hyperscaler says they're cutting their capex plans. But however, every single hyperscaler earnings call, I will be listening very attentively. And if they ever say we're actually going to significantly scale back on our capex plans, that's the AI trade over.
In this earnings season, there is a heck of a lot of expectation into this earnings season. So it's often better to travel than to arrive. If we're right about the inflationary outlook at this moment in time, which is benign, we're right about the earnings outlook, which is decent, then yes, you should start to think about buying those dips and buying them hard for 27.
A few of our guests this week on whether global stocks can continue to build on earnings strength. SpaceX shares, meanwhile, falling in post-market trading after a planned launch of its 13th major Starship mission was scrubbed at the planned liftoff time. Smoke erupted from the launch tower, as you can see, while the rocket remained in place, which is obviously problematic when you're trying to launch a rocket. Let's get more from Bloomberg Intelligence senior analyst Matt Bloxham. All of this, of course, happening at a time when the stock price for SpaceX is back below its IPO pricing. Talk to us about the impact of this cancellation.
Yes, the Starship is their next generation of rocket. It's got at least 5 times the capacity of Falcon 9. It is the future of SpaceX, no question. It's central to the investment case because it's the platform which will allow them to create this massive network of orbital data centers, and they need the orbital data centers to create the capacity for their big AI plans. The massive growth in future revenue is based on AI. So, if they can't get Starship working as a scaled, reusable rocket launch platform, then that whole AI story kind of starts to unravel a bit. And obviously their plans to send people to the moon for NASA and onto Mars for Elon Musk's massive payout in a few years, potentially, a critical, Starship's critical to that too.
Well, Matt, on the upside then, it didn't explode. It's
exactly.
got to be reusable.
Just a minor malfunction.
Yes, just a malfunction, and they're going to reschedule it. How should we think about this in this new world then, where this becomes a stocks relevant event? We watch these launches and we wonder what this does to, yes, the SpaceX share price, but also then to, listings in the States, to overall indexes in the States. Are the weightings small enough that this doesn't cut through that much, or do we have to think of it differently?
I think right now they do. I think it's very much a kind of SpaceX-specific story. This is hopefully just a small delay in it, but a delay pushes out the kind of momentum behind the trade. And obviously, they need positive catalysts to underpin the share price and, I guess from their perspective, hopefully get it back above the listing price and way beyond. So, the fact that there are delays and issues just kind of holds back the story, if you like.
Is Netflix streaming these launches yet? Maybe that's an avenue for them. What's going? Let's pivot to Netflix. Yeah. What's going wrong with Netflix? They
used to be the big disruptor of the TV industry, and now they are getting disrupted from YouTube in particular, and to some extent from TikTok. It's the classic thing where there's huge competition for our engagement. Engagement is still growing, but only very softly. That engagement grew 2% year on year, which is a slight improvement from earlier 1%, but it's not enough really to kind of make people feel that Netflix is the kind of the big entertainment beast. They're spending huge amounts of money on content. But they're kind of pivoting. That they had an aborted attempt to kind of buy a big production rival. They're investing in live TV. They're investing in short form video. They're buying video podcasts. They're diversifying their business. I think people are thinking, okay, the strategy now is quite different to what it used to be. Is this the right strategy? Are they doing this from an offensive or defensive position? I think people feel it's defensive, and I think they're not convinced yet that they've got it quite right to kind of keep YouTube and TikTok and the other competition in check.
The market for engagement. Matt, thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining us, Matt Bloxham from Bloomberg Intelligence, with some of the tech themes that are playing into markets. And let's take a step back and think about the broader markets today in 3 minutes on the opening trade with Markets Live Executive Editor Mark Hudmore, who is in London this week. Mark, good morning to you. So the tech theme, how would you sum up what we've seen and how it plays out into next week? We've got a lot of hyperscaler earnings next week. I've become obsessed, as you were in that clip we just showed, on CapEx. But you think it's a bad thing if CapEx falls. On the other hand, it was a bad thing in TSMC numbers when CapEx went up too much. So I wonder if we're looking for something kind of Goldilocks on CapEx.
No, I think the reason my bias is on capex falls being negative is because, as you know, I think we're in a massive AI bubble. So the question is where we are in that AI bubble. And I still think we're not in the bubble popping, even though the price action. We were on the show yesterday, we talked about how we expect chip stocks to fall into next week. But I actually think probably next week will likely be the end of it because we'll get the hyperscaler earnings. I'm going to explain that likely in a moment because my bias is all the earnings so far shows that we're not cutting back in capex yet. And we're not seeing significant cuts yet. But I think when we see those plans start to change, that's the end of the AI trade and it all goes wrong. To me, my bias is still as it's been since May that we're in that volatile endgame. And as I said, in prior bubbles, that volatile endgame has tended to last 6 months. I have no idea if that's a standard thing because we've got too few kind of sample size to kind of check if that's standard. But I think that's, I kind of go, it's likely the next earnings season. Now, the one qualifier where I say likely, and maybe this is the bubble popping, is that, interesting enough, and I think this, I only just noticed about 20 minutes ago, and I haven't seen it much else there, token revenues, token cost fell to a 3-month low again yesterday. And that turnover from the end of June is kind of matched with the chip stock strain. And that's kind of putting pressure on the capex plans. And so maybe that's an early indicator that this actually price action reflects a non-public change in fundamentals, as in maybe there are more conversations happening on closed doors about cutting capex that haven't been announced yet because of that fall in token expenditure. So sometimes what happens in markets is price action actually leads the public fundamental change. Yeah. And there's a risk of that, but I don't think so. The earnings so far imply we're still getting capex expenditure.
I mean, maybe this is Chinese competition as well. There's a lot of that.
As you talk about the falling token costs, remarkable stats in Bloomberg reporting showing that US companies now, 60% are using open source Chinese models. 60% of US companies are using open source because of that massive price differential versus the frontier labs.
Ultimately, this is a commoditized service for the vast majority of stuff that's going to happen. And that's why, this is why I think it's completely ridiculous AI capex bubble. That's why the whole underpinnings is slightly insane. It doesn't make sense, but it's when it turns.
Is there a world in which, though, the bubble doesn't burst, but money rotates and it broadens out and you get greater depth, and that we have a comfortable rebalancing?
No, in terms of this specific bubble. And I think the bubble is the capex plans. So I'm not saying stock markets have to collapse, because lots of stocks aren't cheap, right? But the point is that the most important stocks have been very expensive and based on this AI capex. So indexes will suffer, but so the bubble will have stock market implications, yes, and they'll be negative. But, what I'm saying is the intense point of the pain. Like, Korea is a good example at the moment, and again, I don't think that's popped yet. But the dramatic collapse of Korean stocks that yet have seen like a pretty marginal dip in kind of global indexes is kind of what I expect, just scaled up on a global basis when it pops. But it is an AI capex bubble rather than a stock market bubble. And so it's when that AI capex bubble happens that all the AI sector suffers. They're the biggest name in the index. They're the most dramatic, so it has pain across the index.
OK. Bloomberg Markets Live Executive Editor Mark Cudmore. We've enjoyed having you on set this week. Remember, you can get up-to-date analysis and insight from Mark and the rest of the team. Just go to MLive Go on your terminal. Let's bring in Chloe Melly now with your stocks to watch this Friday with an eye on luxury. Chloe.
Yes, absolutely. Good morning, Tom. We are starting with Burberry this morning because it reported sales growth across all of its ranges for the first time in 3 years. And there was particular strength actually in the US market. So this confirms that this ongoing turnaround at the luxury company is working. It has been working now for a few quarters. And it's also a very interesting echo of what we heard from Richemont earlier this week with this particular strength in the luxury US market, even though some other markets are seeing some weakness. It is worth noting that Burberry did flag that there was still some uncertainty related to that geopolitical situation. So that might be a slight negative, but we could see this pretty good update this morning boost the shares this morning, especially after Burberry has been underperforming that broader luxury market over the last month or so. Moving on now to the car making industry, which is in trouble very much so. Volvo Car has said that the second quarter was marked by a considerable weakening of the Chinese market for both the company itself and that broader car-making industry, which is dealing with those higher costs, that higher competition, and that lower demand. And so we could see that really, weaken the shares even further this morning after that 30% drop so far this year. And this comes, just after we had this Volkswagen restructuring plan as well. And finally, let's go over to Nordic banks. And we've got two very different stories this morning. Danske Bank in Copenhagen has boosted its guidance because of this very strong momentum momentum across the business, whilst Swedbank in Sweden has missed net interest income estimates because of lower mortgage margins in its domestic market in Sweden. And so we are seeing this quite mixed picture across the Nordic banking industry so far this week. We have a very big week of banking reports next week, so we'll see what they say really about the health of that industry for this earnings season.
Chloe, thank you very much. Chloe Melly with some of the stocks in focus this morning. Thanks to Chloe, and I'll add into the mix the defence sector. We'll keep that in focus. Saab reporting operating profit for the second quarter that beat the average analyst estimates, and I've seen expectations that this stock goes higher at the start of trade. Demand for defence and deterrence capabilities remained strong during the quarter, according to the management over at Saab.
And we'll be speaking to a player in the defence space, Kraken, of course, a startup in defence with a focus on autonomous ships later in the show, so that will be an interesting one for you as well. Worth noting that Taiwanese stocks are now fell into correction in the Asian session. Also worth noting that the miners may be under a little bit of pressure. Copper is currently down around 1%, so potentially watching miners as well. Gold remains just below $4,000 per troy ounce. Brent is back below $85, but still up about 0.1%, and WTI is closing in on $80 a barrel, 79.28 on oil, and what is happening in terms of the continuing conflict in the Middle East, Anna.
Yeah, there wasn't a huge amount of movement on the European market overall yesterday, was there? And we were quite evenly divided between sectors that went higher and lower, and basic resources were, in yesterday's session, that was the worst performing sector. So to your point about what happens with copper prices, we continue to watch that and whether that has any impact. So we're watching the dual themes, really, of higher energy prices.
Yep.
We're around $84 right now, so not a huge amount higher this morning. But watching that, and of course the tech selling.
And what is frankly a rout in terms of semiconductor stocks. And you saw that overnight on Wall Street, and you saw that certainly in Taiwan and in Japan, with South Korea closed, of course, for a holiday. Coming up then, it is the opening trade. As we've been talking about, European futures pointing lower by 0.8% after the modest upside of yesterday. We'll get the breakdown. This is Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Joanna Bersetchi in El Ola, Saudi Arabia, and this is Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Every weekday, Bloomberg puts the spotlight on a different aspect of global finance. Flows, funds, and the forces shaping markets on ETF IQ. The future of money with Bloomberg Crypto. The players behind major transactions on Bloomberg Deals. Rates, risk, and the cost of capital on Bloomberg Real Yield. And personal finance, retirement, and wealth management on Bloomberg Money. A different topic every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
The global economic playbook is being rewritten, and the levers of power are moving in real time.
To see where the world is headed, you have to look where the action is.
I'm Haslinda Amin in Singapore.
I'm Menika Doshi in Mumbai.
Welcome to Emerging the New Economy podcast.
Each month, we dive deep into how the world's most exciting rising economies are shaping the global future.
Join the conversation. Subscribe to Emerging on your favorite podcast platform today.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. markets close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to Friday's opening trade. A couple of minutes then until the start of European cash equity trading. And this is the handover from the US yesterday. We'll take this with a pinch of salt, though, because when we get to the futures picture, you'll see we're looking pretty negative. And part of that does reflect the selling that we saw during the US session after we closed here in Europe yesterday. So there is that to factor in. We were weaker on some of those chip stocks over in the States, and the wider tech theme certainly weak. And then that carried on into the Asian session as well. But maybe that's more of a steer, because we've got quite a lot of negativity, even outside the Kospi, because the Kospi is closed today. Quite a lot of negativity coming from Japan, from Taiwan, from China. Plenty of negativity around tech themes, and all of that adds up to some futures that for the European markets, Tom, are looking kind of weak. Are we going to have some added themes to deal with? Because actually it seems that the French market is weaker than some of the others. So DAX futures down by 0.5%. The FTSE 100 looks a little more resilient, and Eurostoxx 50 futures down by 0.7%. What are you watching on the stocks to watch?
Well, we'll see if the FTSE 100 gets any kind of lift from Burberry, because it saw some decent numbers across its key sales regions, so particularly the US. So the luxury goods maker, of course, based here in the UK, listed on the FTSE 100, seeing sales in the Americas growing 12%. So some suggestions that the turnaround plan is starting to bear fruit for Burberry. So watch that stop. Chicken stocks, of course, in focus. What a rout we've seen over in Asia, and a sell-off overnight in the US as well, with the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index continuing to slide. Volvo cars in focus. They're talking about a pretty tough environment, particularly in China, and so they have scrapped their target of selling more cars this year due to a sharper than expected deterioration in China. So we watch that stock as well, Anna.
We were pretty evenly divided between the sectors going higher and lower in yesterday's session, but today does look as if it's going to be overall a pretty negative session for European equity markets, at least as we start things off this Friday morning. We will see where the day takes us. But the Stoxx 600 then, waiting for that to open. And I see the FTSE 100 is flat to positive right now, but doesn't look to have got quite into its stride. Although we are expecting that the FTSE is maybe somewhat resilient to the negativity around tech, and that seems to be the dominant theme coming to us from, yes, the US session of yesterday and the Asian session. So we're down by 0.2% on the Stoxx 600, but without many of these markets having opened up. So we're waiting for opening prices on the DAX, the AEX, the CAC 40, the IBEX. There we go. A tech weakness theme certainly signalled by the fact that the AEX is down by more than 1%. So we'll certainly keep an eye on ASML. Are we seeing any negativity there? And Tom, I know that this was one of the companies we've been focusing on a lot this week, with the numbers looking seemingly pretty good. The stock went higher, then eventually selling off and then bouncing again on the TSMC numbers, which in themselves didn't go down very well with investors. So a lot of complex themes, it seems, coming to us from the tech sector.
And the pain is certainly being felt in tech, and ASML is one of those names, currently down a little over 4%. So ASML, and that is a significant move lower, obviously, for a company with this kind of market weight. So across your sectors, ASML is a drag on tech. That is your biggest loser right now as a sector, currently down 1.8%. Basic Resources, which came under pressure yesterday as well, with the worst performing sector yesterday. Basic Resources continues to sell off, currently down 1.5%. We're seeing copper prices dropping, and that will be a factor there. Geopolitics, of course, and what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz continues arguably to be a factor. Food and beverage currently at the top of your list, up 1.2%. And so you're seeing about six sectors in positive territory, Anna. Majority seeing losses, and tech, the biggest downside coming through for that sector right now.
Yes, indeed. I'm just drawn to a red headline that picks up on a thing that we've been talking about earlier on in this week, of course. This is Japanese Prime Minister Takaichi talking about the GPIF, the GPIF, the pension fund, investing in Japanese assets and calling that a key initiative. So we'll be watching what this does to Japanese bond markets, seeing a bit of movement there, but we will see how that plays out. We've been tracking this, haven't we, all the way through the week, Tom, and getting really interesting steers as to whether they were going to actually rethink where the GPIF was going to invest or not. That was seen as something that could influence the yen as well, but this is taking us a little bit off topic of the European market open. But it just struck me as interesting that that red headline just dropped across these markets.
There's a modest move for the yen, 162.22, so up 0.1% versus the US dollar on the back of these comments. We have, of course, it is going to be a holiday in Japan as well. So we have seen historically, in recent history, that holidays in Japan have been used for intervention. Verbal intervention has not been working so well. So we'll see if they actually intervene. But this has been a key part of the signalling, is whether or not this giant pension fund will have greater exposure to Japanese assets.
Yeah, will there be more ability for this fund to buy JGBs? Will it be incentivised more to buy JGBs? We're actually seeing some buying at the short end of the JGB curve, it would seem, this morning. So we'll keep that under review. Let us turn back to what's happening on the European equity market picture then, because tech selling is certainly the big thing for European stocks this morning. We see that writ large over the AEX. We see that in some of the sector moves that Tom was just talking about. Let's talk to Beata Manthi, European equity strategy head over at Citi, with us on set this morning. Beata, nice to have you with us. So, yes, you joined us on yet another down day, but let's not let that put us off, Beata, because I know that you are constructive. Is this constructive on European stocks, constructive on stocks globally? You're constructive on stocks to some degree.
It's really constructive on global equities, but not over the next week or two, but over the next 6 to 12 months, right? And really what is happening right now in the market, we have to put it in the context of what has happened in the past few months. So global equities are 10% up in the first half of the year, despite all the negative news flow that we've had and potential economic shock via higher energy. And yet we are up, right? Major indices around the world are hitting or are close to all-time highs. So some pause was really inevitable. And of course, as we've been coming out of this economic potential pressures via higher oil, the market has started to hope for some broadening, the long-awaited broadening. Now, for that to happen, you need to have some rotations, and rotations tend to happen in quite a violent way sometimes, and this is what we are seeing right now. So, stepping away from the near-term volatility, the question is, over the next 6 to 12 months, do you want to own stocks? And the answer is most likely yes.
Okay, and so to see broadening then, Beata, do we have to see some reasons to be excited about things other than tech? But do we also have to see tech underperform then? Is that a feature of broadening? And we shouldn't necessarily see that as a huge negative then?
Yes, in theory, yes. So you should have two conditions. Number one, you need to see signs that from macro fundamental perspective, this broadening to other sectors is plausible. We are seeing a lot of that right now. And the other one is, of course, you should see tech being on pause, but not really selling off too much, not to drag the market down, right? So there is still a question mark how this is going to resolve in the very short term. But in terms of the signs of broadening, Citi economic surprise indices picking up everywhere. In Europe, actually, the strongest deltas, and historically, that correlates quite well with a relative outperformance of Europe, and that has been happening in the past few weeks for other reasons as well. And then what is the most encouraging, and that's the most encouraging, especially in Europe, but is happening around the world, is the dynamics, the latest dynamics in the earnings revisions. So the direction of the analyst forecasts, are they upgrading or are they downgrading? So earnings revisions actually have been picking up for a few weeks, but they've been picking up until recently via just upgrades to tech or commodities. So what we are seeing right now is interesting. So we have three dimensions of positivity. Number one, the levels, actually European area on Monday has hit almost all-time highs, so 30%, only a handful of times was it around these levels or higher. So from that perspective, you could say, well, maybe it's not going to go much higher as we are almost there. But there comes the second dimension, which is breadth. So 80% of sectors in Europe are seeing upgrades right now. And this broadening we are seeing in other sectors around the world, and it tends to be a good lead on outperformance of cyclicality over the next 3 to 6 months. And the final, very important, all of these upgrades have been happening against negative seasonal trends. So in pre-reporting season, 4 weeks into the reporting season, you should start seeing downgrades. We've been seeing big upgrades, and again, that's a good lead on upgrades continuing.
If what we're seeing in the Strait of Hormuz becomes the new normal, how does that change what we're seeing in terms of the earnings story and the macro data that is supporting that?
Well, it really depends what's the level of oil we are going to stabilize on, right? It's still a surplus market when it comes to oil around the world. So clearly right now the market has other problems to worry. If oil stays at around 80, 90, it's going to have some drag on the economic variables, right? So perhaps this city economic surprise indices are not going to go much higher. This is why the market is worried. But the question is also how long it's going to last. So what do you mean by new normal, right? We won't have that happening forever, what is happening right now. So
yeah, that's okay. So 85, 90, it's not great, but it's not a disaster. But corporates can live through that.
Correct.
They have that resilience. Which parts of the European equity space do you expect to see the most aggressive upgrades on earnings, given what you're seeing right now?
So the interesting thing is 80% of them are seeing upgrades, right? Still, the biggest upgrades are happening in tech, also around the world. This is also the reason why I am not convinced that the way forward is completely to step back from tech, right? Because perhaps tech becomes part of this broadening. It's not the only sector that you see you need to have in your portfolio, but it's part of cyclicality that you want to own. And in Europe, financials. These continue to see very, very strong upgrades. And to us, it continues to be an overweight, European banks. And it is one of these more interesting anti-AI trades, right? So it has reasons to move higher on its own, irrespective of what is happening in the AI trade.
Yeah, you don't feel quite so positive about UK stocks, or at least before this recent rally in oil prices have been put off, but partly because they've done so well because of the commodity exposure.
So one thing they've done so well, it's not a downgrade on its own, right? What we've done in the global portfolio, we've swapped the UK for Japan, which if you, over the next 6 months, if you see signs of broadening happens into cyclicality, and Japan has many cyclical drivers that could push it higher. The UK will do well in this type of environment, but because it has so many defensive weighting, it's not going to outperform the other regions that are more cyclical. That's it, simple as that. But within the UK, we definitely like the cyclicality, right? So the UK banks, basic resources, which I know are getting a bit of a beating right now, but it is another broadening trade that potentially will start picking up again.
Beata, always a pleasure. Thank you for coming in this Friday. Beata Mante, Citi European Equity Strategy Head. Talking of individual equities or names to focus in on, let's bring you the core six right now. There's some movement in the defence space. There's some movement, of course, in luxury. So my eye is drawn to what's happening with Rheinmetall, currently down 1%. It's a different picture for other players within defence today. Luxury is a little softer, at least for LVMH, down 1.2%. Novo Nordisk in the drug space just off by 0.2%. But the biggest name that really stands out is ASML, given its market weight, the most valuable European company, currently down 3.9%. And that is despite, of course, earlier this week coming through with some very strong earnings. So some caution again for ASML and the impact being felt for that company as a result of the risk-off sentiment around semiconductors. Let's get a check on some of the other individual stocks on the move this Friday. Chloe Melly standing by. Chloe.
Good morning, Tom. So, yeah, as you were mentioning, ASML is seeing a lot of weakness this morning, and it's really the same across that semiconductor sector as we are seeing this broader chip sell-off as investors are really questioning whether those lofty valuations still make sense for those semiconductor companies. And so we are seeing ASM down the most there, more than 4.6%, but ASML, BE Semi, Infineon, we are very much in the red and quite deeply in the red across that semiconductor sector this morning. Interestingly, we're also in the red for Burberry, down almost 4%, despite actually having quite a positive update this morning and flagging particular strength in the U.S. market. But perhaps the investors were expecting sales growth to come in ahead of expectations rather than just in line. And perhaps some of that cautious outlook around the geopolitical environment is also weighing on sentiment a little bit. And so we're down quite a bit actually there. We're also in the red for Volvo Cars, which has flagged that there was weakening demand, very weakening demand in China, and that it scrapped its sales growth target as a result of that. It doesn't bode well, of course, for the rest of that car making sector, which has been dealing with those higher costs and that higher competition from Chinese car makers as well. Analysts have said that this is going to be the lowest point for this latest quarter for Volvo Cars. So things might start to get better moving forward. Moving on to Nordic banks, and we are also in the red there after Swedbank actually reported a net interest income that was below expectations. And then Danske Bank, interestingly, it did boost its guidance, but we are also in the red there. And finally, let's end with one positive mover, and we've got Saab in the defense sector moving up, being in the green this morning after second quarter operating profit came in ahead of estimates, and it has really benefited from this continued demand for military capabilities. And so we're up almost 3% this morning for Saab.
Chloe, thank you. Chloe Melly with those stocks that are moving this morning. Coming up, something else that has been moving this week. Oil is heading for its biggest weekly advance since April as energy supplies continue to be disrupted by the Iran.
At 9:30 a.m., the market tells you what it's really thinking.
We beat the drum to the opening bell.
With deep analysis of the forces driving the price action.
Focusing investors on what really matters.
Where the money flows, which markets are changing.
Conversations with players shaping the narrative.
Innovative growth companies gravitate to NASDAQ.
It's not just like, let's buy the Mag 7 or AI.
That's a really compelling story.
This is where your trading day begins.
And this is Open Interest.
Only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Geneva, Switzerland, and this is Bloomberg.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Burrow.
I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
It's Bloomberg Money.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week.
Welcome to Balance of Power.
You're watching Bloomberg Deals. Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives, and that revolution is playing out in real time. From finance to defense tech, AI to entertainment, from the road to the stars. Bloomberg is bringing you the stories of companies and people that are pushing tech to new frontiers and the politics reshaping global tech markets. I'm Ed Ludlow, live in San Francisco, and this is Bloomberg Tech.
Every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in the Lesotho Highlands, and this is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to the Open Trade. We are 16 minutes into today's session. Across the European Stock 600, you're seeing losses of 0.6%. The most acute selling coming through for the tech sector, and we've seen that over in Asia and the US overnight as well. And the handoff, of course, to Europe, negative. So tech is selling off and pretty aggressively, currently down 2.2%, Anna.
Let's talk about the luxury sector because we've had some numbers out from the luxury space. Burberry, specifically, shares are lower after the British luxury fashion brand reported growing sales across all of the ranges for the first time in 3 years, with robust demand coming from the US. While sales are increasing, the industry as a whole has seen a major downturn, exacerbated by the war in Iran, of course. Let's talk to our luxury reporter, Angelina Rascure, who has more details for us here. So there's sort of the war-related story here. There's the Burberry specific, and there's a lot of interesting regional breakdowns. Let's start with the latter then, Angelina. What's driving the stronger performance coming out of the US?
Hi, Anna. Indeed, I mean, basically all regions grew, and except for the Europe and the Middle East, but it was led by the US. And we've seen yesterday with Richemont, definitely the strongest region. I mean, typically, when it comes to luxury spending, you also have to look at equity markets. And if equity markets are strong, the US consumers tend to spend more because they feel good about the future, about their savings, their investments, and therefore they spend more. So 12%, that was very strong for Burberry. However, on the flip side, and that's what's maybe driving the share to be down 4% now, Europe and the Middle East down, the region overall was down 3%. Had it not been for the conflict, it would have been down 1%. That's what they said. So it's not only impacting sales in the Middle East, which is a relatively tiny region for them, the Gulf, but it's also affecting tourism spend in Europe. So maybe that's what's maybe investors wanted something stronger from that side.
So that, yeah, they cited geopolitics, didn't they? Is there a broader read across for the luxury sector from that geopolitical hangover, from the constraints and the impact that we're seeing in the Middle East, and what this means for luxury?
I mean, yesterday we got results from Richemont and they were very good. But Richemont is in a different category because they sell essentially, Cartier and Van Cleef, they sell hard luxury, and typically in times of volatility, of uncertainty, we have a war 4 years ago. Also, we also had a war in Europe. We have a war in Europe. So people seem to appreciate putting their money and spending in gold products. And actually, Richemont did okay in the Middle East. Burberry, as we're seeing from the numbers, is still feeling a drag from the lack of spend or the lower spend from that region and those consumers. So we'll have to see for the rest of the sector. But also we have to remind ourselves that Burberry is in a turnaround phase. They appointed the CEO Joshua Schulman 2 years ago. He's modifying the strategy. He's putting front and center the outerwear category. And actually they did relatively well with the rainwear. They launched a campaign about portraits of an icon, about the trench coat. Beautiful portraits, black and white, with celebrities, British celebrities like Kate Moss. So that seems to have attracted customers. So he seems like he's doing the right things, but maybe this turnaround will take longer than expecting amid all this volatility and uncertainty.
OK, Bloomberg's Angelina Rascue, thank you for that update on the Burberry earnings and the broader read across as well. Let's switch focus from luxury to oil now. Oil is headed for its biggest weekly advance since April as the escalating conflict between the US and Iran disrupts supply chain flows from the Middle East. Investors now looking then to how a persistent disruption on oil supply will impact global energy markets. Let's get more from Bloomberg Asia energy reporter Stephen Stupczynski. Stephen, we were talking to Beata Mante from Citi earlier, and she said, look, it's all about, in terms of the impacts on corporates, it's all about the timing, how long this persists, and if we stay between 85 and 90, that's manageable. If this is the new normal, Stephen, what should we expect in terms of what we see in terms of oil flows and prices? Is this still an oversupplied market?
I think it depends on how you describe oversupplied, because I think if you look at different regions in different fuels, it paints a more nuanced picture. So in Asia, right now Asia is, at least for crude, somewhat oversupplied. Buyers had been preparing for this since March, and they had found replacements for the next few months. So they're basically covered. And when you look at what the Middle East has been offering, they've been having to offer their fuel at a deep discount. So that oversupply for crude barrels isn't really going away. There are fears that it could get tighter. There are different parts of the world that are tighter, but I think you also have to look at different parts of the barrel because all oil is not just crude oil. When you refine it, it's jet fuel, diesel, gasoline, and that's where you see a tighter market and higher prices and some of the fears, because there is refining capacity within the Persian Gulf, and that could be squeezed to a degree. I think one other thing that's being closely monitored is what happens with the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which is that small waterway that gets through the Red Sea into Asia. And that's how Saudi Arabia has been able to reroute a lot of its oil through the East-West pipeline out of the Persian Gulf and into the Red Sea to its customers, about 7 million barrels per day. Now, if that were to be disrupted, which there are reports that Iranian officials have asked Houthi rebels to do so if their power infrastructure were hit in U.S. attacks, then you start to see a bigger fear, because the market has been able to digest the Hormuz disruption to a degree because of the workarounds. You take away one of the workarounds, suddenly it is a much tougher situation later in the year for crude.
Stephen, thanks very much. Thanks for the update. Bloomberg's Stephen Stapczynski keeping across all of the energy-related stories and what the developments in the Middle East and indeed in Russia mean for those markets. Let's pivot to some U.S. politics. Tucker Carlson was once one of Donald Trump's most prominent allies. The U.S.-Israel war with Iran, however, marked a decisive split between the conservative commentator and the president. Carlson now argues Trump has abandoned his America First agenda and allowed Israel to drive U.S. foreign policy. He spoke to Michelle Hussein on the Michelle Hussein Show.
I'm seen as disloyal. First of all, loyalty goes two ways. Second, the loyalty that matters is the loyalty of our leaders to the country they represent. Okay. And they're disloyal. Trump has been disloyal to the United States, totally disloyal to the United States. He cheated on the United States with a foreign power. So I'm not the one who's been disloyal.
President Trump, all by himself, without Benjamin Netanyahu by his side, has said the ceasefire is over. Isn't the more honest and direct thing to do hold him fully accountable for his actions as the most powerful man in the world?
I don't think he's the most powerful man in the world. I have held him directly accountable. It's his fault. He's the U.S. president. He was elected. That's his job. And a huge part of the job is resisting pressure from outside forces. I mean, many presidents have, to varying degrees, resisted, attempts to control them from outside. And he didn't. So he's weak.
Now, a White House official said no country or leader pressures President Trump to do anything, and he makes decisions based on what serves America's interests. You can watch the full episode of the Michelle Hussein Show on Bloomberg.com/videos or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For added context and to read Michelle's notes, visit Bloomberg.com/Michelle.
Okay, well, one thing that the president has been doing and has made a decision on is, number one, accusing China of interfering in the 2020 elections, of which the U.S. intelligence agencies say that there is little to no evidence at all of that, and also restricting visas for Chinese journalists in the U.S. And we've had a response from the Chinese foreign minister to part of those decisions. China saying that it may take countermeasures, and we know that China does see reciprocity, I forget my words out, when it comes to things like journalist visas, and we've seen that in the past. So the Chinese journalists will be restricted on these decisions in the US to 90 days in the US. You can imagine that China will reciprocate then, because that is typically what they have done. China rejecting the new US rules on journalist visas, according to this briefing from the Chinese Foreign Ministry, saying that the US should cancel the changes, also saying that China has never interfered in US elections.
Coming up on this programme, we will discuss defence. We'll talk about defence tech, in fact, and innovation with the CEO of a European defence startup, Kraken Technology Group. Now,
My old mentor, Roger Staubach, who told me when I transitioned, football will never leave you, but you need to leave it.
Wow.
Everyone has a dream. And a lot of dreams are, you know, my dream is to play football and play professional football, and you get the dream comes true, but it is going to end. And the day it ends, the day before it ends, you're one of the best in the world. Great. The next day you wake up, that's gone. What are you great at? And the truth is nothing, right? I'm not great at anything else.
I talk about it all the time, Steve, is this whole idea of it's not from penthouse to penthouse. And what I mean by that is you played for 15, 20 years, and you're in the penthouse. That doesn't mean that you come to the business world and you're going to be in the penthouse. Now, you don't start on the third floor or the lobby. You actually have to start in the basement.
Every weekday, Bloomberg puts the spotlight on a different aspect of global finance. Flows, funds, and the forces shaping markets on ETF IQ. The future of money with Bloomberg Crypto. The players behind major transactions on Bloomberg Deals. Rates, risk, and the cost of capital on Bloomberg Real Yield. And personal finance, retirement, and wealth management on Bloomberg Money. A different topic every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
The global economic playbook is being rewritten, and the levers of power are moving in real time.
To see where the world is headed, you have to look where the action is.
I'm Haslinda Amin in Singapore.
I'm Menika Doshi in Mumbai.
Welcome to Emerging the New Economy podcast.
Each month, we dive deep into how the world's most exciting rising economies are shaping the global future.
Join the conversation. Subscribe to Emerging on your favorite podcast platform today.
When news breaks,
a redhead across the Bloomberg terminal.
Bloomberg has you covered.
Trump's global tariffs are struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court.
For all the context and clarity you need.
There's going to be now tons of tariff headlines until midterm elections.
Hear it first on Bloomberg.
This is the opening trade this Friday, and this is what it looks like 30 minutes into Friday's session. We are negative across European stocks, not by as much perhaps as we thought, which is interesting because US futures are still in negative territory, but there's a lot more tech exposure there, and that seems to be where the weakness is. Speaking of which, the FTSE 100 doesn't have so much of that, and so it's up by 0.2%. Also up with the oil price looking kind of firm as we go to the end of the week. The CAC 40 then and the Xetra DAX both down, Tom, by around 0.5% as we focus on the negativity around tech and a little beyond.
Yeah, it's not a rout that we're seeing in Europe. It was a rout, certainly in Asia. So you have about 318 stocks right now in Europe in negative territory. On the upside, you've got gains coming through for about 266 names. Volume's just a little lighter versus the 20-day average, just by 5% or so. Let's flip the board and have a look at some of the leaders today. In terms of that safe haven tilt, you're seeing beneficiaries within the tobacco space, dividend play. We've seen that yesterday as well. British American Tobacco then up pretty strongly today, up 3%. Volvo Trucks coming through with an earnings story that is seen as supportive and investors rewarding that stock right now, up 1%. And a very strong session as well for EQT over in Sweden. That stock rolling about 10% again on an earnings story there. Flip the board and have a look at what's on the downside. ASML, again, despite the fact that it came out on Wednesday with a strong set of numbers, post those numbers, you've seen this weakness, and that continues today. Broader ramifications, of course, of the sell-off in terms of the chip story. ASML is down 3.5%. ST Micro, also part of the same story, weaker by more than 5%. And Burberry coming through with some numbers suggesting there is strength in the US market, that maybe the turnaround story is improving, but nonetheless, not enough to satisfy investors, at least for now. That UK-listed stock currently down 5.3%. Anna.
Tom, here are some of the other stories that we are covering this morning. SpaceX shares fell in late trade as it scrubbed the latest test launch of its Starship rocket. CEO Elon Musk says some of the rocket's Raptor engines did not fire, triggering an automatic shutdown. He says the next attempt will probably happen early next week, with 2 of the engines to be replaced. The US has launched fresh strikes against Iran as hostilities across the Middle East continue to escalate and shipping traffic slumps in the critical Strait of Hormuz. Iran responded by attacking US bases in Kuwait, Jordan and Bahrain. The Kuwaiti armed forces said they intercepted 32 Iranian drones targeting, quote, vital institutions, with falling debris damaging residential areas. And over to Ukraine, where Volodymyr Zelensky is working to contain anger over the abrupt dismissal of Ukrainian Defense Minister Mikhailo Fedorov. Zelensky is now saying Fedorov remains a part of his team, even as Fedorov insists he has turned down the position as a presidential advisor, deepening a rift with the country's ruling elite. Fedorov's firing triggered street protests across the country and dismay among foreign allies, exposing tensions inside the Ukrainian military. Tom.
OK, well, let's stick with at least one angle on the military and what we're seeing in terms of autonomous warfare, because as warfare is reshaped by recent conflicts, both, of course, Ukraine and Iran, the defence industry is looking to innovation for the future. Our next guest is a former speedboat racer who spent years breaking records before starting a company to build boats without crews. That firm is now the latest European defence startup worth north of $1 billion. We're joined now by Mal Kreis, CEO of Kraken Technology Group. Mal, good morning. Thank you for joining us. How would you characterise the state of demand for your products right now?
Good morning. Yeah, the market is getting is getting very serious. We recently completed a $175 million Series B fundraise, supported and led by the Digital Transformation Capital Partners and a number of European backers, including the British Business Bank, the NATO Investment Fund, and Rheinmetall. And really the fundraise is a validation of our technology and operational capability. We are currently operational in two conflicts on two fronts, and I don't believe any other USV company can make that claim.
Can you give us a sense of the kind of contracts that you might be signing, the defence departments you're working with? What is US demand looking like? What is European and UK demand looking like? Are you will be and expecting to sign significant additional contracts in the months ahead?
Yeah, so we are currently on contracts within NATO Europe and multiple contracts within the US, including US SOCOM. And that demand is increasing exponentially and globally.
Good morning to you, Mal. So you have contracts in the US. It's interesting because there's a lot of focus on Europe supplying for Europe, and yet there are plenty of companies in the UK who will also supply to the US. What do you think about that sort of defence sovereignty conversation right now?
We are working very closely with the Royal Navy through the Beehive contract and the expansion of hybrid Navy. So we are close to the UK, obviously, but the way the platforms have been developed allows them to be completely interoperable. The architecture is open. It's following a similar path to what you've seen in the air in the Ukraine and other operational areas. And really, it means that the product is designed to be used anywhere and by anyone. It's more of a plug-and-play solution than a vertically integrated tech stack, which, of course, limits the ability to expand globally.
And you're talking there about the UK Navy. What do you make of the defence investment plan as it stands, Mal? And as we wait for a new leadership of the Labour government, what else needs to be done?
I think at the moment we have to wait and see. Obviously, a very clear statement of intent has been made, and now it's about execution. So whilst there is a transitional phase in the UK currently, I believe that this will all be completed very soon, and we look forward to participation in the forward programme.
Mal, what can your boats do that legacy naval assets can't achieve, and what are the autonomous functions that they currently have and will have in the future?
So the five pillars around which Kraken were built were really high performance, low cost, the ability to rapidly scale, the ability to implement modular payloads, and essentially to make sure the platforms were reliable. And that is now winning through and is reflected by the orders. We are seeing a demand for mass sense and effect, the ability to interoperate between NATO partners and to repurpose the platforms through the use of modular payloads. Last week, we successfully deployed through airdrop, which means that we can now send these platforms anywhere in the world. And essentially what that gives the customer is disaggregated scale. So our current manufacturing rollout will be accelerated by this investment. Last week, the Chief Secretary opened a new 35,000 square foot manufacturing facility here in the UK for us, where we can now build up to 1,000 vessels a year across the UK and Germany. As we move into the second half of the year with funding in place, we will be standing up operational manufacturing facilities in the US, in the Baltics, in the Middle East, and in Asia Pacific.
Amal, why is it that you're able to produce these craft more cheaply than some of the bigger legacy defence players? Is it that they haven't turned their attention to uncrewed submarine vessels, or is there some other reason for this?
I believe it's a combination of automotive techniques. Many of my team originate from the automotive industry, which is about scale manufacturing. We keep the products simple. We keep the supply chains running, and I think the cost point as well. The fact that these are essentially attritable platforms means that you can buy scale and mass at a relatively efficient price point.
Now, what do you say to investors in terms of how you differentiate the product, the portfolio, and what you do as a team versus the likes of Anduril in the US or Helsing in Europe? Well,
as you may be aware, we are closely partnered with Anduril, and that partnership is growing exponentially. In Europe, there are limited numbers of companies operating in this space, but I think much of our success really comes to our heritage. We are out and out, through and through boat guys. We've been doing it for a long time at a very high level, and I think that the surface maritime domain is hard. You need to understand boats in order to be able to make a great product. And we have seen a number of companies come into this space and try and solve this problem with software alone. This is genuinely a hardware problem around which you can layer software and payloads and other capabilities on top. So we got the hardware right, and now we have full optionality in terms of where we go from here.
OK, we'll continue to monitor the story then. Mal Crease, Kraken Technology Group CEO. Mal, thank you for your time. There's more coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's the defence story this morning. Coming up, we'll talk to Claire Barkley, chair of the Industrial Strategy Advisory Council, about the state of the UK industrial growth story as Andy Burnham heads to number 10 Downing Street over the next few days. That is next. This is Bloomberg.
AI, some people would say that there's maybe a little bit of a bubble in AI. When you have companies with market caps of $5 trillion, you don't see any bubble there at all?
Whenever we have an acceleration in technology and people get excited about it, you have significant capital formation around new companies that are trying to capitalize on that opportunity. And, you know, we've seen this before through history, and you're seeing it now. It won't be a straight line. The opportunity set with AI is enormous. There will be winners and losers. And it's hard to pick the winners and losers now. And certainly a lot of the capital that's being deployed will not produce adequate returns, and a bunch of the capital that's being deployed will actually not produce any returns. But it's hard, it's hard to call the timing on these things. And the thing I'd point to just from a historical lens is in the fall of 1996, Alan Greenspan talked about irrational exuberance in stock markets, and the NASDAQ was at 1,300. And the NASDAQ peaked 3.5 years later at over 5,000. So, these things can go on for a long time, but ultimately, there are adjustments, there will be drawdowns, there'll be rebalancing, and just, it's hard to call it because the technology trend and the investment is real.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to the opening trade. We are almost 45 minutes into the Friday session. You are seeing some negativity across the equity space, down 0.3%, but not quite as bad as maybe had been suggested by the futures. US futures are pointing lower by 1.7%. Two key catalysts on the downside is the continuing sell-off in semiconductor stocks and AI-related names, and higher oil prices as well. Brent is currently trading up 0.5% at 84.63. Anna.
Let's turn to UK politics then, Tom. Bloomberg understands that the incoming UK Prime Minister Andy Burnham is preparing to announce new North Sea oil and gas drilling within days of taking office. He's also preparing to bring Thames Water into public control in some form. Andy Burnham is set to be confirmed as the next Labour Party leader today and as Prime Minister on Monday. Joining us now is Dame Claire Barkley, Chair of the Industrial Strategy Advisory Council. She's also Microsoft's Enterprise and Industry EMEA President. Claire, nice to have you here with us. Thank you for joining us. So, do you have any insight as to what the industrial strategy for this new version of the Labour government is going to look like? What should we look for, do you think?
Yeah, well, firstly, thank you for having me on what is an important day today, right, with Andy being announced as the Labour leader, and obviously will be announced as Prime Minister on Monday. I think most importantly, it's just such a critical time for the UK for growth. And I think from some of the mission and vision that Andy, the future Prime Minister has set out, he does really believe in growth across the country, and making sure that is distributed like across all the postcodes using his catchphrase. So I think that's where the focus is going to be, and obviously as part of the industrial strategy chair, that's where we're focused in making sure that we support that.
Okay, and so the industrial strategy then backs 8 sectors. We'll see
that's right.
whether that's the same sectors that Andy Burnham, as leader of the Labour Party, wants to back. But I'm sure there'll be some continuity because they look like to some degree the sectors of the future, I suppose. How does that fit with his city regions focus then? Are we going to be back to enterprise zones and regional development agencies and all the things that we've studied in the 80s and 90s to see if they work?
Yeah, the 8 sectors have been picked, as you said, because that's where growth comes from in the country. It's also, if done well, will contribute to well-paid jobs, right, which is exactly what the mission for the Prime Minister that he's laid out. So I expect there to be continuity. Of course, there'll be tweaks. Every new leader that comes in does that. And actually, the place interjection that you've made reference to is also a really important part of the industrial strategy. London is a very central economic hub, as you will well know. And there's a lot of regional disparity in the UK. And so I think making sure that we get the other counties across the UK growing in a more effective way could unlock something like 47 billion if you've got the next 8 cities growing at a more rapid rate. You've obviously seen the work that Andy Burnham has initiated in Manchester. And actually taking the learnings from what we've done in Manchester, unlocking that for other places around the UK is really what's going to drive future growth and good jobs.
Concentration works, though, doesn't it? If we look at Silicon Valley, that's an example of where concentration of talent, of capital, of innovation, of startups and mega caps proves incredibly globally beaten success. And you know that because you work for one of them.
I do, yeah.
So what's wrong with concentration? What's wrong with leaning into London?
Yeah, I think there's nothing wrong with the success that we have in London. I think if you compare that to other European countries in particular, there's massive concentration in London, which, of course, to your point, we have to continue that growth and innovation, particularly for the tech sector, for the scale-ups, for private equity businesses, etc. But I think if we can take some of the learnings from Manchester and think about how to scale that to sort of other cities in the north and other locations, then that would increase the growth. And if you take the 8 industrial sectors that we have and think about the intersection of place, like clean energy in the northeast, you think about military and drone innovation down in the southwest. You think about agri-tech in Wales. So I think if you can try and think of the intersection of both the industrial strategy plus the place, then we can have the best of both worlds, right?
With your 2 hats on, industrial strategy and tech, what would you say is a priority for the tech sector right now, the tech ecosystem? What should be top of the in tray when it comes to that sector for the incoming prime minister?
I mean, the good news for the UK is outside of US and China, the UK and London in particular is an absolute epicenter for the tech innovation. We've got some of the best scale-ups. We've got the universities. We've got all of the research. The things that need to be unlocked, more access to finance, more access to skills to enable businesses to scale up. There's still too many businesses getting their funding from US, Singapore and others, and we need to make sure that we keep the businesses here and we help them grow and scale.
Claire, you mentioned one of the 8 sectors, clean energy, the clean energy industry, and you flagged the northeast. We've got some reporting from our colleagues that suggests that Andy Burnham might be about to give the OK to oil and gas drilling in the North Sea to some degree. We will wait to see if there's any details there. The conversation often becomes quite polarised between one or the other. Should the clean energy industry take any message from that or not?
No, I mean, I think there's, again, it's one of the priority growth sectors. There's huge growth opportunity and innovation that's coming from that sector. I think this is always a balance, and if you think about some of the geopolitical things that are going on, I think they're trying to look at what the balance is, but clearly that's the government's decision to make. So.
Yeah.
What do you make of proposals to take Thames Water into public ownership? Do we get more? It seems like this is an incoming Prime Minister who wants to be more assertive in terms of public ownership.
Yeah,
is that something that is broadly welcomed when it comes to strategic assets? Has that shifted?
Yeah, I mean, that's not... I mean, again, I think for the incoming Prime Minister, he's going to have to make those decisions, but I think it's well reported some of the challenges that Thames Water is facing. And obviously behind that is jobs. Clearly, water is a critical infrastructure for the UK, and so we have to make sure that that's secure.
Yeah, advanced manufacturing is another area of focus, I know, for your strategy. Do we have skills shortages in that area? Is that something that holds back, having been, at the forefront of manufacturing many years ago, and still with a manufacturing base, but importing a lot of manufactured goods now? I mean, do we have skills shortages in some of the areas that you're trying to build out?
Yeah, and I think if you think about kind of some of the regional city focus that we talked about, I think making sure that you have the right intersection of the industrial strategy and the place, and that you've got the provision of skills for good jobs. I think if I go back to some of the learnings from Manchester, the intersection of all of that is what's driven growth in Manchester. And so I think a very clear focus on the jobs plans as part of the industrial strategy across all of the 8 priority sectors is going to be critical, including advanced manufacturing.
For the international audience, then, Claire, what is it about Manchester and the success there, leaving aside the politics and what that's done for his profile, but what is it about that, what can we actually see in the evidence as the success that he then wants to take nationally.
Yeah. Well, in fact, the Industrial Strategy Advisory Council is about to publish a report exactly on this. So you can kind of look out for that. But I think there is a combination of things. There is an enormous amount of collaboration between government, academia, business. So they bring all of those. So there's a great level of collaboration that comes on. And I think as a result of that, they matched skills requirements to the business needs. They obviously had in-win investment as well, so they were able to attract a large amount of FDI. You had large businesses like the BBC and others relocating to there, and so you think of all of that. So I think there are the takeaway from it is it's about taking the very best of the assets that you've got and then building a really strong partnership between business, skills, and capability in order to do that.
Claire, thank you very much indeed for coming in. Really important insights as we count down, of course, to the incoming Prime Minister taking that role on Monday. Claire Barclay, Chair of the UK Government's Industrial Strategy Advisory Council. Let's bring in Bloomberg Markets Today editor Moena Coniam now for another take and a market's view on what is happening in the UK. Moena, we're seeing gilts gaining today, so yields are down, despite the fact that oil prices are up about 12%, 11 or 12% by the end of this week, and we know that as a factor in terms of the movements around gilts. We do have the politics, of course, and change at the top. How are you thinking about UK assets? What's priced in? What's not priced in? What's kind of standing out to you at this point?
I think the obvious thing is that it's going to be no surprise that Andy Burnham is going to be Prime Minister next week. And that has been priced in for some time. The bond market was a little nervous about that at the beginning. He then backpedaled on some comments about not wanting to be in hock to the bond market. So in some ways, we've seen a relative period of stability, and the volatility that we have seen has been very much macro-driven. It's been very much driven by geopolitics. And as you mentioned today, oil prices aren't actually having that much impact, but that is something that's really been the driving force. I think as we get more details about what Andy Burnham's premiership may look like, we may start to see a bit more movement, because there is so much uncertainty and there's so much that has been unknown. In some ways, maybe people have just been biding their time, waiting to see. There's a certain amount of risk that's been priced in ever since it became clear that perhaps Keir Starmer would not be lasting through the year. So I think there's a lot of wait and see to be there. And what we have, we've seen the pound strengthening, but that, again, it's not necessarily connected to domestic politics, except for a little bit of relief every time things maybe aren't going to be as worrying as people think.
Yeah, just briefly, we're still waiting for confirmation, aren't we, about a Chancellor? We're waiting for all the positions to be filled, and of course that comes after he's becomes the Prime Minister. But the Chancellor news, there are some attributed that to the pound, and others said no, it wasn't really about that.
Exactly. I mean, there's definitely a lot of other factors going on. People have pointed out that sort of options were leveraged already. We've also had to look at what's happening with the dollar, which has really been driving a lot of currencies. And so I think that there's still quite a lot to see what happens there. Certainly, as the currency does tend to be a lightning rod for political instability. But so far, I don't think we have enough details for that to be a very clear reaction. But as soon as a policy is announced that the market doesn't like, I suspect we will see some movement.
We will know about it. Moena, thank you very much. Moena Coniam will be covering it on the blog, of course. Thank you very much for that. Well, Tom, that is it for the end of this programme. Time for us to look ahead to the weekend.
You're off to the movies.
Everybody else has the rest of their workday to deal with, but we're almost done. Yes, I am off to see The Odyssey, because, real life is not full of drama enough that you need an epic.
96% on Rotten Tomatoes.
That
96%.
Sounds high.
It's had amazing reviews.
Will you be tuning in for the third place playoff in the World Cup?
I'm really torn on that, but I will be supporting Spain in the final. As I imagine many English fans will be. That's 8 p.m, of
That'll
course,
be a popular
on
view
Sunday.
In England. That is it for the opening trade. The Pulse is up next. Have a good weekend, everybody. This is Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. markets close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute space news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Ed Ludlow at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and this is Bloomberg.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
At 9:30 a.m., the market tells you what it's really thinking.
We beat the drum to the opening bell.
With deep analysis of the forces driving the price action.
Focusing investors on what really matters.
Where the money flows, which markets are changing.
Conversations with players shaping the narrative.
Innovative growth companies gravitate to NASDAQ.
It's not just like, let's buy the Mag 7 or AI.
That's a really compelling story.
This is where your trading day begins.
And this is Open Interest.
Only on Bloomberg.
The trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your opening trade.
Only on Bloomberg.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gurray.
I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington. Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this yield forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
Investors rotate away from technology stocks after their blistering rally this year, with Netflix and SpaceX also weighing on risk sentiment. China denies allegations from Donald Trump of election meddling as the U.S. president turns his attention to the midterms. Plus, Bloomberg understands that Andy Burnham will signal support for North Sea drilling and nationalize water within days of becoming prime minister. So there is quite a lot going on. Happy Friday, everyone. We got through to the week. Now, we're seeing the sell-off in chip makers. That seems to be gathering pace. Again, traders seem to be rushing to exit positions in stocks that have fueled this year's rally. Sentiment also hit by another day of attacks and counterstrikes in the Middle East. We also focus firmly on the UK with a big look, of course, at some of the asset classes, given Andy Burnham will become leader of the Labour Party today and then Prime Minister on Monday. So European stocks and technology down 2.5% overall. It is really these indices in Europe that are very technologically rich that are seeing the most pressure, and you can see the CAC 40 and the DAX with a bit of pressure. Now, SpaceX shares lower after the company said it's delaying the launch of its Starship rocket over engine failure. So you can see pre-market SpaceX down 4%. Netflix shares also lower after missing estimates. You can see pre-market Netflix also getting a little bit of a slamming, down 8.5%. So for the conversations that matter and the insights you need, let's get started.
Newsmakers and market movers. This is The Pulse with Francine Lacqua.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now, in a moment, we'll be joined by John Bilton from JP Morgan Asset Management. But first, let's also bring you up to speed as the latest on tech as the chip sell-off is deepening. We're joined by Shona Ghosh, our EMEA tech editor, and Matt Bloxham, senior strategist with Bloomberg Intelligence. So thank you both for joining us. Matt, let's start with you because SpaceX shares falling pre-market after this planned launch of Starship mission was scrubbed. So how big of a setback is this?
It's definitely a setback. I think at this point it's a small one. So, just to put it in context, Starship is the next generation rocket launch platform. Will take over eventually from Falcon 9, which is their workhorse. It has at least 5 times the capacity of Falcon 9, and it's central to SpaceX's big plans to grow revenue and expand into AI in a really big way, because they want to create this orbital data center network, and they can only do that if they've got Starship as a kind of reusable launch platform. So it looks like it was just a bit of a small glitch with the rockets, not all of them fired, and that they'll kind of get it off the ground in a few days. It's going to have a number of version 3 satellites in it, which is the next generation of their Starlink satellite, and that's a kind of precursor to the technology they'll think of using for the orbital data center. So there's a lot riding on this mission. I think it eventually takes off and goes well, then I think actually it'll end up being a positive catalyst for the shares, because it will demonstrate that they're taking these steps forward towards this kind of vision they've got for the future.
Okay, so that's SpaceX. I mean, Netflix got battered, actually, after earnings overnight. What were your main key takeaways?
Yeah, a few things underpinning that. So, you know, the broader picture is that the story is artificial intelligence. Obviously, investors swing here and there in terms of sentiment there, but, you know, AI has implications for the entertainment and content sector, so that's one facet. Two is that, you know, we've had the World Cup. People aren't really necessarily watching a ton of Netflix, especially in the UK, until this week perhaps, but you know, Netflix isn't necessarily known for having a ton of live entertainment, sports on its platform. I think we'll see that shift. And then finally, Netflix has historically been pretty transparent about user data, the number of subscribers it's got, its growth, and particularly engagement. There have been signs that engagement is falling, and yesterday Netflix said, actually, we're going to reduce the amount of information we give to investors around engagement. Understandably, it got punished for that.
Yeah, investors don't like that. Also, we had a bit of a hiccup at Google, which has delayed the new version of Gemini. So, I mean, when you look at also the, you know, what President Xi is saying on AI progress, should Silicon Valley be worried?
I think Silicon Valley already is worried, yeah. So the big thing that China has to offer in terms of frontier AI is one, how quickly they're able to catch up with the cutting edge of technology, and even really if it matters to be on the absolute cutting edge. Like, your average person doesn't need the absolute top of the line model. China is able to offer these alternative, what they call open weight models, so slightly sort of less closed kind of technology, for much cheaper than the OpenAIs and the Anthropics. So, you know, that's likely in time to cut into their bottom lines, and these companies aren't even public yet, so this has implications for revenue. So yes, I think China's progress is definitely a worry, even as these companies all vie amongst themselves to stay at the cutting edge.
Yes, so there are plenty of things to worry about. Is there something else underpinning the sell-off?
And you mean generally in the tech? I mean, I think there's a bunch of things going on here. You know, I think in some of the Asian markets, there's like a technical element here. You've got these single stock leverage ETFs, which have, I think, magnified some of the kind of sell-off pressure. And I think valuations had run up a lot, share prices run up a lot, and perhaps got a bit ahead of where the fundamentals are right now. And I think, you know, really what we've seen in the recent earnings, although they've been pretty robust from Samsung, TSMC, SK Hynix, there's not been an incremental leg of kind of fundamental positive news. And so when you've got stocks priced to some degree to perfection, without that incremental catalyst, then you start to kind of run out momentum. There's also a lot of chat about you know, whether the AI story is as robust as the share prices might suggest. So, for example, token maxing, there's a lot of enterprise out there struggling with budgets and whether they should start to kind of manage better how they're spending on AI. So I think that is also kind of a big factor going on that's kind of causing people to think, hey, we need another kind of tangible positive to push these shares higher, and that's, I think, why you're seeing some rebalancing.
Okay, thank you both, Shona and Matt. There, Shona Ghosh, our EMEA tech editor, and Matt Bloxham from Bloomberg Intelligence. So earnings season kicking off on a strong note, but as we've been hearing, it's all the tech that's being put under pressure today. So joining us now is John Bilton, Global Head of Strategic Research for Multi-Asset Solutions at JP Morgan Asset Management. John, so good to have you. And on a day where actually, I mean, there are days like this where you see a bit of a sell-off because people worry about tech, usually it bounces back, but could it be different this time?
Well, you know, we've been living with this for more than a year, haven't we? This hyperscaler hyperbole seems to cut both ways. It's either driving the market up or it's driving it down, and there seems to be very little in between. But if we actually sort of pare it back a little bit, let's look at what's happened under the surface. One of the things that really interests me is some of these chip makers. If you look at the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index, it's just edging in towards technical bear market territory. It looks pretty bad. But actually, if we look at what's happened to valuations they've dropped by a quarter, while the index has dropped by 20%. The only way that happens is if earnings are continuing to go up. So what we're seeing is that earnings are coming in, but for some reason the stocks aren't getting supported. What seems to be going on really is that we're seeing this move away from momentum and towards something where things are a little bit cheaper. The stocks have got expensive. But crucially, dig into those earnings reports and what do you see? Commitments to faster growth, more capex, and of course when you've got a situation where we're beginning to realise that AI is an industry, not a service, and we've got to pay to build it, then all of a sudden investors are taking a different lens, and rightly so. And I think that's what's going on at the moment.
John, what part of the market do you still want to be invested in? Because to Shona's good point, I mean, not everyone needs a Ferrari, right? You don't need the latest model. You could have something which is cheaper, which companies can integrate just as well.
Well, I think there's an element of that going on already. We've seen some of the smaller cap index in the US, for instance, this year has really accelerated. And some of the biggest names there, of course, were very sort of geared to sort of chips, to the upper end of that value chain. And they're now beginning to rebalance into the bigger indices. So I think we are still seeing that large cap leadership because there's so much capital needing to be put to work that I think you need to have the borrowing capacity. Yeah, touch of indigestion at the moment because of some of the big bond issues, but ultimately the cash flows look strong, the earnings forecasts look good, and valuations are simply getting cheaper. Sooner or later, these momentum stocks are going to end up being value stocks.
What happens for European tech?
So I think that's an interesting one. I mean, Europe has got an interesting position here. As we build an industry out, obviously there are, industry champions here. There's also,
In Europe, or are they kind of they're more the enterprise, right? The ones that take the really good stuff and integrate.
There's a bit of both. There's a bit of the machinery, the bit of the end users. I mean, the idea, we saw this at the beginning of the year, right? The idea enterprise software is dead. Yeah. Enterprise software probably isn't dead. It's just having to rethink and adapt to a new reality. And I think what it does is it will force Europe to raise its game, as Europe has an ability to do. But there are industry leaders in Europe. So Europe's cheap at the moment. It's cheapened up meaningfully. It's where people go second string to think about broadening out diversification in their tech basket. And that matters, because if you look at the chip makers in the emerging market basket, the big three names are getting on for being a third of the market capitalization. We need the diversification. So I think Europe does get caught up with that as well.
Earnings overall seem pretty strong. I know we're just at the beginning.
Yeah.
But does it defy almost, the concerns we have on the economy in a way that makes you a little bit wary?
Not really, no, because I think what we're not seeing is exuberance from particularly households. We've seen households having to adapt. If we break apart what's been going on in the retail sales data in the US, households have begun to drop their volume of expenditure on gasoline. So, some of the concerns we had about that crowding out other spending hasn't really happened. We are seeing productivity pick up, which means that we can absorb a little bit more growth in real incomes. Employment is good. So consumers are kind of a little bit grouchy.
Yeah.
But, they're generally well protected. So a lot of capital going into the market, decent amount of fiscal spending. We believe some big promise from productivity gains into the future, and a consumer who's not exuberant doesn't feel like the mix for the blow-off top in the cycle quite just yet.
But, John, when you look at the U.S., how much is actually, stocks at record highs filtering through the consumer?
Well, there's always going to be a little bit of that. There's going to be a wealth effect. When the index is up, of course, the upper income bracket spend. They feel happier to spend. Yeah. But the thing is, there is, to our mind, there's been a cheapening up of the index because the earnings are coming through. S&P 500 peaked at around 22.5 times. It's around 20.5 times now. A lot of that driven because the hyperscalers, the Mag 7, the big chip names have seen a re-rating. But the earnings are coming through. We are seeing the financials do better because we've got deal activity, we've got general economic growth underpinning that. So as a result, it looks like an economy which is moving along. But make no mistake, it has moved to a part of the cycle where it's driven by spending, investment, and by productivity. And that means with that little bit less reliance on the consumer, quite rightly, investors want to know how their money's being spent and whether it is going to drive positive return on capital.
We'll talk about inflation and the Fed in a second, but is there a part of the world away from the U.S. that you want to be invested in more? And is it emerging markets? They've had a good year.
They have. Well, and we've spoken many times before, and I'm often a little bit dour on my own home nation. But right now, it just feels, if we look at the UK, actually it's immunised from some of this volatility in the tech space. You know, what was an Achilles heel when the market was racing upside? Maybe not so much now. It's geared to oil. But then the gilt market, second worst performer of the majors compared to, you know, with JGBs being the worst year to date. But we're just about to get more information. We've been worried about political instability, and now we're going to get some certainty. Could it be the time when gilts actually have a little bit of a run here relative to other fixed income markets?
John, I have many questions about what you think, the new Prime Minister, but also new Chancellor could put in place. We'll get back to that in a second. John Bilton, Global Head of Strategic Research for Multi-Asset Solutions at JP Morgan Asset Management. Now, coming up, China denies allegations of election meddling from the U.S. president. We discuss what the story means for foreign diplomacy, and, of course, we discuss what it means for the U.S. midterm elections. This is Bloomberg.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives, and that revolution is playing out in real time. From finance to defense tech, AI to entertainment, from the road to the stars. Bloomberg is bringing you the stories of companies and people that are pushing tech to new frontiers, and the politics reshaping global tech markets. I'm Ed Ludlow, live in San Francisco, and this is Bloomberg Tech.
Every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
Every weekday, Bloomberg puts the spotlight on a different aspect of global finance. Flows, funds, and the forces shaping markets on ETF IQ. The future of money with Bloomberg Crypto. The players behind major transactions on Bloomberg Deals. Rates, risk, and the cost of capital on Bloomberg Real Yield. And personal finance, retirement, and wealth management on Bloomberg Money. A different topic every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
I'm seen as disloyal. First of all, loyalty goes 2 ways. Second, the loyalty that matters is the loyalty of our leaders to the country they represent. Okay. And they're disloyal. Trump has been disloyal to the United States, totally disloyal to the United States. He cheated on the United States with a foreign power. So I'm not the one who's been disloyal.
President Trump, all by himself, without Benjamin Netanyahu by his side, has said the ceasefire is over. Isn't the more honest and direct thing to do hold him fully accountable for his actions as the most powerful man in the world?
I don't think he's the most powerful man in the world. I have held him directly accountable. It's his fault. He's the U.S. president. He was elected. That's his job. And a huge part of the job is resisting pressure from outside forces. I mean, many presidents have, to varying degrees, resisted, attempts to control them from outside. And he didn't. So he's weak.
Tucker Carlson there, who was one of Donald Trump's most prominent allies, and no more. A White House official said no country or leader pressures President Trump to do anything, and he makes decisions based on what serves America's interests. Well, you can watch the full episode of the Michelle Hussein Show on Bloomberg.com/videos, or also listen wherever you get your podcast. It's a really interesting listening, and it's out today. Now, meanwhile, Donald Trump under pressure ahead of the U.S. midterms. Of course, the president is accusing China of interfering with the 2020 U.S. elections. Now, in a primetime address, he repeated unsubstantiated claims that the election was stolen and raised doubts about security of this year's midterms.
The cover-up of this colossal security breach
is even more disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration and our 2020 campaign. They did not want, and they just didn't want it. They fought like hell not to have it, Donald Trump, to win.
Well, China denies the allegations and says it will never interfere in the presidential elections of the U.S. Let's bring in Roz Matheson, Bloomberg's chief Asia correspondent. Good morning, Roz. So is this about China or is it about U.S. midterms, and how could it impact relations between the two countries?
Well, it does come at a delicate time in the relationship. Xi Jinping is due to visit the US in a couple of months, and obviously Donald Trump went to China earlier this year. And the goal behind all of that was to put some kind of floor under the relationship, at least when it comes to trade, to avoid that deteriorating further. And it comes in a clutch of other announcements. We've got tightenings of rules around visas for foreign journalists, particularly Chinese journalists, tightening of the time limits around student visas affecting Chinese students further potentially. And is China happy, or Xi Jinping happy, that Donald Trump raises this in a prime time announcement so forcefully? Probably not. But also they can see, no doubt, that this is aimed very much at the US audience. This is about redirecting ahead of the midterm elections in the US at a time the US economy is obviously facing headwinds from Donald Trump's conflict in the Middle East and other factors as well, and trying to push this narrative again around election security going into the midterm elections. And they'll probably see that really for what it is. But obviously, anything like this can come at a delicate time for the China-US relationship, and it won't please Beijing that he raised it in such a fashion.
Roz, meanwhile, Trump's media company wants traders and investors to pay for fast access to his posts on Truth Social. So I've never seen anything quite like this. Does his blurring of politics and business have any impact on the U.S. midterms?
There's a lot we don't know about this yet. We don't know what they're going to charge from Trump Media. We don't know. They say they've got companies who are interested. We don't know who they are, when this might start. But as you say, that kind of millisecond advantage potentially for algorithmic trading companies to essentially make money off what Donald Trump is saying. And it's really, again, as you say, moving towards that idea of monetizing what Donald Trump as president is saying for Donald Trump, the businessmen, and where those lines begin and where they end. But will that really resonate with US voters? I mean, US voters are already pretty set on how they feel about that question. And obviously it's been a narrative through this administration already. Are they more concerned when it comes down to it, when it comes to midterm votes around things again like the US economy, the state of the economy, the state of jobs, the outlook for inflation? And that's obviously where Donald Trump is showing some vulnerability. Will they go and vote on the day about this issue? Probably not, because again, it just continues that narrative again that we're seeing, the blurring of the lines between Donald Trump, the politician, and Trump and co. in terms of his business.
Roz, thank you so much. Rosalind Matheson there, Bloomberg's chief Asia correspondent. Now, staying with the U.S., softer U.S. inflation has eased expectations of an immediate Fed rate hike as Middle East tensions continue to drive oil prices. Let's return to John Bilton from J.P. Morgan Asset Management. John, in the last actually couple of minutes, the NASDAQ futures extended their losses to 2%. And then if you look at U.S.-Iran, I mean, we're in 6th day of clashes, and there's more fears on the markets that this doesn't go away. How do you see this developing, and what does it mean for inflation?
Yeah, so I think first and foremost, if we pick apart the inflation numbers that came through on Tuesday, Wednesday this week, then actually we're seeing that inflation pressures from things like services, etc., are beginning to ease. We're not seeing a great deal in terms of wage inflation, and as mentioned a bit earlier, we're pretty constructive on where productivity goes, which gives that little bit more room to absorb, wage costs. So when you look at the drivers, of core inflation, they're all moving in the right direction. No doubt, we all want to see the Hormuz issues, put to bed and a line drawn under them. But I think markets are taking them in their stride at the moment. Yet we've got the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is down at its lowest levels. We know in Europe we're running at about 50% gas storage capacity against where we'd normally about 2/3. So yes, there are tensions there, but the reserves do exist for a reason. So,
John, I'm surprised. I mean, I'm surprised actually at how the markets have reacted so far. So I don't know if it was our analysis collectively that was wrong because we thought it'd have a bigger impact. So did we misunderstand the reserves that they had or the trade routes that they could take?
Well, I think that that's an element of it. You know, also the energy intensity of industry these days. It has come down. Obviously, you know, notwithstanding data centers, as we build that out, that may bring it back up. But the immediate comparisons that got made at the start of the crisis with 1970s and the industrial chain and inevitable stagflation were probably wide of the mark because of how the economy is constructed today. Also, you know, if we think about what the Fed have done, what the ECB have done, to some degree, they'd probably gotten to the easier end of where they needed to be. Was this a reason to be able to nudge rates back up to what they perceive as being sensible neutral territory? And that may well be what's happened here. In terms of where we go from here, don't forget that when gasoline prices go up, and Rosalind just said exactly the same thing. The US voter cares about gas prices, cares about jobs, cares about food prices. You know, if those go up, that slows activity down, which ultimately does have a second-order effect into core inflation. So I think the Fed are smart enough to be able to separate out what could be a short-term move in prices from oil versus what's actually happening beneath the surface. And we feel comfortable that that inflation trajectory at the moment is still continuing to point to the downside.
So what are you expecting from the Fed? Kevin Warsh, it's like a masterclass in diplomacy.
It's amazing,
not saying much,
yeah.
but actually also, I guess he's just building up credibility at the moment.
Well, I think there's two things going on here because inflation is more volatile. When inflation's volatile, term risk premiums a bit higher, curves remain a bit steeper. If we had a situation where bond yields were coming down at the back end and we were getting cash rates down, financial conditions ease, you've got that kind of go-go injection into the economy. But the back end's staying up. So those financial conditions aren't tightening. The market is doing some of Kevin Warsh's work for him, and he's got the opportunity, I think, to be able to build his credibility in a sensible way. Hawkish talk and probably a little bit more of a sitting on hands when it comes to rate decisions. So we don't think that there is necessarily a slam dunk for a rate hike this year.
I'm still gutted about England and the football team, but you're quite optimistic about what the new Prime Minister will do.
Well, I think in large part because we in the UK have just had a prolonged period of political uncertainty. If you look at what's happened, we've got a relatively soft economy, relatively soft job market, yet leaving aside the JGB, the 10-year gilt has had one of the worst performances this year to date. Certainly, it's now pricing just shy of 5%. It went through 5% yesterday. There's a lot of expectation that the Bank of England will hike. Yet the reality is some of that has got to be a little bit of uncertainty premium. What happens next? If that gets removed, the gilts could actually have a reasonable repricing.
But is there a risk or, you know, an opportunity, whatever you want to call it, for the Prime Minister to go to elections? And does that not bring, again, the markets back in focus?
Well, I think, again, you've got to see what actually happens. It strikes me that the first objectives that seem to be being pushed through at the moment are to try and actually get some party unity. And the fact that I think it was, correct me if I'm wrong, 370 or so of parliamentarians actually said, you know what, we're behind him. That's a step in the right direction. So if he can get a sort of cohesive policy, it may not be everything that everybody wants, but he can get the appropriate trade-offs and get people moving together, then that potentially could remove some of that political risk premium that we've seen probably build up within UK assets.
John, thank you so much, as ever, for joining us. John Bilton,
pleasure.
Of course, Global Head of Strategic Research for Multi-Asset Solutions at JP Morgan Asset Management. Now, just a very, very quick reminder that there are concerns growing that the U.S. and Iran could intensify hostilities into the coming days. Both sides clashing for a sixth straight day, Tehran refusing to back down over the Strait of Hormuz. And then on that, you also have all of the uncertainties, given what we've heard from Netflix, SpaceX, and a bit of a risk-off when it comes to tech. S&P futures down 1%. Coming up, we'll have more on the policies that Andy Burnham's set to unveil on the day he officially takes over as leader of the UK's ruling Labour Party. Yes, it's today. It's Friday. We'll talk about that next, and this is Bloomberg.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders.
What's the skill set that you would advise every aspiring CFO to develop?
Psychology.
I think analytical skills are important. Obviously, you need to like the numbers. If you don't like numbers, then don't go into finance. It's sort of like a recipe for disaster if you don't like numbers.
Not only for the CFO, but also the company's management. That's a communication and the collaboration.
I spend a lot of time figuring out how to take the complex and make it simple, and then finding a way to be able to communicate that both internally and externally.
I think it's relationships, whether it's working with investors, bankers, with the senior management team, with the board. Having your head down is one thing as a finance person, but keeping your ears open is super important as well. And I think that all of that is what kind of builds out being a successful CFO.
Watch Chief Future Officer only on Bloomberg.
The global economic playbook is being rewritten and the levers of power are moving in real time.
To see where the world is headed, you have to look where the action is.
I'm Haslinda Amin in Singapore.
I'm Menika Doshi in Mumbai.
Welcome to Emerging the New Economy podcast.
Each month, we dive deep into how the world's most exciting rising economies are shaping the global future.
Join the conversation. Subscribe to Emerging on your favorite podcast platform today.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London, and these are your top stories. Investors rotate away from technology stocks after their blistering rally this year, with Netflix and SpaceX also weighing on risk sentiment. China denies allegations from Donald Trump of election meddling as the U.S. president turns his attention to the midterms. Plus, Bloomberg understands that Andy Burnham will signal support for North Sea drilling and nationalized water within days of becoming prime minister. So let's get more on this top story. Andy Burnham is set to become the next leader of the Labour Party later today, before becoming UK Prime Minister on Monday. Now, as speculation swirls over who as Chancellor will be, the International Monetary Fund also issued a warning against raising the top rate of income tax. Well, we have a stellar panel to talk about all of this. We're joined by Jill Rutta, the Senior Fellow at the Institute for Government, and Andrade, economist at Bloomberg Economics, and Chloe Chaplin, politics reporter for Bloomberg News. So thank you all for joining us. Chloe, let's start with you. What do we know and what do we not know? Who will be, or when do we find out who the Chancellor is?
The truth is, we'll know for sure on Monday. And I think a lot of the Cabinet will also find out what their jobs are going to be on Monday as well. It looks like Shabana Mahmood is now the front runner to be Chancellor. A matter of days ago, Ed Miliband seemed to be a sure shoe-in for the job, and that's changed in the last few days. There were some concerns among Burnham's inner circle that Miliband, he's a huge political figure and he may have perhaps dominated in the Treasury, whereas Mahmood has much more of a blank slate when it comes to her economic credentials and her policies. She's also been very loyal to Burnham. So, it looks like maybe he might be deciding that she's the person to have in the Treasury to be able to, get his policies, his priorities over the line.
Joe, what do we know about Andy Burnham's closest advisors, like who he's listening to, what are they talking about in the next couple of days?
So he's got people he's worked with in Manchester, who he's bringing in to form part of his team. People have worked with in the last 9 years when he's been doing that job in Manchester. The appointment everybody's been very interested in is that he's brought back former Cabinet Minister, long-standing friend James Purnell. He's done a variety of public and private sector jobs since leaving politics back in 2010. He's going to be his Chief of Staff. That's been a job that successive Prime Ministers, I think, have failed to get right. We saw Keir Starmer swap that job around. Boris Johnson went through Chiefs of Staff at quite a rate of knots. James Purnell is very interesting, former Labour cabinet minister, quite hawkish on things like welfare reform and things, seems to be emerging as a big dominant figure. He's also, we've got some continuity. So Jonathan Powell, National Security Advisor to Keir Starmer, is going to stay on in post. Graham Cook is going to head the policy unit. He's been an advisor in the Starmer government. And it looks as though they're actually offering quite a few of the Starmer people that they can stay on for a bit if they want to do it. So there's a bit of policy continuity there.
Jill, why is it so important to have a strong chief of staff that actually sticks around for you?
You really need somebody who can take quite a lot of the burden of being Prime Minister, who can absolutely speak with authority that this is what the Prime Minister wants, but who can also give the Prime Minister really honest, good advice that something is going wrong. Where Prime Ministers go wrong is when they realise too late that they're heading for a real political meltdown. And, Keir Starmer never seemed to have quite the right people around him to say, actually think twice before you do this. I mean, cabinet ministers are also incredibly important, but you need somebody who you don't think is a potential rival in waiting or whatever, have absolutely your best interest in heart, but who the rest of government know when they say the Prime Minister wants something, the Prime Minister really does want it.
Anna, what kind of economy does the Prime Minister and the new Chancellor actually inherit? Because on Monday, the hard work starts.
Yeah, I mean, the economic backdrop is not the best. We have currently headline inflation running at 3%. We expect it to remain there for the rest of the year, and that obviously means that the BOE will have very little space to cut policy. So Burnham won't have any help from the economy, and if anything, the risks are that things can get worse because we're seeing an escalation of tensions in the Middle East. If you couple that with the fiscal inheritance, so we're looking at high levels of UK debt, we're looking at a combination of low growth prospects and high interest rates, which is politically toxic for the debt dynamics going forward. And the UK is still paying a premium on credibility. So this started with Liz Truss, but it has eased. That premium has fallen a bit, but it's still around 30 basis points. So the UK government still needs to prove itself to the markets. So fiscally, economically, it will be pretty difficult for Andy Burnham in terms of the backdrop that he'll inherit.
I mean, does anyone here actually have any doubts that he sticks to the fiscal constraints that the previous Chancellor has put in place?
Well, he said that he wants to kind of keep following the fiscal rules and not go away from the manifesto. I think there was some question as to whether if Miliband was Chancellor, that interpretation of what the fiscal rules actually means might be slightly different. And I think that there remains a question mark as to the extent to which Burnham feels that he can borrow more for investment in infrastructure, and he has lots of very ambitious policies around infrastructure, house building, all of these things, whether he can do that without inadvertently increasing the cost of borrowing. That will be, I think that's where the really, really delicate balance is. But there is a question mark over that.
Claire, I love yours. I mean, your story today did make me giggle in a slightly you way, because you put Andy Burnham's job of disappointing people begins here. So what we know is that he's going to change Westminster by devolving power to poorer regions and redistributing some of the resources. But in the first week, what are his really hard decisions?
Well, he's been speaking very broadly about things like public control, like you say, cost of living, devolution. They're all very broad policies. We reported yesterday that he's been asking officials to prepare for some early announcements on signalling that he's willing to expand drilling in the North Sea. That's something that will help with cost of living and energy security, and move to nationalise Thames Water, whether it be temporarily, and then we know he's looking at a policy of kind of public control of that. So there will be his early priorities in office. Clearly he wants to hit the ground running. He wants to make an impact straight away. He also won't have much time. The public, we know, are very impatient for change. Yeah. The cost of living is only going to become a more acute challenge and a more expensive challenge for the government to deal with. They're going to be his early, the real hurdles he will have is how in the first 6 months of power he can show he is actually acting quickly. Given we know basically nothing concrete about what he's doing, there are questions as to how quickly can you hit the ground running when you haven't really been able to prepare your ministers or the civil service as to what you're going to be doing.
Can he learn from Keir Starmer's failures? Because there was no crisis actually in the Starmer government. It's just that he did badly in the
The problem with the Starmer government was, I think, they fought an election not recognising the fiscal inheritance that they were about to come into, and therefore made some decisions which they didn't sort of adequately prepare for, and started losing support almost from the end of that first month with the decision on winter fuel allowance, so taking away an extra allowance for older people to cope with winter fuel bills. And it was basically sort of downhill almost from there after the initial landslide victory. Chloe's absolutely right. Andy Burnham hasn't had very much time to prepare. Some of the things he wants to do will not show fruit very quickly. So his big theme, devolution of power out of the centre, may be good for the long-run growth of the economy, may make people restore their trust in politics, some of those things. But it doesn't do that overnight. It's quite a long, drawn-out, difficult process. And you've got to create the capacity in local government to take on lots of those functions that are currently being exercised centrally. I don't think North Sea drilling will do much for the cost of living. It might do a bit for tax revenues. It will be a signal of a different move, but it's likely to be quite controversial within the Labour Party. But Jill, we might do concrete stuff on the cost of living, which I think, but then the question comes in exactly as Chloe was saying, is how do you afford that? If the UK's resisted doing anything on energy prices to date. It's not cut fuel duty like some other countries have done in response to the Iran crisis.
Jill, is his first job actually keeping the party together or uniting the party?
I think the party's going to look pretty united because, 4/5 of Labour MPs have nominated Andy Burnham. There's not been a contest. But then the thing that Keir Starmer notably failed to do was not, united the party behind his leadership, but he couldn't unite them for difficult decisions. And the big political test for Andy Burnham is when he comes towards his first budget is, he and his Chancellor, can they actually take the Labour Party with them on some difficult choices that he's going to have to make?
And meanwhile, the Bank of England is looking at this. So they've had, some of the data, inflation growth is actually better than expected, but they also they have to choose interest rates without really knowing government policy.
I think they will have to wait until the autumn to see the contours of the budget that is presented. I think obviously here the risk, as Chloe said, there seems to be some willingness and some appetite to announce some cost of living support. There's two outcomes or two ways in which he can do that. On the one hand, he can announce cost of living support by fully funded plan, so that is raising taxes. On the other hand, he can just borrow more. Something that's more likely to happen is that he lands somewhere in between, where he announces some short-term support for the economy and backloads the consolidation towards the later years, and so delays the difficult decisions. That's something that Rachel Reeves, sort of the approach that Rachel Reeves has taken. And if that's the case, well, for the Bank of England, that sort of means, a little bit of a more boost, something that they need. It might sort of cap the space that they have to lower interest rates. And for markets, it would just mean, less credibility, because this is just a repeat of what we've been getting. No real willingness to tackle, the public finances and the fragility of the public finances.
And were you surprised that we saw a quite sizable gilt move, actually, when the Chancellor was no longer thought to be at Miliband?
I wasn't surprised. I think there was just pricing out the most sort of the worst outcome. I do think that credibility needs to be earned. And again, we know very little on how they will tackle this. I think most of the constraints are actual political, because obviously we don't have a lot of fiscal space, but there's stuff that can be done. The new government could consider looking at the big tax levers. It could consider reforming capital taxes in a way that doesn't undermine growth and still yields revenue. The question is whether they'll actually go for that path or not. But there's still some space to raise revenue. And also, they have been very unwilling to consider the other side of the ledger, which is spending cuts. So there are ways to deliver on growth while keeping public finances and credibility in check. The problem is that the political constraints seem to be, standing in the way right now.
Quite a really, really busy 4 days, even though the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, will not be at the final on Sunday, which we're all quite sad about. Is there another appointment, apart from the Chancellor, that we should really be looking out for in terms of tone from the government and this new administration?
I think it will be interesting to see who Burnham picks to be the new business secretary. There are rumours in Westminster that it could be Jonathan Reynolds making a return to that beat. Stress, it hasn't been confirmed, and I don't think it will be till Monday. But I think that could be interesting. Of course, who he's going to appoint to run this
number 10 in the north, which again, we don't really know how that's going to function. But whoever has that role, I think, will clearly be in the centre of his devolution plans. And there is also a suggestion that Angela Rayner could return to her old job as housing secretary. That would give her a kind of central role also in devolution plans and signal, I suppose, how ambitious Burnham is prepared to be early on, because she's already been a big driver of devolution previously when she was in the role before she had to step down. I think those are the two appointments I'm most interested in. But of course, it's going to be very fascinating to see what he does with other big hitters like Ed Miliband. If he's not Chancellor, where does he go?
Thank you all for a fantastic panel. I know we'll have plenty more of these panels. Jill Ritter, Senior Fellow at the Institute for Government, and Andrade, economist at Bloomberg Economics, and Chloe Chaplin, Bloomberg Politics reporter. Now, let's also bring you some breaking news. Bloomberg has learned that Germany is preparing core demands for possible discussions with UniCredit over Commerzbank. Now, the move does highlight how Berlin's focus is now shifting from stopping the proposed takeover to help shaping it. Let's bring in Chad Thomas, our executive editor for Europe. So, Chad, I mean, this is a very, very significant shift. Can you explain it? What are they looking at?
Yeah, Francine. So Friedrich Merz, the German chancellor, this week in his summer press conference said that Germany wasn't opposed to a takeover of Commerzbank by UniCredit, but that they were looking closely at what that would mean. That is a significant shift because Germany had been publicly saying all along that they were against this takeover. And really, I think what we're seeing here is a realization by Germany that Orchel, the CEO of UniCredit, has amassed a large stake in Commerzbank, and to block that takeover would be very difficult for Germany. The German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, of course, also has so much else on his plate. And so now we're hearing from sources that they are preparing to have talks with UniCredit on what a takeover might look like. Those talks haven't started yet, but the German government is preparing to move forward. So this really is a significant shift that we're seeing here.
Does Germany want? Chad, I don't know if you can still hear me. We're trying to figure out exactly what Germany wants or what happens next, but I think we've lost.
Yeah, I lost you there for a second, Francine, but we're back now.
Okay, we're back. So what happens next, and what do we know that Germany actually wants? What are they trying to get out of these meetings?
Yeah, so what Germany is really looking for is assurances from UniCredit that the bank would continue to focus on funding for the Mittelstand companies in Germany. Those family-owned mid-sized companies are so important to the German economy. They also want to see a listing remain in Frankfurt. And of course, they're probably looking for some sort of job guarantees from UniCredit as well if they were to take over the bank.
Chad, thanks so much. Chad Thomas, our Europe executive editor. Now, coming up, fashion at the World Cup. We're changing tack a touch. How handbags have given luxury a lift. We'll have plenty more on that next. We'll also revisit, of course, that breaking news on Commerzbank and UniCredit. This is Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. markets close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Middle East and Africa, vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
At 9:30 a.m., the market tells you what it's really thinking.
We beat the drum to the opening bell.
With deep analysis of the forces driving the price action.
Focusing investors on what really matters.
Where the money flows, which markets are changing.
Conversations with players shaping the narrative.
Innovative growth companies gravitate to NASDAQ.
It's not just like, let's buy the Mag 7 or AI.
That's a really compelling story.
This is where your trading day begins.
And this is Open Interest.
Only on Bloomberg.
Well, Honeywell Technology says artificial intelligence is driving demand across its business. The company was created after Honeywell completed the separation of its aerospace and automation businesses last month. Now, in the latest episode of Leaders with Francine Lacroix, the chief executive, Vimal Kapoor, explains why he believes that AI will reshape the way we work.
Where we have seen most impact is more productivity, specifically in the software development and software testing. Transformational will occur if we redraw our work,
right,
in which we can use agents as part of our workflow. And that requires us to reimagine the work by itself. Look at the steps which an agent can perform, and then the rest of the steps human has to perform. And I truly believe this is another way to drive productivity. What excites me is the opportunity it has for our customers, because we create a lot of data. Our customers have one common issue in the sectors we serve.
Mm-hmm.
They are short of skilled people.
Right.
Skilled people required to operate, to maintain, to run, they are increasingly becoming lesser as retirements are coming. So they are already forecasting lesser and lesser people available as a workforce for specific roles. And the only solution is you automate a portion of work, or you make the work performed by a lower skilled people. So it means we have to create more tools so that people are more productive. So a 5-year experienced person can do a 15-year experienced person's role. And that's where the AI, physical AI word comes in, where we are having leadership, that we use the data we created, we have in our systems, and we train the data to perform the task to make our customers' people more skilled, make their assets run smarter, operations run better.
I mean, workers must be anxious about it.
Yes and no. If you are in a segments we serve, there are shortage of people by default. There, the role of AI will be more agentic systems coming in over a period of time. So that's true to every company. But if I look at our customers' world, they don't have enough people to run their operations, maintain their operations efficiently. So there's less anxiety about anybody taking away job. The more anxiety is what will happen 3 to 5 years from now, because foundationally, pretty much in the entire world, the population is not growing. The implication of that is 10 to 15 years from now, less workforce is coming into work. So how will work happen in that case when you need a touch labor? So I think displacement will occur where work can be automated.
And you can listen to that episode from Monday wherever you get your podcasts. You can also catch it on Bloomberg TV from Monday, 10 p.m. UK time. Now, British luxury brand Burberry sales have grown across all of its ranges for the first time in 3 years, with strong demand from the U.S. Let's get more with Andrea Felsted, a columnist at Bloomberg Opinion. Andrea, it's so good to speak to you, especially on a Friday. I feel like we look at tech and then a little bit of fashion. So what's driving demand at Burberry?
It really is the U.S. That was the best performing region, in line with Richemont the other day. China was also encouraging, so that's more sign that China is perhaps going in the right direction.
So is this a sign that the Burberry turnaround plan is working?
Well, what was interesting, they've really focused on outerwear, trench coats and scarves, but they said for the first time they'd seen demand grow across all categories: menswear, womenswear, children's wear, accessories, shoes, particularly women's handbags. We know that's a very challenged category. It's also a very lucrative category, so if they can do well in that category, it will give them a boost. I think there's a feeling that Burberry's had a good turnaround, but where does it go from here? You can't just rely on outerwear and scarves. Quite a crowded category with Moncler. Ralph Lauren wants to do more in outerwear, so they really need to get that recovery broadening.
Okay, talking about handbags, don't go anywhere because Sunday's World Cup final pits Spain against Argentina. But on the sidelines, a different kind of battle has been raging because the world's biggest sports brands have spent the tournament fighting for sales and buzz that they hope will outlast the final whistle. Well, we're now joined by Tim Lowe, Bloomberg's consumer reporter. So, Tim, going into the tournament, how did it look between Nike and Adidas in terms of who was better prepared to seize the moment?
Yeah, so when you compare the number of teams that the companies are sponsoring with their jerseys, it was a pretty even split between Nike and Adidas and even Puma. But when you took a step back, you had the sense that Adidas was maybe more prepared. They've been coming off of a couple years hot streak with the Samba sneaker boom, whereas Nike has been really going through a bit of a reset and a lot of problems. Adidas also kind of regards football as their home turf. They've been sponsoring the World Cup with FIFA for, 50 years. And what was fun for me to see was, a month before the tournament started, Adidas had rolled out its big splashy brand campaign, which they called Backyard Legends. A video featuring Hollywood stars Timothée Chalamet, Bad Bunny with Messi, and young stars that Adidas is trying to promote, like Lamine Yamal. And so they were there a month before Nike kind of responded with its own campaign. And so there was a sense that Adidas had sort of done its homework. It was super prepared, and Nike was maybe last minute putting its thing together. But as the tournament has evolved, it's Nike has also, held its own.
Changed.
In the semifinals, 2 of the teams were Nike, 2 of the teams were Adidas.
So now that we're heading to the final, is it too early to say which brand seems to have won the World Cup, and can they milk it to the max?
Right. No, I think it's pretty clear at this point that this has been an Adidas success story. I mean, you just look at the final. You have Spain and you have Argentina. They're both wearing Adidas uniforms. And you have some of the biggest stars in Messi and Lamine Yamal. They're Adidas players. It's not to say Nike's out of the picture. Okay. They have some really good players on the field who'll be wearing Nike shoes. That said, a lot of talk has been about, the boots on the field have been all pink, whether they're Nike or Adidas in color, so it's hard to differentiate that. So that really, brings it back home to this is kind of an Adidas weekend. And if you're looking out beyond that, there's, Adidas can't really go wrong no matter who wins.
Yeah. Tim, thank you so much. Tim Lowe there with the very latest on the World Cup. And, of course, some of the players staying with the World Cup, some of the biggest names in football, have also been making headlines off the field for their fashion choices. Now, it seems that luxury man bags are the must-have item among football's elite. So Andrea is still with us. Andrea, I love seeing some of the pictures, especially of the French players, because they have so many of the luxury brands. It's like a throwback from the 70s. But, some of the luxury bags have really been stealing the show for men.
Absolutely. It's really been about Erling Haaland and his hacks and his Birkins. He's really raised the profile of Hermes.
So what does it mean? Is this a growing sector of the luxury market? So men handbags, but also sports and luxury are getting close.
Absolutely. Both of those trends, sports and luxury, particularly LVMH, has been making a really big push into sport. But for luxury, the handbag has really been, it's been underperforming. It's a real money spinner. It's been underperforming. Men only account for a quarter of that market. So if they can get more men buying these luxury brands, then that's very good news. It could be a new category for luxury.
And they have to be bigger bags, right? Which goes against the trend of the smaller bags.
Exactly. These guys have all been carrying big bags. That's mainly because they're sort of a super luxe kit bag.
Yeah.
But luxury, it's been all about the mini bags, so we need a rebalancing to bigger models.
Super luxe kit bag. I like that. Andrea, thank you so much. Andrea, you've heard it here first. Andrea Felstedt from Bloomberg Opinion. Look, U.S. futures, of course, thinking of two things, the Strait of Hormuz with U.S. and Iran, and we'll see, of course, what happens with the tech stocks, as for the moment they're being slammed in pre-market. Up next, Bloomberg Brief, and this is Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
It's Bloomberg Money.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week.
Welcome to Balance of Power.
You're watching Bloomberg Deals. Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend.
This is Bloomberg Television.
As an exchange, what can you do to make it more attractive to be a publicly traded company?
Talk to our customers. We spend a lot of time with our listed companies, listening to their concerns, particularly the offices of the CFO, head of IR, listening to their pain points, general counsels as well, and then act as an advocacy group for those companies to really focus on structured reform to allow a company to tell their story in the most efficient way possible and reward them for the good disclosures that they are making in the market.
Is there any sort of financial innovation that you could drive to get more companies to list? Tokenization has come up.
Well, we did announce our tokenization initiative earlier this year. We already built the technology, we've already done a variety of proof of concepts. It allows for instantaneous settlement, 24/7 trading. It importantly allows for the rights associated with a share to move into that electronic form, but is going to be a platform that runs in parallel to our more traditional exchanges.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Burr.
I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
When news breaks,
a redhead across the Bloomberg terminal.
Bloomberg has you covered.
Trump's global tariffs are struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court.
For all the context and clarity you need.
There's going to be now tons of tariff headlines until midterm elections.
Hear it first on Bloomberg.
It's 5 a.m. in New York City, 10 a.m. in London. Good morning, I'm Bonnie Quinn with your Bloomberg Brief. Let's get you set up for the day. The global chipmaker sell-off gathering pace as concerns over AI investments mount. President Trump accuses China of election interference in a primetime address. China denies the allegations. And escalation fears, concerns growing that tensions between the U.S. and Iran will intensify after a sixth day now of strikes. Asia, though, once again providing a catalyst for a tech sell-off. Let's get a check on global markets. This time, Winnie Sue, it's not Korea. Winnie is in Hong Kong for us.
Yeah, good morning, Bonnie. As you just mentioned, we are seeing this new model from China's AI startup Moonshot, and that is posing a bit of a threat to this global AI trade. And that is coming as investors think that this Chinese product can actually turn investors to choose more cheaper options versus what is already available. So that is sending some shocks across the technology shares overall in Asia as well as in the U.S. Now, overall sentiment is lower. We have MSCI Asia here down about 3%, headed for its lowest in about 2 months as concerns continue to rise around the AI spending. We have Taiwanese stocks, in fact, headed into a correction territory, down about 10% from its June peak. Also, some concerns after TSMC's earnings, unable to impress investors. Now, flip of where we take a look at Japanese assets, because similarly, we have the Nikkei 225 in a technical territory with the Kioxia shares down about 16%, seeing its market cap halved in just the past month. Now, it was Japan's most valuable company just last month. So you can see that sentiment turning really quickly. When it comes to the cross-asset space, we are seeing Japanese yen strengthening just a bit after Prime Minister Takaichi mentioned that it is important for pension funds to invest further in domestic assets.
Winnie, a lot happening in Asia this week, and it's infecting the rest of the world. Let's get to London for a look at Europe, obviously in Britain. More preparations for what might be announced next week. Justina Lee, what's happening?
Good morning, Vani. Now, it's a classic risk-off day in Europe today with the Stocks Europe 600
down 0.8%, of course, also dragged down by technology shares. And the only sectors sort of in the green are the more defensive ones like utilities. And you know it's a defensive day because the FTSE 100 is down a little bit less, and that's because it tends to have less of those, growthy tech names, more value names, more defensive sectors. And also a sign of the classic risk-off mood today. I mean, we haven't seen a big move in oil, but generally bond yields are down, kind of reflecting some of the equity weakness. Now, Bonnie, as you mentioned earlier, it's a big day for UK politics, with Andy Burnham set to take over leadership of the Labour Party before becoming Prime Minister on Monday. And now we flip the board here. One surprise to a lot of market participants. Actually, the pound has done pretty well, even with all this political instability. We can see that this pound, the pound against the dollar has strengthened quite a bit lately, with actually the UBS Global Wealth Strategist actually saying that this has turned out to be a tailwind rather than a headwind, especially with kind of a lot of investors covering their shorts in sterling lately and maybe deciding that the pound is a little bit underowned. But of course, it all depends on what policies come next, and we're going to have to see just right that next week.
Yep, that'll be a thread running through all of next week. Justina Lee, thank you so much. Here in the United States, you'll see futures pointed lower, particularly NASDAQ 100 futures. This sell-off continuing. We've seen it all week, even as most of the evidence suggests that companies are really doing just fine. TSMC even, for example, we knew most of these details earlier in the week. It didn't prevent the sell-off earlier in the week, even though TSMC's metrics were all pretty great. It is not preventing it today either. I will say the China announcement and the speech from President Xi Jinping about how China is all in on AI isn't going to help moods here today in the United States. Also, it's a little bit of an earnings theme, right? We also had Netflix disappointing investors, and that stock is lower pre-market as well. Let's get to yields. We'll be talking to Andrew Sheets a little bit later on and what's next for the Fed, but essentially the market is all but priced out a July increase at the very least. But we're down a couple of basis points on the two-year yield, just below 412. Once again, are we down on the 30-year yield? We're still at 507, so that steepening is just gathering pace just a little bit here for yields. And then we are keeping our eye, of course, on oil, holding on to those levels that we've seen for most of the week, 80 on WTI and around 85 on Brent. Let's get to some individual market movers now. Back over to London and Chloe Melly.
Good morning, Bonnie. The tech sell-off that we have seen in Asia and Europe is now spilling over into the US and sweeping up all of those big names. And in particular, Intel is down more than 5% this morning, with investors really questioning these really super high valuations in that tech sector and questioning whether those investments into AI can actually deliver those lucrative returns. Moving on to Netflix, which is also falling quite significantly this morning after its third quarter forecast disappointed investors. It seems the company is really struggling to boost and revive that engagement, and so we're down almost 10% in pre-market trading this morning. And finally, Intuitive Surgical is also down this morning after the growth for its surgical robots slowed to the weakest pace in 4 years, and that was due partly to the growing uptake of GLP-1s and also changes to the Affordable Care Act subsidies. And so we're down more than 11% in pre-market trading this morning.
Chloe, a lot of red on the screen today. Thank you so much. Chloe Melly will be back later in the hour. Also coming up this hour, we discuss defense spending with Mikael Johansson, CEO of Saab. Later in the hour, we're going to look at inflation concerns, growth concerns, and more with Andrew Sheets of Morgan Stanley. A surprise breakthrough from Chinese AI startup Moonshot is sinking AI and semiconductor stocks today. Moonshot's new Kimi K3 model is deepening worries that U.S. companies could use Chinese models more and invest less in, for example, Anthropic. Bloomberg Intelligence analyst Matt Bloxham joins us now. A little bit of a deep-seek moment this morning, Matt. How good is Kimi K3, and should we be this worried?
Yeah, I think it's still early days to kind of see how good this is going to be against some of the big, like Anthropic OpenAI models, but definitely a sign of what's happening in the market. The corporates are getting increasingly sensitive and focused around the cost of using AI models. So anything that can potentially deliver similar or equivalent performance for substantially less money is going to become more popular. And so I think that it's going to kind of create a new pressure. Now, I think a lot lot of US companies may feel sensitive or may even come under pressure not to use Chinese models given the geopolitical tensions, but it is going to, I think, create pressure for those big US model developers like Anthropic, OpenAI and Google to think about how they evolve their model so that they kind of keep the performance high but with lower costs.
How much is the speech from President Xi Jinping impacting markets today? So he basically said, we're all in on AI and we want it to be open. We're going to send training courses to lots of other developing nations.
Yeah, so I think this, the technology battleground between China and the US is very much about these kind of third countries where they have more relaxed views on where they source technology, and that's a big opportunity for a large number of technology companies. And so that's, I think, where the kind of battleground for growth is going to be. So I think it's no surprise, really, that China is all in on AI and is looking to expand its influence on AI beyond China. But it's definitely kind of very much a kind of warning sign for the US companies that they kind of need to continue to develop and need to think about how they develop their technology to make sure that those third countries remain a lucrative growth opportunity for them too.
This Google Gemini delay, Matt, how serious is it for Google?
I don't think it's too serious, but it does highlight the fact that, as AI models have evolved very rapidly over the last few years, it's now getting harder to deliver significant incremental gains. And that when you do deliver those, you've got the likes of the US government kind of putting greater scrutiny on how widely you can make those things available. It kind of seems to me that, Google's kind of got a lot more checks and balances in place around how it develops software compared to some of its new arrivals. It's having to rethink which of those checks and balances it keeps and which it can relax to remain competitive. So I think we will see Google come out with this product relatively soon, and I think it's going to be competitive enough to keep them in the mix with OpenAI and Anthropic. I think, to be honest, Google has performed much better than people worried perhaps a year or two back in the AI race. I think a lot of people had written Google off and that AI would kind of really make a big dent in their market share, but that's not been the case. So I think Google is going to continue to be a strong player.
All right, Matt, thank you so much. We have to leave it there. Matt Bloxham of Bloomberg Intelligence. Now to other top stories trending on the terminal this morning. President Trump accusing China of interfering in the 2020 U.S. elections. In a primetime speech, he claimed the Chinese government stole 220 million voter files and other sensitive data. China denied the allegations. The accusations come ahead of Chinese President Xi Jinping's visit to the U.S. in September. U.S. intelligence agencies have previously debunked these allegations. Burberry sales grow for the first time in 3 years. Same-store sales rose 5% in the first quarter, led by the performance in the U.S. The brand highlighted sales of its rainwear with its Portraits of an Icon campaign, featuring celebrities from Tiana Taylor to Wu Lei. SpaceX was forced to abort its Starship rocket mission when some of its engines failed to fire up. The company says it will aim to launch its Starship rocket again in a few days. Coming up, Swedish defense giant Saab's stock soaring after reporting strong second quarter profits. We'll be speaking with the CEO, Mikael Johansson, next. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gura.
I'm Lisa Mateo. And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington. Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, Buckle up.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives, and that revolution is playing out in real time. From finance to defense tech, AI to entertainment, from the road to the stars. Bloomberg is bringing you the stories of companies and people that are pushing tech to new frontiers, and the politics reshaping global tech markets. I'm Ed Ludlow, live in San Francisco, and this is Bloomberg Tech. Every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
This is Bloomberg Brief. I'm Bonnie Quinn in New York. Saab shares are rising after the Swedish company posted profits that beat estimates in the second quarter. Saab CEO Mikael Johansson joins us now from Stockholm. Mikael, congratulations on your quarter. The NATO summit recently generated a $5 billion contract for your radar detection systems. I'm curious, what is more important going forward, that European defense spending rises or that there's greater coordination of European procurement?
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me. Well, yeah, the NATO summit was a big success, of course, and NATO announced that they will go and buy the Global Eye, roughly 10 aircrafts. We're working the contract as we speak. It's not either or. I mean, it's really important that Europe gets together and do more collaborations to create scale in Europe. But I do think the NATO summit really pushed the message of that European countries and companies now are stepping up to take this seriously about handling their own security and investing lots in defense. So it was a really good summit from that perspective, but we still have a way to go when it comes to collaboration and doing less fragmentation in Europe, I think.
Mr. Johansson, could you tell me what is the annual production rate currently on Global Eye, and will you need to spend additional capex in order to increase capacity?
Well, roughly the rate right now has been like 2 aircraft a year, and we are now aiming for somewhere between 4 to 6 aircraft a year to be able to deliver that rate around 2030, which we have our investments ongoing to do. And of course, it will take investment, but it's not such huge investment to increase capacity like that. And also, since Canada has selected the Global Eye, we will also set up a hub in Canada to do all these things in industrial collaborations with Canadian industry, and maybe in Europe as well, another hub. So it will not only be in Sweden, even though Sweden will be important, our hub in Linköping, Sweden. So we're going in that direction, and it's going really well.
Can you give us a little more detail on the capex spending? How much roughly, and what are you thinking of spending and where in Canada?
Well, I think, as we've said, this will create like 3,000 jobs over time in Canada, and the investments will be on an infrastructure perspective, facilities, of course, to get together with Canadian industry, and also missionizing the business jet to become a Global Eye. And then we, of course, will continuously take the responsibility for certifying the final capability, and having the type certificate for the capability will be on our side. So it will be a collaboration with companies like Bombardier and IMP and CAE and others in Canada. So a big portion of the supply chain will, of course, be focused on getting that done in Canada as well. But exactly in terms of billions of Swedish, I can't really tell, but I mean, our average yearly spending now is 10 billion Swedish, roughly $1 billion US or euros a year now in only capacity building. So this is going to be managed within that.
Let's move to Gripens. So there is a Ukraine order now that's finalized for 16 Gripens E. You previously said your annual production rate was around about 15. Do you need to expand that so that you can make 20 to 30 per year?
Absolutely. I would say rather sort of between 25 and 30. So we're doubling the capacity more or less as we speak, and that needs to be done in a very short time frame. We are getting there quickly. And but also there a potential sort of collaboration. If Canada would select to go dual fleet, of course, that would become sort of a hub for us. But there are also other potential customers. And of course, we're trying to involve also Ukrainian industry into this because they are taking this in batches. This was the first batch. And they've said many times that they want to go further batches towards 150 aircrafts. So, of course, in the end, Ukrainian industry will be involved as well.
France and Germany terminated the FCAS contract back in June. Have there been talks or agreements between Sweden and Germany or between yourselves and Airbus about a sixth-generation fighter?
Well, not really in a sort of a specific way. Of course, we're touching bases on this and making our assessments. I really want to say that Sweden has its own sort of FCAS program ongoing, which is now focused on the collaborative combat aircraft, which we call CCA, complementing the Gripen fighter going forward. We have a new Gripen Echo version now in the market, which will be upgradable for a long time. And if there will be collaborations, we will, of course, have our doors open, but it has to be aligned from a security policy perspective, politics to politics, but also from an Air Force to Air Force perspective. You have to have the same view of capabilities and then, of course, industry logic. So it's not only an industry thing to go about sort of trying to do something on the fighter side. All of that must sort of be in place. But we will make our assessments, keep our doors open, and we will see what happens. But not sort of a specific avenue has been launched from our side yet.
You mentioned how you're spreading out geographically a little bit. Can you continue to expand margins with this geographical expansion?
I think we can, absolutely. I mean, we're creating scale on sort of OPEX costs in the company, of course, but while we continue to increase our spending on R&D, that we will never compromise with. And we are used to having presence in many countries and doing sort of several hubs together with other countries makes sense to us. We're not the biggest countries. We are the biggest engineering company in Sweden today. We employ net up like 3,000 people a year into our company. So, of course, we need to expand outside Sweden to grow the company. And I still think that will also have a positive effect on the margins going forward. So I'm not worried about that. It's a way of growing the whole company.
Well, Mr. Johansson, we have to leave it there. But thank you so much. A pleasure chatting with you this morning. That is Saab CEO Michael Johansson. Coming up, we'll look at the challenges small businesses are facing getting their tariff refunds. This is Bloomberg.
Western countries, all of them are cutting funding to Africa. And some of these programs were supported by funding coming from Western countries, like for human resources, for testing, for transportation of samples. And suddenly, African countries have to think how to fund money and to cover this gap. But it takes some time. And I think the combination of all of these factors are fueling this mistrust that we see at community level. We value the support we got and we are still getting from the US. And we think that if we continue to work together, and there is no reason for the US not to work with Africa CDC, Africa CDC is the leader in terms of public health in Africa.
What is going to be the consequence for US markets? We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
The global economic playbook is being rewritten and the levers of power are moving in real time.
To see where the world is headed, you have to look where the action is.
I'm Haslinda Amin in Singapore.
I'm Menika Doshi in Mumbai.
Welcome to Emerging the New Economy podcast.
Each month, we dive deep into how the world's most exciting rising economies are shaping the global future.
Join the conversation. Subscribe to Emerging on your favorite podcast platform today.
Small businesses were hit hard by President Trump's sweeping tariffs. But as Wall Street Week found out, getting a refund after the Supreme Court struck those tariffs down is not quite as easy as it sounds.
Now the Supreme Court has ruled, and there's a fair amount of money, according to press accounts, that has been refunded of those tariffs. How much of that have you realized?
None.
Well, how does that work?
It's pretty frustrating, actually. So I have to contact my vendor, who is in turn waiting for a refund from the shipping company so that I can still pass through that refund to my customer as well. It's just really a big mess all the way around.
But what about now, going forward, putting aside for the moment what's already been paid? Has your business largely returned to where it was before the tariffs?
I want to say it's different. So prior to tariffs and prior to the expiration of R&D tax credits, we did a fair amount of work in R&D. That went away. I believe that the tariffs had the effect of slowing down the pace of innovation because there was so much waiting and unpredictability in components. So that really slowed that process down. The tariffs are not doing anything to move the supply chain in the way that they are intended to move the supply chain. The reason is that the tariffs simply aren't high enough to make it painful enough for behaviors to change. I'm not
Bloomberg Wall Street Week's Simon Hampton joins us now. So Simon, how much of the tariff revenue has been refunded to businesses?
So it's a little under half at the moment. So there's about $166 billion of tariff revenue collected across around just over 300,000 businesses. About $71 billion of that has been refunded at the moment. And as you heard there, it's a pretty hard process for some businesses. You know, FedEx or UPS is the shipper, and that's where the refund goes to, so they have to go to other businesses to get the refund to flow down. And it's a big undertaking for customs as well to build a new system to give out these refunds.
And even if it arrives, how has the environment changed for these SMEs?
Well, it's really tough because, you know, their markets have contracted. They've been changing their prices a lot. We spoke to a wine importer who changed his prices 4 times after the tariffs came in. So it's been a really unsettling time, and I think that's what they're looking for is just some stability.
Well, it's a fantastic story and well reported out. Bloomberg's Simon Hampton, thank you. And do catch Bloomberg Wall Street Week tonight at 6 p.m. New York time, 11 p.m. London time. This is Bloomberg.
Do you mind being called an ideological lunatic or a bunch of left-wing nut jobs?
You know, I've been called worse things than that.
Oh! You'd think she owned the place.
23andMe, I think, is so incredibly valuable. We're coming back.
It had that kind of detective story feel to it. You know, when you're hot on the trail of something, you know that it's very exciting.
What magazines were you reading as a kid?
I don't think I was reading magazines until I was in them.
You are on the cover of all of these.
Oh, and there's many, many more, but we just don't have time.
Why should people trust you?
I don't think anybody should trust any company or entity completely with any of this.
It's very uncomfortable. Artificial intelligence is this force that is far bigger than we are.
I want to build better businesses around these brands.
The shock will never wear off.
So you're a brother and sister running one of the most powerful companies in the world. When you argue, who wins?
No one. The way I could see AI being banned or blocked is if something really went wrong. And if something really went wrong, then maybe it deserves to be.
So is it Paradise Ahead or Gattaca?
Maybe somewhere in the middle.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories.
And we're here, where the action starts in Sydney.
And in Tokyo, get ahead as the global trading day begins.
The Asia Trade, weekdays only on Bloomberg.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
It's 5:30 a.m. in New York City, 10:30 a.m. in London. Good morning, I'm Vonnie Quinn with your Bloomberg Brief. Let's get you set up for the day. The global chipmaker sell-off gathering pace as concerns over AI investments mount. President Trump accuses China of election interference in a primetime address. China denies those allegations. And concerns growing that tensions between the US and Iran will intensify after a sixth day now of strikes. So let's get to those markets. As you can see, futures are pointed lower. We're off our lows of the session, but Nasdaq 100 futures leading the pack. A global tech sell-off continuing today, even after TSMC beat and gave us some more details. But in Japan, for example, flash memory maker Kioxia was down 16%. It's lost more than half its value in recent weeks. We also had heavy selling in Taiwan. That index, the TAIEX, now in a technical correction, and it continued across Asia. We also had some announcements out of China overnight that seem to have created this deep-seek moment. We have a Kimi K3 model that is spooking investors. And we also have Xi Jinping all in on AI, an open kind of a version of AI in a speech last night. So that's impacting the trade as well today. In terms of yields, we are seeing the front end come down just a little bit, just another 2 basis points, but we're back down to below 412 now, even as the 30-year yield stays pretty elevated, just below 507 at this point, and that 10-year yield continues to stay above 450. We're at 453, even though we're down 2 basis points today. We'll speak about all of that in a moment with Andrew Sheets of Morgan Stanley, but let's get to some individual pre-market movers. Here's Chloe Melly.
Good morning, Vonnie. The chip sector is seeing that extended sell-off this morning, with Nvidia, Micron and Intel all quite steeply in the red in pre-market trading. Investors are questioning the sustainability of AI spending following the breakthrough of a Chinese open source model. So there's this rising potential competition, and that is creating some deeper pressure on that market this morning. Moving on to Netflix, which is getting investors quite worried. Its forecast for the third quarter was seen as quite underwhelming. It seems that the company is struggling to sort of rekindle this engagement from customers. And so we are seeing that really pressure the shares this morning. We're down almost 10%. And finally, another mover in the red is Intuitive Surgical, which is seeing that slowing demand for its surgical robots. Some of it is because of changes to Affordable Care Act subsidies, and some of it is due to growing uptake of GLP-1s. And so that is leading to a lot of weakness and slowing pace of growth for that business, and we are seeing that reflected in those shares this morning, taking quite the hit at 11% drop for Intuitive Surgical.
Chloe, thank you so much. Chloe Melee there in London. The chip rout deepening, the scale of the AI build-out now starting to really affect investor appetite. It's one of the risks our next guest said could derail conditions this summer. Joining us now is Andrew Sheets, Global Head of Fixed Income Research at Morgan Stanley. So, Andrew, you absolutely nailed the CPI data. You said it would come in a little bit less than markets expected and that would allow the Fed hold for the rest of the year. But you also said that a couple of risk factors, such as this sell-off in chips and potentially a re-escalation of the Iran war, could derail things. Are you now having to rethink your base case for the rest of the year?
Yeah, thanks, Vonnie. It's great to be here. So our economists did, I think, have a great call on inflation, and that remains a really important view for us at Morgan Stanley over the balance of the year. We don't think it was just about one print of benign CPI, that those inflation numbers continue to moderate through the second half of the year, and that allows the Fed to stay on hold this year and ultimately cut. So the Fed is not the problem in our view in terms of markets, but there is going to be ongoing concern around AI spending, and there is going to be, I think, rightly concern if the Strait of Hormuz does not open as normal. And I think for now, it's the AI piece in focus. It's such a big part of the economic story. It's such a big part of the earnings story. And it's such a big part of the positioning story for investors that there's just no way to get around it.
It's also such a big part of Kevin Warsh's outlook, right? How would this sell-off and maybe just a little bit less confidence in the AI story impact the Fed share?
Well, I do think there's this interesting debate with investors because, I think core to Chair Warsh's view is that AI represents a boost in productivity, and a boost of productivity over time should be disinflationary. But I think when you talk to a lot of investors, they see a timing issue that yes, kind of eventually that productivity improvement comes through, but that productivity improvement is fundamentally, in the future, and the cost pressures are happening right now. The memory cost pressures are happening right now, and that doesn't change. So again, what makes us kind of optimistic about the inflation story is that we're starting to see signs of these numbers moderating, even though we know that memory costs are up a lot and chip costs are up a lot, and we're already in the midst of all this AI spending. But I think this is where, earnings season the next couple of weeks is really important. I think markets are worried that you might see some pullback in spending. That's not our base case. We think ultimately these companies remain committed to that investment. They remain committed to that spending. And quarter after quarter, we've seen these numbers revised up, not down. But I think the market, for all the reasons you just mentioned, is going to want to see evidence of that before it rekindles confidence.
So still not your base case at the same time, the very beginning of earnings season, if, even with the big banks, but basically for all companies, we've seen a sell-off. And that's not what you typically see in July. July tends to be a fairly strong month. So are you thinking about maybe just wavering a little bit in the confidence that you have for this earnings season?
Yeah, so I think it is a great point you make on seasonality. I think the last time the S&P 500 was negative in the month of July was 2014. It's been quite a while. But we do remain at Morgan Stanley fundamentally positive. I mean, we do think that you're continuing to see strong earnings growth. The global economy looks solid. We don't think the Fed is going to be as hawkish as markets expect. And, I think there's this debate over whether or not, kind of more AI spending or less AI spending is the better outcome. Our analysts, and we do a lot of work trying to marry kind of the top-down and bottom-up views across Morgan Stanley Research. Our bottom-up analysts remain very optimistic about AI spending, and that should continue to support that growth in earnings outlook. So, look, you've had very extreme levels of positioning. That can drive volatility. I think that's been part of what's driving the volatility. I think part of the good news is that when we look at those positioning measures, they've started to correct quite significantly. And I think if we see price action like we're seeing today, hang up over another couple of sessions, then you really are starting to wash out some of this positioning in an important way.
Back to the inflation data. After studying it, Andrew, and having made the right call and so on, is there still uncertainty about where inflation is coming from in this economy?
Yeah, I think there is an enormous amount of uncertainty. And again, we have had, one good print, but prior to that, most of the prints this year have been too high. And I do think this is a challenge that Chair Warsh is facing. I think he is aware that inflation has been much higher than the Fed wants it, and that's been true, really over the last 5-6 years. I think you have a Fed committee that is worried that inflation's been too high and has been sounding more hawkish. And some of the productivity improvements that could improve that longer-term story are still maybe some ways away. So, I think with inflation, the market is really in a wait-and-see mode. I think a positive factor is if you look at some of the break-even inflation, the kind of implied inflation numbers that you can find on the Bloomberg terminal, you are seeing a big drop in those. And so I do think that there is some confidence. It's not just, our models are saying that. Some of the market implied numbers are giving a much more benign 1 to 2 year inflation outlook than they were a little while ago.
Well, in fact, if you look even further out, the 10-year moving more than the 5-year, which caused inversion. Andrew, is that telling us that the market is pricing in more transitory inflation in the immediate term or more elevated short-term risk?
Yeah, so I think this is another important factor that we're watching. So, I think coming into this year, there was a wide-ranging expectation that the yield curve would steepen. And as often the case, the opposite has happened. We've had a flattening of the yield curve, and that's been true in the U.S. and that's been true in Germany and other markets. And that intensified recently. Now, I think that flattening of the curve and any inversion, say, of 2s, 10s, we treat as a bad thing. When that's happened previously, it's been quite bad for fixed income and bond flows. And a slowdown in flows at a time when there is so much corporate issuance would be a pretty severe threat to the credit market. What you've started to see a little bit more recently is that curve steepening back out. I think a steeper curve is much more consistent with economic confidence and economic strength. And I think a steeper curve is also good for demand from insurance companies and banks and real money investors. So I think the steeper curve is what we should be rooting for. I think we've seen some of that, which I think is a good sign for fixed income demand. But it's been, a little bit touch and go, and we obviously need to see that continue.
Andrew, I know that your base case is still that there's no move from the Fed this year, and I think you're still thinking about the possibility of maybe a cut next year. But if there's a non-zero chance the Fed has to hike this year, where are you pricing that at? Like, how non-zero of a chance is it?
Yeah, no, I think it's still a realistic probability. I mean, again, I think if you look at what the market is pricing, and the market's very smart and made up of a lot of very kind of thoughtful investors, the market is still pretty confident that the Fed will raise rates. And so, again, I think this is something that, we need to take seriously. I think it's probably one of our more out of consensus views when we come to our macro outlook that they will not hike. But it's a very realistic probability. The market's assigning well over a 50% chance that it happens. And again, I think the challenge to markets with a hike is always that once you hike, the natural question is, well, when's the next hike? There's a little bit of this extrapolation risk that always exists. So again, even though we think we're going through a little bit of a chop and churn at the moment, our fundamental optimism for the second half of the year is the Fed stays on hold, and that's good for confidence. I think once you introduce even one hike into the mix, that extrapolation risk does present itself.
Yeah, it looks like the beginning of a cycle. Andrew, thank you so much. Pleasure speaking with you. Andrew Sheets of Morgan Stanley. Now to other top stories trending on the terminal this morning. President Trump's media company wants to sell traders fast access to his posts. Trump Media will launch a data feed meant for organizations such as high-frequency and algorithmic trading firms that need information quickly. It's the latest example of how Trump's political role is overlapping with his business interests. The president is the largest shareholder in Trump Media. U.S. regulators traced the Cyclospora outbreak to shredded lettuce served at Taco Bell. The parasite has sickened thousands in Michigan and other nearby states. And New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani says no thanks to more money. The mayor said he'll forego an 18% pay raise that would have increased his salary to more than $305,000. Coming up, President Trump makes blistering accusations against the Chinese government. We recap his address next. This is Bloomberg.
world's most powerful investors don't ring a bell. They quietly reshape entire industries. This is the money shaping the world. The Dealmaker Playbook, where power and billions of dollars change hands every day. From private equity and credit to venture capital and M&A, we bring you the inside scoop on the biggest deals and debates, plus exclusive conversations with finance's ultimate insiders. I'm Danny Berger, and this is Bloomberg Deals. Every week, only on Bloomberg Television.
Oh, hello there. Just wanted to say, Primer is back. We've been scouring the frontiers of science and technology to help explain the difference between the next gold rush and whatever this thing is. And in season 2, we're upping the stakes. More danger.
Now that is some high-grade uranium mineralization.
We used to have a stable climate on this Earth. Right now, we do not.
More science.
We're pushing the envelope of technology in multiple directions. Software, hardware, chemistry, physics.
The cable is like very cold.
And more CEOs that can nail the photo shoot.
Hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars are at stake. While the problems are economic, the solutions are too.
And yes, we will be talking about AI.
There is a lot of humanoid hype out there.
But our future doesn't run on hype. It runs on innovation. Watch season 2 on all these lovely channels.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Murray.
I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors.
We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
Over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files. That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party preferences, and other sensitive data that would be needed to register to vote.
President Trump speaking last night, accusing China of interfering with the 2020 U.S. elections, accusations which have already been debunked. Bloomberg's government's Jonathan Tamari joins us now from Washington. Jonathan, why lob this at China and the Chinese president now, 2 months before the proposed visit to the U.S.?
Yeah, I think this is much more of Trump focusing on his domestic audience than he is on that visit from Xi Jinping in September. He is laying the groundwork, many people believe, many Democrats certainly believe, to say that that Congress needs to pass his voter ID bill that he's been pushing for several months and that he's not been able to get through Congress, and he's making that case last night. And many Democrats believe that because polls are moving against Trump right now, that he's laying the groundwork to claim that this election, if it goes in Democrats' direction, is fraudulent and possibly to contest it the way he contested the 2020 election. So I think this is much more of a domestic call. It is, as you point out, it's a little bit strange considering he just called Xi Jinping his good friend and is hosting him in September. But I think this is more of an election-focused speech than it is anything directed at international affairs.
So can we expect more of these speeches again then as, you know, the tempo picks up before the midterms? And if so, won't they be at odds with what's actually happening on the ground? We're still in Iran, for example, or striking Iran at least.
Yeah, I mean, the Homeland Security Secretary, Markway Mullen, is supposed to speak today to some of the claims that the president made last night. So, yes, it does seem the administration is going to keep emphasizing it. The issue for them, and even what many Republicans are saying, is that, yeah, voters are concerned about the cost of living, they're concerned about inflation. There is an ongoing war, which is usually the type of thing you would see a president use a national address to speak to. And so he's talking about things that matter very much to him, but are not, according to polls, the top issue that many voters are considering as they decide who they're going to vote for this fall.
Speaking of Iran and U.S. involvement there, We have tankers doing U-turns. We have the US hitting southern Iran overnight, striking 6 road bridges. It's getting a little messier, isn't it, Jonathan? What are the odds that we, go beyond some red line that it's very difficult to come back from?
It's certainly looking more likely over the last week. The ship movement, according to our colleagues at Bloomberg, is an indication that the current blockade is actually a little tougher, a little wider than the previous blockade that the United States had imposed. So the president has tried military conflict, he's tried negotiations, has not gotten the results he's wanted. It looks like they're preparing to try to escalate, but we've also seen him not want to go back into a full-blown war. He's openly said that he's concerned about the economic impacts, particularly this close to election time. So he does not have a lot of good options or options that he seems really eager to take. But the military strikes appear to be escalating. It appears every day that we're getting closer and closer to going back to full-scale conflict.
Jonathan, thank you so much. That is Bloomberg Government's Jonathan Tamari. Chip stocks facing one of their worst months since the global financial crisis. The success of Chinese AI startup Moonshot's new Kimi K3 model is igniting fears U.S. companies may use Chinese models more and invest less in the Anthropics and OpenAIs of the world. Bloomberg senior strategist Neil Campling joins us now. We know that companies are already doing some of this. Neil, how good is Kimi K3 and is this another DeepSeek moment?
I was about to use that exact term, Bonnie. You beat me to it. I mean, this is quite stunning in terms of the performance capabilities. Clearly, a couple of the leading models that we have out of the US are still ahead, but in Mythos 5. But as a way of example, Opus 4.8, which was launched by Anthropic just 6 weeks ago, this is now as powerful as that particular AI model. So the speed with which they managed to catch up is going to set some alarm in some of the AI frontier models in the US. And as you mentioned, with the chip sector coming under increasing pressure and the hyperscalers investing hundreds of billions of dollars in their capex, this is going to raise those questions again about whether these massive tech companies are going to see good returns on investment capital from these chip investments. It's a big wake-up call, I think.
It is a big wake-up call. What does it mean then for the hyperscalers and their capex plans? I mean, wouldn't they want to rethink them, quick smart?
Well, this is the problem. If we look at the CDS spreads of the hyperscalers in terms of the cost of debt, keeps going higher. More expensive from some measures that we've had than we've seen in some of the high-yield debt markets. It's a worry, especially when for the hyperscalers, free cash flow is now very much on the decline. So I do think that's a concern for the markets. And look out for what the hyperscalers say at the end of this month in their earnings reports and their plans for capex going forward.
All right, sounds like a warning to me. Neil, thank you so much. Bloomberg senior strategist Neil Campling. Sunday's World Cup final pits Spain against Argentina, but there's a different kind of battle on the sidelines. The world's biggest sports brands had been fighting for sales and for buzz. Bloomberg consumer reporter Tim Lowe joins us now. So going into the tournament, Tim, what did it look like? Who was battling who in terms of sponsorships and vibes, essentially?
Yeah, this is really like the high stakes competition, particularly between Adidas and Nike every 4 years now. And this time around, it kind of felt like Adidas had the edge coming into the tournament. They've been riding high on their Samba sneaker boom in recent years, whereas Nike has been struggling in this kind of corporate reset mode. Adidas also, they came out with their jerseys and their products months ahead of Nike, and also their kind of splashy brand campaign featuring Hollywood star Timothée Chalamet and Bad Bunny and Messi. So Nike was kind of reacting, and that was sort of where things stood at the start of the tournament. Since then, it's been the usual back and forth, leading up until the semifinals where there were 2 Adidas teams and 2 Nike teams. And Adidas came ahead on both fronts.
Yeah, exactly. So there are not 2 of each anymore. In fact, it seems like we're all Adidas for the final. Explain.
Yeah, and what a great position if you're an Adidas marketer. They have, on the one hand, Argentina with Messi, If they pull off the title, again, Messi essentially becomes a football god if he's not one already. And if Spain manages to win, Adidas happens to have this 19-year-old, Lamine Yamal, who is the heir apparent, particularly in Adidas's eyes, and what a potent vehicle they can use that for to sort of set him up in the world's eyes for years to come.
Absolutely. Tim, thank you so much for all of that elucidation. That is Bloomberg's Tim Lowe. Coming up, we're going to get you set up for your trading day. This is Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Every weekday, Bloomberg puts a spotlight on a different aspect of global finance. Flows, funds, and the forces shaping markets on ETF IQ. The future of money with Bloomberg Crypto. The players behind major transactions on Bloomberg Deals. Rates, risk, and the cost of capital on Bloomberg Real Yield. And personal finance, retirement, and wealth management on Bloomberg Money. A different topic every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television. Bringing you the latest business news wherever and whenever it happens. I'm Scarlett Fu, reporting from America's biggest military shipyard. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Brief. I'm Vonnie Quinn in New York, and now a look at what's ahead for your Friday trading session. Well, it's been a big week so far, but we're not finished with the economic data. We do get housing starts and building permits at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. UMich sentiment also comes out. That's at 10 a.m. Eastern. And then we get more regional bank earnings. We have Truist and Fifth Third reporting before the bell. But of course, it's your macro picture that really sets things up, because we've had such a week, not just of economic data, but also earnings. We've really kicked off earnings season with fantastic earnings from the banks. And then we got Netflix yesterday. Netflix shares down pre-market. And look at this. It's the AI trade that's really taking over. We had some announcements out of China, a new Kimi K3 model from a company called Moonshot that's sending tremors through the market. It certainly sent Taiwan into a technical correction. Also Japan as well. Kioxia was down 16%, bringing its decline down to 50% of its market value. Obviously it had run up a huge amount before then, but those jitters across Asia are absolutely bleeding into the futures here in the United States. Nasdaq 100 futures down 2% almost, and the SOX index is down more than 3% after 2 days of declines already, so expect that to decline today. Yield-wise, we're seeing the 2-year down just a couple of basis points. We're back below 412. Similarly, the 30-year is down, but we're still pretty elevated there. All right, that is it for Bloomberg Brief. Surveillance is ahead.
As an exchange, what can you do to make it more attractive to be a publicly traded company?
Talk to our customers. We spend a lot of time with our listed companies, listening to their concerns, particularly the offices of the CFO, head of IR, listening to their pain points, general counsels as well, and then act as an advocacy group for those companies to really focus on structured reform to allow a company to tell their story in the most efficient way possible and reward them for the good disclosures that they are making in the market.
Is there any sort of financial innovation that you could drive to get more companies to list? Tokenization has come up.
Well, we did announce our tokenization initiative earlier this year. We already built the technology, we've already done a variety of proof of concepts. It allows for instantaneous settlement, 24/7 trading. It importantly allows for the rights associated with a share to move into that electronic form, but it is going to be a platform that runs in parallel to our more traditional exchanges.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gura.
I'm Lisa Mateo. And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine. Watch, listen, stream.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Joanna Bersecci in El Ola, Saudi Arabia, and this is Bloomberg.
It's been an incredible first half of the year with respect to the equity capital markets.
It's not just one narrow group of companies and everything else is lackluster. It's really broad.
I think you want to be really thoughtful about the positioning that you have.
You want to avoid places that have not had good earnings momentum.
We think that this has legs.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning, good morning. For our audience worldwide, Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now. Coming into Friday, the sell-off deepens. The once high-flying chip stocks on the brink of a bear market as Netflix quarterly earnings are falling short of expectations. SpaceX is sliding after scrubbing its latest launch attempt, trading lower following engine failure.
So everyone's trying to understand what is the latest catalyst when it comes to what is happening in the technology space. And potentially, it's coming this morning from Beijing. This new Kimi moment, as investors are calling it, sort of like deja vu to the DeepSeek moment. We are seeing a model out of China that people are saying rival those of Anthropic and OpenAI.
Kimi moment, DeepSeek Volume 2, another China shock. We're responding to that this morning, and already we were seeing weakness in the tech trade, and that's the problem. We got weakness in the chip trade. The once high-flying chip names that were up by something like 90% in Q2, down aggressively on the brink of a bear market. This is another knock to sentiment at a pretty fragile time.
Right, pick your poison in terms of what you think the actual catalyst is. Jim Reed over at Deutsche Bank this morning talking about TSMC. They had great numbers, absolutely blockbuster numbers, but they raised their 2026 CapEx forecast to 60 to 64 billion. That's up from prior guidance. Are they having to spend more? And is it going to be there in terms of, is this real AI trade and the hyperscaler build out actually real?
And not just TSMC, earlier this week, ASML. Numbers have been really decent so far this week. This started a few weeks ago. Samsung came out, fantastic results, traded lower. How the market's responding to the information right now tells you a lot about positioning and price. We'll be talking about the latest out of China in just a moment from Aaron Cannon. I want to talk about the latest as well in the crude market. Commodities elevated this morning, Brent up by close to 2%, 85, north of that approaching 86, WTI around 80. 6 consecutive days of strikes by the US on Iran. The strikes in the last 24 hours different. The scope has started to broaden, to widen. This is something we haven't seen so far this week.
They are broadening, and if you look at reports coming out of the likes of the Wall Street Journal, the Associated Press, they're expanding. Multiple bridges were hit in Iran yesterday. This is an effort to really cut off potentially the supply links that the IRGC uses, and the AP says they've expanded as well this morning. So the latest we heard from CENTCOM was last night, 9:40 p.m. They said that was the 6th night of strikes. And they're continuing again this morning. And also, vessels going through the Strait of Hormuz. If you're an Iranian vessel, beware. We are seeing an incredibly aggressive U.S. blockade.
We had some decent data earlier this week. Softer CPI, softer PPI. How much comfort can you take from that when we've just seen a bounce back in crude, higher on the week by more than 10%? Coming up this hour, we'll catch up with Aaron Cannon of Clear Harbor Asset Management, with chip stocks on the brink of a bear market. Tobin Marcus of Wolf Research as the US strikes Iran for a 6th straight day. And Alicia Reese of Wedbush as Netflix fails to impress. We begin this hour with stocks extending tech-led declines. Aaron Cannon of Clear Harbor Asset Management writing, leadership is steadily expanding beyond semiconductor manufacturers towards the broader AI ecosystem. Aaron joins us now for more. Aaron, we've got to talk about the latest out of China. Moonshot's new Kimi K3 model. Maybe a lot of people aren't familiar with what's coming out of China. They're telling us, as they might, that this can rival the models coming out of Anthropic and OpenAI. Aaron, do you see this as another DeepSeek type moment, or is this different?
Sure, feels that way, Jonathan. Clearly it's a question around, how competitive is this Kimi 3 model relative to the closed source models that we have here in the United States, made by Anthropic, OpenAI, Grok, and others. It also questions, how much CapEx have we spent this year across the hyperscalers? What will be spent next year? Could we see the slope change as perhaps the return on invested capital question comes into the fore? I mean, the other question that I think is worth pondering too is Kimi's made a model that's competitive with U.S. models, and they do not have the leading chips that are designed here in the United States by the likes of NVIDIA, like the Blackwell chip or the Rubin chip. And so that would suggest that perhaps they're creating more output, more intelligence per unit of compute power with perhaps an inferior chip. And that could be very disruptive to the semiconductor ecosystem. I'm just postulating here that there's a risk to that.
I would just say, Aaron, in response, we've got no idea. I've personally got no idea how compliant they have been with export controls, but certainly raises questions about the kind of access they do have, the kind of developments they're making right now with the chips they have locally, domestically. That raises a lot of concerns, and here's one. You mentioned it. Are we getting to a position where it's harder and harder to justify the amount of money that the hyperscalers here in America have been spending, and start to question the wealth transfer we've seen from them to the chip players over the last 12 months? Is that trade becoming more and more vulnerable?
Yeah, I think it feeds into a broader question around are we going to see some sort of level of regulation within the AI ecosystem, both in the United States and perhaps globally? And there's been a discussion about that this week in the marketplace as well. And how does open source versus closed sort of function under that regime? I would just say, as it relates to the return on invested capital question that you just posed, it's a real question. But Grok and others, they are playing the long game. And so I suspect that they're not huddling up this morning, altering their CapEx estimates for the coming months.
When it comes to technology space, we also have Google potentially behind on their Gemini model. You have SpaceX overnight. What do you think the next catalyst is going to be?
Well, Anne-Marie, it's been a stunning week. For mid-July, we have geopolitics, the Strait of Hormuz, the escalation that you just reported on. We have earnings, which have been coming out fast and furious. Bank earnings have been very strong. a little mixed on the other side, but 20+% annualized growth rate in the second quarter. These are the types of growth rates we tend to see coming out of a deep recession. So it's not all glass half empty for sure. And of course, we have Fed Warsh in play with the Fed, and it's been quite a week.
So do you think that this isn't even so much chip specific when it comes to the sell-off, but other factors like what's going on in the conflict in the Middle East?
Yeah, I think it's a healthy breather. The semiconductor trade has been a volatile one. The equity trade through just a week or so ago was heavily momentum driven. The momentum factors come off. Kimi just was released yesterday. And so we're seeing increased volatility again this morning. I want to be a little careful that the narrative of the last 12 hours around Kimi, it is akin to sort of the DeepSeek moment. But I think it does raise some very important questions about how the AI build out, how that ecosystem evolves. What are the efficiencies that are going to be brought perhaps by the open source models from China? And how does that impact the demand for things like memory, which is all of the rage right now, with the likes of SK Hynix just having come with their ADR, and of course Micron and SanDisk and others in that space. And so it'll be interesting to see how this all evolves.
If you strip down the muscle of big tech, just looking at the index, go to the equal weight, and we closed at an all-time high just yesterday. The banks, not just the big ones, some of the regional players as well, Citizens, Fifth Third, PNC, take your pick, closed at records just yesterday, and we saw the big players on Wall Street deliver record highs as well. I just wonder, from your perspective, if we do have this fragile moment in tech, how isolated it will be, and whether it will really start to unravel the other part of the market as well that's doing quite well and holding up in the meantime.
That's right. I mean, yesterday the equal weight, I believe, was actually positive, and market cap weight was negative. We have now the equal weight up about 250 basis points year to date, in excess of the S&P market cap weighted index. And so, you look at all the sectors, all the 12 sectors, I think only one is down year to date. And so it suggests that there is a broadening, but we have to be a little careful too to deduce too much. The relationship of the sectors within the AI ecosystem across industrials, technology, within technology, semiconductors. As semis go up, it seems like software goes down. That's been an inverse trade year to date. And of course, banks, they're seeing increased activity on trading, but they're also seeing increased activity as it pertains to the AI build out in M&A. And so we have to keep a close watch on the correlation across sectors. But, growth looks strong. I think 5% nominal is possible this year. Inflation is decelerating out on the core side of things, and that'll be a focus for the next several months.
To your point, Aaron, it all feels like one trade, and that's the problem. Can you help us navigate that? This note just dropped from Jonathan Krinsky of BTIG. He sits in a different seat. He focuses on the technicals. He said there's a risk of a high correlation accident and that the risks continue to grow. Do you think it's avoidable?
I think it's avoidable if you don't just own the market, right? If you own the market, then you have 20% in the semiconductors in the United States. You have 25% in EM. And so if you own semis, you also are correlated to all the other aspects that we just discussed. So as an asset allocator, even within equities, I think there are other places to move. The banking sector looks strong. It's not just the semi trade, obviously. There's a lot of M&A, regulatory environment's positive for the banking sector, trading activities up, wealth activities up. We know that's related to AUM. And so, we think that there are opportunities across the landscape, but there's a lot of correlation going on, even down to utilities, as we know, as it pertains to this AI trade.
It's all felt like one trade, without a doubt. Aaron, thank you. Appreciate it. Aaron Cannon there of Clear Harbor Asset Management. If you're just joining us, the S&P 500 negative, the NASDAQ underperforming. We're going to be spending the whole morning. You're going to hear this a lot. People are going to be talking about the Chinese AI startup Moonshot and its new model, Kimi K3.
A new surprise at this AI conference as well, where Xi Jinping spoke, really talking about taking on the dominance when it comes to the AI trade. And according to the company, they think this rivals the United States' top models when it comes to Anthropic and OpenAI. And that's why people are a little bit concerned. And interesting point there you brought up with Aaron about, are they really export compliant?
Yeah,
How are they making these models?
We don't know. The president has been talking about election interference with regards to China. Let the president say what he's got to say, and we'll let the experts talk about that if they want. I would just say this, from the perspective of the economy and the perspective of financial markets here in the United States, the greatest threat to them right now, one of them, is developments on tech in China. Never mind election interference. These kind of things could upend this market, and in some ways, given the amount of money that's been spent and how dependent this economy has been on all of that spending, it could upend this economy too.
Absolutely. That's only also one key to the puzzle. There's also the geopolitical key to this entire trade, which is the fact that we are so reliant on Taiwan, 90% when it comes to chips that are fueling this entire hyperscaler demand, AI build out in the United States. And there has been a growing threat on that island.
We've had moments like this before. We worked through DeepSeek and then people just stopped talking about it. Yeah. And we'll see if this is one of those moments or if it's slightly different. Equity futures on the S&P, we're down by 0.9. On the NASDAQ, we're down hard. With an update on stories worldwide with your Bloomberg Brief, Vonnie Quinn has more. Hey, Vonnie.
Good morning, John. The U.S. completing a 6th straight day of strikes on Iran. The Associated Press reporting that bridges were among the assets targeted. Iranian state media saying 3 civilians were killed. President Donald Trump using a roughly 25-minute primetime address to revive claims that the 2020 election was stolen.
Of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files.
Trump also accusing U.S. government officials of trying to cover up Chinese interference. Netflix reporting a 2nd straight quarter of slower revenue growth. The company projecting sales of just under $13 billion in the current quarter, slightly below estimates. Investors questioning the platform's growth trajectory as it bets on new offerings, including live sports. And that is your Bloomberg Brief. John.
Stock is down almost 10% in the pre-market. Vonnie, thank you. Appreciate it. Up next on the program, widening attacks on Iran.
We're making a record investment in our armed forces. We are likewise winning big in Iran, and you will see the fruits of that labor very, very shortly.
In just a moment, we'll catch up with Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. Plus, we'll touch base with Tobin Marcus of Wolfe Research, live from New York City this morning. Good morning.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency.
Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
I've got the air quality index at 169 this morning. You don't follow the air quality index. That is super bad.
Very bad. I saw that the level was in the red of, quote, unhealthy, AKA don't go outside, which is why I'm worried about this weekend when it comes to the World Cup. I know it's supposed to clear, but is it really? Can you imagine running around 90 minutes in this terrible, foggy, hazy? It's very uncomfortable.
As bad, perhaps even worse in the last 24 hours than some of the most populous cities in places like India, which are well known for being very, very polluted. We're blaming Canada, right? Canadian wildfires.
Yes, it's their fault.
We saw this about 3 years ago, I think. That orange glow in the sky from the wildfires in Canada.
It's pretty for a moment, and then you go outside, you breathe it in, you're like, ooh, this is terrible. But yes, it did feel like some very polluted cities I've spent time in, like Delhi or Beijing. That's how New York feels right now.
Do you want to have a go at Carney this morning? Is it his fault?
Yeah.
Prime Minister?
Prime Minister Mark Carney, fix it, please. We can't breathe
Fix the
here
air
in New
quality.
York.
You know, come on. Look at what we're importing here. Okay. Equity futures right now in the S&P 500. Stay safe. Seriously, it's brutal. Got a headache just walking at it yesterday. Seriously.
I know. I feel really bad for people like my brother. He works outside all day. I feel for him. He's breathing this in. He didn't feel great last night.
Not good. Futures down 0.8%. This isn't good either. Stakes lower, of course. On the Nasdaq 100, we're down by 1.5%. On the Russell, we're down by 0.5%. It's obvious on that picture right now where the pain is. The pain is in tech, and there are so many reasons for this. Positioning. This market was super bullish. Look at how we've responded to some of the decent earnings we've had. Stocks have traded lower, even though numbers from TSMC, ASML, Samsung over the past few weeks have been really quite tremendous on the tech side. The market has not exactly embraced it. Then the likes of Alphabet behind on a new Gemini model. That was the news from yesterday. The news this morning that China's maybe advancing with its own models from its own startups. That's dragging down the whole tech sector so far today.
Yeah, you could pick your poison when it comes to the catalyst and what you don't like right now in the technology space. And as you've been saying, it's almost priced for perfection. Bar has been so high for these companies. The shock this morning really does seem to be coming out of Beijing, though. Individuals saying this feels like a DeepSeek moment. To your point earlier, though, we moved through DeepSeek, and it was fine. It was behind us. Is that going to be this time around, or potentially can Kimmy linger?
The Nasdaq down by 1.5%. Some risk aversion in the bond market driving yields a little bit lower. Backing off the highs of the last week or so, particularly the front end of the curve. At one point, threatening to break into 430 kind of territory. This morning, 411, and down another 2 basis points. This move in crude notable. We're up by 2% this morning. Brent pushing 86, WTI pushing 81. Under surveillance this morning, widening attacks on Iran.
I'm proud to report that our country is safer, stronger, and far wealthier than it has ever been before. We're making a record investment in our armed forces. Unfortunately, we're forced to use it now. We are likewise winning big in Iran, and you will see the fruits of that labor very, very shortly.
So here's the latest this morning. The US and Iran clashing for a 6th consecutive day, with the US expanding targets overnight. Tehran refusing to back down on the Strait of Hormuz as the US enforces its blockade. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall has the latest. Hey, Tyler.
Hey, John, good morning. Well, it is increasingly clear that the U.S. is widening its list of targets, both by targeting Iranian infrastructure overnight, but also the fact that we're seeing the U.S. enforce its naval blockade now deeper into the Persian Gulf. Iranian state media confirms that the U.S. targeted and hit at least 6 bridges as part of an apparent effort by the U.S. to cut off supply routes to a key port city and naval base that the IRGC uses to disrupt commercial traffic. Now, CENTCOM says that it is still actively working to ensure freedom of navigation in the strait, saying in a post overnight that so far the U.S. military has redirected at least 3 vessels, has disabled 1, and boarded another for verification purposes, this time in the Gulf of Oman, seeming to indicate a wider boundary for their operations. Observable traffic in the strait remains subdued today as data compiled by Bloomberg News shows the transits that are happening have actually largely been limited to Iranian-linked vessels that are using that Iranian-approved route in the northern corridor of the strait that gets them closer to that country, showing that Iran still has this great leverage when it comes to what is actually happening and moving through the waterway. And John, at this point, we've gotten very little indication that Iran is willing to give up that leverage, now stepping up its retaliation against U.S. allies in the region. That includes new this morning, Kuwait confirming that Iran hit a water desalination and power generation plant that is now threatening water supplies in that country.
Tyler, appreciate your time. More from Tyler in the next hour. Tyler Kendall there, down in the nation's capital. To build on this, Tobin Marcus of Wolf Research writing the following. The outlook in Iran is starting to look more genuinely concerning. It's not clear to us that the outlook on the war is any better than it was in the ceasefire period. Tobin joins us now for more. Tobin, welcome back. Let's talk about this. What do you think is happening here? This is developing pretty quickly. How do you think things will change over the weekend?
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Yeah, so look, I mean, the U.S., as you just noted, clearly is expanding the scale of attacks, going after some infrastructure targets, even if they're geographically confined to that area around Bandar Abbas on the northern shore of the strait. That is a new qualitative category of targets that, I mean, that's generally been what President Trump talks about when he talks about how we might escalate, what the next set of targets we would reach for would be. It's things like bridges and the retaliatory Iranian target set now seems to be including things like water desalination plants. So we are seeing the scale expand. I'm seeing no sign yet that either side is reaching the limits of their resolve. It looks like things will get worse before they get better.
Tobin, do you think the United States will then start targeting energy facilities?
I wouldn't expect that we're going to want to put energy targets specifically into this tit-for-tat escalation. There's enough targets that we have to hit that are focused on what's still nominally the thrust of CENTCOM's operations, which is degrading Iran's ability to threaten traffic in the Strait. There have been some targets around the country, but this has been really focused on that area around the Strait rather than focused, say, on the capital in Tehran. I suspect that we're going to stay focused there. But as we're starting to hit, those kinds of infrastructure targets in that region, we need to worry about what the Iranians might try to hit in response.
The greater escalation would be, of course, the president decides to send ground troops. This was some reporting earlier this week from the Wall Street Journal. How likely do you think that is, or do you think that is almost a negotiating tactic, a threat that this administration wants to socialize in the media?
Yeah, I have never thought that the options for sending ground troops make a lot of sense. We once again have reports about the possibility of occupying Karg Island. But the point of that Karg Island operation was always aimed at the exact same target that the blockade, I think, has addressed in a more effective and lower risk manner, which is cutting off Iran's oil exports. The blockade is working at its stated purpose. It is successfully interdicting ships. Whether or not that changes the Iranians' decision-making is a different question. But I think with the blockade in place, there's really no reason for those ground operations. And they do come with quite a lot of risk. Once you've put troops on the ground, then you're in a position of needing to potentially kind of get in deeper to protect the escalation you've already done, which is a really challenging position to be in.
Tobin, I want to ask you about China. Does the president potentially poke the bear with his speech last night when it comes to China, given the fact that China has been the country that has really put a lid on oil prices, given the fact that we've seen very soft import numbers from Beijing?
Yeah, they've been a hugely important buffer in the global oil markets adjusting to this crisis. And of course, we depend on stability, so-called constructive strategic stability, using the language coming out of the last Trump-Xi summit, to maintain manageable situation in terms of export controls. So there definitely is some risk about antagonizing China. I think in a world where he's just going out in that speech yesterday and talking about Chinese election interference, but not actually doing anything about it, I suspect that Beijing is going to be willing to tolerate that. There's obviously been lots of tough talk on both sides, but if it's accompanied by sort of actual substantive consideration for this truce, that probably works well enough. And, based on the content of those allegations, which from the Chinese perspective mostly seems to be acquiring publicly available voter files, that's not something I would necessarily expect is going to be accompanied by concrete policy action against China.
Tobin, I appreciate your time. As always, Tobin, thank you. Tobin Marcus there of Wolf Research. Two big reasons that crude this morning is in the 80s and not in triple digits. One is inventory, and the second one is, as you said, China and China's strategy towards energy.
And everyone in the market is just questioning when will China potentially start to ramp up imports, going back to where we were before the war. And what does that mean for the oil price? It means it's going to be higher.
Futures this morning down by close to 1% on the S&P, a whole lot worse for tech. Coming up, we'll catch up with Alicia Reese of Wedbush as Netflix fails to meet expectations.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders.
What's the skill set that you would advise every aspiring CFO to develop?
Psychology.
I think analytical skills are important. Obviously, you need to like the numbers. If you don't like numbers, then don't go into finance. It's sort of like a recipe for disaster if you don't like numbers.
Not only for the CFO, but also the company's management. That's a communication and the collaboration.
I spent a lot of time figuring out how to take the complex and make it simple, and then finding a way to be able to communicate that both internally and externally.
I think it's relationships, whether it's working with investors, bankers, with the senior management team, with the board. Having your head down is one thing as a finance person, but keeping your ears open is super important as well. And I think that all of that is what kind of builds out being a successful CFO.
Watch Chief Future Officer only on Bloomberg.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gura.
I'm Lisa Mateo. And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington. Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
It's the blame game this morning. So many reasons for this sell-off in tech, China being one of them. We'll get into that in just a moment. Here are the scores. Equity futures pulling back. We're down by 0.8% on the S&P, heading towards the first week of losses so far this month. Coming into Friday, as of the close on Thursday, chip stocks down by more than 8%. The semis facing the biggest weekly drop since the Liberation Day week mess of last April. It's been that long. On the Nasdaq, we're down by 1.6%. Let's turn to the bond market. 2s, 10s and 30s. Yields pulling in. There's your risk aversion. That's a picture of it. We're down 2 basis points to about 412. On the week, at the front end of the curve, yields have dropped by almost 10 basis points, around 10 basis points so far this week. Softer CPI and PPI have helped that move, contributed towards the story that maybe we can avoid the urgency of hiking interest rates sometime soon. Perhaps just removing that and taking July off the table for now. This, though, will keep the pressure on. This move in crude. WTI and Brent just elevated through the week, and so far on the week higher by more than 10%. Brent around 86, WTI north of 80.
And it looks like the escalation is going to continue, even more so into the weekend. And as we just heard from Tobin Marcus, you see this administration expanding their targets, going after bridges, going after ports, making sure that there's any sort of infrastructure that the IRGC is reliant on to then go after commercial vessels they are going to attack. Also, yesterday, we got some more color about how this blockade is working, even with the U.S. having to board a ship. So this blockade is very aggressive. Iranian crude, which at one point the administration lifted sanctions on, allowed it to go freely, is definitely sanctioned, and they are physically going after that product.
6 days of strikes. Another day, and this day slightly different, to Anne-Marie's point. As we count you down to the open about 3 hours away, let's get into China and the latest moves. Yahara has more. Hi, Yahara.
Exactly, John. And because of that, we are seeing the chip stocks lower, with NVIDIA, Intel, and AMD all falling in the pre-market, extending yesterday's losses. And the cause for the jitters is the release of this new AI model out of China from the company Moonshot. And its AI model supposedly rivals the strongest offerings from the likes of OpenAI and Anthropic. So that is raising fresh concerns about whether cheaper AI models will mean less spending on these pricey chips. And it is just reviving memories from our DeepSeek moment last year when that groundbreaking model shook the markets. Meanwhile, we are seeing SpaceX lower, and for the first time since its blockbuster IPO, it closed below its offering price yesterday, and now shares are down 3.6% in the pre-market after the company scrubbed its latest Starship launch when several engines failed to launch. Now, the company does plan to try again in the coming days, but it is a setback for the rocket at the center of Elon Musk's ambitions with this company. And we end on a big mover to the downside, and that is Netflix, now down more than 10% in the pre-market after the streaming giant forecasts a second straight quarter of declining sales growth. And with the stock down 40% over the past year, patience is wearing thin. Investors concerned that the company is just not delivering the hits that it used to. John?
Yahara, thank you. Reaction from Wedbush just moments away on that stock. On our radar this morning, let's talk about it. SpaceX calling off its first Starship rocket launched since its IPO. Plumes of smoke erupting from the rocket's engines as it's attempted to take off. The company aiming for another attempt in just the coming days. The stock, as Yahara pointed out, is down by close to 4%. Elsewhere, Google facing significant delays to its latest AI model. Sources telling us here at Bloomberg the new Gemini model is running into issues with coding capabilities. Google struggling to keep up with OpenAI, Meta and Anthropic in the AI arms race. And finally, let's talk about that arms race. China. The Chinese AI startup Moonshot releasing a powerful new model that the company says rivals the performance of top US tech firms. The release triggering a major global chip sell-off, sparking fresh fears about the industry's massive spending free.
And people are saying potentially this is China's version of Fable when it comes to what Anthropic has in Mythos. And this is going to be open source. And it challenges this idea that we have here in the United States that, one, China is months or years behind us, potentially not. And Jensen Huang once said this to me. They are right there with us when it comes to the race. And two, how much money does it cost? Because this looks to be a lot cheaper than what individuals are paying up for some of these top models out of OpenAI and Anthropic.
If it is truly export compliant, right?
100% agree.
And to your point, I don't know that this morning. We were told, I remember when we had that DeepSeek moment, I think NVIDIA came out pretty quickly and said it was export compliant. I'd be looking for something similar in the next 24 hours.
Yeah, I think we would want to know exactly how they are building these models, because our models are built on the most advanced chips that China is not supposed to have access to. And we do know that they want access to the highest U.S. models, but those have export restrictions on them. Now, can they get them on the black market? Yes, potentially. And if so, is that what they're using to create this new Kimi model that everyone's having this DeepSeek moment this morning
That
about?
DeepSeek moment didn't last too long. We had this kind of price action, then we moved on. You wonder whether this is different. I don't know. The backdrop for me is slightly more important right now. You think about the backdrop. Positioning and price is important. And I think that with the earnings we've had so far from ASML, from TSMC, from Samsung more recently, it just exposed how long this market was. Earnings were great, market didn't respond to it. So that's your backdrop right now for positioning. Then you get to the substance, the recent developments. It's just been a fragile 24 hours. The latest from Google, that the Gemini model has been delayed. That's not helpful. This is like a 1-2 punch to sentiment with this again this morning.
Right. It wasn't even just what happened with Google and Gemini. They seem to be behind, but also what is going on in terms of SpaceX. Those rocket launches are incredibly important, and now SpaceX is a publicly traded company. Broader tech sector. Netflix not doing so hot this morning and overnight, slowing when it comes to how quickly that company is keeping up. So there's a lot of different catalysts you can choose. And as we've been saying this entire week, the bar for these companies is just so high.
Still the number one question, can we justify the massive spending in this market right now that's really supported the huge moves we've seen in chip names? Anne-Marie mentioned Netflix. Let's talk about it. Shares of Netflix sliding in the pre-market, down by 10% following underwhelming earnings. The streaming giant forecasting a second consecutive quarter of slowing sales growth. Alicia Reese of Wedbush maintaining her outperform on the stock, but lowering her price target to 105, writing, "This is less a change in conviction on the destination, but rather an admission that it's a longer runway to the next growth spike." Alicia joins us now for more. Alicia, welcome to the program. Ahead of earnings, you talked about the failed pursuit of Warner Brothers. Can we just back up and start there? Why this stock has traded so poorly since the collapse of that pursuit?
Yeah, I think it was less to do with the collapse of that pursuit and more to do with underwhelming earnings along the way, underwhelming guidance, and Reed Hastings exiting the board. Those factors altogether just didn't give a lot of confidence. And since a lot of people have been digging into the data dump numbers that Netflix provides on a semi-annual basis and got concerned about, some of the things they were seeing, with the second seasons and engagement pulling off. A lot of that's been going on for some time now. It's not new, but the digging into it has been a little newer. What I'd say from the results that they just hit is that second season, the hits do hold. The weaker shows have been fading, like Bridgerton held up 4 seasons, and Running Point both fell 50 to 60%. It's not a crisis, but the Discovery is favoring new titles overall. But there were concerns this quarter.
Alicia, I know you've touched on engagement. Can we just build on that a little bit more? I was reading through your recent note. How much of it has just been mechanical because of the password sharing crackdown? How much of it is really a reflection of a weak slate of content? How do you draw a distinction between one and the other?
Yeah, so I'd say early on it was an issue of the password sharing crackdown. It took some time to see that wasn't the only issue, but I would say the data dump that we got yesterday, the engagement is back. The first half of 26, the hours were up almost 2%, and Netflix confirmed that on the call. This is the third straight half of acceleration, so that really the bear case's core metric is moving in the wrong way for the bears. That being said, there are still some concerns, but I'd say on the engagement front, the data is moving in the right direction. But right when the data is moving in the right direction, Netflix decides to shift that data disclosure to an annual cadence starting in 2027. So investors are going to get less proof, and that's right when the data is starting to turn their favor.
How are they doing in terms of new podcasts, video games, live sports? Is that where they're driving some of the growth?
Yeah, it certainly seems so. I'd say live sports is really a Trojan horse. It's 1% of the hours that we see in that engagement report. And so the engagement, if it was, more reflective of overall revenue growth for the company relative to the amount of spend, we'd see, a really significant growth driver there. But it's really just 1% of the hours, but it's really effective hours. That's, 6 of the last 10 sign-up days and significant advertising revenue growth on there. So that's a really active engagement. Games, on the other hand, sounds like it's doing great. Cloud players up to 11% since October, or 11 times since October, but we don't have any real data to dig into, to sink our teeth into there. So I'd say on the surface it looks like it's doing great. It's got a long way to go, but it's really encouraging. But not a lot of data to go on with the podcasts and the games at this point.
How does Netflix fend off basically what we're seeing on the internet every day, which is short videos, whether that's even on Twitter or YouTube, made by AI with a generation that has an incredibly short attention span?
Yeah, I think pulling on the podcasts, doing games, and all of these things are more mobile friendly, mobile first. And so they are seeing more people connecting on their phones and connecting with this type of content. They're going to have more lifestyle content. I think a lot more content creators putting shows on Netflix and creating probably shorter content. And a lot of that is accessible on phones. So they just have to train their users to access them in the ways that they need in any given moment, and then still win them in the living room.
That's a shift That's a change. Alicia, thank you. Alicia Reese of Wedbush. The stock is down by close to 10% of the pre-market following results. I would just say X has done a phenomenal job with the algo, particularly around the World Cup. The content has been phenomenal. And Anne-Marie, it's been so good that the other day I went into the settings of my iPhone and limited the amount of time that I could spend on X to an hour a day, because I found myself with the World Cup content just going deeper and deeper down some kind of burrow where I've just been sort of like scrolling. And before you know it, time's just passed. Just like that.
Doom scrolling. That's what the kids do.
It's crazy.
That's what the kids do on TikTok. And it's interesting because people now are also starting to just watch full-on videos and movies on their phone. I actually had this conversation with Matt Damon once. He was shocked when people used to watch movies on their laptop. And I was like, that was me in college. And he's like, now I see people watching full-fledged movies on their tiny screen on their phone. He's like, we're not produced. They're not made for this. But that's the direction of travel. And that's why companies like Netflix need to make content that fit on a mobile screen.
Haven't you been doing the same thing on X over the last month?
Yes.
Because of the World Cup?
The messy memes lately,
phenomenal.
the messy memes last night, I probably watched every single one of them.
I've had to limit myself. OK, let's get you an update on stories worldwide this morning with your Bloomberg brief. Let's get to Vonnie Quinn for more. Hey, Vonnie.
Hey, John, thank you. Andy Burnham taking over as UK Prime Minister Monday. Sources telling us here at Bloomberg he's planning a series of public statements in his first days in office to mark a change from the previous administration. Burnham is expected to announce plans for new drilling in the North Sea and public control of Thames water. Apple targeting dozens of OpenAI employees with legal warnings. The Financial Times reporting Apple is looking for evidence to support its claims that the ChatGPT maker stole its trade secrets. Argentina and Spain facing off for the World Cup title on Sunday, but first, France and England play for the third place medal. They'll face off in Miami tomorrow. England eyeing its best finish in the tournament since winning it all the way back in 1966. John, that is your Bloomberg brief.
Vonnie, thank you. I cannot think of a more pointless game in the world of sport. Anywhere, any sport, there is nothing more pointless than the third place playoff in the World Cup coming up on Saturday.
I actually forgot that they do that.
It is absolutely ridiculous.
Yep. And it's kind of like, how do you go play
for that? Do you think any of those players want to be playing a single minute of that game on Saturday?
Absolutely not. They're all just sad. They want to go home and have,
how many people even want to watch
summer. I don't know. I'm not going to watch that game.
Ridiculous.
I'll watch Sunday, of course.
That would be in my manifesto of changes if I was going to be the president of FIFA.
I can't wait for you to run FIFA one day.
Can I still host this show?
Why not?
And run FIFA?
Why not?
Why do we need a shot of him in every game? Why do we need to see the person of the governing body of the sport in every game?
It must be in his contract or something.
What's
Show
that
I've made every game.
Every game.
It is, to be fair to him, though, it is pretty incredible how he's made almost every match. Is he just not sleeping? Obviously, private jet and all that, but...
Don't want to know. OK, that's on Saturday if you're interested. I'm not. Maybe someone is. Looking forward to Sunday. Up next on the programme, doing more with less.
We effectively just grew the earnings 30%, and we have a little less people we had last year. We want to have more production capacity. We are hiring a lot of people. We have to hire 1,300 people a month to have neutral headcount.
Nita Richardson of ADP joins us in just a moment. Live from New York City, you're watching Bloomberg Surveillance.
My old mentor, Roger Staubach, who told me when I transitioned, football will never leave you, but you need to leave it.
Wow.
Everyone has a dream. And a lot of dreams are, you know, my dream is to play football and play professional football, and you get the dream comes true, but it is going to end. And the day it ends, the day before it ends, you're one of the best in the world. Great. The next day you wake up, that's gone. What are you great at? And the truth is nothing, right? I'm not great at anything else.
I talk about it all the time, Steve, is this whole idea of it's not from penthouse to penthouse. And what I mean by that is you played for 15, 20 years and you're in the penthouse. That doesn't mean that you come to the business world and you're going to be in the penthouse. Now, you don't start on the third floor or the lobby. You actually have to start in the basement.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives, and that revolution is playing out in real time. From finance to defense tech, AI to entertainment, from the road to the stars. Bloomberg is bringing you the stories of companies and people that are pushing tech to new frontiers, and the politics reshaping global tech markets. I'm Ed Ludlow, live in San Francisco, and this is Bloomberg Tech.
Every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
It's Bloomberg Money.
This is the Asia trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
You're watching Bloomberg Deals. Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend.
This is Bloomberg Television. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Okay, different perspective. I'm open to it. Rodrigo from Chile says a different point of view. I'm from Chile. We still celebrate the third place in 1962. I agree it doesn't matter, but oh boy, small countries would love for third place.
Okay.
That I appreciate.
That I appreciate too. It's just for the English fans, and having lived in England, they were desperate to come home again. And I think France really, I mean, people had France in their brackets as potentially winning this whole thing. So if you thought you were potentially going to win, playing for third place is kind of funny, but I have to say, as an American, it's kind of funny to see it being France and England.
That's the one half of my bracket that I actually got right. The notable thing I got right was Spain beating France in the semi-final.
So
that was like the one thing.
So who is your bracket?
The rest of the bracket's dead.
Brazil.
Because Brazil was on the other side.
I would have. I didn't fill it out, but I would have chosen Brazil as well because they're just incredible.
Thank you for writing in. I respect that. Equity futures right now in the S&P pulling back by 0.8. On the Nasdaq, we're down by 1.4. On the Russell, by 0.5. Some tech jitters. We'll spend the morning talking about them. There's some risk aversion in the bond market too, driving yields lower. 2s, 10s, 30s down by 2 to 3 basis points this morning. 412 on the 2-year. And commodities very much in focus. 6 consecutive days of strikes on Iran. The scope of the strikes broadening is changing. Brent crude this morning close to 86. Under surveillance this morning, let's talk about the jobs market. Doing more with less.
We effectively just grew the earnings 30%, and we have a little less people we had last year. We want to have more production capacity. Our job is to handle it well and redeploy people. Last year, we redeployed 14,000 people. We are hiring a lot of people. We have to hire 1,300 people a month to have neutral headcount.
So here's the latest this morning. Wall Street's biggest banks just had a record-breaking 2Q, even though they shrunk their workforces by the most in at least 6 years. Headcount at Bank of America, Wells, Citi, Goldman, Morgan Stanley falling by more than 10,000 in the second quarter. Nita Richardson of ADP remaining optimistic on the jobs market, writing advances in artificial intelligence are set to restructure formal and informal labour markets, bringing new tools and transitions. Nita joins us now for more. Nita, welcome. Are we seeing a trend here emerge, maybe not just on Wall Street but elsewhere, that perhaps predates what we saw with AI, that this has been building for a while, that these companies are being able to do more with less?
Well, happy Friday. And this is not a new trend. This is what companies do. They redeploy. They change their talent pipeline. They create new sources of growth through employment change all the time, and we've seen that. What's new is the global nature of the labor market. I'm struck by Brian Moynihan's comments of they have to hire 1,300 a month just to stay neutral. Where that hiring is going, I'll bet, it has increasingly changed. It's not just a US labor market anymore. It's a global labor market. And so this low hire, low fire number that we get every week in the initial jobless claims is actually hiding a pretty big structural change of how firms, whether it's banks or even very small, medium-sized firms, are hiring globally. It's not showing up in US employment, but it's keeping the global labor market, the unemployment rate, well below what it was pre-pandemic.
So, Neil, we don't need to worry just yet that AI is taking our jobs, does it? You're saying this is looking healthy, and is there going to be a peak at some point, or is it just all going to continuously to change?
Well, that's a great question. It's a fascinating time period. AI is also a global investment thesis, right? Data centers are not just being built in the US, they're being built globally. And that talent that goes with that data center construction will also be global. And so we don't know. I mean, to be very modest on a Friday, we don't know what the ultimate end game of this AI investment will mean for the American worker. But what we do know is that it's not the only game in town. The demographic pipeline is being scrambled in real time. Nobody talks about it because it's boring. It's like a third place game on Saturday. But really, it's that structural change in terms of demographics with all these people rolling off that have to be rehired from talent abroad or younger talent. That's the real story of the labor market, that and how concentrated it is. So AI has not yet made a national dent, though we are seeing pretty sizable impacts when it comes to early career in AI exposed fields.
You also talk about the informal sector of the job market. Are you seeing a pickup of jobs there?
Yes, and this is data from the ILO. And again, this is a global story. So we always talk about the formal labor market. That's what we have data on. But the informal sector is alive and well and extremely active and not going away. In that informal sector is everything from babysitters and caregivers to landscapers to repairmen. The list goes on, and it translates around the world. And as prices increase, because global inflation is higher than average, people start to turn to those informal structures in order to get goods and services. And so you'll see that pick up as we have this aging demographic in the United States. Home health care aides won't just be coming from hospitals, they'll be coming from next door, around the corner, your neighbors. And so how that structure changes over time will be something I'll be watching very carefully, but it's hard to measure.
Anita, it's hard to measure, which makes it difficult to set policy for. How does this affect and influence monetary policy? How do you think it will in years to come?
Well, I think they're going to be still laser focused on what we can measure. They'll be looking at jobs created every month, but I think it's going to be harder to figure out what the neutral rate is because you have all these cross currents under the surface. There's been talk that the neutral rate was 0. There's been talk that the neutral rate for employment was 50. We really don't know. It's like a unicorn in the forest. We see glimpses of it maybe, but maybe it's just our imagination. But that neutral rate won't be telling. What will be telling is some things that we can measure, like long-term unemployment, which is up. That 27 weeks of the long-term unemployment is the highest we've seen in 4 years. That's a telltale sign that there is some weakness under the surface, and it's really going to be up to more data to figure out where that weakness lies.
Nita, appreciate your time. As always, fantastic explanation of what's happening under the surface, beneath the surface in this labour market. Nita Richardson there of ADP. To Nita's last point, it's been difficult. If you've been out of a job, it's harder to get back into the workforce, and the data backs that up. And when you hear these conversations every day about the labour market being okay, the economy being good, and you're listening to that and you're the outside of the labour market right now, that's certainly not what you feel.
Oh, no, absolutely not, because you're just waiting on potentially getting that break and getting back into the labour market. But if you are in the labour market and you're holding on to your job, Neil has been talking about this for months. We have been dealing with a low hire, low fire environment. What the Fed right now is focused on, though, is squarely on inflation. They're not focused on this labor market right now. They're focused on the fact that we have seen some good numbers this week when it comes to disinflation, but then once again, oil is elevated now, and potentially does that disrupt things?
It's a complicated, nuanced backdrop, but they've got to answer a simple question. Is the labour market a major source of inflation right now? Now, relative to the situation coming out of the pandemic, the answer to that right now on a relative basis is no, it's not. And maybe that's a source of comfort right now for some of the devs on the committee. They'll have that family fight a few weeks from now. Coming up next, we'll catch up with John Stolfus of Oppenheimer, Jeanette Lower, Strategas, Jeff Curry of Altus Partners, and Dominique Toublin of Barclays. The second hour of Bloomberg Surveillance is just around the corner, with equity futures on the S&P negative by 0.8%.
The global economic playbook is being rewritten, and the levers of power are moving in real time.
To see where the world is headed, you have to look where the action is.
I'm Haslinda Amin in Singapore.
I'm Menika Doshi in Mumbai.
Welcome to Emerging the New Economy podcast.
Each month, we dive deep into how the world's most exciting rising economies are shaping the global future.
Join the conversation. Subscribe to Emerging on your favorite podcast platform today.
Everybody has a moment where they put into action all they've practiced, where they step up to a challenge and either succeed or fail. But what are those moments for some of the world's most influential leaders?
It was a rough and tumble world, and I thought, okay, I can rise up, I can play this game, and I did play the game.
It was great, and it was depressing, and it was disappointing.
My chair at the time sat down with me and said, "Succession starts now."
I'm Francine Lacqua, an award-winning journalist. For the last 25 years, I've interviewed world leaders, bank bosses, even fashion icons. I'm often asking about the news of the moment. But I've always been curious, who are these people as leaders? Join me for the podcast version of Leaders with Francine Lacqua. I'll start your week with conversations that explore what drives the world's most influential people, how today's leaders got to where they are, where they're going next, and how they've transformed their organization in the process.
Make decisions. A poor decision is always better than no decision.
You have to have truth tellers around you, and you have to be willing to listen.
You don't want to be setting strategy in the middle of a transaction, that's for sure.
Do it for the right reasons. Don't do it because of FOMO.
We'll also learn lessons which we can apply to our work and daily lives. Tune into the podcast version of Leaders with Francine Lacqua. Listen and watch on Bloomberg Television or wherever you get your podcasts.
World's most powerful investors don't ring a bell. They quietly reshape entire industries. This is the money shaping the world. The Dealmaker Playbook, where power and billions of dollars change hands every day. From private equity and credit to venture capital and M&A, we bring you the inside scoop on the biggest deals and debates, plus exclusive conversations with finance's ultimate insiders. I'm Danny Berger, and this is Bloomberg Deals. Every week, only on Bloomberg Television.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gurr.
I'm Lisa Mateo. And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington. Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
We're very bullish at the U.S. economy.
We've continued to see the economy remain resilient.
Financial conditions appear to be extremely easy.
Net a healthy economic backdrop.
I just don't see a recession in the horizon.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning, good morning. For our audience worldwide, the second hour of Bloomberg surveillance starts right now, and your price action looks like this. Here are the scores. We're down by 0.8 on the S&P. On the Nasdaq, we're down by 1.5. Look at that snapshot. Clear underperformance of the tech trade, not just stateside, but worldwide. Let's get into the why. The chip stocks have been getting hammered recently. As of the close yesterday, the semiconductor index down by close to 20% from the highs of June. Only 3, not even 4 weeks ago. Nvidia down again in the pre-market by close to 3%. You're seeing this elsewhere as well. Anne-Marie, the focus on China this morning.
Yep, the China shock this morning. That's really a cherry on top of the cake when it comes to this trade and the growing scrutiny around this trade if all the spending justifies these valuations and when we actually see all of this come to fruition, because China is out with another DeepSeek moment. It is a new model. They're calling it the Kimi moment. And it's going to be a lot cheaper when it comes to this model versus, say, an Anthropic Mythos, an Anthropic Fable, an OpenAI model. They are basically saying, individuals that are aware of this model, that it is operating on that level, and it looks to be much cheaper, and it's going to be open source.
How difficult is it to justify the spending stateside? That is going to dominate the questioning of all the market guests throughout this morning, with futures on a back foot, down by close to 1.5 on the Nasdaq. We also need to talk about crude, WTI and Brent pushing higher once again. On the week so far, higher by more than 10%, up around 11. Could be one of the biggest weekly advances we've seen going back to, I think, April. On Brent this morning, around 86, on WTI at 81.
And as of last night, you had CENTCOM come out and say U.S. forces completed a 6th consecutive night of strikes against Iran. And then this morning, the Associated Press is reporting that those strikes are continuing. And we've seen lots of reporting that they're going after different infrastructure now, the U.S. forces, things like bridges, the infrastructure that the IRGC is very reliant on to move munitions, to move hardware, to move people, to then go after commercial vessels. On top of that, Jonathan, it's a very aggressive U.S. blockade once again when it comes to those Iranian vessels trying to leave ports.
Put the two sources of risk together. You've got some risk aversion. Into the bond market we go, yields declining, down by 2 basis points on 2s to 412. On 10s this morning, down 3 to about 452. Yields have been pulling lower, pushing lower through the week so far, not just on the risk aversion, but also on the data. PPI and CPI softer this week, going into the Fed's next meeting, only a few weeks away. So that's the cross-asset price section. Coming up this hour, we'll catch up with John Stolfus of Oppenheimer, with chip makers facing extended volatility. Jeff Curry of Altus Partners on a 6th straight day of attacks on Iran. And Dominique Toublin of Barclays warning hyperscalers are nearing an inflection point. We begin this hour with stocks adding to losses as Wall Street continues to rotate away from chip stocks. John Stolfus of Oppenheimer writing, some investors appear to expect investments in AI infrastructure to show profitability so soon. In our view, patience is called for, particularly to opportunities tied to dramatic innovation. John joins us now for more. John, good morning.
Good morning, John.
Is this one of those mornings where patience is called for?
I think most certainly so. And I can't help but think, you know, when you look at this, if the big story with technology is it always gets cheaper, there's compression. But at the end of the day, if you reduce the unit price cost and you increase popularity or usage across deeply embedded both business and the consumer in any kind of technology, you can make up in volume what you lose on individual
Does China
pricing.
risk derailing that with the developments this morning? You
know, but the one thing, of course, with China is what kind of security do you have if you use a DeepSeek or this latest programming? China's not a great business partner. It's been proven since COVID. That's why we have the globalization process is going through a huge re-diversification where many other countries will participate and all roads will not lead to China.
I would agree with that, and a lot of other people would too. But the question they'd ask is whether China this morning is demonstrating, and whether they have demonstrated more recently, that you can make these technological developments, these leaps, without spending as much money as we've been spending in America. How would you respond to that?
Well, I would likely respond to it. I will respond to that by basically saying I think they're great copiers. So once we've moved ahead, they take what we've got and then they learn how to make it cheaper. That's been going on since Japan and Korea were involved making toys or lunch boxes, what have you, since when I got into the business, before I got into the business, for the last since post-World War II. This has not been atypical, so I think it should be expected
John, you might be concerned with China and when it comes to national security and how safe your data would be if you were used one of their environments. But I'm not sure the younger generation that's, engrossed in TikTok or other countries around the world actually care. So if China offers a cheaper model, what's going to be the U.S. counter-argument to that?
Well, I think, experience has a lot to do with it, and context is so important. And not knowing that, there's a lot of people today who don't recognize that there was once such a thing known as an analog rotary phone. There was a time when we used to use pay telephones, charge cards to collect calls, and it used to be doing a long-distance call was something you watched how long you were on the phone for. You didn't have a basic price you pay and then talk as much as you like. Same thing, and it's worrisome. I think today, among the things as a capitalist that concerns me is the largesse that's and latitude that is given to communism and socialism, which have been proven failures since they emerged in power. Wherever you go, you see it, and I think eventually people learn. Sometimes they have to get burnt.
Do you think the bar has been recalibrated now, given the fact that the bar was set so high going into earnings, and even if you met the bar but didn't have greater expectations for the future, you were punished sharply and harshly? Yeah,
I think that the problem with the bar this day, especially in this earnings season, for example, is that what you do have is you have if companies disappoint, they'll be brutalized. If they come in and they beat expectations, but it's not, even if it's super superlative, they'll likely find the traders will say, well, what's occurred here is we bought the rumor, now we're going to sell the news. But that's very typical, and you've got that battle going between the traders who are highly leveraged, looking for an immediate gratification, and intermediate to long-term investors who have the opportunity to pick up babies that are getting tossed out with the bathwater.
So, John, how do you respond to that then? Because it feels like we're learning something about positioning and price this morning, and over the last week we saw it with Samsung, saw it with Taiwan Semi as well. You need to mute your phone, John.
Oh, I'm sorry. I even have the volume off. I
muted your terminal for you mid-conversation too.
It's amazing what John's able to do.
Don't worry about it.
He can speak, type, mute terminals. It's pretty incredible sometimes.
Hoping the full screens might cover it up when I was doing it. Anyway, let's try and get back on track.
Please.
We've learned something over the last week about positioning and price.
Yes.
That even with fantastic earnings in the tech space, they're not being rewarded. And if you miss right now, you'll get absolutely obliterated. IBM's a great example of that. With that in mind, why would you want to be in tech going into the next week or so when we get those tech earnings?
Well, I think it's because the reality is we're all on the upgrade cycle, whether we like it or not. And the choice is you stay involved or you fall behind. So you need to be diversified, though. So you're not just incredibly overweight and only in technology. You also own things like materials. You're going to want to own some energy. Oh my gosh, energy, really? Financials, healthcare. There's 11 sectors. We find being diversified in a portfolio, in a dividend growth portfolio, allows you to ride these storms. You can be a rider on the storm.
I was going through your favourites, and the obvious jump out: IT, information technology, communication services, usually favourites on Wall Street. Consumer discretionary is in there too. What do you like about discretionary right now? What I really like about discretionary, it's very well hated, even though you see some stores that before were really suffering in this last reporting season. I was looking yesterday, I saw a few stores, because I manage money, I can't mention the name specifically, but I went, look at these guys. All of a sudden, they're catching a bid. There was something we sold last week because it had just been putrid, its performance. And all of a sudden, it caught a bid yesterday. And I don't know if it's just because, suddenly people, it's the traders tend to swing back and forth. There's a usage of the term is stocks bounce between gains and losses. And the pattern that we're seeing now has been repeated countless times before in the last 3 or 4 earnings seasons. It's always as soon as the financials come out, it's spectacular growth, wham, they slam them down, or they at least trim them. And happens with tech, and then they'll buy them back a few weeks later or a month later. But we think the trend is in place. And if you look at technology along the way, many of these hyperscalers survived the tech bubble and then thrived thereafter.
This is not like the tech bubble where you had a group of young people saying, someday we'll have 1 million eyeballs on our website, not realizing you need billions and you need to refinance your debt along the way. They had burn rates. There's a lot of sophistication in this. It's not that there won't be mistakes. It's not that there won't be perhaps even failures. It's not that perhaps some big names will become smaller names or get consolidated. But this is a trend. This is like the smartphone versus the brick or the BlackBerry thing. You know, this is that type of a change, but it's even broader. And as it gets cheaper, usage will become greater across the business space as well as all the way through the consumer, I believe.
John, it's good to see you.
Great seeing you.
Always entertaining to catch up with you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for the time.
I'm not sure it's still muted, but we'll try and figure that out. Don't know what happened with it. John, thank you. John Stolfus there of Oppenheimer.
He might have extra phones
Difficult
in
to
his
silence
pocket.
those new phones, right?
Yeah, I don't know, maybe it's a watch. My mom's watch is always buzzing.
Oh, it's
drives
always
me
buzzing,
crazy.
it's beeping?
Yeah, just
Okay.
put that on silent.
It's a generational thing. Huh?
Yeah, maybe.
I wasn't saying that, John.
I was.
It might have been. It might have been. I
The
wasn't.
phone is insisting on showing there's context.
Let's get you an update on news elsewhere this morning with your Bloomberg brief. Vonnie, I wish I was that popular.
I'm sure you are, John. Well, in other news, American forces boarding a ship in the Gulf of Oman. CENTCOM saying in a post on X, U.S. Marines boarded the vessel, quote, to ensure full compliance with the ongoing U.S. naval blockade. CENTCOM also saying it redirected 3 commercial vessels. Google is months behind schedule on delivering its latest AI model, Gemini 3.5 Pro. Sources telling us here at Bloomberg the company is working on improving its capabilities, particularly in coding. Dense smoke from more than 100 Canadian wildfires spreading across a vast stretch of the United States. According to the U.S. Air Quality Index, alerts have been issued for cities including New York, Chicago, Pittsburgh, and Toledo, Ohio. Residents are urged to stay indoors or limit time outside. That is your Bloomberg brief. John.
Hey, Vonnie, thank you. Thank you for the update. Thank you very much. That air quality is absolutely awful. Have you ever seen someone get so many messages in such a short amount of time?
No, I think it was someone saying, look, I see you on TV, you look great.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, but not realizing his phone wasn't silent.
It's good to see him upgrade the phone too, because people who know John will know that he was rocking a 6S up until recently, an iPhone 6 up until very recently.
Oh, no, I actually know people, no offense, of your generation that
We're doing this again.
that still have the flip.
Oh, God help them.
Oh, right, okay.
Nokia flip.
Oh, really?
Yeah, old school.
Okay.
Of course, they can't see pictures of their grandchildren or of their.
But you're pretty secure.
Oh yeah,
John, thank you, buddy.
Thanks
it's good to
again.
see you. Thank you. Up next on the program, threatening ties with China.
Over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history.
Up next, we'll catch up with Jeanette Lowe of Baird Strategas, live from New York City this morning. Good morning.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets? We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories.
And we're here, where the action starts in Sydney.
And in Tokyo, get ahead as the global trading day begins.
The Asia Trade, weekdays only on Bloomberg.
So here's the week ahead. Later on this morning, we'll get you some economic data going into the weekend, consumer sentiment numbers. One thing on this thing is more important than everything else, and I guess that's Sunday and the World Cup final.
Yeah, I'm still looking at the messy memes.
Who are you rooting for?
Argentina.
Okay.
Who are you rooting for? That's more of the interesting question.
A Brazilian household, I think it's obvious.
You're in a tough spot.
I think it's
you
obvious.
have no choice.
Look, I respect what Messi's done. I think it's amazing. The way he's changed as an athlete is just amazing. I remember watching him more than 20 years ago as a teenager come on for Barcelona. And it was very clear that he had this tight ball control that was reminiscent of Maradona. You could see very early on that this guy was going to be incredible. And everyone at Barcelona was pretty aware of it too. The superstar at the time was Ronaldinho. And the idea that he would get to those heights was like, if he can do that, that's amazing. He has surpassed that and some. And the way his game has changed, he went from that to prolific goal scorer, which is just incredible. Then he goes off to Inter Miami late in his career, and we're sitting there and we're thinking, he's done. This is over. Like, if you could turn up for the World Cup for a bit of a swan song, phenomenal. But look at the way he's changed his game. All of a sudden, he's become a world-class crosser of the ball. 25, 30-yard balls off the right and left foot, just perfect onto people's head. I've not seen that from him before. Usually beat one man, two man, look for a short pass. The way he's changed his game even now, at an age where, like, I'm 18 months older than him. And the idea he's still playing professional football at this level, and not just 45-minute cameos, 90 minutes plus.
Grinding the whole 90 minutes.
Against the best talent on the planet.
That are younger than him. That at one point he was
15,
bathing.
20 years, yes, literally.
Yeah, UNICEF came out and said that photo is real.
Yeah, I just find it absolutely amazing. For me, being a bit older, the nostalgia of Maradona, for me, that he was the greatest ever. To see what he's doing now, every minute he plays, every game he's played subsequently, it's pretty obvious now, it's hard to deny, the greatest ever.
Yeah, he's the GOAT. And what's interesting is, if you would have known 10 years ago that Argentina beat England at the very end of the game by 2 goals, you would have been like, oh, Messi must have scored both. Actually, he was the assist for both.
You say that, Anne-Marie, you know, if you told me that 10 years ago, I wouldn't have thought he'd be playing the game. 2018, they were talking about him not playing for Argentina anymore. And here we are 2 World Cup cycles later, and he's on the verge of winning the thing again. Just amazing. Let's talk about something more important financial market-wise, shall we? Equity futures on a back foot this morning. Equity futures down across the board. On the S&P down by 0.9. On the Nasdaq, we're down by 1.65. On the Russell, down by 0.6%. Clear underperformance in tech so far this morning. And China, front of mind, top of mind, not just for the markets, but also for the politics. Under surveillance this morning, threatening ties with China.
Over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files.
So here's the latest this morning. The president accusing the Chinese government of interfering in the 2020 election, claiming Beijing stole sensitive voter information. The allegations from Trump coming just weeks ahead of his high-stakes meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping in September. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall joins us now from Washington. Hey, Tyler.
Hey, John, good morning. Well, the White House's claims no doubt risk derailing what has been the fragile truce between the two countries ahead of both Xi Jinping's visit here to Washington, but also the midterm elections. As you heard, President Trump outlined that one of his claims is that the Chinese government stole nearly 220 million voter files related to the 2020 presidential race, as Beijing is out with a new statement this morning denying those allegations, calling them, quote, purely fabricated. And Bloomberg News found that many of the documents released last night by the administration were heavily redacted, appeared incomplete, or contained information already known. Now, President Trump's comments stopped short of proposing any concrete action against China, as relations have remained relatively stable, I think it's fair to say, since President Trump's visit to Beijing earlier this year. But now we have to add this to the risk of what has been growing tensions when it comes to a few different issues, including trade, but also, of course, technology related to artificial intelligence. John, earlier this week, I caught up
up with the Palantir CTO, and I asked him if he felt that there were national security risks with U.S. companies using Chinese open source models, and he told me he believes that China is stealing American IP from Frontier Labs.
Tyler Kendall with the latest. Tyler, thank you. That's what we're going to get. How much of this is export compliant? How much of this is borrowed elsewhere, let's say, versus internal development, their own IP? I don't know. I don't think anyone knows at this point.
Yeah, how much is this potentially individuals meeting other individuals, stealing some information, copying it from the Anthropic OpenAI types, and then running it on chips that are actually technically banned in China? These are questions that I imagine everyone in Washington, D.C. will be asking.
Without a doubt. And at the same time, that's a debate we've got to have. But I think you also have to respect that there have been significant technological leaps that have taken place in China. And that it's not just about stealing technological progress that's happened elsewhere, that things aren't being done domestically there that you have to respect and be aware of. And I've heard that repeatedly from tech CEOs over the past few years.
And it's happening not just in the technology space, but driven by, supported by the Chinese government, plowing money into this.
These have been massive goals. Let's build on some of this. Jeanette Lowe of Baird Strategics joins us now for more. Jeanette, for a moment, things were calm. The relationship between China and the United States, I won't say was great, but I'll say things were stable. What's changed?
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is really important. When you heard the U.S. Trade Representative Greer talk earlier this week about the U.S. and China, he kind of made that point that it is all about stability in the relationship between the U.S. and China. However, before these meetings, we do know that we're 2 months away from the Xi coming to the U.S. It's not like we're 2 weeks ahead of this, but the U.S. does still raise some of the issues that it has with China. Obviously, IP theft is one of them. Doing the race with the AI is going to be a key focus for the Trump administration going forward. So you're always going to see these raising of these irritants, of these issues that we have. He said they're still not getting all of the supply of the rare earths that they're looking for. And I think we're going to continue to see that. It also gives them something to talk about at these summits. Since we're not getting large deliverables, we are just kind of seeing a stability of the relationship. And so I think this is going to be something that's going to continue forward. Stability with also having, some tension points as well.
Do you think Congress has more work to do to look at some of these AI models coming out of China and seeing how exactly they were produced?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely are seeing, at least among some factors within Congress, talking about really focusing more on China. Obviously, Chinese biotech has been a big focus for Congress as well. But the AI story, I think, is going to be important. I do think more of it's probably going to come from the administration than from Congress. You've definitely seen the Commerce Department working more quickly when they've seen like the Mythos come out and being worried about what those implications can be. So I think you're going to see that ability more from the administration because they can move more quickly. They can do export controls rather than coming from Congress. But I do think Congress is going to be concerned about this as well.
I was with the president in Beijing, and it was really all smiles, soft, sweet talk from Trump to Xi Jinping, calling him one of his friends. And then he has these pretty spiky allegations last night. Why didn't he bring this up in the Beijing meetings?
Yeah, I mean, there may be that at some point when the cameras are off, they do talk about some of these things. But I do know that this has been, there are a number of issues that the U.S. does have with China. And I know that they probably bring them up at various points. Maybe they bring them up between the U.S. Trade Representative and Treasury Secretary with their counterparts before Trump and Xi get together. Because there is this point about the fact that Trump and Xi do have a strong relationship and that they can keep the relationship on track moving forward. That's been a key to this whole cycle. It's been a key in Trump's first term. But there obviously are issues, and the U.S. does have to raise them. And we do see these things happen behind the scenes. Obviously, last year with Trump's tariffs, that was a big push against China. China reacted with the rare earth and mineral restrictions to the United States and to other countries. So you definitely do see the tensions. But I think obviously when they get in person, there is much more of the trying to placate to having a good relationship and showing the way forward. And that may be one of the reasons why we're seeing this come out now rather than, again, 2 weeks before the actual summit.
What's the top ask, you think, when Xi Jinping comes to the United States?
Probably continued release of rare earth minerals and continued purchases of U.S. agriculture and trying to maintain the relationship. But I don't see much more in terms of deliverables in the near term. Again, both sides continue to be focused on getting their own supply chains separate. Obviously, China is working to have AI models that do not require the US, at least in theory. And the US is trying to get away from any reliance on China for rare earth minerals and for other goods. But we need time to do that. And so 1 year is not going to be enough. So we'll probably see a similar relationship happening as we saw last fall, happening again this fall, to how to create another year forward to try to move forward against each other and find their own self-dependency, self-reliance paths.
Jeanette, it's good to catch up. It's good to see you. Thank you. Jeanette Lowe there of Bayer Strategas on the relationship, the evolving relationship, less stable this morning between China and the United States. Up next on the programme, Jeff Curry of Altus Partners, with crude heading for its biggest weekly gain since April. Plus, Shahira has your morning movers. Hyperscalers sliding in the pre-market on fears of another DeepSeek moment. More on that a little bit later.
Every weekday, Bloomberg puts a spotlight on a different aspect of global finance. Flows, funds, and the forces shaping markets on ETF IQ. The future of money with Bloomberg Crypto. The players behind major transactions on Bloomberg Deals. Rates, risk, and the cost of capital on Bloomberg Real Yield. And personal finance, retirement, and wealth management on Bloomberg Money. A different topic every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you the most important news and financial information whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee on the Mexican border, and this is Bloomberg.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency.
Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Taking some more weight off this index this morning. We're down 0.8 on the S&P. On the Nasdaq, we're down by 1.63. On the week coming into Friday, heading towards the first week of losses for the month, chip stocks, the epicenter of the pain, down on the week by more than 8%, and that's before the losses this morning. That weekly loss the biggest going back to April of last year. In the bond market, yields lower across the curve, bit of risk aversion, 2s down by 2, 10s down by 3, 30s also. Your 10-year this morning at 4.52, just slightly lower on the week. On the week, though, on 2s, the front end of the curve is where the bigger move is taking place on a weekly basis, down by some 10 basis points off the back of weaker than expected CPI and softer PPI as well. As we've said repeatedly, in the minds of many on Wall Street, just removing the urgency to hike rates as soon as July. In the commodity market, need to get you an update on what's happening with crude and the latest situation in the Middle East. We're bouncing again by 2%. Brent at 86. Let's round this one up, following a 6th consecutive day of strikes in the Middle East.
Yep, last night they finished at 9:40 p.m. according to SecCom, and this morning the Associated Press says they were continuing as of Friday morning, going after, really expanding these strikes in terms of what U.S. forces are hitting, things like bridges. The president has foreshadowed potentially this is going to come. And then he also put another foreshadow. He said maybe the last thing would hit was energy facilities. Would we actually see that happen? Because that would mean a geopolitical risk premium added to the oil price that obviously this White House doesn't want to see.
86 on Brent, WTI north of 80, 2 hours away from the cash open. Let's get you some morning movers. Yahara has more. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. That AI breakthrough out of China is hitting the entire tech trade this morning after a startup out of the country called Moonshot unveiled a model that it says rivals the strongest offerings from the likes of OpenAI and Anthropic. So that is sending all the chip stocks lower this morning because it reignites this concern that if you have AI models that are cheaper to build, that may mean less spending on these chips, which are just getting pricier. Meanwhile, we are also seeing the hyperscalers under pressure this morning on that Moonshot news as well, because of that same question that if these AI models become more efficient, if they become cheaper, will companies need to be pouring hundreds of billions of dollars into AI infrastructure? So the market is punishing the biggest AI spenders, the hyperscalers like Amazon, Microsoft, because altogether they are expected to spend upwards of $725 billion on AI infrastructure this year alone. And there was nowhere to hide in this tech trade because we are also seeing Netflix getting slammed. It is down more than 10% now in the pre-market after the company forecast a second straight quarter of declining sales growth. And with the stock already down some 40% over the past year, patience is wearing thin as investors continue to question whether this company can deliver the hits that it once used to. John?
Yahara, thank you. Thank you for the update. On our radar this morning, let's build on our top market moving story. A new AI model out of China fueling a global sell-off in tech. Moonshot's Kimi K3 is said to rival the strongest offerings from both OpenAI and Anthropic. US semis already heading for their worst week since last year's Liberation Day market rout and adding to the losses this morning. Elsewhere, Meta taking another step towards its cloud ambitions. The Wall Street Journal reporting the company plans on hiring a top executive from Amazon Web Services. The reported move adding to Meta's teased plans to build a rival cloud service. And finally, the US enforcing its renewed naval blockade against Iranian shipping. According to Central Command, forces have redirected 3 merchant ships, boarded a vessel for verification purposes, and disabled a tanker that failed to comply with instructions. Let's build on that and stick with the war. The US and Iran exchanging strikes for a 6th consecutive day.
We're making a record investment in our armed forces. We are likewise winning big in Iran, and you will see the fruits of that labor very, very shortly.
Crude prices remaining elevated, heading for its biggest weekly gain since April. Jeff Curry of Altus Partners writing bottlenecks in the energy system are growing and widening. The entire energy complex remains underinvested, making the system extremely vulnerable to shocks like these. Jeff joins us now for more. Jeff, good to see you, buddy. Let's get into it. There's 2 words that stuck out for me in your recent work, and that's abundance, illusion. Can you just sort of flesh that out for us and why that's so important, perhaps more so at this specific moment?
Well, I think when we look at round 1 of what occurred in the Middle East, the immediate response was the U.S. to use strategic reserves, and we saw it in Japan, Europe, and elsewhere around the world, and they used it aggressively. China was flexing its system. Between the 2 of these, it created the illusion of abundance. But products are telling you we don't have an abundance out there. I like to point out, crude oil prices are the noise. product prices are the signal. The crack spreads this morning are $70 a barrel. That means the spread between oil and products is nearly the same price of crude oil. I've never seen it that high in my entire career of over 3 decades. That's telling you this is no longer a question of deficit. This is now a question of shortage. And people are asking, where do you hide with what's going on in tech? Where you hide is commodities. They are the best performing asset class year to date, up 34%. Petroleum index alone is up 81%, and the upside is just that much greater between now and the end of the year, given the shortages that we're seeing across the energy complex. And if you put what occurred, round one, we got rid of the insurance policies, the cushions. This time around, we're starting from record low inventories. We have the Red Sea in play. We have the Straits of Hormuz in play. We have the Black Sea in play. We have refineries in Russia all out. The list goes on. In fact, I'd argue in my entire career, I have never seen an energy environment this tight, yet the world still focuses on tech that I think is poised for a big correction, and you have the best performing asset class out there being ignored.
Jeff, what we don't have in play, though, is China buying as normal. They're down some 40% in terms of their imports from the start of the war. When do you think China is going to step in again, and what does that mean for the price?
Well, we already see that the teapots are likely coming back because the margins, $70 a barrel. And what do those teapots do? They export to the global market. The profits are too big to ignore. And when we think about, the refinery outages in Russia, we just put it in perspective, it's really nearly 3 million barrels per day. That's almost half of the refining capacity taking out. You lost refining capacity in Venezuela because of the earthquakes. You've lost another 3 million barrels per day that sits behind the Straits of Hormuz. The profit incentive to refine oil into products right now has never been higher. And when we look at a lot of that oil that was, I like to call, the reason why oil went down when the Straits of Hormuz opened with the Memorandum of Understanding, it was like a pimple popping it. Burst out into the system, put downward pressure on oil. A lot of that oil is sitting off the coast of China right now and likely going to. Yes, the big state-owned enterprises are slow to respond, but the other ones are a function of the underlying profits.
Jeff, why didn't we see the nightmare scenario given everything you're talking about? Why haven't we seen $150 oil? Why is it still elevated, but it's comfortably at $85?
This is oil. Oil is a transfer price. It's noise. It's meaningless. We talk about it because usually the spread between the products and oil stays relatively constant. We're dealing with, this is unlike anything we've seen before. We've lost the oil. We've lost the refineries. The energy system is severely supply constrained. Product prices are telling you an entirely different story. Whether it's prices in New York Harbor, diesel prices, $140, $150. In fact, right now, the product spread, that's all the products together versus the oil. This morning, it was $70 a barrel versus we're 85. So 85 plus 70, that gets you to 155. So you're already there. We have a very serious problem. And the consumer doesn't care about the price of oil. I don't know any consumer out there who consumes oil. They consume diesel. They consume gasoline. We have very serious issues. I'm going to go back to the point. The investment returns of owning the energy or petroleum complex this year, forget oil, is up 81% right now, already year to date, because we have a problem. Everybody's focused on crude oil, but I like to point out, nobody that's focused on crude oil consumes crude oil. Only a refinery consumes crude oil. So when we think about products, it's a much more dire situation.
So, Jeff, let's talk about what's in our future. Gasoline prices right now stateside around $4. It's not great, but it's not crisis. What do you think that's going to look like deeper into summer?
It's going to go up. Where are you going to get the supply? And it's going to go up on a global basis because, again, we're thinking about, take Russia. Just for those who don't know what happened, Ukraine in the last several months is doing drone strikes, precision drone strikes, going 1,300 kilometers into Russia, taking out central, the CDU, crude distillation unit, taking out with precision strikes. Some of this stuff is going to take, years to rebuild. And when you think about what Russia is doing right now, They're supposed to be long energy. They're importing gasoline and diesel from India, jet fuel from Japan, which underscores the severity of their situation. They used to export 10% of the world's diesel market. And then to make sure they can't get the crude out, the Ukrainians are bombing the ships that would come out of the export terminals. And so we're all sitting there focused on, what's going on in the Straits of Hormuz, whether or not these ships, there's no products coming out. There's only, crude oil coming out. At this point, that's very de minimis. We also have the Red Sea at risk. And we have serious disruptions that are occurring in Russia. So again, my point being here, I think as you started to hear, the bottlenecks are shifting, but the trend is the same. And so you asked me what the risks are. They probably have rarely ever been this high right now.
There's one variable we haven't discussed, Jeff, and it's an important one. Anne-Marie and I were talking about this earlier on this morning, that the price of crude, and we'll start with crude and we can get to product in a moment, wouldn't be at 85 without China. It would be closer to 100. The change in China is important here, Jeff. They're not importing like they were. They stockpiled a lot over the last 12 months. They're not processing and refining crude like they were either. What kind of assumptions are you making on what Chinese strategies around crude and crude product is going to look like in the next 12 months?
They can't continue on like this forever. And by the way, everybody wants to blame this on China. China was part of it. But again, let's remember, they also exported the product. So they reduced. So let's say they've taken somewhere, if you do it against what would be a normalized level. And by the way, the rebound, if you look at the shipping data in the last 3 to 4 weeks, suggests there was a substantial rebound there, particularly with the tea kettles. Now, the issue there is China was exporting a lot of transportation fuels. So they have tightened that global transportation fuel at the market the exact same time that we've seen the Russia and the other things. So they're part of the problem. They're not the solution. So they've helped out in crude. Again, I may go, crude oil is the noise. Products are the signal. And so when we think about their incentive to come back, the profit margins are just simply too large for any entity out there that has spare refining capacity. It's nearly the price of crude. So again, yeah, the crude price is off, but the distillate in the gasoline and those product prices are not off. Hence why when you look at the pump prices, they really haven't come down that much. In fact, when you look at the pump prices, the marketing margin, the refinery margins have never been this high. So the question is, will China respond to the economic incentive of record margins? The tea kettles are the ones that have that incentive.
Jeff, it's good to see you, buddy. Appreciate catching up.
Great.
Jeff Curry there. Thank you, sir, of Altis Partners, the latest on energy. To Jeff's point, the abundance illusion, when he breaks it down like that, it's hard to disagree. The problem you've got right now for many market participants, they're ignoring this because they were burnt. They listened so much back in March, April. The gains were elsewhere in chip stocks and all that stuff. And this is back in the front and center of the mind, I think, of a lot of people.
Also, I really like that Jeff brought up what's going on in Russia, because there has been this hyper focus on the Strait of Hormuz. Russia has banned diesel exports. They're seeing internally one of the worst fuel crises since the collapse of the Soviet Union. And they are a massive exporter. They are dealing with a serious problem right now. And the global market, to Jeff's point, has kind of just ignored it at the moment.
Can I quote Crude? I feel like Jeff's going to jump through the screen.
I know, that was... he was like, what are you doing talking about oil, Anne-Marie? It's all about Prada.
Turn the volume down, Jeff. Brent Crude, 86 this morning. Let's get you an update on news elsewhere this morning with your Bloomberg brief. Vonnie Quinn has more. Hey, Vonnie.
Hey, John. Andy Burnham, officially the leader of the UK's Labour Party. He's set to become new Prime Minister on Monday. Speaking to the Labour conference, Burnham saying, quote, "This is a proud moment for which I'm ready." US regulators tracing a parasite outbreak to shredded iceberg lettuce served at Taco Bell restaurants in 6 states. The CDC is still investigating other cyclosporiasis illnesses that are unrelated to this outbreak. President Donald Trump's media company is offering to sell traders fast access to his social media posts. Trump, who frequently moves global markets with social media posts, has the biggest following on Truth Social with almost 13 million users. That's your Bloomberg brief. John.
Bonnie, thank you. Thanks for the update. Up next on the programme, funding the AI boom.
The hyperscalers are issuing so much IG corporate debt.
We used to talk about the debt diet, where companies kind of get restricted. We're not seeing that yet.
These hyperscalers were negligible players really in the IG space several years ago. They'll be up to 7 to 10% by the end of this year.
Up next, Dominique Toublan of Barclays from New York City. You're watching Bloomberg Surveillance.
Western countries, all of them are cutting funding to Africa. And some of these programs were supported by funding coming from Western countries, like for human resources, for testing, for transportation of samples. And suddenly, African countries have to think how to fund money and to cover this gap. But it takes some time. And I think the combination of all of these factors are fueling this mistrust that we see at community level. We value the support we got and we are still getting from the US. And we think that if we continue to work together, and there is no reason for the US not to work with Africa CDC, Africa CDC is the leader in terms of public health in Africa.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gura.
I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Christina Raffiti. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors.
We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gura.
I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Christina Raffiti. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine. Watch, listen, stream.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute space news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Ed Ludlow at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and this is Bloomberg.
China in focus this morning. Equity futures sliding on the S&P 500. We're negative. We're down by 0.8. On the Nasdaq, we're down by 1.6. You see the chip stocks suffering through the week, suffering again this morning. The chip players on the week down by more than 8% through Thursday, coming into Friday, down again this morning. Nvidia down by 2.5%. Hyperscalers, the big spenders, struggling as well. The question, are we spending too much in America, given the developments that we've just seen take place in China?
Can you justify it stateside, given what we have in this China shock, almost 2.0 DeepSeek moment, as people are drawing a parallel to a Kimi moment with the moonshot AI startup, and investors are saying this is cheaper, it's open source, and right now what we know is that people are saying this is going to rival the likes of Anthropic's top model, Fable, Mythos, OpenAI. And what does that mean for the models coming out of the United States that cost a lot more money?
The Nasdaq is down by 1.6%. Let's talk about the big spending under surveillance this morning, funding the AI boom.
The hyperscalers are issuing so much IG corporate debt.
Money is still very cheap for these hyperscalers.
We used to talk about the debt diet, where companies kind of get restricted. We're not seeing that yet.
These hyperscalers were negligible players really in the IG space several years ago. They'll be up to 7 to 10% by the end of this year.
So here's the latest this morning. Enthusiasm for tech debt showing signs of slowing. Demand for Amazon's $25 billion bond offering earlier this month underwhelming, with big tech still expected to tap the debt market again this year to fund massive AI spending. Dominique Toublin of Barclays downgrading the US high-grade tech sector to underway. He writes hyperscalers are nearing an inflection point in IG. The issuers are already widely owned, suggesting volatility is here to stay. Dominique joins us now for more. Dom, it's good to see you.
Good morning.
Thanks for coming into the programme. So SpaceX came to the market. The debt traded softer. Amazon came to market. We saw the secondary market trade softer once again. Can you walk us through what's been happening, these developments of just this last month?
Yeah, so what's been happening, if you look at until the last quarter, what we saw is this new hyperscalers that was very well received. And now the stats on the primary market is weaker. Not only are they getting more discounts when they issue, not new issue concessions, larger than the rest of the market, but also the subscription, how much people want in the primary is actually slowing down as well. The rest of the market is stable. And then the second aspect that you just mentioned, if you look at the performance a few days after it's been issued, if you look until the last quarter, they were performing well. It's not been the case now. And Amazon kind of surprised people a little bit. There was, you had to make space. And so what you saw is people making space using still the TMT sector, not so much outside, but there, to just make room for Amazon there.
It raises questions. How much capacity do we have to take down more supply later this year? And I think the better way to answer that question is how much capacity do we have at these spreads, at these yields, to take down additional supply later this year?
Look, investing in hyperscalers right now is like sitting down at a 3-star Michelin restaurant and you don't know how many courses are coming. And the food is going to be great, right?
There's always
but
3 too
you have
many.
to pace yourself. So that's a very hard question to answer. But at some point, you think that if so much more is coming at a price that starts to be attractive, particularly for the rating, you're going to have to make space selling other stuff. So the key question is, when do you start to see this contagion, not only in the TMT sector that is really affected by the AI supply directly, but away from it?
OK, this is important. You think the risk might be elsewhere in IG, in other sectors, to make space for that debt that comes to market?
Correct. So it's not a fundamentals question. It's not like there's, the macro is fine, the credit fundamentals are okay, earnings have been good, the banks this week have been good. But the question at some point is, if too much supply is coming, you're going to put pressure on everything else, right? Historically, if a sector issues a ton, that sector underperforms versus the index. That's what we've seen in hyperscalers. Look, the 4 best hyperscalers, they're rated AA. They're now trading wide to the rest of the index. They were trading 40, 50, 60 basis points tied to the index a year and a half ago.
Lisa, if she was here, she's not here today, but if she was around the table, she would be asking about the risk in IG relative to, say, high yield. It's peculiar that we're talking about this in investment grade and not in junk, in high yield.
It's very new. So, look, the way we looked at this the hyperscaler are punching above their weight here, in the sense that they're about 4% of the index. The big 6 banks are about 8% of the index. But we like to look at risk in a different way in the bond market versus the equity market. So what is the spread risk, so default risk? What is the duration risk, sensitivity to rates? If you combine this, the hyperscalers, the 6 hyperscalers, are larger than the big 6 banks in the index. And that's happened, obviously, over the last year. So this is just skyrocketing really, really quickly to a big chunk of the risk in the index.
Things are moving fast. So we wake up this morning, we get these developments in China. And for those of you just tuning in, a new model out of China, the company says is equal to the capabilities of the models coming out of, say, Anthropic and OpenAI. And, of course, with regards to China, we're thinking about they're able to achieve this and they're spending a fraction of what we spend here in America. Raises questions about whether these hyperscalers are spending too much money. What's your view on that at the moment?
It's very hard to predict, right? If you look a year, 2 years ago, I would have not predicted we would be here today with these models. And so what you try to look at is what's happened in the past. So first, if you look at technology, kind of innovation cycle like we have, never seen go that in a straight line. So I would expect some hiccups and volatility. And the second is, if we have a DeepSeek moment now, with the amount of debt we have today compared to a year and a half ago when DeepSeek happened, the impacts should be larger, right? There's more leverage in the system.
This is an important note. The DeepSeek moment happened, we moved on really quickly. This moment's different, the backdrop is different. How different is it? Just explain it if you can in a minute or so. How different 2026, the summer of 26 is for a DeepSeek type moment compared to, say, January 2025? How much has changed in 18 months?
It's just because the amount of CapEx that's being program spent and the amount of debt that's being raised to finance this capex is now, going through the motions. We have probably hyperscalers issuing close to $300 billion this year. That's a big number. When we were at the DeepSeek moment at the time, there was not so much of that going on. This was new. And so now the question is, how do you get from spending money to the NVIDIAs of the world, to hyperscalers, and then to companies using this? Now a company can say, well, this model is cheaper than that model. For this question, I'm happy to use this one versus that one. Because right now, they're just adding costs, right? At some point, you cannot just keep on adding costs. So I think already now the first adopters are optimizing on what model they want to use for what questions. And that's likely to continue.
Dom, this was great. Appreciate it. Come back soon.
Thank you.
I imagine we'll have more supply later this year.
Definitely.
Thank you, sir. Dominic Toublan there of Barclays on the latest situation in the credit market. It's a different moment. 18 months later, you've got the hyperscaler spending now that's now shifted to the debt market. To Dom's point, raising far more capital than many people anticipated in both debt and equity over the last, let's say, 12 months. It's a different moment for leverage.
Yeah, and you have a China shock at this exact moment when clearly they're making these models much cheaper. How they make their models, we still have a lot of questions on. But I wonder if what's going on in China kind of means we're going to get cheaper models out of the United States. Do we see some sort of demand destruction in the United States that then brings the whole prices down?
Coming up next on the programme, we'll talk about some of these issues for the equity market. Binky Chowdhury at Deutsche Bank, Dan Ives of Yorkville Ives, and we'll catch up with the former Fed Governor Stephen Myron on the Fed, and Jason Draho of UBS here to react.
Now, some people have written that your bank, Revolut, is worth $75 billion. Have you ever thought of taking your organization public?
Well, the way I think about it, we kind of will be ready probably in 2 years' time. But then again, depends on how good the market is.
Since you don't have an IPO, how do people who work for you make some money? Do you make a market for people to sell their shares internally?
Yeah, so we do secondaries every 1 or 2 years when people can sell a certain portion of their stocks to external investors.
So you've done secondary sales for your employees. So employees can then get some liquidity. Do you expect before you go public you'll do any more of those, or are you just going to wait till you go public before you liquefy any more stock?
Yeah, I think so. We might do secondaries as well before we do IPO, because we do it every 1 or 2 years, so we might do secondary as well.
All right, well, if anybody wants to sell their shares to me, let me know. And have any investment bankers told you why they're the best to do the IPO for you?
Yeah, obviously every single one is the best.
Everyone is the best. You're not in a rush to do it. You don't need the money.
So we're a bank, and then for the bank it's super important to have trust, and then public companies are trusted more compared to private companies. So that's the reason.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives, and that revolution is playing out in real time. From finance to defense tech, AI to entertainment, from the road to the stars. Bloomberg is bringing you the stories of companies and people that are pushing tech to new frontiers, and the politics reshaping global tech markets. I'm Ed Ludlow, live in San Francisco, and this is Bloomberg Tech.
Every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
Oh, hello there. Just wanted to say, Primer is back. We've been scouring the frontiers of science and technology to help explain the difference between the next gold rush and whatever this thing is. And in season 2, we're upping the stakes. More danger.
Now that is some high-grade uranium mineralization.
We used to have a stable climate on this Earth. Right now, we do not.
More science.
We're pushing the envelope of technology in multiple directions. Software, hardware, chemistry, physics.
The cable is very cold.
And more CEOs that can nail the photo shoot.
Hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars are at stake. While the problems are economic, the solutions are too.
And yes, we will be talking about AI.
There is a lot of humanoid hype out there.
But our future doesn't run on hype. It runs on innovation. Watch season 2 on all these lovely channels.
The global economic playbook is being rewritten, and the levers of power are moving in real time.
To see where the world is headed, you have to look where the action is.
I'm Haslinda Amin in Singapore.
I'm Menika Doshi in Mumbai.
Welcome to Emerging the New Economy podcast.
Each month, we dive deep into how the world's most exciting rising economies are shaping the global future.
Join the conversation. Subscribe to Emerging on your favorite podcast platform today.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
It's been an incredible first half of the year with respect to the equity capital markets.
It's not just one narrow group of companies and everything else is lackluster. It's really broad.
I think you want to be really thoughtful about the positioning that you have.
You want to avoid places that have not had good earnings momentum.
We think that this has legs.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning for our audience worldwide. The third hour of Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now. In your price section, the scores look like this. 90 minutes out from the opening bell, futures decline. We're down 0.8% on the S&P. On the Nasdaq, we're down by 1.6. The chip players hammered all week. Down on the week by more than 8%. Down again, taking some more weight out of a major rally year to date. Nvidia down by 2.4%. Intel down by more than 3%. The hyperscalers struggling a bit as well. The big spenders, are they spending too much? Amazon down by 1.3%. Microsoft off by 1.8%. Alphabet said to be behind on the development of a new Gemini model. That stock down again this morning by 1.5%. It's developments in China spooking this market once again.
Yeah, the latest source of anxiety is coming from Moonshot, this AI company in China, and their latest model called the Kimi model, Kimi K3, I believe it's called. They're basically saying that this is going to rival the best models out of the United States, and it's going to be a lot cheaper, and it's going to be open source. So another question coming into this market, are we spending too much in the United States when China is doing it, as you said, a fraction of a cost?
If they are indeed doing it at a fraction of the cost without having a little look at some of what's happening here in America.
And if they are indeed at the same level the Mythos and the Fable models are. We don't know all of these details yet, but this is where they're putting out, and which is why everyone is drawing these parallels to DeepSeek.
These are really important questions. We're getting some notes from various guests. Southside strategist, this from Jordan Rochester of Mizuho. Bigger picture, as we've seen with the mighty rise of China's car exports, it won't be long until US and European firms embrace cheaper Chinese model alternatives. He goes on to say it's a risk for Western firms that eventually could see a wave of AI protectionism creep in further down the road.
And then, of course, then how hard is it to justify all the spend we are seeing into this trade, which is why the market is spooked. I push back a little bit on that because there will become a point where I think policy steps in and makes policy decisions on what you can and cannot use. They did it with U.S. models. There was export restrictions on Anthropic. Who thinks they're not going to do that when it comes to Chinese models?
18 months ago, was it? DeepSeek? January 2025, moved on pretty quickly.
Yep.
Can we move on again quickly this morning? I don't know, but the backdrop's changed. This was the point our last guest was making, that there's more leverage this time. Things have moved along in the last 18 months or so. The big spenders are spending a lot more, and they've turned to the bond market to borrow. They're raising capital in the equity market as well. The backdrop has moved in 18 months. It's not the same moment.
The context matters. And what he was talking about is like a Michelin star restaurant. You know it's going to be good, but at one point, is it just oversubscribed your stuff? And I believe you've done this before, and you walk out of the restaurant because you just
don't
can't.
know how many extra courses you're going to be getting.
Yeah.
He was talking about debt supply. Yeah. How much supply is going to be coming from these players later this year? Are they spending too much? I don't know. I really don't know. Equity futures this morning on the S&P 500 negative. We're down across the board. Underperformance on the Nasdaq. You can see that on the screen throughout this morning. Need to talk about crude as well. Brent and WTI pushing higher through most of this morning, up by around 2%. We've got Brent at about 86, WTI pushing 81. 6 days of strikes in the Middle East. Jeff Curry of Altus Partners this morning saying it's an abundance illusion. Don't look at the price of that. Look at the price of crude product right now. That's where the problems are.
Oil is the noise, product is the signal. I feel like he was jumping out of the screen. We were talking about Brent and WTI. He said, don't look at that. It all has to do with what's happening in gasoline, what's happening in diesel, and that cushion we've been living on, well, he says that's pretty much depleted right now. And at the same time, 6 days of strikes, and they're continuing this morning, and they are expanding. They are expanding to different assets when it comes to Iran. The bridges the IRGC relies upon and that they use, the United States is starting to target them as well.
Brent up 2%, 86 so far this morning. Coming up this hour, we'll catch up with Binky Chandra at Deutsche Bank on the road to 8K on the S&P 500. Dan Ives of Yorkville Ives with chip stocks on the brink of a bear market. And we'll catch up with the former Fed Governor, Stephen Murren, on why the Fed could be looking at the wrong signals. We begin this hour with stocks pushing lower and chips selling off on deepening AI anxiety out of China. Binky Chandra at Deutsche Bank staying bullish, writing extremely positive Q2 corporate guidance has driven consensus S&P 500 earnings growth expectations to more than 26%. We see macro and tech momentum helping earnings clear the high Q2 bar. Binky joins us now for more. Binky, good morning.
Good morning.
You wrote that at the end of June, I believe.
Yes.
Have things changed in the past few weeks?
I would say from an earnings perspective, they've gotten better. We've had, as of last night, 44 companies report. I noticed during the week you've been talking a lot about, you don't want to miss in this market. Well, I can report a rather remarkable fact. We have 44 companies in the S&P 500 that have reported, and not one has missed on earnings. Now, you can take all the derivatives of earnings and guidance, and
Sure.
maybe it's not all.
IBM might be a factor in that, of course.
But as far as the numbers are concerned, nobody's missed, and that's absolutely that's very, very, very unusual, is the way I would put it.
What's the signal you would take from how the market's responding to it? Netflix this morning being punished as well.
Sure.
People might call that a miss, Binky.
So the price action, you might call that a miss, but I would say the actual numbers, there's no miss so far. We were not really looking for too much from the market during the earnings. The S&P has been in a range 6-7 weeks now. June 4th, 5th was the high. And I think, we're in a range, partly because of the need from a positioning point of view for a rotation in investor positioning, and that's kind of what's happening.
Well, let's start
it's a
positioning.
mini version of October. Sorry.
Because
please.
you put out a note in the last week on positioning, and it's important. Bank of America have put this out, their fund manager survey earlier this week, and their note was summer upside for risk assets is limited because of bull positioning. What's the path to 8K right now?
So I think, the easiest path to 8K is, a range-bound period. We've got earnings in terms of the numbers growing at, the consensus says 26%. We say 29%. If you take the beats so far seriously, we're talking about earnings growth in the 30s. And I'm not talking about a tech company. I'm talking about the S&P 500 as a whole. Valuations are going to get cheaper. And so the market's going to go up unless, some big tail risk is realized. So a summer pause is not really unreasonable. There is the uncertainty, about the midterm elections. And what I would say is, just in terms of thinking about 8K, just remember that midterm election years, Q4, so starting a month before the midterm elections through the year end, 21 of the last 23 midterm election years have been positive returns, so the risk reward is positive, and the average return is 7%. The caveat, of course, is that in those two cases when we didn't go up, one was under Trump 1.0 midterm election years. So, but I would say, it's a reasonable baseline view. And of course, 7% from the recent high would take you higher than 8,000. So,
do you think that's also been a pause for the AI trade? Because what we're seeing the likes out of the New York governor putting a moratorium on data centers. Policy after this midterm election may directly affect this trade in financial markets.
It might, but I would argue, right now, all this is a positioning story. It's got a little bit to do with fundamentals. If you just think back to the last big rotation that we had from, the October highs in the NASDAQ, basically through the Iran war, you have tech basically continuously underperforming, actually falling, and the market's going perfectly sideways, where they have this huge rotation. And then we have this very, very quick recovery. It is the very, very quick recovery, basically, that is creating many of the issues that you see right now, which is positioning is long in tech, positioning is trying to pull back, but there are huge inflows into tech. It would seem that the end investor is buying the dip in terms of flows, but flows have been strong for a long time. So, you're starting to get into the decimal points of the weekly flows to make that argument.
When I look at the price action in chips, most people would agree with you. This is about price and positioning. The response to earnings tells you a lot about price and positioning. I do want to talk about fundamentals, though. The developments in China could be a fundamental issue. Could raise questions, fundamental questions, about whether the spending that has driven these gains is justified or not. What's your response to that this morning?
So, I think that at the end of the day, so we are sort of in this new technology world, and what it's going to deliver is a spectrum of things, is the way I think about it, rather than a binary outcome of who's going to win. You need, it's obvious to make the point that you need the more sophisticated models to answer the more difficult questions. So there is going to be a spectrum. There is obviously a race to win the platform that, and that's, it's pretty normal, is the way I would put it. But yes, is it a fundamental risk? Yeah, competition always is.
Big kiss, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Appreciate it. The path to 8,000. On the S&P 500, Binky Chandler at Deutsche Bank, on the stunning earnings we've seen in this country. Pretty phenomenal. Equity futures this morning declining by around 1% on the S&P. On the Nasdaq, you can see it down by close to 2 percentage points this morning. Let's get you an update on news worldwide with your Bloomberg Brief. Vonnie Quinn has more. Hey, Vonnie.
Hey, John. President Donald Trump using a roughly 25-minute primetime address to revive claims that the 2020 election was stolen.
Over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files.
Trump also accusing U.S. government officials of trying to cover up Chinese interference. PayPal's board says the Stripe Advent takeover offer is inadequate. Reuters reporting PayPal thinks the offer undervalues the company and would face regulatory and financing hurdles. PayPal hasn't formally responded to the proposal. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani declining a pay increase. The City Council voting in favor of an 18% rise for the city's elected officials, their first pay bump in a decade. Mamdani's salary would have jumped to more than $306,000 a year, but he turned the raise down. And that is your Bloomberg Brief. John.
Vonnie, thank you. Appreciate it. Up next on the programme, we'll get you some morning calls. Plus, we'll catch up with Dan Ives of Yorkville Ives, with chip stocks nearing bear market territory. Very close on the brink of it, and as of the close yesterday, about to cross it, based on the price action so far this morning. Live from New York City this morning, good morning.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
World's most powerful investors don't ring a bell. They quietly reshape entire industries. This is the money shaping the world. The Dealmaker Playbook, where power and billions of dollars change hands every day. From private equity and credit to venture capital and M&A, we bring you the inside scoop on the biggest deals and debates, plus exclusive conversations with finance's ultimate insiders. I'm Danny Berger, and this is Bloomberg Deals. Every week, only on Bloomberg Television.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
The semiconductor trade has been a volatile one. The equity trade through just a week or so ago was heavily momentum driven. The likes of Alphabet, OpenAI, Grok, and others, they are playing the long game. So I suspect that they're not huddling up this morning, altering their CapEx estimates for the coming months.
That was Aaron Cannon of Clear Harbor Asset Management on the tech route, if we can call it that, this morning. We're down across the board. Equity futures on the S&P down by 0.9, down by 1.9 on the NASDAQ 100. A new development from Moonshot, a new model, Kimi K3. Raising lots of questions about whether we're spending too much money in America, lots of questions about the capabilities of this new model, whether it truly equals the capabilities of the models coming out of Anthropic and OpenAI, but that's sparking the sell-off. Reminiscent of what we saw, let's say, 18 months ago, back in January 2025. DeepSeek, is this DeepSeek Volume 2? Things were already pretty jittery for the chips trade. Chips are down across the board so far this morning. The chip players are really struggling. NVIDIA down by close to 3%, Intel off by 4%, AMD off by close to 4% as well. As of yesterday, these chips from the highs of June in just 3 to 4 weeks, down by close to 20%. And I get it, already getting the feedback from subscribers this morning. Can you really call it a bear market when we rallied 90% in Q2 and we're still up on the year by close to 70? I get it. You probably can't call it a bear market. People will talk about getting close to bear market territory, but it's quite the correction off the highs of only a few weeks ago.
And the latest anxiety, as you mentioned, coming from China. But really this week you could have picked your poison, and the bar for these companies is set so high. And this moonshot Kimi K version is basically questioning whether or not the hundreds of billions of dollars we're spending in AI happening in the United States is needed. Of course there's going to be tons of money spent, but is it that threshold going to be needed if China is being factual and honest on what they were able to produce and put out?
If it's truly export compliant. Amazon, the big spenders down across the board as well. They're spending too much money. Amazon down, Microsoft, Alphabet. Alphabet's a struggle too. Got to talk about the backdrop. We keep talking about the context. The news from Alphabet yesterday that the Gemini model was slightly behind. It's like the 1-2 punch to sentiment from China and from the United States.
Right, Gemini behind now where they were supposed to be when it comes to the likes of OpenAI and some of these other models. Why are they so behind? Can they catch up? We've seen this a lot with these models, though. Each company, remember when they all have their own code red moment, then they catch up?
Alphabet left for dead and then flying high, and then in the last
Exactly.
24 hours, I'm with you, Anne-Marie. Touch grass, Jim Zelter
Yes.
of Apollo. I was reminded of that quote moments ago. Just touch grass, enjoy the weekend, watch the World Cup. We've got to talk about the risk here. The NASDAQ is down by close to 2%. That's the price action. Let's get you some morning calls. First up, Barclays raising its price target on TSMC, expecting AI demand to continue to rise. Your second call from JP Morgan cutting its price target on Netflix, citing questions on the company's subscriber growth. And finally, HSBC upgrading Apple to buy, saying it's at an operational turning point with the AI boost coming at the right moment. They are not a big spender. That stock on a relative basis has been outperforming. Let's stay with tech. The global sell-off in chip makers accelerating with a new AI model in China sparking fears of another DeepSeek moment. Dan Ives, in a brand new role as partner and senior managing director at Yorkville Ives, writes tech stocks are laser focused on seeing the monetization trend for AI in the second quarter. Hyperscalers will be the standouts and remain foundational to the broader tech spending trends. Dan joins us now for more. Dan, good morning.
Great to be here.
New firm, let's start there. For the benefit of our audience, new position, what kind of seat are you speaking from?
Yeah, so again, partner and really be, on a research perspective, that's going to be my main role at Yorkville Ives. But it's a modern merchant bank. I mean, this is something, for me, 25 plus years on Wall Street, it's the evolution, it's the next step. It's something to really build something that I think is going to be special in this market, but really focused in terms of sectors, AI, tech, infrastructure, energy, because where I view the fourth industrial revolution, so excited to do this and found just the best partners to do it with.
These companies are borrowing a lot of money. They're spending a lot of money. The questions we're asking this morning, based on developments out of China, is whether they're borrowing too much and spending too much. What's your reaction to what we've heard from China?
I think this is just called a white knuckle moment, no different than a mini DeepSeek moment to some extent. The reality is, like, look, models, you're going to have 10x more models over the next 5-7 years, vertical, geographic. The reality is that it's Anthropic and OpenAI's world, and everyone else paying rent relative to the models. Gemini clearly narrowing the gap. China, you're going to continue to see, very good models come out of there, but it's my view, when you talk about broader spending, the trillions of dollars spent that you're going to see in AI, it's less about the models, it's about the data, it's about ultimately the build out, and I think that is something that will get validated 2Q earnings.
But doesn't this show that China is not that behind the United States? They're neck and neck when it comes to AI development?
I think for the first time in 30 years, it's not even a question that U.S. is ahead of China when it comes to tech. Now, when it comes to models, in terms of the more of a commoditization, open source, and the way that they're going after it, are they ahead when it comes to robotics, when it comes to energy? Yeah. But there's one chip in the world fueling the AI revolution, godfather of AI, Jensen, NVIDIA. And I think what you see from hyperscalers, what you see from OpenAI and Anthropic, this is going to be an arms race. But I don't even think there's a question where the U.S. is relative to China. When these moments happen, you'll see jitters, white knuckles, stocks will sell up.
Why is China able to do it cheaper?
Because at the end of the day, the open source model, if you look, whether it's DeepSeek or any others, when you compare it to what Anthropic's doing, to what OpenAI is doing, that's tip of the sphere. In other words, OpenAI and Anthropic, they're going after the enterprise market. The models are just really the start of what the broader sort of end-to-end framework is going to be. When you think about where the vast majority of spending is going to be in AI, it's not necessarily in the models, it's in the data center build-outs, the CapEx, what ultimately is going to be physical AI. I just continue to view commoditization will continue to happen on the models. I don't get as sort of nervous when moments like this happen.
There's the spending phase. Can we talk about the end phase? And I know this is really difficult to do. Where do you think the money's ultimately going to be made? The application layer, the infrastructure layer? Where do you think the money will be made?
I think it's the application infrastructure layer that's going to really be the hearts and lungs. Because if you think about today, all the data centers getting built, those data centers are going to, it'll be like a factory for cars. You build out the factory, but now you actually need the lines. What's the operation? When you look at, as more and more companies on the use cases, that's enterprise, that's software, that's use cases.
Are you confident the app layer won't become commoditized?
I would tell you the more and more companies that I talk to that are deploying AI and going down the AI path, I feel that that's become less and less of a risk. There'll be winners and losers. There'll be ones where ultimately they're on the wrong side of it, and maybe some of those stocks are reflecting some of the nervousness. But the view today is that, look, we're still in the third inning of the AI revolution. Now, we started off, we were in the second inning. This is not seventh, eighth inning because of where this is all going in terms of physical AI. Look what Apple's doing. That's just starting the consumer AI revolution, where they're essentially a toll booth in the AI highway.
What's going on with Alphabet and Gemini? Why are they behind?
I view that in terms of everything that they're doing, they'll be behind at points. But the reality is that their end-to-end framework, from cloud to Gemini to what's happening on search, they could catch up pretty quickly. And I just think they've narrowed the gap much more than anyone would have thought. And it goes back to a year ago, New York City cab drivers bearish on Alphabet. Look where they are today. And maybe,
where are they today?
I'd say New York City cab drivers still bearish. Maybe they're bearish on Microsoft versus where,
I think you've got to come up with a new phrase, because in my experience with my New York City cab drivers, they're better on this market than most people I speak to on a daily basis.
And that's very healthy because of ultimately more and more retail.
They've been long and strong.
They have a big seat at the table. And I know New York City cab drivers, now they're driving Bentleys because of this market.
Right, they'll be saying, I remember years ago, they'd be like, I really like Tesla. I'd be like, what, this multiple? That's crazy. And then Tesla just like to the moon, up and to the right.
And that's why a lot of them are driving Bentleys today.
Right, yeah.
Or
True.
Cybertrucks.
Or Cybertrucks.
Many of them don't know where they're going anymore, which is its own problem.
That's a problem.
Did you notice that they hand you the phone now?
No,
to like
I had an
put the
experience
address in
recently
for
which
the
is even
GPS.
worse. A taxi driver took my phone and said, "Do you mind if I keep it up here?" And I just thought he needed it for 5 minutes. I was like, "I need it back. I have calls coming in." He's like, "I need it for the whole ride."
And then there's times you're like, "Why are you taking the Holland Tunnel? You should be taking the
Yes.
Wilco." And then you have to actually start to. I know.
They don't know where they're going.
It's an issue.
I know. Dan, it's good to see you.
Great.
Thank you, sir. No dress code at Yorkville.
We're gonna be dressing more and more color at Yorkville Labs.
Do they know that?
They do know that, and I think this is all a process for some of them.
Oh,
All right.
interesting.
It's quite a process. All right. Best of luck. Dan,
Great,
thank you.
thanks.
It's good to see you. Who's going to win on Sunday?
I mean, I think it's messy.
Yeah, gets it done. All right. Dan Ives of Yorkville Ives on this tech sector, and a bit of a rout emerging going into the weekend in the equity market. Up next on the programme, we'll catch up with the former Fed Governor Stephen Myron and why the Fed should rethink the focus and look back on money supply.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Burr.
I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors.
We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
It's Bloomberg Money.
This is the Asia trade.
This is Wall Street Week.
Welcome to Balance of Power.
You're watching Bloomberg Deals.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend.
This is Bloomberg Television. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
So we're 60 minutes out from the opening bell. Equities declining here on the S&P. We're down by, let's call it 0.9%. On the Nasdaq 100, let's call it down 2%. The risk has been building in the chips trade for quite a while. It was up and to the right, almost vertical through Q2, up almost 90%, something like that. The biggest quarterly move we've ever seen for some of these chip names. And then things started to unravel. And it's all about price and positioning for a lot of the time. So we're down by close to 20% since the highs of the end of June. You saw some fantastic earnings. We didn't respond to it positively. That reinforces and validates the view that a lot of this was about price and positioning. Then we got some fundamental news out of China overnight, potentially fundamental news, a turn, that you're able to achieve the same technological progress, perhaps without spending as much money. It raises questions for the big spenders, the hyperscalers. It raises questions for the big beneficiaries of those spendings, of that spending, which are the chip players. And the chips are down again this morning.
And then Dan Ives comes on and says, well, this is all bogus. There's going to be moments like this. It's like DeepSeek. It's going to fade into the background shortly and very soon. But obviously, this just exacerbates some of the questions the market already had this week in terms of the hundreds of billions of dollars being spent on this trade. And is someone able to do it easier, quicker, and cheaper?
Are we spending too much money? We'll get into that in just a moment. Let's turn to the bond market. So a bit of risk aversion. You'll see yields are down across the curve. On twos, we're down again, have been down throughout most of this week off the back of softer CPI and softer PPI, potentially removing the urgency to hike rates anytime soon. That weighs on a 2-year. What's interesting about this decline in yield so far this morning is that it's happening against the backdrop of higher crude prices. So we're kind of ignoring what's happening on the inflationary side of things with regards to energy, and we'll spend more time on that in just a moment. But Brent and WTI higher, given what we're seeing in the Middle East.
Right, and potentially it's going to get a lot worse when it comes to the Middle East in terms of we are at the 6th consecutive evening as of last night of strikes. It bled into the morning as well. And as we've been talking about the entire morning, they have been expanding than just the normal targets for U.S. forces. They are now going after critical infrastructure that the IRGC is reliant on to then go after commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. On top of that, we've seen the U.S. blockade come back. And it's not just for show. It's been very aggressive, according to what we're hearing from CENTCOM, and how they are turning ships away and even having to board one ship.
That's the setup this morning for the price action. Let's talk about the setup for the Federal Reserve with this in mind. A trio of Fed officials sounding the alarm on stubborn inflation, keeping potential rate hikes firmly on the table. Mike McKee has more. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, John. Yes, I think what we're looking at here is a division at the Fed. The people who want to raise rates very early on because inflation has been going up and we've got this war danger of more are a smaller group now because we've gotten lower PPI and lower CPI. But there is a substantial group of people who think that we've just had enough. We've been too high for too long and we need to do something about that. And you saw that last night with a number of Fed speakers, including Lori Logan and including Jeff Schmidt, Philip Jefferson, sort of in that camp, the vice chair, saying that if we don't see movement, I'm prepared to move, which is what Lisa Cook said the other day. So you've got a lot of people who are keeping the idea of rate increases on the table, which is why you still have one priced in between now and the end of the year. And as Ed Marie said, we've got some dangers out there in terms of future numbers. We just got the import price index. Take out petroleum, and it's still up 0.5%. And on a year-over-year basis, it's up 7.1%, was up 6.6% last week. So we still have an inflation issue coming into the country from tariffs that haven't even hit yet. So there's going to be a lot for them to discuss over the next couple of weeks.
Mike McKee with the latest on the Fed speak. Mike, thank you, sir. Enjoy Idaho. Not dressed like a park ranger this morning. You noticed that? Different shirt from McKee.
Well, I did send him some messages.
Did you? Did you?
Appropriate attire for television.
McKee on tour at the moment, having a good time. OK, let's talk about the Fed. Recent Fed governor and White House economic advisor Stephen Myron, now a senior strategist at Hudson Bay Capital, arguing policymakers should pay less attention to backward-looking data and potentially more attention to the money supply. He writes, Federal Reserve officials often claim to look at everything. Ironically, in recent years, their data set has excluded measures of monetary growth. Stephen joins us now for more. Steve, it's good to see you, sir.
Morning. Thanks for having me back.
Hey, welcome back to the programme. I read the note that you and the team put out. Fantastic reading. I want to say up front before we start this conversation, because I think some economists listening to this will say, oh, not money supply. Here we go. You say in this note, this report that you've put out, that you're not suggesting we should target monetary supply again. that you think there's information that's worth looking at in money supply. So let's start here. This is something we used to do at the Federal Reserve. You had the quantum of money and the velocity of money. Yeah. And because the velocity of money was largely considered to be stable, we could focus on money supply. That changed, and then people stopped focusing on supply. So let's start there. Why we used to look at it, why we stopped, and why you think it's worth looking at again.
Sure. So there's, as you point out, there's this school of economics called monetarism, heavily associated with Milton Friedman, who was a mentor for Kevin Warsh and someone who Chairman Warsh invokes frequently. And monetarism is basically the notion that the money supply determines growth in, or leads to or predicts growth in nominal GDP and in real output and in the price level. And so therefore, by controlling the money supply growth, you can control the growth of nominal GDP. And if inflation seems too high, you can put a damper on money growth and it'll come down. Now, as you point out, that stopped being useful in the 80s and 90s because this velocity of money that enters into the equation, what economists call money demand, started to move around and be volatile. And so if money demand is moving around at the same time as money supply, then you can sort of see on any supply and demand chart, the equilibrium point is going to be jumping around. And so changes in the money supply no longer serve to be useful in predicting changes in inflation and changes in growth. Now, what we did is we looked at, a number of things that Chairman Warsh has written and said over the last 10, 15 years, and found that he repeatedly focuses on this as a useful input into predicting inflation, into predicting growth, right? This is not to say we're going back to targeting money growth, but just that it contains information, that information shouldn't be thrown out. And what we did was to sort of survey the literature. There's been an active frontier of research in this in the last 10 years or so, what I would describe as rescuing monetarism. And the way that it rescues it is to say, hey, this stuff still works. It's just that you weren't measuring money correctly. And the reason why velocity started whipping around is because of financial innovation. When you introduce new forms of money, sometimes it's used as a store of value and not for transactions. And if a money market fund is used as a store of value and not for transactions, then an increase in money supply driven by an increase in a money market fund isn't going to predict GDP growth. And so what these new forms of measuring money do is they basically weight the different types of money based on how money-like they are, in the same way that a price index will weight housing more than video games because you spend more on housing than on video games. And when you do that, the whole theory actually becomes quite usable again and serve to predict well the disinflationary pressure after the GFC, which again, people break these models over the coals because M2 was exploding, and yet we were in a deflationary, poor growth environment. Yep. And there were all these, hysterical letters and op-eds about exploding money supply was going to lead to hyperinflation. It didn't materialize, and it was egg on the face for monetarists. But it turns out that if you measure money correctly, you actually would have gotten the post-GFC environment correctly. You would have gotten the post-COVID environment correct, too.
Let's pick up on that, the post-COVID environment, because money did explode. Money supply did explode, rather like what we saw after GFC, but there was a different outcome. Can you just explain why the outcome was different and why it was still useful to look at supply?
So the money supply exploded after the pandemic as a result of stimulative monetary and fiscal policy, right? There was a combination of rates being at zero for a long period of time, record levels of QE, of Fed balance sheet expansion, and also fiscal expansions, fiscally driven expansions of the money supply. Now, one nice thing about monetarism is it actually doesn't really care what the origin of the expansion of the money supply is. The origin of the expansion could be monetary, it could be a fiscally driven expansion of the money supply, or it could be foreign. You could have a situation in which there's pools of savings abroad that then come and get spent, and that results in increasing money supply. All it tells you is that there's a link between a change in the money supply and outcomes in the economy and outcomes in the price level. And so therefore, these models did a really good job after the pandemic predicting that inflation would be high and predicting that inflation would be persistent. And when you have that type of situation, it leads you to think, hey, you shouldn't look through supply chain shocks. You shouldn't look through negative supply shocks, and you need to start getting policy into a right place for the inflation mandate. Right now, you don't see that at all. You see the model saying that money growth is approximately neutral.
If money was part of the Fed calculus, then would they have risen rates sooner?
I believe so. And I think it's not just rates. I think it was balance sheet stuff, too. I mean, the Fed, after the pandemic, the Fed was buying mortgages even when home prices were up 20% year over year, right? Home prices are up 20% year over year, and the Fed is still buying mortgages. They're saying more credit into the housing sector. And because of the way that the inflation statistics are calculated, and again, inflation measurement is an area I spend a lot of time thinking about. The way that we measure housing inflation really really filters into the data for years, right? Measured shelter inflation right now is running closer to 3%. Market rents have been running at 1% for about 3 years now. And so as a result, it takes a really, really long time for shelter inflation to sort of for changes in rental markets to pass through completely through the measured inflation data. Measured inflation data today are still closer to 2023, 24 than they are at present. And so as a result, if you're buying mortgages when home prices are already up 20% year over year, it's very obvious that it's going to be persistent inflation. So I do think that looking at this would have been helpful earlier. I think that looking at it is helpful now. And the fact that these things are neutral now tells you the supply shocks that have been elevating inflation recently are a lot less likely to be persistent than they were in 2021, which tells you the orthodox policy response to a supply shock of looking through it is probably right.
You've sat on this committee. How difficult will it be to convince the rest of the committee to look at the same things?
So some of them are there in terms of thinking about the supply shocks like that. So if you look at what New York Fed President Williams said a couple days ago, I think it was a couple days ago, he said monetary policy has to be forward-looking, right, which is something that Chairman Warsh has also said. The reason you say that is because there are lags with which monetary policy hits the economy. It doesn't hit the economy for 12 to 18 months. To take this back to Milton Friedman again, he had this parable of the fool in the shower. You know, you turn the water temperature in the shower, it takes a minute for the water to get hot, stays cold, you turn it even hotter, and then it finally comes out scalding. And so then you turn it down, but it's still scalding, so you turn it even more down, and then it comes out freezing, and so you never get it right? That's because there are lags with which you change the temperature in the shower and it hits water. Monetary policy is the same.
Long and variable.
Long and variable. And President Williams said this, and I think it's correct. Now, there's another approach, which means you need to focus on where inflation is going to be 12 to 18 months.
Can I ask you, though, your opinion, how long and variable you actually think they are, given the wealth channel now, how quickly we price this story in financial markets? Has that changed?
I think that there's some evidence. So when we surveyed this literature on monetary policy, on monetarism that we covered in the paper, one of the papers that really set off the reinvigoration of research into monetarism through these Divisia aggregates actually found that monetary policy lags had lengthened recently, which was surprising to me. So I'm still inclined to go with the consensus of 12 to 18 months. I'm not inclined to change. There's another approach, though, which I think you sort of see from other members of the committee, who basically say something like inflation has been high recently, and therefore I expect it to be high in the future. That, to me, is, treating monetary policy like it's momentum trading. I think that's not, for me, that's not enough. I would want to be forward-looking. I worry that some of these people are basically buying inflation at the top.
Steve, I haven't seen you since you left the Fed. And
Lucky you.
I was wondering if you could just give us some insight. What was it like in terms of going from the White House to the Fed? You had a very close relationship with the president at the White House. Did he call you when you were at the Fed? Do you still have an ongoing dialogue with him?
I haven't really spoken to the president since I left government. I stopped into the White House to resign, and that was of course a great experience. I spoke to him when I resigned from CEA as well. I stopped into the White House then, and then I spoke to him, a little bit about the chairmanship selection. But I wouldn't say that I had
Did he call for advice on who should be the Fed chair?
Well, I shared some of my views about what qualities that I thought were important in a chairman, and I wanted to be helpful in sharing those views. Yeah.
Did you give a specific name?
No, I focused on qualities that I thought were important.
And what were those qualities?
Well, I think, as I said moments ago, I think forward-looking behavior is important. I think a willingness to think deeply and carefully about the data and what they actually say is important.
Did you feel like that needed to come from outside of the Fed, that there needed to be a fresh start?
Not necessarily. I think in my view, the important qualities in a Fed chairman are to think carefully about what the data say and to be forward-looking and to be flexible of mind enough to sort of say, this works, it doesn't work. In my mind, models are, there's a bunch of different economic models you can use for forecasting and for making monetary policy. They're kind of like jackets. You need to pull out the right jacket for the weather. You don't wear a down parka in July, right? And so it's important to understand that the models aren't universally true in all times and places.
This one wears sweaters in the summer.
It's cold.
Well, in here it's a little chilly, but it's not,
comes out.
But
I sometimes wear them outside.
Steve, can we finish on this?
Yeah.
Listening to you, some people will find it controversial that you spoke to the president whilst you were sat on the Fed board. What would you say back to that?
I would say that I think that it's important to hear all views on monetary policy. I actually didn't even really discuss monetary policy with him. But even then, you know, the president has not been reticent to share his views on monetary policy. He shares them with the entire world all the time, right? So, you know, it wouldn't. I don't think I would. You know, I don't think I would have possibly learned anything that everyone else doesn't know. Also, and I'm sure that, you know, if you interview him, he'll tell you on TV. You know, very quickly.
I have no doubt he'll tell us where he thinks rates should be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lower.
Right.
That's how he's always felt since the 80s.
Steve, it's good to see you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Interesting report. Something we should pay attention to, if indeed it's something the Fed chair is looking at as well. The former Fed Governor, Stephen Myron, there on the latest with this institution. Let's get you an update on stories worldwide this morning with your Bloomberg brief. Vonnie Quinn has more. Hey, Vonnie.
Hey, John. The U.S. completing a sixth straight day of strikes on Iran. The Associated Press reporting that bridges were among the assets targeted. Iranian state media saying 3 civilians were killed. SpaceX aborting the latest test launch of its Starship rocket. CEO Elon Musk saying some of the rocket's Raptor engines didn't fire, triggering an automatic slowdown. He says the next attempt will probably happen early next week, with 2 of the engines to be replaced. A White House teleprompter operator is facing a federal investigation. The suspect is believed to have profited from wagers on the prediction market Kalshi over the mentions of words and phrases from President Trump's speeches. Kalshi said it froze more than $90,000 in profits. That is your Bloomberg brief. John.
Vonnie, thank you. Appreciate it. Up next, Jason Draha of UBS saying market fundamentals should get the rally back on track. That conversation up next.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders.
What's the skill set that you would advise every aspiring CFO to develop?
Psychology.
I think analytical skills are important. Obviously, you need to like the numbers. If you don't like numbers, then don't go into finance. You know, it's sort of like a recipe for disaster if you don't like numbers.
Not only for the CFO, but also the company's management. That's a communication and the collaboration.
I spend a lot of time figuring out how to take the complex and make it simple, and then finding a way to be able to communicate that both internally and externally.
I think it's relationships, whether it's working with investors, bankers, with the senior management team, with the board. Having your head down is one thing as a finance person, but keeping your ears open is super important as well. And I think that all of that is what kind of builds out being a successful CFO.
Watch Chief Future Officer only on Bloomberg.
Every weekday, Bloomberg puts a spotlight on a different aspect of global finance. Flows, funds, and the forces shaping markets on ETF IQ. The future of money with Bloomberg Crypto. The players behind major transactions on Bloomberg Deals. Rates, risk, and the cost of capital on Bloomberg Real Yield. And personal finance, retirement, and wealth management on Bloomberg Money. A different topic every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
valuations are going to get cheaper, and so the market's going to go up unless, some big tail risk is realized. So a summer pause is not really unreasonable. You have tech basically continuously underperforming, actually falling, and the market's going perfectly sideways.
Not this morning, it's not. It's going perfectly south. That was Binky Chadha. Deutsche Bank just down on the S&P 500 by around 1%, on the Nasdaq down by close to 2%. The cash open about 40 minutes away. As we count you down to the opening bell, here's the trading diary for the week ahead at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. UMH Consumer Sentiment. On Sunday, it's the main event for the next week. It's the World Cup final. On Tuesday, Alphabet and Tesla earnings. Thursday, an ECB rate decision and another round of jobless claims. Let's look at the equity market. Stocks pulling back with tech selling off into the cash open. Jason Draho of UBS writing, strong fundamentals should support a continuation of the rally, but we recommend diversifying across equities. Jason joins us now for more. Jason, good morning. Good to see you.
Good to be here.
We've talked a lot this morning about the pain in tech. Haven't talked too much about the all-time high and the equal weight. What are you suggesting people do at this moment?
Well, diversify across equities, right? We've been saying this for a few months. The tech sector, let's call it Tech Plus, has done incredibly well this year. We've seen other parts of the market lag. It's been subtly beneath the surface sort of rotation where you've seen equal weight start to outperform, since mid-May. Small caps have outperformed this year. What we're kind of leaning into is more of a cyclical bias. So some of our preferred sectors, financials, industrials, consumer discretionary on the back of sort of a consumer strength.
It has all felt like one trade at some time. In the last month or so, it's really felt like that. Chips are cratering now. And if you're in this market, you're trying to work out, can this equity market do okay if that part of the market is performing so poorly? What's your response?
So if we go back the past year and a half, and you've seen the rotations in the market, like after the DeepSeek moment, you had semiconductors, software rallied. So you've seen a lot of rotations. The momentum factor, we had sort of this, it's kind of the crash in the momentum factor at the end of June, early July. If you actually track it and look at what was the trade, in some sense it was long semis, short software. It's an underwind. So the surface of equity markets have been relatively calm. I mean, the market's been in a pretty range bound for a couple of months, but beneath the surface has been a lot of churn. But I think that's the churn is within, the kind of the tech AI related. The other line, sort of other parts of the market have actually been doing relatively well. I think reflective of the fact that the macro conditions are pretty supportive.
You mentioned DeepSeek.
Yeah.
Do you believe this is DeepSeek Volume 2? Is it different somehow?
I think there'll be DeepSeek 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for the
just
next
waves of this.
Just different waves, and the markets will have to digest it. At some point, there'll be probably a significant DeepSeek X number, whatever it is, that really is cause a bigger moment. But I think this is the reality of what we're dealing with at the moment.
What happens when we get to that DeepSeek that might be real? In terms of market reaction?
So I think the biggest thing, the markets are constantly worried about the capex spend, the return on investment. So at some point you'll get a question like, well, you're going to get the return, and is that going to dial back on the capex? You're already seeing the hyperscalers kind of in some sense underperform the markets. It wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing if you saw some capital restraint. You might actually think the market say, this is good, we're finally getting some sort of discipline. But the process of doing that could still lead to certainly turbulence in the market, rotations, and probably some sort of pullback. But I think that ultimately would sort of be a healthy thing if the markets believe the spend was sort of justified by the returns later on.
Do you think this is purely questions about the AI spend, or is it other macro factors as well, like the Fed weighing whether or not they're going to hike rates or the conflict that's going on in the region?
So I look at aspects of the equity markets. Intra-equity S&P 500, pairwise correlation, the lowest it's been in 5 years. Dispersion is very high. You have this momentum factor that looks like it's an intra-tech trade. That to me tells the markets are not being driven by macro factors right now. Certainly not the situation in the Middle East or oil. It's being driven by questions about the tech trade. So if that's the case, the macro conditions, in some sense, whether you believe it or not, the base of the market saying macro is benign. It's fine. Fed, maybe they hike, maybe they don't, but it's not a big drag on the markets.
Backdrop's okay. The threat of imminent rate hikes, got some cold water earlier this week. That's good too. But I think we're learning something about how this market responds to the incoming earnings. Earnings have been tremendous. Reaction to them hasn't been great. You can pick out a couple of names. I think Goldman, BNY, really nice earnings in the bank sector. Bank stocks responded to that. But for the tech trade, ASML, Taiwan Semi, Samsung, just getting the accumulation of data points over the last week, that even though earnings are great, this market's not rewarding them. On the tech sector specifically, what does that tell you about the next few weeks?
Well, I think part of it is stepping back, think about where we've gone in the last 3 months of how much semiconductors have done, right? So there could be some element of buy the rumors, sell the news aspect where the market's rallied into it. earnings expectations weren't cut going into earnings season. They actually kind of went higher. So it's not necessarily surprising when the bar is relatively high. You have to have not just really, really good numbers, but spectacular blowout numbers to move the markets. I think I'd look less day to day, but more sort of big picture. The trend has certainly been higher. If we get some period of consolidation and a sort of a relatively quiet summer Friday, then that doesn't surprise me entirely.
It's hard to call it a bear market in chips when the chip index is still up 70% year to date.
Exactly.
After a 90% move in Q2, which is just crazy. Who knows what it turns into? Spain or Argentina? Last question.
Argentina.
Okay.
They're the New York Knicks of FIFA right now.
Yeah, feels that way. Jason Draho there of UBS.
They were at that last game. They came out, what was that, 83rd, 85th minute? I just hear my dad screaming, and I was like, oh gosh, someone just scored. Let me go see this.
You could just feel it was coming. It was like wave after wave of attack. And once they had the substitutions, and then once England retrenched and just sat there trying to suck up that pressure,
And once Messi made that face, you know,
what
that was it. It was over. I'm actually looking at tickets right now on Ticketmaster. 8 handle for bleacher seats.
The get-in price now is $8,000.
That's what I'm seeing. Yesterday I saw 7 on StubHub.
Can you imagine $8,000 to sit up there, which is really, really high, with the air quality right now in New York, which is absolutely abysmal, incredibly low.
Well,
imagine what it's going to feel like.
That's why I was hoping ticket sales would actually drop, because people don't want to go if the air quality is so poor.
I think they're still going to go.
Yeah.
Right,
I'm looking at literally the last seat in the house, and it is one of them $9,000.
That's crazy.
Section 336, row 26.
Those die-hard
Yikes.
fans, I know, seriously. OK, who's your team?
I'm
Argentina.
going Messi, of course.
All right, OK. Not picking anyone. Coming up on Monday, we'll catch up with Laurie Calvasina of RBC, Kay Hurt of JP Morgan Asset Management, Peter Cheer of Academy, and Ozan Tamat of Deutsche Bank from New York City. Have a wonderful weekend. Stay safe. Thank you for choosing Bloomberg TV. This was Bloomberg Surveillance.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency.
Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg.
More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Do you mind being called an ideological lunatic or a bunch of left-wing nut jobs?
You know, I've been called worse things than that.
You'd think she owned the place.
23andMe, I think, is so incredibly valuable. We're coming back.
It had that kind of detective story feel to it. You know, when you're hot on the trail of something, you know that it's very exciting.
What magazines were you reading as a kid?
I don't think I was reading magazines until I was in them.
You are on the cover of all of these. Oh, and there's many, many more, but we just don't have time.
Why should people trust you?
I don't think anybody should trust any company or entity completely with any of this.
It's very uncomfortable. Artificial intelligence is this force that is far bigger than we are.
I want to build better businesses around these brands.
The shock will never wear off.
So you're a brother and sister running one of the most powerful companies in the world. When you argue, who wins?
No one. The way I could see AI being banned or blocked is if something really went wrong. And if something really went wrong, then maybe it deserves to be.
So is it paradise ahead or Gattaca?
Maybe somewhere in the middle.
My old mentor, Roger Staubach, who told me when I transitioned, football will never leave you, but you need to leave it.
Wow.
Everyone has a dream, and a lot of dreams are, you know, my dream is to play football and play professional football, and you get the dream comes true, but it is going to end. And the day it ends, the day before it ends, you're one of the best in the world. Great. The next day you wake up, that's gone. What are you great at? And the truth is, nothing, right? I'm not great at anything else.
I talk about it all the time, Steve, is this whole idea of it's not from penthouse to penthouse. And what I mean by that is you played for 15, 20 years and you're in the penthouse, that doesn't mean that you come to the business world and you're going to be in the penthouse. Now, you don't start in the third floor or the lobby. You actually have to start in the basement.
Bringing you the latest business news wherever and whenever it happens. I'm Scarlett Fu, reporting from America's biggest military shipyard. This is Bloomberg.
The semiconductor chill is getting chillier today. 30 minutes until the start of trading. I'm Vonnie Quinn.
And I'm Isabel Lee. Danny Berger is off. Bloomberg Open Interest starts right now.
Coming up, the chip sell-off accelerates as a surprise AI breakthrough from China rattles markets.
And streaming giant Netflix is also weighing on sentiment after delivering a disappointing forecast.
Also, oil continuing to rise as the US and Iran intensify their attacks beyond military targets.
We're looking at a lot of stocks today, Vonnie, but we have to look at chip makers. The AI trade is really showing signs of fatigue. You're looking at sky-high valuations, leaving traders very little room for disappointment. And now they're also weighing on the markets. And you're looking at a threat of a new low-cost AI model from China overnight. This is what rattled investors because it could send a lot of pressure and profits and margins across the sector.
Yeah, the stock's definitely down for a third day. It's been down 2 days in a row, and this is not helping. Also, Netflix, absolutely at the lows of the session now, down 11 and change after earnings last night, plunging after it forecast slower growth and higher costs for new programming efforts, including live events.
Let's begin with the AI sell-off. So China's moonshot is out with a new model that could threaten the standing of the U.S. as the global leader in AI. Bloomberg Tech host Ed Ludlow joins us now. Ed, there's no better person that I think we can talk to about this. So talk to us about the significance of Chinese models now being compared to the likes of Anthropic and OpenAI. And is this really just another DeepSeek moment or something bigger?
Yeah, it has a lot of the characteristics of the DeepSeek moment of January 2025. Kimi K3 is a highly performing model, but the economics of it are what's spooking the market today. In very simple terms, China is able to say, here is a model that is on par with some of the best from Anthropic and OpenAI, but on the training side, you are talking historically on the Kimi models, low single-digit millions of dollars on a dollar basis to train. And the token economics of Kimi K3 are priced like a mid-tier. So they're charging basically $3 per million input tokens and $15 per million output tokens. In simple terms, it's much cheaper to run. It's priced like a sort of medium, middle-of-the-road US model, but performs like the top tier. And so that is spooking markets. And you're right that at the core of it, if you look at where the pain is, both on the logic and the memory side, the capital expenditure deployers and the capital expenditure recipients, everyone's now saying, well, why are we investing so much at such a high level in NVIDIA compute if it's just not necessary to get a $2.8 trillion parameter model that can perform to that level?
Well, Ed, Silicon Valley must have known that something like this was coming or would come very soon and that there will be another one, right? So is it enough to cause hyperscalers and boards all over Silicon Valley to maybe rethink CapEx spending or no?
We're saying in the Bloomberg News story that this is a surprise release from Moonshot. And, the market seems to be taken by surprise. The way I'm going to answer that is later in Bloomberg Tech, we're going to speak to a very prominent venture capitalist. And I'm going to ask to him, was this a surprise, right? There's been so much focus on how AI in China is approached on the basis of getting to the lowest dollar per token, getting the cheapest tokens. In the United States, the focus has been getting the highest quality tokens. That's been the state of play for some time. So the net result isn't a surprise. I think it's just the timing and sort of how it was released that the market's focused on today.
All right, well, we'll watch that interview and find out more. Ed, thank you so much. That is a Bloomberg Tech host, Ed Ludlow. Brent edging higher, above $85 a barrel now as the U.S. and Iran intensify their attacks. President Trump addressed the nation in a primetime speech.
We're making a record investment in our armed forces, and we have the strongest and most powerful military by far anywhere in the world. We are likewise winning big in Iran, and you will see the fruits of that labor very, very shortly. America is back and doing really well.
For the latest, Bloomberg Washington correspondent Tyler Kendall joins us now. Tyler, has there been a shift in the administration's thinking in the sense that it's now targeting things like bridges and other types of infrastructure?
Right, Vani, I think it's fair to say that the U.S. has really expanded the scope of its efforts, both by targeting Iranian infrastructure, but also the fact that we're seeing the U.S. enforce its naval blockade deeper into the Persian Gulf. If we start with this latest wave of attacks, we heard from Iranian state media confirm that the U.S. targeted and hit at least 6 bridges as part of what appears to be a bid by the U.S. to disrupt supply routes to a key Iranian port city and naval base that the IRGC uses to disrupt traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, CENTCOM came out and said that they are actively working to ensure freedom of navigation in the strait, and they put out this statement last night listing essentially everything that they've done so far this week, including redirecting at least 3 vessels, disabling 1, but then boarding another additional vessel for verification purposes. That happened in the Gulf of Oman, seeming to indicate that the U.S. has essentially expanded its boundaries of operations. Now, so far today, according to the data, the observable traffic remains very subdued, and Bloomberg News looked through the satellite imagery, and it is interesting because we're seeing there are now more Iranian-linked tankers actually getting through because they are trying to use that IRGC-approved route that gets them closer to that country. So it's definitely something that we should be tracking here because at this point, Vani and Isabel, we haven't really seen much indication that Iran is willing to give up its leverage when it comes to the strait, as Iran itself is escalating its own retaliatory attacks against now U.S. allies in the region. That includes Kuwait this morning, confirming that Iran hit a water desalination and energy generation plant, which is now risking access to clean water in that country.
So, Tyler, do you think we're entering a significantly more dangerous phase of the conflict? Because, to your point, this is something like the 6th straight day of hostilities.
Right, exactly. The 6th straight day of the U.S. striking Iran. So at this point, we're going to have to see where it goes from here, Isabel, because President Trump has said that he would give Iran until next week to come to the negotiating table before we could see an even further escalation in attacks with the U.S. targeting more energy infrastructure. We had this reporting earlier this week from the Wall Street Journal that President Trump could be leaning toward expanding military operations, which could include an operation around Karg Island or even putting ground forces into play. But we've sort of seen some administration officials temper that reporting, like the Vice President J.D. Vance saying in an interview earlier this week the U.S. isn't looking to put boots on the ground. At this point, the White House has said that they would still be open to diplomatic channels with Iran, but it is very clear that the patience is running thin, particularly as we see these supply disruptions continue. The domestic pressure is only going to keep piling on to this administration as we get closer to the midterm elections.
All right. Thank you, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, for keeping us updated with all things Washington. As always, thank you for joining us. Now, on the earnings front, Netflix forecasts a 2nd consecutive quarter of slowing sales growth and is pouring money into new kinds of programming like live sports and video podcasts. Bloomberg Intelligence senior media analyst Geetha Raghunathan joins us live. So, Geetha, thank you for joining us. Is this a sign of Netflix slowing growth, rather, a short-term pain, or do you think that it's a sign that maybe the streaming industry is maturing?
I think definitely, Isabel, the streaming industry is maturing, and we're kind of seeing that definitely all across the board. We saw that when, a lot of these streaming services stopped disclosing their subscriber metrics. But then what they did was they kind of shifted the focus to revenue growth and operating margin. Now, Netflix had basically promised, low double digits to mid-teens revenue growth. And we had seen that in many quarters, including, the 2nd quarter, which they reported. I think the real problem that investors are having with is kind of wrapping their heads around the guidance that they gave for 3rd quarter, which is a considerable slowdown from some of the quarters that they reported before, because we saw 16% revenue growth in the 1st quarter, close to almost 14% in the 2nd quarter, and then now you see this guidance for 11.7%. And it basically just kind of really complicates the formula, because we have projected, or the Netflix model basically assumes at least a 12 to 13% revenue growth CAGR to get to some of their internal metrics by 2030, and that now seems to be in question.
What shifted, Geetha, that we didn't see? I mean,
It is trying to take on YouTube TV. It is going shorter form. It's still investing in content and so on. But it seems that that's not enough to grow engagement anymore.
Exactly, Bonnie. So, they did put out their first half of 2026, what we watched, which is their engagement report. And while we did see an increase in the total number of hours viewed, so there was a 2% increase, and it's the highest ever, number of hours viewed at 97 billion. The problem is that on a per subscriber basis, that number, the viewing number is actually coming down. And so that is what is causing all of this, nervousness, because if you have declining engagement, does that, ultimately lead to a deceleration in the top line growth? And then that, of course, sparks fears about whether they'll be able to keep pace with their, operating margin expansion targets.
Well, investors certainly punishing them this morning in the pre-market. Geeta, thank you so much. Geeta Ranganathan from Bloomberg Intelligence. Let's get a check on the broader market now. It's not looking too much better. For the rest of the market, we have S&P, Dow, Russell, 2000, all of those indices, their futures are pointed to lower opens. None more so, though, than the Nasdaq 100. It's a big sell-off for chips once again today, and not just chips, but also hyperscalers and really almost everything tech, bar a few names, which we will get to. We have the VIX trading almost at 19, so a little bit more fear as the sell-off gains steam. Bitcoin, which cracked 65,000 yesterday, is right back down below 63,000. We have gold below 4,000 as the prospect of rates staying higher for longer enters this market. And that's all with the backdrop of the Iran war escalating and crude oil prices back above 85 for Brent, in fact above 86 now for Brent and above 80 for WTI. Let's get a look at some other movers on our radar now. SpaceX down after delaying the first Starship launch since its IPO.
And Apple upgraded to buy at HSBC on its agentic AI and hardware pipeline. And Apple, I believe, Vonnie, it's outperforming for the highest since 2006, outperforming the NASDAQ.
Doing so well, but there's such a chill in the market today that even that is causing Apple to just be up less than 1%, a tenth of a percent, in fact. Google is also lower. It delayed the launch of its newest AI Gemini model because it didn't meet standards, and that stock is down almost 3%. Coming up, sweet greens stuck in the red as investors grow worrisome about that parasite outbreak in produce. More on the restaurant industry next. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gura.
I'm Lisa Mateo. And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington. Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
Anything we do in Africa is going to be more risky than the U.S. I think the approach we want to take is how are we being compensated for that risk? And one of those is obviously going to be a valuation question. In our minds, valuation is a lot more attractive in Africa, even if we adjust for some of those Africa risks that a lot of Western investors see. So yes, in a lot of ways, you take some of those models that, as I said, might be more asset medium or asset heavy. There might be some more inherent risks. However, if we're saying we're adding some risk because of that kind of model, but we're now solving a core problem as opposed to maybe a nice to have solution in Africa, that might actually offset it. Where if you're solving something that people really absolutely need and can't live without, in a way that then that's a lot less risky. So again, we'd encourage investors to have a less binary view. In other words, the US isn't risky, Africa is risky. That's going to lead to a lot of complications down the road.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Now to high interest, a look at what's making headlines around the world. Trump media will begin selling real-time access to Truth Social posts from its highest profile accounts through a new service called Trump API. So the feed, aimed at high-frequency and algorithmic traders, launches next month as the company looks to create a new revenue stream. Pricing wasn't disclosed. And wildfire smoke from hundreds of Canadian fires is choking cities across North America. Air quality has reached hazardous levels in Chicago, Detroit, and Minneapolis, while New York remains very unhealthy. In Texas, flash flooding has killed 2 people and forced evacuations as heavier rain is expected overnight. And the CDC says a Xylospora outbreak has been traced to shredding iceberg lettuce served at some Taco Bell restaurants in 5 Midwest states. Taco Bell has pulled the supplier's lettuce nationwide as a precaution while FDA investigates. Over 1,600 lab-confirmed cases have been linked to the outbreak.
All right, Elizabeth, thank you so much to Isabel there. Executives across the restaurant industry are taking precautions due to the parasite. We spoke to TGI Friday's global president on how he's handling it.
Number one priority for us is safety of our guests and safety of the team members that work for us. But what we are watching is where does the parasite potentially come from? There could be certain ingredients coming through the supply chain that could be more prone to it. And as we get more and more advice, if there are certain products that we think could have a more susceptible to cause this issue, we'll withdraw it from our supply chain to protect the team.
Well, joining us now is Bloomberg consumer editor Emily Cohn. Emily, how bad is this going to get for Taco Bell? How long will it take them to recover?
You know, it totally depends on how they handle it. I think we've seen cases like the McDonald's E. coli incident of 2024, where very quickly we learn what the cause is, where it's coming from, and it's able to be contained pretty quickly. McDonald's did not suffer long-term consequences of their foodborne illness outbreak in 2024. But then you look at a chain like Chipotle, which suffered for a really long time from a series of foodborne illness outbreaks that had everything, E. coli, cross-contamination, and I think that was not contained. That took a really long time to recover from. The brand was really impacted by that. So it really depends what Taco Bell and the other chains that are tied up, that could be wrapped up in this, do to identify the source and contain it as quickly as possible.
From your team's reporting, how are companies like Sweet Green, Taco Bell, and Cava maybe changing their sourcing, food safety, or how they're serving clients? Have you been hearing anything?
So far, none of the big chains besides Taco Bell have actually changed what's on their menu. We've heard from some independent restaurant owners, which are the bulk of restaurants in this country, that they are removing lettuce from their menus or that people simply aren't ordering it. I don't know about you, but I haven't been eating.
I had a sandwich yesterday and I said, hold the arugula.
Yeah.
No arugula.
So it changes. It'll be interesting to see if anything changes today. But so far, the only chain that really changed its menu, its supply, so far has been Taco Bell.
Is that the end of it now as we know it, Emily? I mean, this one supplier in Mexico apparently was responsible for these iceberg lettuces or what have you. Can we all just go out and eat everything again?
Well, I'm not in the business of giving people health advice, but I don't think we know all of the answers yet. I don't think we know, if this is being removed from the system now, people who ate this lettuce might only be, like 2 weeks ago, might only be getting sick right now. So I don't know if we know the full extent of the reach of this. We don't know how many people are sick and if it's linked to this lettuce. And I don't know if we will ever know that because this is a parasite that is really difficult to track. And it sometimes takes a week, 2 weeks to even feel the symptoms of it.
And I don't think there are confirmed cases in Sweet Green, but the stock is at least being punished by investors.
And I just want to mention that Taco Bell has said it voluntarily removed lettuce from a supplier and it will replace it within 24 hours at restaurants in affected states.
Okay, so I guess eat at your own risks. Thank you so much, Bloomberg's Emily Cohn of the consumer team, for joining us on this Friday. Coming up, we discuss the faltering AI trade with Sarah Hunt of Alpine Saxton Woods. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg.
The trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your opening trade.
Only on Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
It's Bloomberg Money.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week.
Welcome to Balance of Power.
You're watching Bloomberg Deals.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend.
This is Bloomberg Television.
AI stocks getting pummeled once again as investors look for returns on investment, but one stock in particular standing out as a winner. Sarah Hunt writes, we have seen several of these AI wobbles and recoveries from them, but it's hard to miss that while these stocks are seeing a drawdown, Apple has reached new highs. Alpine Saxton Woods chief market strategist Sarah Hunt joins us. So is it the time for Apple to recover its mantle, Sarah, between now and when it starts releasing all of these new products that we're awaiting?
Well, I think that you saw a large period of underperformance for a while all the other stocks that were so exciting because of AI and people kept criticizing them because of their strategy. I think at the moment that is not the problem for the other stocks, are not the problem for Apple. Apple is now, because it's got a hardware cycle coming and because people still look at it in that way, I think they're looking at AI as something that it can solve. The question is how exactly are they going to solve it? But at the moment, the excitement is not about that right now. And they haven't done to the same extent to their balance sheet what some of the other companies have done in raising cash to spend all that money.
So Apple may be a bright spot in the AI trade, but what do you make of the AI trade? Because as much as, these companies obviously have a real business proposition, they're also really whiplashed by a lot of headlines quite easily. Overnight we saw the Chinese AI startup Moonshot, and now you see the global chip sell-off affecting U.S. equities.
Well, it reminds me a lot, and not surprisingly, of the DeepSeek moment, too, which was like, this is all going to upend everything and everything's going to change. And then the question is, how is they being trained, and is that the same thing? I don't know the underneath answer to all of that. I do think that there was some vulnerability just on how much these stocks had run and what people were pricing in from a linear standpoint about earnings. And I think that there is going to be a question exactly both on the cadence of how fast you can build data centers and how fast everything can be put to work. And And it may be that you see a little bit of a slowdown, but you're also seeing companies getting punished for CapEx now, where they used to be rewarded. So there may be a silver lining in the fact that it slows down a little bit. We just have to sort of see how that plays out. And I'm not sure that the question on the business model continues to be, what is it? Is it token prices? Is it this? Is it that? And I don't think we know the answer yet.
No, and we also don't fully know, and maybe investors don't even know what they want. Do they want continued spending, or would they actually in the end prefer if some of these hyperscalers and other companies were a little bit more reticent to spend and maybe pull back on some capex plans?
Well, and that's where I think that there might be, I mean, it doesn't feel like a silver lining, but there may be in the slowing of a cadence to spend. You know, I think that the debt offerings have not been as well received as some of the equity offerings because there's a limitation there about how much that can run. And I think that there may be some capex exhaustion that you're seeing. And if it becomes a more regular cadence that you can say is repeatable as opposed to it has to go up by 40% every year, that might be more acceptable from an investor standpoint. But I think, again, we're in that space where the stocks have run so much, it's not a surprise to see some profit taking. And it's also really, we continue to look for what exactly the business model is going to be and how we can gauge whether or not that ROI is coming in. And I think that question is just going to continue.
Where then are you seeing compelling pockets of growth in this space, other than maybe the AI trade?
Well, interestingly, there's a whole bunch of places that are trying to catch up, right? You're looking at places like healthcare. You're looking at places like financials. You're seeing a big interest in biotechs. You're seeing some very early stage companies either get bought by larger companies and or people are starting to look at that space again. You know, we look at instrumentation in a company like Danaher. We look at cash flow for companies that are managing to thrive in an environment where it's not just dependent on one spending track. And I think that there are parts of the market that have been ignored in favor of the AI trade, and you may see some money start to rotate back into them. There's been a lot of rotation in this market.
And of course, we have to keep our eye on inflation because hostilities have escalated once again.
Yes, and I think that that's also something that there was a big relief when oil prices went down. There were some great we got some very good numbers. There's no stability to those numbers with the price of oil coming back over $80 and getting closer to 90 on Brent. And I think that that's something that the market had decided for itself, and investors had decided that this was going to happen this way, and then it did, and there was some relief in that. And I think there's some real concern now on the inflation front and whether or not that's going to do anything from the Fed's perspective. I think it's hard to raise rates and think that that's going to solve this particular inflation problem, but it doesn't mean that those odds don't change, and as those odds change, that makes investors very nervous.
Certainly the rate hike in July almost pretty priced out of this market, but not potentially for the rest of the year. All right, Sarah Hunt is sticking around with us. We're going to get a quick check of the market before the opening bell. Obviously, equity indices pointing to a lower open.
Do you mind being called an ideological lunatic or a bunch of left-wing nut jobs?
You know, I've been called worse things than that.
Oh! You think she owned the place.
23andMe, I think, is so incredibly valuable. We're coming back.
It had that kind of detective story feel to it. You know, when you're hot on the trail of something, you know that it's very exciting.
What magazines were you reading as a kid?
I don't think I was reading magazines until I was in them.
You are on the cover of all of these.
Oh, and there's many, many more, but we just don't have time.
Why should people trust you?
I don't think anybody should trust any company or entity completely with any of this.
It's very uncomfortable. Artificial intelligence is this force that is far bigger than we are.
I want to build better businesses around these brands.
the shock will never wear off.
So you're a brother and sister running one of the most powerful companies in the world. When you argue, who wins?
No one. The way I could see AI being banned or blocked is if something really went wrong. And if something really went wrong, then maybe it deserves to be.
So is it paradise ahead or Gattaca?
Maybe somewhere in the middle.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gura.
I'm Lisa Mateo. And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine. Watch, listen, stream.
Bringing you the latest geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm David Gura on the Salar de Uyuni in Bolivia, and this is Bloomberg.
Moments away from the start of trading and what's very likely to be a down Friday for equities. This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Vonnie Quinn, and as you can see, we are pointed lower. And as we await for the beginning of equities to start trading, I can tell you very much down now. A chill in the air thanks to chip stocks. Not though perhaps for those who are ringing the opening bells, who have waited some time to do this. And we're looking at a couple of companies that are involved in the fusion and nuclear spaces. So if we take a look at the New York Stock Exchange, there you have Standard Nuclear ringing the opening bell today with big bright smiles, even though it might be a down day for stocks. And then we had this man on the show just a few days ago. In fact, on the occasion of his IPO, Greg Twinney of General Fusion. It went public via a SPAC just the other day. GFuzz was the ticker, GFUZ, and high fives all around because it did pop the first day by 21% as well.
I do love when I look at those shots because everyone is indeed so happy. But maybe the markets, to your point, Bonnie, is not that happy today. You're looking at red on the screen across the board for me. We have the AI trade really showing signs of fatigue as sky-high valuations leave little room for disappointment. And investors are weighing a new threat overnight that came out. The AI model from China called Moonshot that could pressure spending and profits across the sector. You're looking at NVIDIA down by more than 2%. SanDisk even lower by nearly 4%. And Advanced Micro Devices, or AMD, down by nearly 4%. So really red across the screen, Bonnie.
All right, Isabel, thank you. Netflix plunging after forecasting slower growth and higher costs for new programming efforts, including live events. We're back with Alpine Saxon Woods Chief Market Strategist Sarah Hunt. So Sarah, Netflix lower, but it's just another example of investors really punishing a stock that doesn't match expectations. It's going to be a great earnings season. It's already been a great earnings season. Why are investors so demanding?
Well, I think that this is just a sign of the fact that people are very willing to step away from something where you think that there's a disappointment. I think that for Netflix, it started with the whole arguing over who was going to buy Warner Bros. Like that whole thing sort of took the directional question of where they were going. And I think, I mean, anecdotally, I've just heard people complain about how long the next season comes to come when you've got a season that people are involved in and the content and switching to more live. I mean, I think that it's a question of strategic direction and whether or not there's some issues there. But I mean, other metrics are very good for Netflix, right? So it's not like there's something terrible happening here. It's just that expectations were sky high and they've come down a bit. And that punishment right now is people are moving out of stocks that disappoint and moving into the stocks that they think are going to do better very rapidly.
I want to pivot a little bit to the Fed. So markets seem to be pricing in a tougher Fed under Fed Chair Kevin Warsh. Do you think investors are overestimating inflation risk, or maybe they're underestimating a growth potential in the economy?
That's sort of been the argument for the last year or so, right? Which is where would the economy be if it wasn't for the Iran war? Where would the economy be if it wasn't for some of the things that were limiting it? I think that we have to collectively, investors are looking at what is the reaction function of the Fed going to be? What is the cadence of communication going to be? And how are we going to be able to understand as the data comes in, both what the Fed is looking at and how they feel about what they're looking at. And all of these changes are ones that are probably necessary, but they're also ones that are, in the near term, take away from what we looked at as historical relationships, because we're now looking to see what data they want to use more seriously.
Just want to point out that it looks like the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index is about to enter a technical bear market, although bear in mind it's up still 99% year over year, right? So that's the thing, we've had some massive gains, but there had been this rotation trade that was really, you know, taking some investor money away, or at least some of these profits, right? Does that resume once we get over this whole, you know, market wobble with the stocks?
You know, it's going also to depend on what happens with some of the big AI IPOs, which people have talked about, right? Are we going to get some of those large IPOs? Because you could argue that maybe some of the rotation is people coming out of one place and going into another. But then you look at where SpaceX has landed, which is now below their IPO price. And it's hard to say exactly where that rotation is going to come. I do think that there will be a relief if people start to feel like they understand how spending is going to go. And right now, that question is, have we been counting on too much spending and it's going to come down? And what is that going to do? But these stocks have moved so much, it seems reasonable to take some money off the table and then sort of recalibrate. And I think that that's where we are. And then any bad news or any news that makes it look like, what are we going to do with this model? It just exacerbates that. So I would not be surprised to see sort of like it start to roll back into favor, but we sort of have to see what happens in the next couple months.
We have this red headline just now, Apple overtaking Nvidia to become the world's most valuable company. So that's quite a headline we're seeing. And earlier you enumerated the bull case for Apple. You highlighted why it is a bright spot in the AI trade. Maybe talk to us a little bit about the bear case. Like, what could make this reverse?
Well, I think for Apple specifically, or for so I think that any problems with unit growth or any of the issues that people have been looking at now, it's like, okay, well, if the hardware is good news, then it better have good news on hardware. They've got a lot of stuff coming out. There could be a question about timing. I think just in general, again, people are looking to stay with the companies that have massive cash flow, that are not necessarily spending that cash flow. And what happened to the rest of the Mag 7 is that they started spending all of that cash flow. So I think that people are looking for that. But again, if you see expectations, this is a market that is running on a lot of high expectations. And if expectations are not met and or people have things to say about the future that are less secure, I think that's going to give people pause.
Just want to point out that Sweet Green is actually just charging ahead. It's up almost 17% right now. So I guess the whole idea that it is not Taco Bell and that is a potential Taco Bell solo problem is helping here. But it does bring to mind the question of the consumer. How healthy is the consumer, Sarah? I mean, we saw some of the luxury names really outperform this quarter so far. And curious, is the K-shaped economy still very much in place?
I think it is. I mean, and I think that that's, you know, the cohort that has the most trouble with higher gas prices, the cohort that has the most trouble with inflation is not the highest spending cohort, which is why you see luxury outperforming. You sort of see the other side of that because it's the stuff in the middle that has more trouble. And I think that the consumer is generally speaking fairly healthy, but I also think you're starting to see people dip into savings. You're starting to see credit card balances go higher. And all of that is a little bit of a question about, okay, so what is that spend going to be? You may see spending elevated because people are worried about memory price things. So you're starting to buy, you're looking, maybe I'll buy a laptop now instead of in 6 months because I don't know where prices are going to be. So I think that there may be an acceleration because of concerns about different
It's too
layers.
late for the laptops though, right? Didn't Apple already up their prices?
It's too late for the laptops, but it's that idea of inflation pulls forward spending, right?
Yeah.
Because you're worried that it's going to be more expensive later. And when I saw that announcement, I had done that almost a year ago. I was like, I know I kind of need a new laptop. I'm going to just do this before things get worse. But I do think that whether or not that pulls forward too much and then you get a backlash to that is something that remains to be seen. But that higher-end consumer is driving most of the consumer spending, and that higher-end consumer is doing fairly well.
We have another headline, which is SpaceX set to wipe $1 trillion from their peak value, about a 40% drop. A lot of headlines because you were here on set with us, Sarah. Maybe just very briefly for 1 minute. Or even less. Talk to us about the M&A, the IPO pipeline. I mean, we have Anthropic waiting in the wings and maybe OpenAI, and these are valued very, very richly. Is that evidently going to bite us afterwards?
Well, so this is a different cycle. We haven't had an IPO cycle in a long time. There are a lot of companies that didn't go public in the way that most of us who have been around for longer than we'd like to admit took the time to go public or came public earlier. So there is this whole question about what does that mean for valuations and what does that mean for the market. The fact that we haven't had an IPO cycle in a long time also says that we've had a lot of money that has been concentrated as companies, you know, buy each other and buy back their shares. So maybe the market does need some new blood in there in terms of the IPO. The question is those valuations and that richness. And a lot of that is predicated on things that we can't quite linearly extrapolate at this moment, but there's an awful lot of excitement about it. So there is a push-pull to that, and I think that you saw that with SpaceX, and it's also like they're not putting all that supply out on the market at once. So the question is the scarcity factor enough for investors to keep chasing that? And the answer is we are waiting to see how that plays out in the next few months and the next year. I think there's a lot that's going on that's very exciting. I think investors get excited by that, but there's also a question, to your point, of how much of that valuation is already in there before they even go public.
Yeah, all right. Well, Sarah, it's been a morning. Thank you so much. Good luck with your Friday trading. That is Sarah Hunt of Alpine Woods. Let's get a check on the stock market right now, because it's going to be a deep red day. It feels like about half and half in terms of higher and lower, but the ones that are lower in terms of stocks are potentially the most important ones when it comes to the weighting in the index, right? So you have all of the semiconductors. 28 out of 30 in the Philly Semiconductor Index are lower right now, and the ones that are higher are just barely holding on to gains. And you have all of the mags, 7. You have just tech in general, with the exception of Apple, as we were talking about a moment ago, performing badly. Here on the other side, you have, some consumer staples, for example, Walmart. You have some of the oil companies on higher oil, ExxonMobil and so on. Some of the health insurers and biotech stocks, United Health and Eli Lilly, with a little bit of a halo effect after earnings. And then obviously some of the companies that didn't suffer from the problems that we saw Taco Bell suffer from are also higher today, and they make up some of the 284 companies right now that are higher in the S&P 500. But if you look at sectors, it's probably more obvious, because we do have all of the chip-related tech sectors all lower. Financials index actually giving some back this week after some great earnings. And then outperforming, you have energy and consumer staples, utilities, healthcare, all of the ones that benefit from higher oil prices, and perhaps a consumer that's hanging in there just a little bit better than we expected. All right, coming up, Citi's Jason Bazinet talks about the disappointing outlook for Netflix amid a major shift in the media landscape. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
We should not deny that change is coming. And change is not coming just in data centers and AI. As a world, we are building infrastructure, we're building energy, we're doing energy transmission, we're building next-gen manufacturing, we're ramping defense, and we're doing this thing called AI and data.
Yes.
We will see the largest need for capital ever. And that's what we've seen so far this year. And so now to your specific question, it's about underwriting. There are a number of very strong US tech companies who run diversified businesses, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, who are interested in seeing these centers built and are interested in not consolidating the debt on their balance sheet. And to the extent they are prepared to lend their credit, one can lend against those types of things and make sensible underwriting decisions.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives, and that revolution is playing out in real time. From finance to defense tech, AI to entertainment, from the road to the stars. Bloomberg is bringing you the stories of companies and people that are pushing tech to new frontiers, and the politics reshaping global tech markets. I'm Ed Ludlow, live in San Francisco, and this is Bloomberg Tech.
Every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Geneva, Switzerland, and this is Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gura.
I'm Lisa Mateo. And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington. Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
And it's time now for our top calls. Some of the analyst action in focus this morning. First up, JP Morgan upgrading 3M, saying growth is starting to take shape thanks to AI data center demand that's spilling into other parts of the economy. Next up, a good day for Apple as it overtakes Nvidia to become the world's most valuable company. It's also getting upgraded at HSBC, of course, the firm saying Apple has a stronger product lineup coming and better AI tools. And finally, a down day for Netflix, down almost 10% now after a weak third quarter guidance overshadowed an inline quarter. Jefferies saying today the report strengthens the bear case as growth and engagement slow. Evercore ISI pointing to softer revenue and profit guidance. Piper Sandler saying investors are focused on slowing growth. Isabel.
Let's discuss Netflix further with Citi Media and Entertainment Research Analyst Jason Bazinet. He has a buy rating with a $100 price target on the stock. Jason, thank you for joining us. It's really a great day to talk about Netflix, but maybe not so much with the stock down. But do you think that Netflix still has major growth runway, or maybe are the easy days of gains behind Netflix?
Well, the bears are certainly in charge, and when we speak to institutional investors, they want to put sort of a traditional, PE multiple on this of something in the low teens, and that seems to be the direction of travel. What I suggest to clients is there's quite a few levers that Netflix has at their disposal that are sort of underappreciated. The company talked about on their public call about new high-end tiers, new low-end tiers. So I could imagine things like paying extra to binge watch, right, and not giving that to every consumer for free, charging premiums for early access to their films. And so there are absolutely levers that they have at their disposal. Is the growth going to reaccelerate? I don't think so, but can it stay in this, double-digit range for a number of years? I think the answer is yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually a great point. I think a lot of people would pay a little extra to be able to binge watch, or just, they would tell themselves they wouldn't do it, but just to have the option there, right? So,
That's right.
Obviously these are things that the company is thinking about, and it's implemented so many new things. Why would it have a problem implementing these new things, Jason? Why are investors losing confidence?
Well, on this particular quarter, I think they lost confidence because Netflix has very carefully trained the buy side to sort of follow this simple algorithm, which is Netflix spends money on content, they drive engagement, that engagement allows them to ask for permission to take a price hike. And so what the buy side is looking at is the engagement numbers are falling, and so that makes investors very nervous that they're not going to be able to get pricing. That's sort of the soft hypothesis. What happened in the quarter that they just reported is in the United States, they announced a price hike that took effect in the second quarter, but the U.S. and Canada's division of Netflix missed street estimates. And so what investors think is, they took the price hike, but because the engagement is down, they must have lost subs. Now, the company says that's not true, but it was a tactical data point that fed into that buy-side narrative, and that's why you're seeing downside performance in the stock today.
What about other initiatives of Netflix? Do you think live sports, podcasts, or even ads can become meaningful growth drivers? And if so, by how much?
Yeah, so, we've argued for a number of years that the direction of travel, if you look more broadly in the entertainment landscape, is what I call open platforms. That is, content that is not curated by some sort of expert. And so what does that mean? In the video world, it means YouTube grows faster than Netflix. It means in the publishing world, Substack grows faster than a lot of other publishers. And you can just go through the list of any sort of media vertical. It's the same pattern. Open beats closed. This is probably one reason why there is this visceral reaction to Netflix trying to go out and buy traditional media, because much like generals are often accused of preparing their battle plan to win the last war, the future direction of travel may be more around user-generated content. Netflix used to sort of scoff at this notion 2 years ago. They clearly have made some JVs where they're bringing in more podcast content and more content from content creators. And I think they just need to go in that direction, but probably go faster than what's been announced so far.
Yeah, I mean, it lost out most recently on Roku. Are there any other assets like that that it might pursue again? Or were these, two particular assets that they wanted, and if they weren't available, it's not that they're just going to acquire for acquiring's sake?
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of potentially traditional media assets that they could buy. The one investors are talking about now is NBC Universal, which is getting spun off from Comcast in about a year. I think what would be more intelligent for Netflix to do is not to go back and try and buy IP or buy a traditional film and TV studio. The direction of travel should be, if Netflix goes out and makes some documentary about some crime that occurred, maybe give that content earlier, like a sneak peek, to content creators that will go do things on YouTube, right? And then put that user-generated content next to Netflix early, right? And then allow the consumer to go in, watch the Netflix show, but if they want to go deeper, not pop out of the app and go to YouTube, stay inside the Netflix app and sort of watch user-generated content that's been created around something that Netflix has built. So this is a strategic, I think, shift that Netflix needs to go through. And then it's not necessarily it doesn't necessarily require M&A. What it requires is just a reorientation of how they spend their content spending to lean more into content creators.
Yeah, capture and keep. Yeah, exactly. Jason, thank you so much. Citi Media and Entertainment Research Analyst Jason Mazanet there. Coming up, South Korea changing the rules on leveraged ETFs to help curb market volatility. We'll break down the details. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
Up to the minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Anne-Marie Hodern in Beijing, China, and this is Bloomberg.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics, and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Every weekday, Bloomberg puts the spotlight on a different aspect of global finance. Flows, funds, and the forces shaping markets on ETF IQ. The future of money with Bloomberg Crypto. The players behind major transactions on Bloomberg Deals. Rates, risk, and the cost of capital on Bloomberg Real Yield. And personal finance, retirement, and wealth management on Bloomberg Money. A different topic every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Open Interest. You're looking at a screen behind me that is going to be red because we're seeing a global chip sell-off spilling over U.S. equities. We have traders really rushing to exit their positions as they exit into these big names that have, yes, powered the bull market higher the past months, but have also become extremely expensive. You're looking at an S&P that's down by more than 1%, or maybe nearly 1%. The NASDAQ 100 down by session lows, down by more than 2%. The Russell is also down, and the Dow Jones is down, and the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index, this is a gauge of chip makers, it's entering what is called a technical bear market. It's down by 20% from its peak in June. So it's really all red in this space for me. A Bank of America fund manager survey this week said that the most crowded trade is, guess what? Long semi. So we're really going to see how the rest of the day plays out. And overnight, we saw news from a Chinese startup, Moonshot, that rattled investors. So again, that's adding jitters. And here, let's look at some single names in the space. Nvidia is edging lower, down by nearly 4%, as well as Intel and AMD, all significantly lower. Apple actually is in the red, but it just overtook Nvidia as the most valuable company in the world, which is a big deal for Apple. And Apple also was upgraded to a buy at HSBC, so it's really a good day for the stock. Netflix is down by 11%. They reported disappointing earnings, and they said that they're expecting slower growth. I don't know about you, but I still binge watch Netflix. And SpaceX, obviously, it shed $1 trillion from its peak. So in an attempt to curb market volatility, we have South Korea temporarily halting new listings of single leverage stock ETFs, and the county's Financial Services Commission said that they will raise the minimum deposit requirements for ETF trading. And joining us with more is James Seyfert of Bloomberg Intelligence. He follows all things ETFs from the U.S. to Korea. So James, what do you make of this news, and do you think that this tighter regulation in Asia may spill over in the U.S.?
Yeah, I mean, I've been writing about for a few weeks now about how some of the single stock ETFs here in the U.S. might become the tail wagging dog, or in some instances are the tail wagging the dog of the underlying stock. I mean, it's unquestionable that it happened in South Korea with SK Hynix and Samsung. They just allowed these things to launch at the end of the May. As you mentioned, the regulators are trying to basically pour some water on this fire. I mean, what you have to realize here is that some of these single stock ETFs, they're the most traded ETFs and securities in Korea. It's not like they just became very big. Like, they became some of the biggest things happening in Korea. So that would be like a single stock ETF here in the U.S., I don't know, trading as much as SPY, which is the most traded security on the planet. I mean, maybe that's a little extreme, but we're talking unprecedented levels. And the regulators themselves have been like, we regret approving these things. And part of that just has to do with the South Korean retail traders. They just love to gamble and bet on these things. And it really was creating volatility in their markets.
Yeah, and that's partially because their markets weren't as big as ours, so maybe we don't see the volatility quite in our markets, James, but these are absolutely, I mean, they are multiplying at a rate that's terrifying, and I'm curious what they serve beyond the idea that a retail trader could get double the exposure to a stock, but why would they want to if they didn't have enough money to put down and invest in that stock anyway?
Yeah, so, I mean, what do they serve? I mean, what you end up getting is, one, you can do this. It's a lot easier to do than doing margin. It's cheaper, technically, to get the exposure because you're getting basically institutional cost when you're getting these margin trades. There are plenty of reasons to be, hedging or betting on a single event that you want to have a short-term trading vehicle. The ETF industry is a massive tent, right? Like, you can have these vehicles that are built to be trading vehicles. The question is, are they being used properly as trading vehicles? And in the vast majority of cases, the answer is yes. But as I've written in the past, there are some instances of some of these single stock ETFs, which, as you mentioned, are exploding. We have, I think, a few hundred of them now. They didn't exist before 2022, where they are getting a little bit too big for the size of the underlying stock.
Yeah.
It's not the case that this is happening with NVIDIA or some of these other larger stocks, but from the small mid caps, it actually is an instance that I think the SEC is probably going to start paying attention to.
Yeah, and it's not just single stocks either. I bet today there's a lot of trading going on in SOXL and SOXS, right? James Seyfert of Bloomberg Intelligence, thank you so much for joining. And do tune in to ETF IQ on Mondays at 12 p.m. New York time. Coming up with the next hour of Open Interest, Joanne Su from University of Michigan walks us through the latest consumer sentiment data.
Today, Wayfair sees immense potential in brick-and-mortar stores.
When we got into physical retail, our view was that, even if the market continued to grow for e-commerce, probably a large chunk of the market in the space would stay offline.
Kate Gulliver showed me around Wayfair's new 150,000 square foot Atlanta flagship store.
When customers who have seen us online come into the store, they're generally a bit surprised by actually the breadth of what we offer. Often if you're going online, maybe you're looking for something particular. But when you come into the store, you walk in, you see, the market square, you see all these pillows, you see the decorative accents. So what we're seeing actually is that in store, we do really well in some categories that online are, less a percentage of the total.
How does technology help in kind of making it seamless online to store?
I think
and vice versa.
The biggest thing is for the customer on the front end, that she can be in the store, that she can actually shop here, go back home, complete that purchase. And if you look at these sort of price tags and everything, they're all these digital tags. That's because they're the exact same prices they are online. So you're not going to be surprised that you saw something in the store and then you decided to purchase it online, that it's somehow different and that the offering is different. It's actually very consistent. But when she's here, she can have her app open and everything that she's doing here can be very similar to what she's doing at home. And I think that consistency is quite important.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
ABC News. I'm Brian Clark. Millions of people from the mid-Atlantic to the upper Midwest being impacted for a second straight day by hazardous air. It's a result of wildfire smoke from Canada. The mayor of New York City, Zoran Mamdani, said,
"We are reaching into a level of air quality that is dangerous for every single New Yorker."
President Trump has used social media as a key element of his rise to the White House, and now his own social media company is selling some of that access, as ABC's Rachel Scott explains from Washington.
The president's media company will now sell quicker access to President Trump's social media posts on his social media platform, Truth Social. Users will be able to pay for immediate access to what the president says. The president has a history of announcing major things on Truth Social, from military action to domestic and foreign policy, trade deals, long before we even get an official statement from the White House. And that's what has watchdog groups particularly concerned, that this could give another way for President Trump to profit off of the presidency.
Thursday, the president, in a speech from the White House, said that foreign countries have hacked the nation's election infrastructure and have information on voter registrations. He said this shows the law he wants must be passed.
Addressing this crisis of election security demands that Congress must pass the Save America Act.
But he offered no proof that it's had any impact on elections. The flooding in the Texas Hill Country has proven deadly, says ABC's Jim Ryan.
A Black Hawk helicopter hovers over the Guadalupe River in Kerrville, one of nearly 24 search and rescue aircraft assigned to the Hill Country flash flood response. Unlike the 2025 disaster that took over 130 lives, including dozens of children at summer camps along the Guadalupe, the fatality count this morning stood at 2. Both victims were adults.
You're listening to ABC News. New information about the cyclosporiasis outbreak that's infected thousands of people across the country. Maria in the Bay Area had to miss 3 weeks of work because of the stomach bug.
I had low-grade fever, and then the abdominal cramping. I don't even know how to explain it. It's nothing like I've ever had before.
Now the FDA and CDC say the outbreak may be linked to shredded iceberg lettuce that was served at Taco Bell locations in Kentucky, Michigan, Ohio, West Virginia, and Indiana. Taco Bell says it's removed that supply from its chain. New recall for Pillsbury rolls could pose a danger to anyone eating them, says ABC's Sophie Flay.
More than 700,000 Pillsbury dinner rolls are being recalled because they could contain glass. The rolls were distributed in 18 states from California to New York. They were marketed to businesses like bakeries and delis rather than individual consumers.
U.S. investigators are going to take the lead into looking into a disturbing European aircraft incident, says ABC's Dave Packer.
The U.S. National Transportation Safety Board says it's taking over the investigation into a Ryanair incident where a passenger was almost sucked out of the plane due to cabin decompression midair shortly after taking off from northern Greece. The 61-year-old man who was partially out the window was pulled back into the plane by fellow passengers. A Greek hospital official says the man suffered neck and shoulder injuries and friction burns. Dave Packer, ABC News.
ABC News.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney.
How do you think the Fed is looking at tariffs, the uncertainty of tariffs?
Let's take a look at the sectors and how they performed.
A lot of investors getting whipsawed every day by news events.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Could we see a market disruption, a market event?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
You see some so-called low-quality stocks driving this short-term rally.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, Originals and the Bloomberg Business app.
Good Friday morning, TGIF. This is Bloomberg Intelligence, broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in Midtown Manhattan. Isabel Lee, Scarlett Fu, and Alexis Christophers with you on this Friday. Paul Sweeney is at the beach taking a well-deserved break. There are no more summer Fridays, as one of our guests just said out loud, and it feels that way because there's a ton of news flow. We're going to get to all of it, including the University of Michigan's latest consumer confidence numbers. We're going to check in with Mandeep Singh, our global tech of research, global head of tech research, there we go, on the latest developments out of China, which are surprising investors and driving this sell-off in tech stocks. Nathan Dean, our senior policy analyst in Washington, will join us to talk about Trump's speech last night, and we'll get an outlook on the market from Shelby McFadden, portfolio manager at Motley Fool Asset Management. She'll give us her outlook. Geetha Ranganathan will join us to break down Netflix's latest results as well, with earnings season in full swing. All right, before we get any further, let's hand things over to Alexis Christophers for a check on our Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks a lot. I guess the good news is we're off our lows of the morning, but we are still much lower as investors continue to rotate out of the semiconductor stocks and the AI trade. S&P 500 down 48 points. Dow Jones Industrial Average down about 51 points. And the NASDAQ Composite down 347 points, or more than 1 1/3%, being led lower by companies like Micron Technology, Marvell Technology, and AMD. We've got Apple, again, the biggest company in the world after wresting that title away from NVIDIA, putting its valuation at $4.9 trillion, while NVIDIA's stock has been sinking along with other chip makers. Its market cap now at $4.8 trillion. Shares of SpaceX tumbling today, putting the rocket and AI giant on track to wipe out more than $1 trillion in market value from its all-time high. Remember, SpaceX initially rallied after the largest initial public offering in history, but has lost ground since. It's now trading below that $135 a price. And today's decline comes after the company aborted a launch of its Starship rocket due to an engine issue and said it would try again in the next few days. SpaceX down more than 3%, now trading at just under $127 a share. Netflix down 9%, the most in 4 years, after the company forecast a second consecutive quarter of slowing sales growth. Over to the oil pits we go, and Brent crude is up better than 3% at $86.93 a barrel. WTI crude up 3.5% at $81.71 a barrel. And Bitcoin down more than 1% at $63,208. Spot gold is down about, or up rather, about 0.5% at $39.98 the ounce. that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Back over to Scarlett.
All right,
and
thank you
Isabel.
so much, Alexis Christophorus. It certainly feels like we have a risk-off morning on this Friday. So let's get you to our market drivers. Market drivers is brought to you by Golden Crest Metals. Inflation, tariffs, and volatility have some investors turning to gold for stability. To get a free gold and silver info guide and learn how to add metals to your IRA or 401k tax and penalty free, go to goldencrestmetals.com/guide. That is goldencrestmetals.com/guide. Let's bring in Jordan Fitzgerald, our Bloomberg Equities reporter, for some stocks on the move. What do you have, Jordan?
First and foremost, we have to talk about Apple. Apple is once again the most valuable company on earth. It's wrestled the title back from NVIDIA, which had held the first place slot since May of last year. Apple has been relatively quiet today compared to the route and chip stocks that's really taken down NVIDIA. Also got an upgrade at HSBC this morning. And the market cap is nearing $5 trillion. That's 5 Elon Musks, to put it in context.
Oh, I like the way you put that.
And speaking of once most valuable companies on earth, SpaceX wiping out $1 trillion from its peak after the IPO. SpaceX briefly usurped Amazon as the 4th most valuable company that we have here. And this comes as they aborted a Starship launch last night. There were engine issues, also some problems with weather. People were kind of predicting that things wouldn't go smoothly yesterday. And shares are trading below the 135 level that we saw earlier this week. And now the market cap is coming more in line with Tesla, Elon Musk's other famous public company.
That's what a lot of investors were pointing to, that it closed below 135. Because, I mean, remember when they went public, they didn't have a range. They just had this one number, take it or leave it. And that's why it's so memorable. Even I know that it's 135, June 12. Like, everyone just really knows it.
This week it dipped below that 135 price, and now we are well below that 135 price.
We are well below. And 1 trillion is a lot.
Historically, when Tesla IPO'd, it actually had fallen below its IPO price. And we know what's happened since then. Of course, very different situation. Tesla IPO'd at around $1.
Yeah.
And we're very far from that now.
We are.
But you never know what's going to happen when we're dealing with the universe of Elon Musk.
Okay, last stock that you're watching?
Netflix, of course. Netflix shares are down to the lowest level since 2024 after results. They're forecasting a second straight quarter of slowing sales growth, and that's really spooked investors, even though results were otherwise relatively in line.
I don't know. I still watch Netflix. I binge watch, and that's what I do. So
yes, but it's a utility now for so many people. The
that
growth is not there because almost everyone has a Netflix account.
That is true. That's why they're trying to expand into live events, podcasts, and all of that. I mean, I feel like everyone these days have their own podcast, but Bloomberg podcasts are the best. Should we say that? They are the best.
Isabel Lee, always doing God's work. Thank you so much. Jordan, thank you so much for bringing us the stocks to watch today. And for more conversations like this, be sure to subscribe to our Stock Movers Reports, 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. Jordan Fitzgerald, our Bloomberg Equities reporter. It's a pretty light day in terms of data, relatively speaking, given what we had seen earlier this week, right, with CPI and PPI.
Definitely a light day, but like Jordan was the one who told us that summer Fridays don't exist anymore, because as I was looking at the terminal earlier today, there were so many headlines that are stock driven and maybe about stock moves like SpaceX and all of the stuff she talked about. But it's been busy.
It's been busy.
On that front, yes.
And one of the data points that came out at 10 a.m. at the top of this hour was on consumer sentiment. U.S. consumer sentiment climbing thanks to cheaper gas, and so that came in better than expected. Joanne Shu, University of Michigan Surveys of Consumers Director, joins us now from Ann Arbor. So, Joanne, how much of this is really just tied to oil prices coming down and therefore gas prices coming down and people feeling better about that?
It's largely being driven by those fluctuations in gas prices. I mean, gas prices is a major part of the budgets of American consumers, so it's not really that much of a surprise. That being said, the increase that we saw this month was really broad-based. We saw it across all 5 index components, and we saw it across a lot of demographic groups, across the political spectrum, across the age distribution, the income distribution, the wealth distribution. Consumers, very broadly and universally feel a little bit better than last month. But still, these are not positive readings. They're still 12% below where they were a year ago.
And Joanne, the bounce was also broad across the political spectrum. So at least this looks more legit. I don't know if that's even the word that's the most appropriate, but talk to us about that and how, I mean, it's the highest since February. So maybe are we reaching a turning point, do you think?
When we say it's highest since February, February is important because it was right before the Iran conflict started. So how sustainable this increase is really depends on how sustainable these gas price declines are. And in the last couple of weeks, we've seen gas prices come back up. We know the same. We're seeing the same in oil markets more generally. So if gas prices start to climb again, it's very likely these gains will be pared down. But if gas prices start falling again, consumers will start to feel some relief in their budgets, and that will pass through to their views of the economy.
Right. Gas prices, depending on what happens to oil in the Middle East. And those are unanswerable questions, really. And investors have kind of come to some kind of peace over that. Joanne, before we let you go, talk a little bit about inflation expectations. These are consumer-based measures of where they see inflation headed as opposed to market-based measures, which is what we often talk about. What are you seeing in terms of the outlook for price increases?
Largely speaking, we saw a decrease in short-run inflation expectations from 4.6% last month to 4.2% this month. That's a pretty sizable change, but it's still much higher than what we were seeing in February, let alone what we were seeing in 2024 when inflation had really slowed down from the post-pandemic peak. So consumers are seeing a little bit of relief on their pessimistic views from before. Long-run inflation expectations flat at 3.3, but that also not where we want it to be, still higher than it was before the Iran conflict began.
There's been pretty scant relationship between you, Mitch, and actual spending data. So do you think that we should read this more as vibes than anything else? Or do you think that for maybe this time around, it'll translate into actual spending?
Well, one of the reasons why we are seeing a bit of difference in terms of spending as well as sentiment, there are a couple of reasons. One is that despite the pain that people feel with high prices, if people feel stable in their incomes, if they are feeling that their wealth is supported by strong stock markets, they are going to be willing to spend through that. So at this point, we have a lot of spending that's coming from upper income, upper wealth people with sizable stock portfolios. And when you look at our data, those are the ones who feel much more positively about the economy. But again, that really depends on those parts of the economy remaining strong to support spending, despite the fact that consumers, by and large, they hate high prices.
Yep. Absolutely. And that's something we see over and over again in the data and in earnings as well. Thank you so much, Joanne Shu. She is University of Michigan Surveys of Consumers Director, joining us from Ann Arbor on the U.S. consumer sentiment for July. This is the preliminary release here of the July consumer sentiment, climbing to a 5-month high, big distinction because of lower gas prices. And lower gas prices, especially over the summer, makes a huge difference. Joanne, thank you so much. All right, we have a lot of news on the tech front, Isabel, and it feels like this week we've seen a lot as it relates to Chinese tech as well.
A lot based on that. And overnight, there's a Chinese AI startup called Moonshot, which I thought the name was kind of apt. It sent jitters across markets. And this is why partly we're seeing, or largely rather, we're seeing an S&P and a NASDAQ that's down on the day. And that's why you're seeing the stocks on a bear market because of that. And for that, we have no one else better to talk to than Mandeep Singh. He's with Bloomberg Intelligence. Mandeep, do you think this is another DeepSeek moment, or do you think that this is something bigger, changing, maybe in the AI race?
I would say neither. I'm of the view that, every time there is a new model release, every model provider would highlight, what is unique about this release. And in this case, they talk about, token efficiency, the fact that they have caught up in terms of certain types of functionality that the model can provide. And look, we were in an environment where everyone is talking about how expensive it is to deploy these technologies, the LLMs. And this model seems to be good enough at a low price, which is what is catching attention. But that doesn't mean, they've caught up to the frontier models that Anthropic and OpenAI have released. And so it's really a function of pricing. And to my mind, you can create news, but the actual adoption we'll have to wait and see.
And it speaks to the nervousness that consumers and investors have over who is prevailing in this AI race. And very much feels like an AI race. Mandeep, why have we gotten to the point where even though the cutting edge development and technology is happening in the US, it feels increasingly like Asian markets are dictating where things go in terms of price action?
Yes, I think you bring up a very good point that, what's going on in Korea right now seems to be affecting, the indices here and how stocks are trading. And that's part of the nervousness that you alluded to, that, when things go parabolic, as they did with some of the stocks, for no reason whatsoever. Yes, the fundamentals have been great, but that doesn't mean, things have to go up in that fashion. And that's what creates nervousness around valuations. I mean, we are seeing even news like Apple asking, China for qualification of, the US government for qualification of a Chinese memory name is creating a lot of downside for the US memory names and, your Micron and even SK Hynix. So that's the kind of environment we are in, where any sort of news creates that sort of action where, if stocks were trading at a high valuation, it's going to have an impact. And I think the fundamentals haven't really changed in a big way, which I think will be validated when these companies report their earnings and guide for CapEx, which I expect numbers to go up. But we are in an environment where news will have an impact on day-to-day volatility.
Mandeep, do you think that this is a sign that investors should see this as a threat to U.S. AI leadership, or is it just simply more competition, which is what we should expect anyway?
I think the overall message here is you can't have two companies dominate the LLM race. It's never going to be good from an ecosystem perspective. They will have very high margins, which is definitely not something that all the other companies want in the ecosystem. So there is a desire to have more LLMs and cheaper pricing for these LLMs. And that's why if the option is available through open source Chinese models, people are looking into it now. And it's across the board. And it's no different from any other technology trend. You want to see the cost come down as adoption goes up. That wasn't happening here. And I think that's why you are seeing so much interest in open source LLMs right now.
Okay, so China with DeepSeek and now Moonshot, these developments, when we hear about it, kind of feels like it comes from out of nowhere, mainly because we haven't been following the incremental news on it. Are there other places or other companies that could surprise us in the same way, where suddenly they come out with a fully formed AI model, LLM, that we didn't know about?
Yeah, I mean, look at Meta announcing the Muse models and, trying to become a cloud provider and selling their APIs externally. We've heard about Grok, SpaceX Grok, and now with the merger with Cursor, they have released a new model. So all these could be viable options in terms of using LLMs at a lower token pricing than what the frontier models are currently giving. And so that's where the competition is going to increase. But I go back to that functionality point. All these LLMs are still trailing in terms of the functionality that Fable or the OpenAI models have. So that gap needs to close, and then people will route the query to the LLM that's most appropriate for that task. And you don't need the frontier LLMs for every query. And I think that's the direction we're headed.
Okay, got it. Thank you for laying that out for us. Mandeep, always a pleasure. Have a great weekend. Mandeep Singh is our global head of tech research. He's resting up because Alphabet reports earnings next week. And then after that, the rest of the Mag 7 names and the hyperscalers do so the following week. All right, let's get a reset of the markets here and a check of our top headlines with Alexis Christoforous with our Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thanks very much, Scarlett. And this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Golden Crest Metals. Inflation, tariffs, and volatility have some investors turning to gold for stability. To get a free gold and silver info guide and learn how to add metals to your IRA or 401k tax and penalty free, go to goldencrestmetals.com/guide. That's goldencrestmetals.com/guide. A sell-off in chip makers is driving the group toward a bear market on worries that the artificial intelligence spending spree is becoming harder to justify. The Philadelphia Semiconductor Index is down more than 18% since its recent peak in June. A bear market is defined as a drop of 20%. Right now, S&P 500 down 41 points. Dow Jones Industrial Average has managed to turn things around and is now in the green by 20 points, but the NASDAQ Composite decidedly lower this Friday, down 313 points or 1.25%. The regional lenders are closing out a big week for bank earnings. Truist Financial up about 0.5%. Higher investment banking and trading and wealth management income helped to drive a rise in revenue last quarter. And Fifth Third Bancorp recorded a step up in revenue and profit as the integration of its recent Comerica acquisition translated into some major gains. The results were just in line with estimates, and that could be a reason why shares of Fifth Bank are down more than 3%. Brent crude at 86.85 a barrel, up 3%. WTI crude up more than 3% at 81.60 a barrel. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index little changed at 1216.86. Shares of Sweet Green up as much as 20%, halting a 4-day losing streak after U.S. regulators linked a multi-state diarrhea outbreak to shredded iceberg lettuce served at Taco Bell locations in 5 states. Shares of Taco Bell, by the way, are higher by about the Yum Brands, which is the parent company, up by about 2%. And the other big fast casual salad chain, Cava, also gaining this morning. And that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Back over to Scarlett and Isabel.
All right, thank you so much, Alexa. So it's a relief that we've figured out what the causes of that lettuce
which is
outbreak.
maybe why the stock is Taco Bell, Yum Brands is actually rising today.
Okay. So the unknown has been resolved, at least for now.
There you go.
All right.
Wall Street likes certainty. This we know.
Well, salad eaters like certainty too. So I'm glad to know that. So I can go ahead and get my $20 salad from Sweet Green after saving up for it all week.
Sad but true, yes.
You had a Sweet Green salad this week,
I had a
right?
Sweet Green before this whole news, or maybe it was during and I wasn't paying attention, but I'm fine.
And you're relieved to hear that they found the source.
I'm fine. But the results they say are the after effects you'll know just a few weeks out. So
okay.
TBD. Ladies, TBD.
Right.
I'm praying for you, Isabel.
Thank you.
All right, let's get to the developments that kind of are set up for today, because President Trump held a primetime address last night, speaking on, as usual, all kinds of things. So we want to bring in Nathan Dean. He is our senior policy analyst joining us from Washington. Nathan, what was this primetime address meant to be about? What was it actually about?
So the address was about election interference in 2020. This is really President Trump signaling that by declassifying information that was largely already known, that there could have been election interference in 2020. And as a result, he was pushing Republicans in the Senate to really embrace this idea of the Save America Act. This is the bill that actually would put additional restrictions and identification requirements on voting. And, President Trump has had very little success in persuading Republicans to embrace that. But I think it's also a signal that President Trump isn't really addressing the one issue that a lot of voters are talking about, and that's affordability. And that's a problem for the president, because every day between now and the election that he's either focused on election interference or the conflict in Iran, it's not a day that he's focused on affordability. So ultimately, I don't think that speech last night really changed the narrative, nor did it really bring any new catalysts. It's just a signal that President Trump isn't really addressing affordability at the moment.
And then he also mentioned that he claimed the Chinese government stole voter files, and we have the Chinese Foreign Ministry saying that that's purely fabricated and they are malicious smears. So then talk to us about how this seems to be just President Trump doubling down on the fraying relationship that the U.S. has with China. Are we at a point where there's no return?
We're not there yet. I mean, obviously, things are going to get a little bit more awkward between the meeting between President Xi Jinping and President Trump that's scheduled for later this year. But there's a lot of time between today and that meeting where things can be walked back. I mean, this wasn't really a speech that was designed for people outside of the United States to look at. This was a speech that was designed for American voters. And, President Trump right now has a very low approval rating. His approval rating is around 37%, according to the most recent Washington Post poll that just came out. And if you look at the prediction markets, the Kalshi contract, for example, has an 82% chance the Democrats take the House of Representatives in November. Now, President Trump is trying to change the narrative on that. But like I said before, it's very much a struggle because affordability is that one message that voters care about. And when he's talking about China, obviously there are tariff issues, there are issues with the price of oil, et cetera, but President Trump still isn't taking those issues and then correlating it to what's happening on Main Street USA.
So when it comes to this Save America Act, and this is something that he has really been hammering home, in fact, not even signing the housing bill because he wanted the Senate to move on the Save America Act. Does he, I mean, did this speech, has his lobbying paid off in any way? Is there any movement on it in the Senate?
None whatsoever. I mean, there is a little bit of movement on a specific provision of Save America. So where we're at right now is President Trump wants the Senate to embrace the Save America Act by getting rid of the filibuster. That's not going to happen. Senate Majority Leader John Thune said, look, it's not there. The votes aren't there either just to have a pure up and down vote. You wouldn't even get a 50-person vote on this. So President Trump now wants this to be part of the Reconciliation 3.0 package. Now, the House Republicans released their blueprint on Reconciliation 3.0 earlier this week. It's a $95 billion package, $60 billion for the Department of Defense, $11 billion for farm aid, but it also includes $10 billion for the Save America Act. Now, you can't include Save America in reconciliation. The Senate parliamentarians are going to throw it out. But if you give $10 billion to states to implement Save America or to incentivize states to implement Save America, that actually could fly. So you're not going to get a Save America Act, but you're essentially going to get grants to states that will implement it. And as a reminder for a lot of folks watching outside the United States, voting rules are dictated by the states. So certain states can look at that and just say, you know what, we're not going to implement it. Thank you, President Trump, but we're going to have other issues.
Got it. Nathan, thank you so much for clarifying all of that. Nathan Dean is our senior policy analyst joining us from Washington of Bloomberg Intelligence.
A quick reset in markets, Scarlett. We're seeing a sell-off in chip makers pushing the semiconductor index into a bear market, and that's because of worries of AI spending and having to justify that with investors. And our next guest will maybe help us clarify all of that. We have Shelby McFadden, portfolio manager at Motley Fool Asset Management. I'm so pleased that you can join us today, Shelby. Can you help us make sense of the overnight surprise of the Chinese AI startup Moonshot and how that's causing fears to reverberate in markets? Talk to us about the vulnerability of the AI trade to headline risks.
Yeah, I mean, one of the primary issues is something that we've seen sort of in the network effects of some of the other companies we follow. So looking at a video game company that we follow closely, they make hardware and software. And one of the main issues was, what is memory cost going to really do for them? And so if we lived in a world where we didn't have a big sort of influx of supply coming out of China, then the answer was this could be really detrimental. We could be talking 90% cost increases. But then when we're starting to see, wait a second, we can get some demand fulfilled out of this space. A lot of these different U.S. export bans and things are not the end of the story. And it does appear to me that we are seeing the beginnings of, wait, we could see some price compression here if we are able to have a little bit more global competition. So I think that's one of the things we're seeing, is that it doesn't mean that this is the end of sort of U.S. primacy in most of global stocks or in chip making or designing, but it does mean it's the beginning of a challenge.
So with this mindset that we're at the beginning of a challenge and that, things are shifting long term, how does that set us up for earnings season? Because we've got Alphabet reporting results on Wednesday, the first of the hyperscalers to do so. Are investors going into this set of earnings in a mindset where you have to show me in a way that you haven't before, or are they willing to give these companies the benefit of the doubt?
Scarlett, I think it's absolutely show me in a way you haven't before, because what valuations come down to is time value of money. It's when am I going to get the payoff of all of the value that I believe that you're going to provide? And what we are starting to see is that's getting pushed out a little further and further. And when we have inflation and uncertainty, we get a rise in discount rates. So if you're then pushing out the payoff, increasing the discount rate, today's valuation is going to come down. And so I think investors are definitely itchy to be shown what's happening, because it's been a bit in the most layman's terms, right? It's been a few years of allowing these premiums to keep succeeding. And folks are starting to realize, okay, there are effects to this. There are first and second order ramifications to the high cost of memory design, manufacture, and then compute. So I do think investors will be saying, show me a bit, because they want to know where to put their money. The concentration we're living in right now is very much a choice. And investors want to know, should I go back to some of these blue chips? Should I go back to a little bit of income? Show me why I should stay here.
The stakes are definitely high for next week. And you also write in your note that Intel expanding its Google Cloud partnership. So consolidation is the name of the game right now. And we've talked about that for a bit, that it seems to be like this ecosystem of the same names powering each other. Anything you're looking out for next week when it comes to Intel, and maybe pick a stock that you want, because there will be a ton reporting next week.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for one, you're usually just stronger together. Not always. Sometimes it doesn't work out completely well. And then, of course, there is the shareholder side of it. So again, seeing that consolidation is definitely not shocking to me. I think what we're seeing with Intel is what a lot of us investors hoped for on that day. Gosh, I can't remember if it was spring or summer, but I remember getting the breaking news that, wow, the US government's making an investment. And so we are seeing a bit of that turnaround. So I am actually really interested in what the story is going to be with Intel, because it could be such a success story for the United States in this space. So I would expect to hear, maybe even if not this quarter, over the coming quarters, Q3, Q4, about more partnerships, because it is a way also to just get yourself in the queue. And to reach certain customers and certain enterprises that you wouldn't otherwise have access to. And knowing how big these companies are, they can't exactly just buy each other. So they have to be able to work together at a subsidiary level and a partnership level in order to experience all those benefits and network effects.
Okay, so watching the hyperscalers, watching Intel, we also get a read on the consumer, the high-end consumer, because American Express reports earnings next Friday. And I know that the consumer and consumer spending is something that we all watch carefully because it's a driver of the economy, at least until recently when it seems like CapEx became the big driver of the economy.
Yeah, absolutely. Consumer spending is going to be interesting. You know, I had a discussion yesterday where, you know, we said 1 month of CPI does not a Fed decision make, right? And when it comes to retail sales, the question for me in the spring was, let's see how summer goes, right? If we see a soft summer, then we might have some reasons to be a little bit concerned. 1 month of softer retail sales is not a soft summer. Okay. We still have to see July. We still have to see August going into back to school. We still have one more hot holiday that spikes up retail sales that we need to get through. So we still have some time there in terms of like the broad consumer. On the upper end, American Express and a lot of the larger banks and card issuers have done a phenomenal job of shoring up their balance sheets. So I'm not expecting to see like a lot of concerning net charge-offs or loan loss provisions. More so probably maybe a little bit of softness in things like travel, but also maybe not, because we did just have we were in the World Cup, right?
Yeah,
so I would expect to still be seeing that K-shaped sort of behavior, where the average to below average American household is probably still battling the woes of inflation in a pretty difficult manner.
Yeah.
But then seeing some of the higher income customers in American Express being able to sort of bring everything up at the aggregate.
Yeah, absolutely. Shelby, really well said. Shelby McFadden, portfolio manager at Motley Fool Asset Management. There's anecdotal showing that people are increasingly using their credit card reward points to pay for everyday essentials like kitty litter or gasoline, as opposed to spending it on discretionary things like travel.
That's interesting. And I also saw a report that said that the K-shaped economy, the upper K, is fragmenting a little bit. So everyone is really just having a tough time, I think, Scarlett. But we now turn our attention of the coverage to the Aspen Security Forum. It's happening in Colorado this week. Bloomberg This Weekend host David Gura is there, and he had a chance to sit down with Democrat Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut. They spoke about the influence of President Trump on the Republican Party and the impact of the Iran war on the midterm elections. Take a listen.
The most significant foreign policy disaster in the last 20 years. Iran effectively has control of the Strait. They are going to have control of the Strait for the long run. As a price of opening that Strait, they want all of the sanctions released, which is going to put a lot of new money into their economy, but also allow them to send money out to their proxy groups in the region. This war should have never started. It's hard to figure out what to do now, because it's kind of like asking somebody, now that the raw egg is splattered over the floor, how do you put it back together? But it seems as if the United States is going to have to pay that VIG, billions of dollars to Iran in sanctions relief, and we're going to have to prevail upon the Israelis to permanently stop the war with Lebanon. And if those two things happen, maybe we can get that strait reopened. I have no confidence that ultimately there's going to be any bigger deal between the United States and Iran. I don't think they're going to make any commitments on a nuclear program. So I guess the best we can ask for right now is to just stop the shooting, get the strait reopened, and we're still seemingly a far away from that.
As we look at Humpty Dumpty there on the floor, do you think the administration gets that? Are they still confident that they can stare down Iran, I guess, and find some solution by doing that?
Yeah, I think we sort of can't overhype the degree that just plain old incompetence plays in this story. I mean, the Trump administration doesn't know what it's doing. Its primary diplomats with Iran are the president's son-in-law and a guy who was a real estate developer 2 seconds ago who's never done diplomacy. So it's not surprising that they're failing. They're going to either have to put actual adults, like experienced diplomats, in charge, or they're just going to have to step out of the way and ask our European friends or our Gulf friends to come in and, try to seal an ultimate deal on reopening the strait. So I have very little confidence that this crowd that's in charge of our national security is going to be able to get anything done.
We've seen in recent weeks your colleagues on the other side of the aisle, many of them expressing more reservations about this. Do you detect a real change kind of in their position as this is attenuated, as it plays out?
I mean, this is, of course, a deeply unpopular war. The American people don't support the war. They want it to end, and they're paying the price, not just in higher gas prices and higher diesel prices and higher fertilizer prices, but also in the cost to the budget. This is $100 billion to $200 billion. And what is going to happen is that Republicans are going to cut funding for schools, for transportation, for nutrition, in order to pay for the war. That's part of the reason that the American public don't want it. So as you get closer to the election, this becomes an issue that Republicans are going to have to deal with, because this will be an issue where voters are going to say, are you for the war or against it? And it's going to matter in their choices. So yes, I expect that you will get more Republicans saying, time to end the war. For the first time ever, about 3 weeks ago, we passed a resolution in the Senate to end the war. It ultimately was stymied by some procedural moves in the Senate, but there is evidence that Republicans are starting to wake up.
You mentioned Israel a moment ago, and I go back to that memo of understanding, which it seems was not worth the paper that it was printed on. I think the president would agree with that now. Israel, of course, not a party to those conversations, and I'm curious how you look at the U.S.'s power to persuade Israel to scale back, pull back its campaign in Lebanon, and change tack.
I think you'll have to use the leverage that we have, and the leverage that we have is our defense relationship. So long as Israel believes that the Trump administration is going to continue to feed them the weapons and the intelligence that they need to carry out war on Lebanon, they're going to continue to carry out that war. That's a very blunt tool. It took me a long time to accept it as a tool to try to influence their behavior in Gaza. But if it is a precondition to getting the strait open, then we have to consider using that tool, because as long as the strait is closed, it is American citizens, families, that are bearing the cost.
Let's talk a bit about that. Pull to domestic politics here, and you mentioned it's a deeply unpopular war. How do you see that playing out in the months ahead, and how do you and your fellow Democrats kind of maybe capitalize is not the right word to use there, but highlight the fact that it's as unpopular as it is with the electorate?
What I found in my time in politics is that most of the time foreign policy doesn't matter in elections until it's sometimes the only thing that matters. And I do think that this election, it's going to be on the ballot. Even if Trump were to get the strait reopened today, the cost of a gallon of gasoline or fertilizer is not going to come down to any reasonable level by November. So it will be a voting issue, and the president's foreign policy incompetence. And that agreement you mentioned, that ceasefire agreement, was just an example of incompetence, right? He signed an agreement committing Israel to do something without Israel at the table. He apparently by accident signed an agreement that actually gave control of the strait permanently to to Iran. His foreign policy disasters are, I think, going to be relevant this November.
All right, that was David Gura speaking with Chris Murphy, the Democratic senator of Connecticut, talking about President Trump's influence on the Republican Party. Let's get a reset of everything and check in with our Alexis Christoforous for our Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thanks very much, Scarlett. And this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Golden Crest Metals. Inflation, tariffs, and volatility have some investors turning to gold for stability. To get a free gold and silver info guide and learn how to add metals to your IRA or 401k tax and penalty free, go to goldencrestmetals.com/guide. That is goldencrestmetals.com/guide. Another day where we are seeing the rotation out of semiconductor stocks and into other areas of the market not powered by by artificial intelligence. The NASDAQ Composite down nearly 300 points, or more than 1% at 25,584. Dow Jones Industrial Average down 46 points. Actually, it was in the green just a short time ago. S&P 500 down about 43 points, or 0.5%. We've got Brent crude up nearly 3% at 86.69 a barrel, and West Texas Intermediate crude is up more than 3% now at 81.42 a barrel. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index up slightly, 1216.94. Yields coming under a little bit of pressure today. The 2-year yield at 4.13%. The 10-year yield down 2 basis points at 4.52%. We've got our eye on shares of Netflix. That stock is down about 9%, the most in 4 years, after the company forecast a second consecutive quarter of slowing sales growth. This is just contributing to investor anxiety about the streaming giant's future and whether or not it has peaked. SpaceX shares tumbling another 4%, putting Elon Musk's rocket ship company on track to wipe out more than $1 trillion in market value from its all-time high. SpaceX hitting a record low here today after the company was forced to scrub the 13th test of its Starship yesterday. It hopes to give it another go next week. And Apple is once again the most valuable company in the world, unseating NVIDIA as it barrels towards a $5 trillion market valuation. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Alexis Christophorous. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Scarlett and Isabel.
Thank you for that, Alexis. Let's stick with Netflix, because I myself am a binge watcher when it comes to Netflix. But you made a point earlier, Scarlett, that there are already many people with Netflix account, and where do they take their growth?
Yeah, well, aside from making sure that your brother or your husband is not using your account.
That is true. And that's why you're seeing the stock down, as Alexis alluded, more than 9%. It's the biggest intraday decline since April 2022. And joining us now to help us make sense of this is Geetha Ranganathan, Bloomberg Intelligence Analyst on U.S. media. Geetha, thank you so much for joining us. Do you think that this slowing growth is a short-term issue, or do you think it's a sign that Netflix maybe is becoming a more mature market?
Definitely, Isabel, we are seeing signs of maturity across the entire landscape, and definitely for Netflix as well. So, moderating revenue growth is definitely a big red flag here. And we've seen the revenue growth actually come down pretty substantially, which is what I think is really spooking investors, right? Because in the first quarter, you had about 16% revenue growth, almost 14% for the second quarter. And now when you look at their guidance for the third quarter, it's 11.7%, which was well below what consensus was expecting. So this really, I think, feeds into that whole investor anxiety about, what the catalysts are going forward for this name.
And this is not something that can be solved with more spending on content and making sure you have the latest hot show or the latest franchise, is it?
Well, they actually, Scarlett, to that point, they're actually boosting content spending pretty significantly this year, almost 10% to $20 billion. That's the highest ever that they would be spending on content. But, if you look at the engagement report, which they published yesterday, yes, they do have, this very broad swath of content. But at the end of the day, we're not necessarily seeing that resonate into what the metric that all investors are focused on, which is engagement. Because while the total number of hours viewed did grow slightly, 2% from last year, the viewing hours per subscriber is actually declining. And the big worry, I think, for investors is that as we get disruption from short form video, from YouTube, from Instagram, TikTok, and all of these other social media platforms, can Netflix actually retain that engagement metric, and is it only going to slip further?
So Geetha, do you think we're heading towards a more consolidation in streaming, maybe as companies chase scale and profits?
I think we already saw that, right? So Netflix actually did go after Warner Brothers Discovery streaming and studio business last year pretty aggressively until they finally lost to Paramount Skydance. I think, at this point, yes, Netflix is doing little things, whether it's adding, short form content, whether it's going into live events, whether it's, doing a little bit more in gaming, but none of these are transformative enough. We need some kind of a step change catalyst here, and we're really not seeing anything. So maybe M&A, maybe some kind of a transformative partnership, maybe some kind of a big acquisition will finally move the needle for Netflix, but we have to wait and watch.
That's so interesting. And I know this is something you've written about, Geetha, this idea that Netflix now has M&A ambitions when it had kind of denied that it was looking to do that. It's always prioritized organic growth and reinvesting in its own business. What does that say about the state of the streaming wars overall, that Netflix needs to buy to consolidate its grip on the market?
Yeah, I mean, we're really seeing competition kind of intensifying, and we're going to see that only intensify further, Scarlett, once Paramount closes on its acquisition of, Warner Brothers and HBO. And Netflix really needs to kind of beef up the content, because obviously it's the lack of those breakout hits. Yes, they did have great content. They did have a great pipeline. Yes, we did see good growth in viewing hours, but that's just not enough. As we have more and more of, it's not just competition in streaming, though. That's the problem. It's competition from all kinds of platforms. We talked about the social media platforms, and that's really what Netflix has to kind of defend its turf against. And for that, they have to come up with bigger, better, more engaging content. And they might very well need to buy a studio for that.
What about the live sports, podcasts, and ads initiatives? How meaningful are those when it comes to driving growth? Are you bullish on them? I feel like Scarlett and I were talking about it, and almost everyone has a podcast these days.
Yeah, so on the margin, I think it definitely helps because, at the end of the day, Netflix is, something you go home to in the evening and then you're watching it. But I think with podcasts, it's something that they're trying to build on through the day, right? They're trying to build on engagement. Anytime you pick up your phone, you have some content that you can kind of listen to or look at. And that is really what they were trying to go after. But at the, again, it's on the margin. Yes, it helps, but doesn't move the needle.
Yeah, I think it would take a lot for me to switch over to Netflix to listen to a podcast rather than get it on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. Geetha, thank you so much. Geetha Ranganathan is our go-to expert on all things media, joining us from Princeton, New Jersey, where she is our Bloomberg Intelligence analyst. What's the latest show that you've been streaming on Netflix? What do you watch?
It's not even Netflix. It's Amazon Prime, and it's very delayed. It's Marvelous Mrs. Maisel.
Oh, okay. I like that throwback.
I know. I always watch when it's out 7 seasons, and I'm like, let me watch season 1.
Then you can binge, right?
Yes. What about you?
I'm watching Little House on the Prairie because I liked the books and I watched the originals, which I'm, revealing my age by doing so. But I like it because it's a reboot and it strips away all the, feel-good saccharine part of the TV show that starred Michael Landon. This one is like grittier.
I do get paralysis when it comes to options. Sometimes I wish there are just 10.
Yeah.
1,000.
Totally.
It's too much.
All right, we have much more coming up on Bloomberg Intelligence, a conversation with Randall Williams on the World Cup next. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Friday. This is Bloomberg Intelligence. Paul Sweeney is off. He's at the beach enjoying a long weekend, a long-deserved long weekend. And Isabel Lee is here with us. Isabel, do you have any plans on Sunday at 3 p.m.?
I actually was planning to get coffee with a friend. So no, I'm not watching sports. I'm going to get coffee with a friend. Not vegetables and not salad, just coffee.
Okay, yeah, that's good. Although, we now know the problem there. The lettuce grower Taylor Farms will recall products tied to that outbreak that you were discussing. Okay, so Isabel's not watching the World Cup. I'm going to be watching the World Cup. Randall Williams will be watching the World Cup.
I am, I am much more in favor of your plans than yours, Isabel. I do plan to be there. FIFA has not yet granted my ticket, even though I'm credentialed. So long as they think I've been good, I'll be there. I'm excited.
There's no reason for them not to think you've been good.
Yeah, I think so too, but you never know.
Okay, so FIFA makes this decision, and a lot of people are blaming, maybe rightfully so, maybe not, on all the things that haven't gone well in this World Cup on FIFA. The president will be attending this game as well, so you're going to have to line up 4 hours in advance.
I think he's following me at this point. I mean, when he went to the Super Bowl last year, he's been in several UFC fights. He was in NBA Finals Game 3. Now he's attending the World Cup. And the reality is he's just a big sports fan. And I think that these TV products and these shows and that you call them, these sporting events, they draw a large audience. You put President Trump on the screen, I think nobody likes that more than him. And it brings a spectacle, so it is what it is.
I know you have a lot of news stories to talk about, but I'm just curious what it feels like when you watch and you know the president is there. Maybe not personally, but is security tighter? What is it on the ground?
Oh, yes. It makes getting into whatever stadium, outside of the UFC. The UFC events, he comes in for the main card for the most of the time, and so by that point in time, everybody's in their seats. But for the Super Bowl, for the NBA Finals, for I imagine the World Cup, it's going to be a madhouse, and it just means that there's Secret Service everywhere. There's people with that are armed everywhere, and it just creates very long lines, very, very long lines that I feel is a bit unnecessary.
Right, and everyone just has to kind of wade through it and kind of wait it out.
Exactly.
Okay, so there's a story here where you guys put out a weekly newsletter, and the headline is FIFA, not Argentina or Spain, who are, of course, playing for the final, is the real winner from this World Cup. FIFA really called the shots on this World Cup, didn't they?
Yeah, they did, and I think that I would consider them a big winner too. There are a lot of critiques about FIFA and how they ran this tournament, whether it be the public transit, whether it be the ticket prices, but how much of that has actually been a discussion over the last 6 weeks? There hasn't really been a lot of controversy outside of President Trump asking them to review Flo Balogun's red card, Flo Balogun playing, and then Belgium putting belt to the USA's behind on the pitch. And so outside of that, the matches have not been all that controversial. There's VARs and those conversations. But if you ask every single sporting organization, what type of controversy do you want? You want it to be on the field. Right. You don't want it to be off the field. And so FIFA's a big winner of that, and they're going to make a boatload of money.
And you also had this great scoop of Yankees saying to be in talks for $3 billion in financing with Apollo. Talk to us more about the significance of that. I would just ask Scarlett off air, why would they do that? And she said diversified returns.
Yeah, I think that if you're Apollo, it's the Yankees. Who does not want to be in business with the Yankees?
It's a meeting of the Titans.
Right. And I think that the $3 billion, as we reported, is going to go towards debt. They'll receive some equity. What that looks like, I'm not so sure yet, but that's a lot of money. And I think the MLB's cap for private equity is 15%. So whether it be, $2.5 billion in private equity dollars or $3 billion or $2 billion, it doesn't really matter. That's a lot of money in terms of total valuation of the Yankees business.
Well, how much is the Yankees business worth?
We'll find out when it closes.
I would Is it the most valuable franchise in the world?
In
Sports
the MLB,
franchise?
I'd say. I think the Cowboys have held the top rank for most valuable franchise in the world. I think the Rams are in there. The Lakers should be in the Warriors. And then it's the Yankees are undoubtedly the baseball team that is in the mix.
As long as we're ahead of the Red Sox, I'm happy.
But there's a big gap between the Yankees and the Red Sox in terms of valuation.
And this is the biggest investment Apollo would have made in the U.S. sports to date if it goes through. Why now, though? I mean, you said, Scarlett said it's a meeting of the Titans. So, I mean, why didn't they do this last year or 2 years ago?
I think that it has to make sense, the timing of it all. And I think that the Yankees as we've reported, there's some debt in there. And I think if you go to a private equity firm, the Yankees print money. Like they have so many games. You think of outside of the games themselves, Jay-Z just had 3 nights of sold out dates there and concerts. They have NYCFC matches there. They have a lot of different outlets to generate dollars. And so even if Apollo is giving this money, the Yankees and Apollo are inevitably going to make it back in a short amount of time, whether that be 18 months, 2 years, 3 years. They're both going to get a return on investment unless there's a lockout.
Okay, dumb question here. With all this institutional money, private equity money, can Apollo ever get to a point where it starts calling some of the shots on the field?
I don't think that we will live long enough to see that. And the reason, all of these structures for private equity do not allow private equity firms to have controlling ownership, at least in U.S. sporting teams. And the reason for that is because it's the same fear that everybody has with private equity, that they will come in, they will extract dollars, they'll cut star players, they'll make business decisions that aren't fan-driven.
But they're very impressed with their own ability to operate businesses. I feel like at some point it seems inevitable that they're going to want to have a say.
I think that it's more likely that there are some sports franchises that go public before handing over. Now, I think that the limit will definitely increase, but taking over, I don't know about that.
All right, Randall, you are wearing light blue and white. What does that say about what you think is going to happen Sunday?
I'll say Lionel Messi is my favorite player, but I'm rooting for the best match possible. So let's just do a repeat of last time.
All right, sounds good. Randall Williams, our Business of Sports reporter. You can catch him at the World Cup on Sunday at 3 p.m. in New York/New Jersey. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM channel. It's brought to you by Golden Crest Metals. The next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence starts right now.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney.
Concern about rising prices spooking investors.
What does renewables investment look like in the U.S.?
More tariff talk coming out of this administration.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
The president wants lower interest rates. He wants a rate cut cycle.
How do you broaden out the AI play?
Are people just looking for something to worry about when it comes to China?
Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, Originals and the Bloomberg Business app.
GIF. This is Bloomberg Intelligence. We are broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio in Midtown Manhattan. We are also streaming live on YouTube as well. Paul Sweeney is off for the day. He's at the beach. Isabel Lee is in. So it's Isabel, Scarlett Fu, and Charlie Pellet to take you through this next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence. We're going to check in with Liam Knox. Some big news on U.S. student visa holders and how they now face new restrictions, and it begins almost immediately. So we're going to talk about that. And it's also Friday, which means we have to focus on munis. We're going to check in with our guest there to discuss munis and where the best investments are when it comes to that asset class. We're also going to check in with Tom Keene. He, of course, is the co-host of Bloomberg Money, which begins 12 p.m. Eastern Time on Bloomberg Television. It's a look at personal finance, wealth management, and retirement. So a lot of that is going to come up in the next hour. Shree Taylor, our Bloomberg News Airlines reporter, will also join us to talk about airline lounge crowds and how there's a lot of confusion, and high-spending flyers who have all the cards and all the memberships are finding themselves not able to get into the lounges right now, which is extremely frustrating. Charlie Pellet knows all about that, and Charlie Pellet has our Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hi, thank you very much. And we are looking at a down day. Come in today, we have got the stocks nearing a bear market. Netflix shares, they are plunging after earnings last night. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red right now, with the S&P slumping 63, dropped there just about 0.8%. That sell-off in chip makers picking up steam. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 1.6%. NASDAQ 100 Index down 1.7%. And yes, the SOX, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange Semiconductor Index, down now by another 2.5%. All of this with a VIX back above 18, a 10-year at 4.52%, the 2-year 4.13%. And right now we have got spot gold higher by $25 the ounce, flirting right around the $4,000 threshold. threshold up 0.6%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.4%, 80.88 a barrel. Brent 86.28, barrel of Brent crude up by just about 2.4%. Speaking of crude, speaking of energy, speaking of gasoline, Americans feeling just a little bit more upbeat thanks to a recent drop in gas prices. Will it stick? That is the big question. Consumer sentiment up in early July to a 5-month high. Joanne Shu is Director of Surveys at the University of Michigan. She was a guest last hour right here on Bloomberg Intelligence.
It's largely being driven by those fluctuations in gas prices. I mean, gas prices is a major part of the budgets of American consumers, so it's not really that much of a surprise.
Joanne Shu of the University of Michigan, interviewed right here on Bloomberg Intelligence. By the way, you can hear more of that conversation on the Intelligence podcast. The stocks, again, down by 2.6%. Among some of the companies that make up that index, Micron down 0.1%, Qualcomm down 2.1%, Applied Materials down almost 5%, Intel down by 4%. Checking golf, we do have round 2 of the Open Championship underway at Royal Brookdale Golf Club in the United Kingdom. And right now, 8 under par. We've got Lucas Herbert of Australia atop the leaderboard. I'm Charlie Pellet, Isabel and Scarlett. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. Isabel Lee, Scarlett Fu on Bloomberg Intelligence. Paul Sweeney has the day off. And Isabel, there was a headline yesterday that came out that really got my attention on how life is going to change very quickly for folks who are in the U.S. on a student visa.
I actually came here on a student visa, Scarlett. So every time I see a student visa story, it's just close to my heart, and I just feel for them. I mean, it's tough.
It's tough, and this is something we're going to discuss in length with Liam Knox, our education policy reporter, shortly. But before we get to that, I want to bring in Tatiana Darie for our look at some stocks on the move. She's got 3 of them for us this morning. Tatiana, what do you want to start with?
I also came here on the student visa, by the way. But yeah, let me start with Micron shares because the stock recovered. It was up about 2% earlier. We're giving back some of that rally. It caught my attention. I thought with Micron turning green and the Philadelphia semiconductor pairing those losses, I thought that we're starting to see some of those dip buyers coming in after the heavy sell-off. Obviously, the index now down 20% from its highs technically in a bear market. If you look at history, it shows you that we're near to a threshold where reversals happen. So sell-offs have rarely gotten deeper without a big macro catalyst. We've had some exceptions, including the tariff tantrum of last year. But other than that, in the past 3 or 4 years, these sell-offs have resolved fairly quickly when they got so steep. So the buyers should be around, but obviously probably everyone is looking to hyperscaler earnings starting next week.
Absolutely. That's going to be the big focus. And you should stay around, Tatiana, for this conversation with Liam Knox about U.S. student visa holders. Isabel?
What about, yes, that would be great if you can, but because it's really an important topic, I think. And Scarlett, I'm so happy we're talking about it. Okay, back to stocks. What about Sweet Green? I've been saying this for a long time. I ate Sweet Green this week, and I'm
so far so good.
Fine so far.
We are happy that you are well. Well, the stock is up about 17%, 19 now. It's sort of a relief rally after the stock got really hammered in the past few days, lost a quarter of its market value in just 4 days as investors dumped the stock due to fears about that outbreak of an intestinal infections caused by parasites and raw produce. So this sort of holds that 4-day losing streak. There isn't much there that really prompted. We're seeing, Chipotle shares higher, Yum brand. So it's sort of a relief rally broadly across the board. And there's a lot of speculation which supplier is exposed to Taylor Farms, which just announced they will recall products tied to the outbreak. So everyone's sort of trying to zoom into the supply chain, understand who has, which company has exposure and how much.
Yeah. In the meantime, Isabel, we wish you luck, that you continue to be fine with all of this. Final stock, Tatiana.
Netflix shares down 8%. That's a big mover. Today was down more than 13 or more than 12% earlier, the most since April 2022. Forecasting a second consecutive quarter of slowing growth here. It was a slight miss there on revenue, EPS a modest beat, but guide for the current quarter was a little shy of analyst expectations, which sort of, tells you all you need to know about where earnings expectations are this earnings season, particularly when it comes to anything that relates to stock. And the company still has more subscribers and viewership than any other paid streaming service, but sales growth is slowing, even though they are investing in new kinds of programming such as live sports and video podcasts. But investors are asking, is that paying off? What's next for Netflix?
All right, Tatiana, thank you. And stick around for the next conversation. But in the meantime, for conversations like what you just heard, subscribe to our Stock Movers Reports, where we offer 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Stock Movers is available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen.
So let's now go to the story that we've been teasing for a while now. Obviously, the three of us are very excited to talk about it. It's the Trump administration scrapping a decades-old policy that allows international students and exchange visitors to remain in the U.S. as long as their studies last. And there's no other person better to talk about this than Liam Knox. He's an education reporter with Bloomberg. So this new rule was published Friday. And I mean, a lot of students and scholars are coming to the U.S. on visas that are F and J, and it's ahead of the start of the school year. What do you know about this so far, Liam?
Yeah, thank you both for having me. This is a hugely consequential change in student visa policy. For a very long time, you said decades old, the policy has been to allow F and J visa holders to stay for what's called the duration of their status. So as long as they're enrolled in enough credit hours in a program, or as long as they have some, research fellowship or employment extension, they can stay in the country. There's no set deadline or end date to their student or research exchange visa. That is all changing now. There's a hard 4-year limit, at which point students will have to apply for a special extension with the Department of Homeland Security, or they'll have to leave the country. And it's a big change that affects, it affects undergraduate students who don't always just take 4 years to finish their degrees, but it especially affects graduate students, medical students, PhD students, people hoping to stay here for a little longer after their studies. And just further complicates an already pretty bleak crackdown on student visa holders.
So, Tatiana, let me just bring you into this. These changes that the Trump administration is making, where there's now a 4-year hard limit that will require all these student visa holders to seek federal permission to stay. You mentioned you came into the U.S. using a student visa. How would this have affected you if this was in place?
Well, I think it just adds a lot more effort, a lot more headaches to the bureaucratic process, which is already a cumbersome one. I came on a J visa, which I then had to go to the Romanian government at the time to ask for permission to, because I had a requirement to go back to the country after having an exchange in the U.S. This is sort of an agreement between the two countries. So I had to go to all parties and ask them, can you please waive that? Because I like it here in the U.S. I want to stay. So I remember that was very, very stressful. And in general, when you talk about students trying to get jobs, trying to get visa, it was hard enough when I did this 10 years ago. I cannot imagine being a student, entering an entry-level position today and trying to convince a company to pay for your visa and go through this cumbersome process. I remember, all my eggs were in one basket years ago. So if Bloomberg weren't to work out, I don't know where I would be today. Probably not in the U.S. because there's only a limited number of companies who still want to put up with this.
Definitely hear you, Tatiana, and I feel you also. Liam, can you talk to us about how this will affect the U.S. as becoming like most of the students all over the world, they want to go to the U.S. It's the place for them to study and hopefully work after. Will that change the status of the U.S.? Are students going to be seeking out other places then?
It's already changing. Student mobility and migration around the world is starting to shift away from the U.S. The U.S. is still by far the most popular destination for students around the world. But the past year and going into the future with these new visa restrictions are certainly going to test that the strength of that pull. And I think the implications there are, they're certainly dire for students who were hoping to come to the U.S. to study here, to make a life here potentially, but there are also have serious implications for the American economy, for worsening labor shortages in fields that are really struggling to fill demand, like healthcare workers. We've been hearing about shortages in semiconductor engineers, a lot of whom come out of these more than 4-year-long graduate programs, a lot of whom are international students.
Yep.
And so the implications for American global competitiveness are sure to be pretty significant.
Liam, fantastic to get your analysis on this. Liam Knox on this very important story. He's our Bloomberg education policy reporter based in Washington on how U.S. student visa holders face new restrictions under changes made by the Trump administration announced this week. And it looks like it's going to take effect pretty quickly. Everyone's going to have to deal with a lot more bureaucracy in the meantime. Liam, thank you so much. All right, it's one of the backdrops to our conversations about managing money, your personal finance, and how you move forward with your money. And my Bloomberg Money co-host, Tom Keene, has decided to grace us with his presence in the 11 a.m. hour. I thought you were done.
I'm so done. I'm so done. Thank God my people saw your people up in the food court. So it worked out well.
It worked out well. Well, thank you for coming on, because we're going to check in with you again, of course, at the top of the 12 p.m. when you and I co-host Bloomberg Money on Bloomberg Television. You do such a great job of bringing in the Wall Street experts that we have on surveillance and bring them to the personal finance angle. Who do we have today?
Well, like today is Amanda Lynham with Goldman Sachs, just rejoining there from BlackRock. And so you go to Amanda Lynham and you go, look, I'm really looking at the first derivative of the 30-year yield, or, you look at some credit default swap or whatever. That doesn't work in personal finance retirement. And so what we're going to talk to her about is basically the failure of bonds. The great unspoken here is the bond crater of 2022, well over 4 or 5 standard deviations. Bloomberg has the best series in the world of those, a Bloomberg Total Return set of series off of Lehman and Barclays' wonderful work. And the answer is it's been price south, yield up. And now we've come back. Bonds have come back, Scarlett, but we're not back on track to what we saw in the Great Moderation.
Absolutely. And this is something that, especially young people who are only now beginning with saving for retirement, they're thinking, why would I ever put any money in bonds? You just look at the stock market and I'll do really well there.
I'm reading Justin Beer's wonderful book, House of Fidelity, and you see it back 50 years, it ebbs and flows. And the answer is there's a point where you wouldn't be caught dead in anything but bonds. And then there's stocks. And, someone with the history that we have, Nora Rubini today, who's wonderfully encyclopedic. I had a very famous evening with him at a bar in Davos, I think in 2005.
Wow.
Where he shockingly laid out 07, 08, 09. We have Nora on today, will be great.
The reason why I love this show, and not just because both of you are in front of me, is because it's actionable. For example, my friends are in their 30s and 40s, and we have conversations like, should we get a banker? Or should we just put everything in SPY, where it's like dirt cheap and just watch your money grow? But then I think we're spoiled because we live in a world where the markets just kept on going high. But then that's why bonds are supposed to be the ballast, But I feel like the Actionable Insights is one of my favorites in your show.
And that's a really good point, especially given how important the stock market is increasingly to people's savings and retirements. And it's something that Eric Balchunas will talk about too, because
he's maybe, don't tell him, don't tell him, man. Don't tell L'Oreal.
Okay,
Balchunas is maybe the most important guest on the show today.
I agree. Yeah. He wrote something that really got your attention, Tom, and it was about whether the U.S. stock market is too big and too important to fail at this point.
We have the history of this, folks, quickly. I don't have a clock in front. I have Charlie Pellet's computer in front of me. Look, it says right here, stand clear of the closing doors. What's that about? But, I think, folks, you go back to ERISA of 1974, and the company gave you a pension.
Yeah, those days are gone. Yeah.
And so 40, 50 years down the road with Bloomberg Money, it's okay, now what? And there's this huge now what thing going on. And, I just met with the numbers people on the show, and just for Scarlett, we're absolutely humbled by the initial response to the show.
That's right.
Our
so
worst show was you weren't there 1 week.
Yeah.
It was the lowest rated show.
Well, obviously.
And you guys bring in big names also. And then again, they talk about different things compared to other shows because they make it actionable. I don't know. I just really
we try
like
to make it relatable. That's the goal.
Yeah, we're not talking to Amanda Lynham about 210 spread.
Yes. No.
We're talking to her about what do you say to your grandmother over Thanksgiving dinner?
Exactly. That's true. Buy Bitcoin, maybe. Is that
Oh,
what?
that's
No,
going
we're
out on a limb.
Bitcoin free unless you're. Greifeld behaved herself last week. She did not mention Bitcoin.
That's because she was obsessed with Trump accounts, which we will get to as well this
Okay,
week.
good.
Tom Keene, my co-host on Bloomberg Money, airs every Friday at 12 noon Eastern time
That's
on Bloomberg
today.
Television. That's today. Also available on Bloomberg.com on demand. You should check it out on our website and on our YouTube channel. Bloomberg Money every Friday at 12 noon. Tom Keene, Scarlet Fu. All right, much more coming up in this remaining hour of Bloomberg Intelligence. We have Munis in focus. Margot Kleiman is head of municipal research at Nuveen. She will join us along with Shree Taylor, our Bloomberg News Airlines reporter, on airport lounge crowds. Do you belong to any airport lounges?
Through my credit card, but Scarlett, you have to line up, and so I just never go.
I know, you give up after a while because it's discouraging. All right, we're going to talk about all of that and what those credit card points really get you at this point. This is Bloomberg Intelligence on Bloomberg Radio.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are selling off, and we have got chip stocks declining again, with the stocks down another 2.4%. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Golden Crest Metals. Inflation, tariffs, and volatility have some investors turning to gold for stability. To get a free gold and silver info guide and learn how to add metals to your IRA or 401k tax and penalty free, go to goldencrestmetals.com/guide. goldencrestmetals.com/guide. S&P right now down 63 to 74.70, drop there of 0.8%. Dow Industrials down 0.2%. NASDAQ down 1.5%. NASDAQ 100 index down 1.6% as a sell-off in chip makers gathers pace. Right now we have got the NASDAQ 100, as I mentioned, down 1.6%. The SOX down 2.3%. All of this on concerns that the AI spending spree is becoming harder to justify. The 10-year, 4.52%, with the 2-year currently yielding 4.13%. Spot gold up $33 the ounce to $4,010, up by about 0.8%. West Texas Intermediate crude, 81.03 a barrel now, up 2.6%. Barrel of Brent up by 2.4%, 86.29 on Brent crude. SpaceX shares are declining today, well below the IPO price. SpaceX now at $123.99, down another 5.5%. The aerospace company last night scrubbed their first Starship launch since the IPO, citing engine failure. SpaceX says it is targeting coming days for the next attempt. Again, SpaceX shares, they are tumbling now by just about 5.6%. Round 2 of the Open Championship underway at Royal Birkdale Golf Club in Southport, England. At last check, atop the leaderboard, Lucas Herbert of Australia at 8 under par. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Now on Bloomberg Intelligence, Munis in Focus.
Focus on Munis is brought to you by BAM Mutual. Put America's strength to work in your portfolio.